Chapter 1: Life Like a Summer Flower. 9 o'clock in the evening. The Qin Continent Art Academy. He lay on the lawn next to the school's sports field, hands supporting the back of his head, gazing at the stars. The starry sky above seemed indistinguishable from Earth's, but even though he couldn't find the North Star, he knew this wasn't Earth. This was a parallel timeline and a place called Blue Star. Lin Yuan, the second-year composition student at Qin Continent Art Academy. This was his new identity after crossing over. He inherited everything from his predecessor, especially his handsome looks, yet he couldn't remember his name from his previous life or why he had crossed over. All he knew was that in his previous life he seemed to be a good-looking and famous person, so he naturally called himself Lin Yuan. He scanned the original owner's memories. As Lin Yuan expected, the historical trajectory of this world is vastly different from his previous one. History diverted starting from the Qin dynasty. Fusu inherited the works of Yingzheng, leading the great Qin Iron Cavalry to sweep over the universe. They united the world under the East that dominated the world until it was replaced by an even more powerful summer country 100 years ago. The world united under one governing body. The world split into 8 continents. The place where Lin Yuan lived was named the Qin Continent. In this world that has completely bid farewell to war, art has become a common pursuit of people. The culture here is extremely dense. Fields related to literature and art, such as film and television, music, painting, literature, calligraphy, have never been so prosperous. Utopia. That was how Lin Yuan described it, especially for people engaged in the arts. However, even in a utopian place, misfortune happens. The misfortune happened to the original owner of the body Lin Yuan crossed over into. He was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Yes, that's right, the high-frequency term that appears in TV dramas and is always accompanied by a bucketful of melodrama. Terminal illness. Lin Yuan found this in his memories after crossing over. He had unexpectedly inherited a body that had been given the death sentence. The doctor had already proclaimed the original body's condition as a death sentence long before. This child won't live past 25. The pain was unbearable for the original owner, so he chose to commit suicide by overdosing on sleeping pills. This was the reason Lin Yuan was able to take over the body. The original owner, being just 19 years old, gave up his remaining life. Fearing death? So choosing death? Lin Yuan initially thought it was because of this unbearable pain that he chose to commit suicide. It wasn't until he delved deeper into the original owner's memories that he found out the situation was more complicated. The original owner was raised in a single-parent family. His father died of illness very early on. His mother raised him all by herself. From a young age, the original owner was sickly. Fevers would often land him in a coma. The huge cost of treating his medical conditions fell solely on his mother's shoulders. Some of the money was borrowed. Some of the money was earned by his mother. Just to raise him, his mother bore unimaginable hardships. Not to mention, the original owner had a sister and a younger sister. The 2 sisters were very understanding. Despite their hardships because of their brother, they never had good days. To supplement the family's income as soon as possible, his elder sister gave up the chance to further her studies. To reduce the burden on the family, his younger sister wore hand-me-downs from her elder sister. And the straw that broke the camel's back was, he lost the qualification to chase his dreams. He was originally a student of vocal music, born with a powerful voice. His vocal condition was undoubtedly the best in his field. His dream was to become a singer. However, during his first year, his illness struck again, this time resulting in he couldn't sing anymore. His throat was damaged, unable to withstand consecutive high-intensity vocal training, let alone his prized high notes. With no other choice, he switched to the less favored composition department. And in his second year, he chose to commit suicide. Not just because his dreams were shattered, but more so because he didn't want to be a burden on his family anymore. Once life starts a countdown, each minute and every second can be torture. After digesting these memories, Lin Yuan, who had crossed over, could fully understand the original owner's decision. He could not stand on a moral high ground and accuse the original master of being weak. One could only say, everyone has their own misfortune. Some people's misfortunes are harder to bear when compared to the average person's. This aligns with the Buddha's saying, life is suffering. But Lin Yuan wouldn't choose to commit suicide. Although the body he inherited was still a body that most likely wouldn't live past 25, he still had a few years to make something of it, right? Copy some songs. Copy some books. Transport culture. Earn some money for the family. Yes, Lin Yuan couldn't change his fate of having a terminal illness, but in the remaining time, he might be able to change the fate of his family. He was desperate with this thought. Lin Yuan couldn't tell whether this was the will of the original owner or his own desire. Perhaps what he inherited was not just the memory of the original owner, but also all his joys, angers, sorrows, and pleasures, and that connected with the mysterious bloodline. Lin Yuan didn't resist this feeling. But when Lin Yuan tried to recall some of the literary works from his previous life, he was shocked to find that he couldn't remember them clearly, as if there was a gauzy partition between them and his memory. Then what is the purpose of my transmigration? Lin Yuan asked himself this in his heart. Then in his mind sounded a response that didn't quite count as an answer. Blood testing, genetic testing, iris testing, compatibility rate is 99.36%, meets standard data library selection. Solar system Earth, system binding in progress. System? Lin Yuan understood. Although the details of his memories were vague, he had read some online novels about the systems in his previous life, and he still had some impressions. He knew this was his golden finger, and this was the purpose of his transmigration. Stop overthinking. He was quietly waiting for the system to install. Soon enough, that mechanical electric current sound rang again in his mind. Loading successful, literature and art system binding complete. Hello. Lin Yuan initiated the greeting. Hello, host. Congratulations on binding the literature and art system. This system will do its best to help you become an artist on Blue Star. You can communicate with the system through your mind. The following information will be displayed in text form for you. The mechanical voice quieted down. Transparent subtitles appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Age, 19. Lifespan, 22. Painting, 45. Literature, 105. Music, 1038. Composite, 1188. Others, please wait for activation. Note, besides age and lifespan, the numbers represent prestige, which signifies the external and industry recognition the host has obtained in that field. Theoretically, there is no upper limit. The higher your prestige value, the more benefits you get. Lifespan is 22. The system seemed to know what Lin Yuan was thinking. Another line of subtitle appeared. 25 years is the theoretical maximum age that the host can live up to. In reality, the host can only live till the age of 22 and will be completely paralyzed at the age of 21. Can it be cured? Lin Yuan asked in his mind. System. When the host reaches the prestige standard of the system will provide treatments. After several rounds of treatments, recovery can be achieved. Every time a certain prestige value is reached, the system will notify the host. So it can be cured. Lin Yuan adeptly asked, what about the newbie gift? Perhaps it was because Lin Yuan was too proficient that the system took a few seconds of silence before replying. The newbie gift has been sent to the host's inventory. Enter the inventory. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, he saw a virtual interface similar to a game backpack appear before his eyes. Inside the first grid, there was an audio file that didn't take up much space. Song. Life like a summer flower. The newbie gift is just a song? Please, could you remove the big from it? While Lin Yuan was mentally complaining, he listened to the song once. As soon as the introduction began, he knew it was the same work from his memory. As a matter of fact, the moment he clicked play on the song, memories from his past life regarding this song instantly flooded his mind. Before this, he couldn't recall the tune and lyrics of the song at all. Lin Yuan roughly understood how the system worked. Those so-called prestige might just be matters of releasing songs and gaining enough recognition. When this recognition reaches a certain level, he could get treated and wouldn't have to kick the bucket prematurely. Quite perfunctory settings. The system seemed unhappy with Lin Yuan's complaints and promptly added a setting. While gaining prestige, the host will also get lottery opportunities with extremely high winning chances. Oh, Lin Yuan's reaction was indifferent. He was thinking about the song. Since his vocal cords were damaged, even though the range of life like a summer flower wasn't high, according to the doctor's advice, it would be better for Lin Yuan not to sing. But this didn't obstruct Lin Yuan. He couldn't perform it himself, but he could let others do it. As long as he could gain prestige, it was fine. Logically, the singer tends to be more famous, but Lin Yuan didn't like being famous. He even kind of loathed it. He didn't know why. Maybe it was because of his past life's influence? Though he couldn't clearly remember his past life, Lin Yuan could vaguely sense that his past self must have been quite impressive, possibly even very accomplished. This song was interesting too. It was at least appropriate for the original host situation. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan suddenly felt curious. System, after I transmigrated to this world, did my past self just disappear from Earth? System, life exchange. The system now understood Lin Yuan's routine. This guy's understanding was outstanding and his acceptance was incredible. He loved straightforwardness, so there was no need to explain too much. Hence it began to be concise and clear. Life exchange, huh? Lin Yuan's eyes flickered and he revealed a gentle smile. Having someone take over and continue his life didn't feel bad at all. After all, he was single. Many things might not be clear, but from the vague outline of his past memories, Lin Yuan was able to roughly sketch it out. Not good, not bad either. Actually, even the worst life would be better than having one's life on a countdown. I wish the stranger who took over could also have a system instead of another life, like a summer flower. At least, we still exist. Chapter 2 Newcomer Season _1. So you've been hiding here all this time. A voice resonated in Lin Yuan's ear, followed by a handsome, fair face, obscuring the brilliant starry sky before him. Jian-yi. Lin Yuan subconsciously called out the other person's name. This dashing and lanky boy had been Lin Yuan's classmate in elementary school, middle school, and finally university. A true confidant. And now, this confidant had reached out, pulling Lin Yuan up from the ground. Shortly after, Lin Yuan felt a weight on his shoulder, a feminine coat now draped around him. He turned his head and saw a lovely smile. A girl with long hair draped over her shoulders, slightly made up, an epitome of beauty. Xia Fan. Just like Jian-yi before, Lin Yuan also found himself calling out her name without thinking. Because this girl named Xia Fan was also Lin Yuan's classmate from elementary school, middle school, and university. Another confidant. There's a breeze at night. Remember to wear your coat when you're out. Xia Fan cautioned Lin Yuan. Even though she, Jian-yi, and everyone jogging around the field were all dressed in summer gear, like t-shirts. All right, Lin Yuan replied. In response, Jian-yi and Xia Fan stared at him, their gazes tinged with suspicion. Why do I feel there's something off about you? The one who said this was Jian-yi. Although Xia Fan didn't say anything, her expression showed that she shared Jian-yi's suspicion. Because I'm no longer completely Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan answered with a smile, reckoning his response as quite objective. He was half the previous Lin Yuan. At least his feelings for family and friends, his physical body, everything was just like the past Lin Yuan. Have you been possessed by ghost or something? Jian-yi burst into laughter, showing no doubt. Xia Fan's expression also seemed inexplicably relieved. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He could now avoid any further explanation with a clean conscience. Having grown up together, Xia Fan and Jian-yi knew everything about Lin Yuan. Because of this, both had always looked after Lin Yuan, who had a frail physique. From an emotional perspective, Lin Yuan didn't wish to deceive them, but he had to resort to some necessary deceit. Mr. Lin, let me point out this objectively. Jian-yi said seriously, being a novelist is one of the top 10 most coveted professions voted by young netizens across various continents. Just in our Qin continent itself, countless people aspire to make a mark in this field. It's tough to stand out based on a whim, so you don't need to brood over life alone on a windy night on the lawn. Novelist. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered for a moment. Jian-yi mentioned writing novels for a reason. Not so long ago, the previous Lin Yuan developed a notion to write novels. He acted on it, participated in an online writing competition with a 100,000-word manuscript, and attempted to debut as a novelist. This writing competition was bustling. If successful, the winner's work would get a rare opportunity for publication. If it reached certain sales figures, it could even be adapted into animation, movies, games, and more. This was a dream come true for countless people aspiring to be novelists. The most essential point it was extremely profitable. Unfortunately, as this kind of competition was too popular and the previous Lin Yuan just an average talent at writing novels, his entry was eliminated in the first round of reviewing. Jian Yi, therefore, deduced that Lin Yuan was sulking alone on the field due to the failed competition. However, both the present and former Lin Yuan didn't really care about the outcome of the competition. The previous Lin Yuan's decision to commit suicide had nothing to do with the failed competition. In fact, his participation in the competition was merely a fun experiment. What if he made money from it? That was his mindset while participating. The previous Lin Yuan was a person who was always eager to graduate early and make money. He carried a sense of guilt towards his family, always struggling to do better. He felt his sisters and mother had sacrificed too much for him, so he wanted to compensate them as best he could. Becoming a singer was not just about pursuing a dream. More importantly, it was a profession where he could make a ton of money. Don't go saying things like, dreams should not be tarnished by money. For the previous Lin Yuan, he hoped that his dream could deteriorate quickly so that he could make money, so he could buy a pretty dress for his little sister, to liberate his elder sister from the life she was living. A job that will make my mother's life less tough. Don't listen to Jian. Xia Fan also thought that Lin Yuan was saddened by the failure of his manuscript submission. However, she didn't persuade Lin Yuan to give up, but encouraged him to keep going. Actually, there are many opportunities like this. For example, every January, Blue Star's leading publisher, Silver Blue Books, will host the Superstar Novel Award, and you can participate then. Please, Xia Fan. Jian Yi held his forehead. Lin Yuan can't even pass an amateur writing contest, and you want him to take on the superstar. It's all about participating, Xia Fan said guiltily. She didn't really expect Lin Yuan to succeed. She just purely wanted Lin Yuan to find something to do for himself. Ever since he lost his voice and moved to the composition department, Lin Yuan's mindset hasn't been great. Jian Yi lacks the sensitivity of Xia Fan. He was enthusiastically explaining the basic situation to Lin Yuan. Even someone like me, who doesn't follow the fiction circle, knows how terrifying the superstar is. The contestants are basically old-timers who have been striving for their dreams for many years, and even occasionally some authors who have debuted but aren't doing well will participate. Anyway, for many people, once they change their pseudonym and start over, they become so-called newbies. In short, Superstar is like a battle of gods. I got it. Lin Yuan interrupted Jian Yi with a laugh, but he secretly remembered the Superstar. In this world rich with artistic atmosphere, there seem to be particularly many channels to gain recognition. But he doesn't have any novels now. He would have to wait for the system to provide it generously. As for the song, Life Like a Summer Flower, Lin Yuan needed to find a way to release it. And he couldn't help but look at Xia Fan. Xia Fan was a vocal music major student. When Lin Yuan hadn't changed his major, they were classmates. Speaking of professional ability, there's no doubt about Xia Fan's competency. Her singing talent was almost as good as Lin Yuan's before he lost his voice. But Xia Fan is just a student. Should a student release a song through the internet? The speed of gaining recognition from that would be too slow. Without some promotion, the song could potentially sink like a stone. What's wrong? Feeling odd that Lin Yuan was staring at her, Xia Fan asked, "Do you want to eat or drink something? I can buy it for you now." "No," Lin Yuan said. "I have a friend who wrote a song and wants to release it, but doesn't know how. Do you have any channels you could recommend?" "Are you dumb?" Jian Yi smirked. "Didn't you sell yourself for 50,000 yuan? If you have a song, of course you should find the Starlight Entertainment Company behind you. It's a waste not to use such a big company." Lin Yuan was stunned, and then suddenly realized. After the original owner was admitted to Qin Continent Music Academy, he demonstrated an amazing vocal talent. So when he was a freshman, he was spotted by an agent and signed a contract with an entertainment company that was both reputable and of a reasonable size. The signing fee was 50,000 yuan. The original owner was in desperate need of money, so even though he knew that a signing fee of 50,000 yuan was indeed very cheap, he quickly signed an 8-year contract without hesitation. He immediately handed the signing fee he received over to his mother. But who would have thought that the young man with an amazing vocal talent, shortly after signing the contract, would never be able to sing again? Faced with this, The entertainment company that signed Lin Yuan could only consider itself unlucky and left Lin Yuan to his own devices. Perhaps it was because they knew about Lin Yuan's family situation. The company did not ask him for compensation or brought up contract termination. They probably forgot that they had a signed artist named Lin Yuan. Wait a minute. While Lin Yuan was deep in thought, Jian Yi suddenly came to a realization. Mr. Lin, when did you have friends that Xia Fan and I don't know about? Creating friends out of thin air. Xia Fan covered her mouth and giggled, then said, if you want to release a song, there's an opportunity right now because the annual Newcomers in Music season is coming up in a few days. During that time, all major entertainment companies will be pushing hard, as long as you can meet the company's registration standards. I understand. Lin Yuan also smiled. This is the utopia of artists, the ideal nation where entertainment flourishes. As long as you have the ability, roads to fame are laid out. In every direction, extending right up to your front door. Newcomers in Music season. This is one of the channels to fame, and it is also a rule specifically established by Blue Star to foster music talent. Every November, Newcomers in Music events will be held all over Blue Star. At that time, music industry seniors will tacitly agree not to release albums or even singles, temporarily suspending business to give space to the juniors. Even some seniors will promote budding artists whom they have taken a liking to during November. Afterwards, major entertainment companies will seize this opportunity to fully launch their music newcomers, and waves of newcomers will sprint, trying to stand out. Originally, Lin Yuan had such an opportunity to debut during the newcomers season, but unfortunately, now he can only strive to debut as a songwriter. However, Lin Yuan is not the original owner anymore, so he feels happy about debuting as a songwriter. In Blue Star, the royalty distribution model for music newcomers is: the profits generated from song downloads or streams are generally taken by the company as 80%, leaving the remaining 20% shared between the singer and songwriter. The remuneration for the arranger and the producer is usually settled by the company. The specific ratio depends on what the contract says. The singers and the songwriters usually get the lion's share. Besides the company's cut, Lin Yuan wouldn't have to share his money with too many people. After all, he was handling both lyrics and composition, and the arrangement was already provided by the system. What he needs now is a platform from the company to be part of the Newcomers in Music season, as well as a money-sharing toolman who can sing. Chapter 3 Military Order _1. When encountered with a song that has a lengthy main melody, you can break it down into several segments, also known as what we often refer to as musical phrases. Each musical phrase, when played, will have slight variations. Like this section. The next morning, composition professional class. Lin Yuan listened to the teacher's lecture, making classroom notes on his notebook. Even though the original owner had switched from the vocal department to the composition department and didn't possess a high talent for composition, his fields of interest were all related to music. And just like the original owner, Lin Yuan is also full of interest in music. He didn't want to end up producing a bunch of songs, but couldn't even recognize 5-line staffs proficiently. However, Lin Yuan did not expect that being attentive during the professional class would lead to an unexpected reward. Suddenly, a prompt tone rang in his ear. Ding dong. The host is detected to be learning composition knowledge, triggering a novice task. Shortly after, in front of Lin Yuan, half-glowing blue text emerged. Task name. Student's task is to learn. Task content. Score within the top 25 in the next. Professional course exams arranged by the college. Task reward. Receive 1 bronze treasure chest. This novice task came quite abruptly, but Lin Yuan didn't feel too surprised. Is it still a system if it doesn't issue tasks? Then he began pondering the difficulty of this task. There are 10 classes in the composition department of the Qin Continent Music Academy, each class with about 50 students, and Lin Yuan's class had precisely 50 students. But that had nothing to do with Lin Yuan, because he didn't need to compete with students from other classes. The novice task only requires Lin Yuan to rank within the top 25 in the next exam in his class. This wasn't much of a problem for Lin Yuan, because Lin Yuan's regular professional course ranking is around 30 in the class. As long as he tries a little harder, he should be able to break into the top 25 in the class. What will happen if the task fails? Lin Yuan curiously asked the system in his heart. Will I be electrocuted by the system? Or erased by the system? Wait a minute. Lin Yuan's face changed slightly. It's not going to deduct money, right? Surely it won't. Surely not. Surely not, right? System first rule, never harming the host. Also, friendly reminder, electrocuting, erasing, each of these methods is more frightening than deducting money. Please prioritize clearly. As long as it doesn't deduct money, then it's fine. Lin Yuan sighed in relief. But soon he realized that even if the system wanted to deduct money, he didn't have money for the system to deduct. This discovery depressed him a bit. After the class ended, Lin Yuan didn't return to the dormitory. Instead, he found a quiet place, pulled out a number from his phone, and dialed it. The contact was marked as Agent Zhao Yu. The phone was picked up after 2 rings. From the other end of the phone came a slightly tired female voice. Lin Yuan? What's up? Lin Yuan said, I have a song that I want to release. The voice at the other end of the phone suddenly became somewhat excited. Want to release a song? Has your throat recovered? Can you sing again? No. Lin Yuan said, I have now switched from the vocal department to the composition department. Recently, I have a song in my hand, and I was wondering if the company can help find a singer to perform and release it. I see. Zhao Ju was somewhat disappointed, and her voice went low again. I suppose you want to participate in the new talent season in November, right? Right. I should remind you, you are a singer contracted to our Starlight Entertainment, not a composer and lyricist contracted by the company. The company has a dedicated department for connecting with singers, and most singers also have their own lyricists and composers. Zhao Ju gently rejected. However, Lin Yuan didn't give up. Can I switch to the composition department now? He really needed the company's distribution channels. Without the company's resource promotion, even a good song could easily go unnoticed. All the newcomers who emerged in the previous new talent seasons had the support of entertainment company resources. No, Zhao Ju rejected outright. After about 10 seconds of silence, Zhao Ju suddenly sighed, somewhat helplessly. Forget it. Encrypt the song and send it to me through the company's internal channel. If the quality is good, I'll find someone to help you release it. Of course, if the quality is not up to par, let's just pretend this conversation never happened. Thank you. Lin Yuan sincerely thanked her. Zhao Ju was the person who had signed Lin Yuan in the first place. She once had high hopes for Lin Yuan, but unfortunately, an accident happened to Lin Yuan's voice, and it lost its value. Under such circumstances, Zhao Ju was still willing to give Lin Yuan a hand. This was a big favor. Let's leave it at that. Goodbye. Zhao Ju ended the call somewhat irritably. Zhao Ju's irritation was not aimed at Lin Yuan, but it originated from Lin Yuan. Because next month will be the new talent season, Zhao Ju had too many things to manage. A few newly signed artists under her hand need to take this opportunity of the annual new talent season to try to rise up. Original, Lin Yuan should have been one of these newcomers. Previously, Zhao Ju had even considered inviting the few biggest talents from the company to help tailor a few songs for Lin Yuan, so as to allow Lin Yuan to shock the scene during the new talent season, because Lin Yuan's vocal talent was really astonishing. As a result, things did not go as planned. Unable to walk down the road as a singer, so wants to turn to song creation, Zhao Ju shook her head with a bitter smile. If creation was so simple, why would some heavenly king or queen-level singers not make their own songs, but instead invite professional composers and poets to write them? Did they not want to? Or was it because they just couldn't produce good songs that listeners liked? In this era, the status of a composition teacher for a song is far higher than that of a singer, especially in the pragmatic ecology of the industry. The composer is the big daddy. Because if a company possesses an awesome composer, that can support a bunch of singers. In fact, in recent years, listeners have begun to pay more and more attention to the names of composers. Clearly, the public was beginning to realize that composition is the soul of a song, with performance being secondary. Other aspects such as lyric writing and arrangement, although they are also very important, the core element is definitely composition, which is even more important than singing. A good song sounds pleasing regardless of any instrument accompaniment. No matter if it's with a guitar, a piano, or even a double bassoon, if someone is passionate enough, they can even produce wonders with a suona. This boy is also quite pitiful. Recalling. Some past events. Zhao Ju felt some sorrow. When Lin Yuan was in hospital, Zhao Ju, as Lin Yuan's agent who signed him, did go to see him but eventually stopped at the door of his ward. Because through the door, she could hear the raspy and sobbing crying from within the ward, a sound that was just like an injured puppy. Everyone has a kind heart. This is why Zhao Ju was willing to help Lin Yuan. Regardless of success or not, she wanted at least to give the boy a chance, to let him know that many things in this world can't just be done successfully as one wishes. However, you've gotten me in quite a bit of trouble. Zhao Ju sighed, her face showing signs of worry. This was the root of her anxiety. The annual newcomer season on the music scene is when all major companies push their newbies hard. During this period, all the major companies were fighting fiercely. Even among the 8 continents, Starlight Entertainment was a respected company. In Qin continent, Starlight Entertainment is amongst the top 3 in terms of overall strength. However, Starlight Entertainment had been performing poorly in the newcomer season for the past 3 consecutive years. In these 3 years, the company's best performance was when they pushed 2 newbies into the top 10 2 years ago. However, they dangled towards the bottom of the list. In comparison with companies of similar status, they were a bit embarrassing. What angered Starlight the most was the company's archenemy, Sanxi Culture, took an overwhelming 4 spots in the top 10 last year in the newcomer season. Among these 4 spots, including the very prestigious 2nd and 3rd place. This made Starlight's high-level executives unable to lift their heads. After all, the major entertainment companies in Qin continent don't get along, so the executives naturally began pressuring Zhao Ju, the company's top agent. Zhao Ju, having no choice, made a vow in front of all the executives, guaranteed to place a talent within the top 3 this newcomer season. If unable to do so, she would voluntarily step down. The reason why Zhao Ju dared to make such a vow was not only because of pressure from the executives, but also because she had just signed Lin Yuan, a young man with a stunning voice, and was full of ambition to achieve great things. She thought Lin Yuan could help her complete this task. But now Lin Yuan's voice had gone, and her vow remained unfulfilled. Executives care only for results, not what difficulties occurred along the way. That's why, in recent times, Zhao Ju was frantically searching for someone to replace Lin Yuan and thus fulfill her promise. Because of this, she had already submitted 9 newbies. However, Zhao Ju knew it clearly in her heart. Of the 9 newbies she has submitted, they could perhaps make it into the top 20. To reach the top 10 would depend on their luck. To charge into the top 5 or even top 3, they might ask, "We'll just sleep on it." Everything is possible in a dream. The company has allocated spots for 10 newcomers and only 1 spot is left. Yet, Zhao Ju still couldn't find someone to replace Lin Yuan. She was already in a state of giving up. Therefore, she agreed to Lin Yuan's request in the end. Anyway, it's just the last spot. If the song written by Lin Yuan turned out to be just barely passable in terms of quality, why not satisfy the wishes of this poor child? Just at the time, her phone beeped. This was a mail notification sent encrypted via the company's internal channels. The sender was Lin Yuan. Open the mail. After decrypting it, Zhao Ju saw the audio file sent by Lin Yuan, titled, "Life Like a Summer Flower." Life like a summer flower? Zhao Ju didn't understand the meaning of these words, but vaguely associated it with some imagery. She put on her earphones and clicked play. Immersed in the music, the song quickly finished. Zhao Ju looked surprised and a little shocked. Unlike those rough drafts, the song sent by Lin Yuan was complete. Besides the melody being quite refined, even the arrangement had been done. This is not something that could be done in a short period of time. As for the singing part, it was just a hum tune created by a machine. However, this sound wasn't as rigid as the usual synthesized sound, instead appearing rather natural. Nevertheless, based on her experience, Zhao Ju could tell that this simple hum tune could likely be turned into something more interesting should it be sung by a human voice. Quite interesting. Zhao Ju was a talent agent. She might not know much about composing, but having been in the industry for many years, her basic judgments were on point. Her eyes glinting, she felt that Life Like a Summer Flower could be a good song as she was already quite attracted by it. Although the song only consisted of melody and synthesized humming, this guy might have real composing talents. Arching her brow, Zhao Ju made 3 phone calls. First call was to the review department. I have a song here. Have a listen and review it. It's urgent. I need results by tonight. It was a necessary checkpoint. The tech review was there to ensure Lin Yuan's Life Like a Summer Flower doesn't overlap too much with other songs on the market and risk suspicion of plagiarism. If issues arise, it would be catastrophic damage on the company's reputation. The second call was to her subordinate agents. As the chief, Zhao Ju's voice was firm. We'll be recording tonight. It's the last slot for the newcomer season. Get me someone reliable. Don't make it too hard on the sound engineer. A newbie with a less than stellar voice wasn't a big problem for Zhao Ju. It just meant extra overtime work for the company's sound engineer. The third phone call was to Lin Yuan. Her tone the softest, nowhere near as firm as her previous two calls. When will your class end today? I'll pick you up from your school to record a song. Okay, Lin Yuan replied. His tone seemed to reveal, no surprise. Chapter 4, Tool Man _1. 6 in the afternoon. As soon as the class ended, Lin Yuan received a message from Jianyi. Do you want to have dinner together tonight? Xia Fan is treating. No, I'm busy tonight. You and Xia Fan go ahead. As Lin Yuan replied to the message, he stepped out of the school gate. At that moment, a red sedan was parked by the roadside outside the gate. Long time no see, get in. The left side window of the red sedan was rolled down, revealing a woman who took off her sunglasses and waved to Lin Yuan with a smile. Hello. Lin Yuan greeted her and got in the car. This woman was the talent manager Zhao Ju. She was 35 years old, and her eyes had faint crow's feet. She was amiable when she smiled, serious, and calm when she was not. She emanated a composed and competent aura. Lin Yuan. After casting a glance at Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror, Zhao Ju started the car. Your song has no lyrics. Do you need me to find someone to write them? There are only 10 days left until the beginning of the newcomer season. No need. The lyrics have been written. What about the arrangement? Will you use your own? All right. Zhao Ju smiled. Do you know what the crux of the competition in the newcomers season each November is? What is it? As Zhao Ju drove, she spoke. The newcomers season is a collective term. What each company is truly competing for is a place in a chart, the Qin continent's music newcomers chart to be precise. Only if you make it to the top 20 of this list can you be considered to have made a breakthrough. Oh, nothing new. Zhao Ju stopped in front of a red light and glanced at Lin Yuan. Your song isn't bad. If you rank well in the newcomers chart in November, I can help you transfer your contract to the composing department. Thank you. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He hoped to head towards the direction of a composer, which was also the profession he was currently studying. As a songwriter, he wouldn't need to be in the public eye like a singer, and he could also gain the so-called approval from the system. Just then, Lin Yuan heard the voice from the system. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Mission name, the first song. Mission content, successful recording of Life Like a Summer Flower. Mission reward, a bronze treasure chest. A new mission came up even before the previous one was completed. Looking at the 3 lines of text appearing before his eyes, Lin Yuan became somewhat excited about the recording that was about to take place. He hoped to get it right tonight. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan arrived at Starlight Entertainment. It was a 50-story skyscraper. People passing by were all dressed in professional attire, wearing work badges of different departments of Starlight Entertainment, flaunting the grand style of a big company. Hello, Ms. Zhao. Zhao Ju was a big shot in Starlight. Many passing by greeted her proactively. She reciprocated slightly and led Lin Yuan directly to the recording studio on the 9th floor. Ms. Zhao. Seeing Zhao Ju, a plump talent manager who had been waiting on the 9th floor hurriedly beckoned. The equipment is almost ready. Where is your person? Zhao Ju looked around. She only saw the recording studio's staff busying themselves. Well, the plump talent manager wiped the sweat off his forehead. There was a traffic jam, so the newbie hasn't arrived yet. I've urged that rascal several times already. When he arrives, I swear I'll give him a piece of my mind. Didn't you think to set off earlier if you knew there was a jam? Zhao Ju's gaze was icy. If you can't handle a newbie, give it to someone else. We'll start timing now. If the person doesn't arrive within 15 minutes, find someone else to sing the song. Such a waste to give an opportunity to a good-for-nothing. Okay. The plump talent manager kept nodding his head, his face turning pale. He was fumbling with his phone, ready to hurry the latecomer. In his heart, he had already cursed the latecomer 100 times over. At this moment, a woman, who looked like an assistant, came out of the elevator and headed straight for Zhao Ju. Ms. Zhao, the manager wants to see you. Got it. Zhao Ju massaged her temples, feeling a headache coming on. She was sure that the manager wanted to discuss the newcomer's chart with her. She only had herself to blame for being too presumptuous. She incredibly had the audacity to issue a military order in front of the company's executives. Looking at Lin Yuan, the innocent mastermind, Zhao Ju felt a surge of frustration and had nowhere to vent it. She could only hold her anger in, and gave a warning look to the recording studio's staff and the plump talent manager. The song is written by Lin Yuan. During the recording, his opinions will prevail. Understand? Yes. The plump talent manager and the staff of the recording studio nodded their heads hastily at Lin Yuan behind Zhao Ju when they heard this, clearly not daring to defy Zhao Ju's order. Lin Yuan nodded back in response. Zhao Ju had to leave due to some pressing matters. The plump talent manager also went downstairs to make a phone call. After waiting for about 10 minutes with the staff, Lin Yuan suddenly heard a voice cursing from afar. If you're late for even a moment, you'll fucking miss this year's newcomers season. You know that? For the chance to debut in the newcomers season, you've been waiting for a few years, right? You've caused me to be scolded by Ms. Zhao, who is well known to be in a bad mood these days. You're damned good at heading for trouble. I'm sorry, bro. I was wrong. A not-so-tall young man was bowing and scraping in front of the plump talent manager who just went downstairs, apologizing profusely. I really didn't expect to have the chance to debut this year. Rest assured, bro. I'll seize the opportunity today and not let you down. Thank you for covering for me and getting me the company's last spot for the newcomers season. Chapter 5, 4toolman_2. Enough talk. Get ready to record. The chubby manager turned around, pressing his temples hard, probably dealing with high blood pressure. The young man let out a sigh, wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression both nervous and excited. But then, looking up, he noticed the boy standing in front of him staring directly at him. Lin Yuan. He took a few steps closer, looked at Lin Yuan carefully again. Once he confirmed his initial recognition, he burst out laughing. It really is you. What are you doing here? Ah, I get it. You're working part-time, aren't you? Lin Yuan. He was seriously considering who the other person might be. According to the memory of the original owner, this person seemed somewhat familiar. The young man obviously had no idea what Lin Yuan was thinking. He raised his head, puffed out his chest, and patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. You really are the most outstanding sophomore in our vocal music department. You can already work part-time at Starlight Entertainment. Oh, so you're working in a recording studio. So to speak, I'm also your colleague then. Pulled out a thermos cup from his arms and handed it to Lin Yuan. The young man waved his hand, saying, First, get me a glass of water. I just ran all the way here. I'm exhausted, but this fatigue is nothing. After all, after recording this song, I will make my debut. Lin Yuan. He finally remembered who the young man was. This person was Sun Yaohua, a vocal music student from Qin Continent Art Academy who had already graduated. When the vocal music department held events, some graduate students would return to campus for performances. That's how the original owner met him. So he was indeed Lin Yuan Sr. Furthermore, because Sun Yaohua was quite capable, he signed a contract with Starlight Entertainment right after graduation. The younger students in the vocal music department highly admired him for being able to sign with a large company, potentially becoming a star in the future. Though Lin Yuan also signed with Starlight Entertainment, he never publicized this fact. Given his unique physical condition, only Xia Fan and Jian Yi knew about it, while others were kept in the dark. What are you standing there for? Sun Yaohua laughed. Go and get me some water. I need to record a song. You should stay close and learn from the experience. It will be good for you. All right. Lin Yuan went to get water. The faces of the surrounding studio staff looked strange. Sun Yaohua's chubby manager had just turned around, only to see Sun Yaohua acting superior toward Lin Yuan. Further, he felt his blood pressure, that he had just managed to bring down, shoot up again. Sun Yaohua, who do you think you're dealing with? He stormed up and slapped the back of Sun Yaohua's neck. The song you're singing is written by him. You should call him Mr. Lin. Upon finishing, the chubby man turned to Lin Yuan, who was getting water, and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. Sun Yaohua isn't particularly bright. It's indeed necessary to have some water before recording. Lin Yuan responded seriously, not finding anything inappropriate, and handed Sun Yaohua the filled thermos cup of water. Sun Yaohua took it blankly. Still fuming, the chubby man spun around, scolding him. Show some respect to Mr. Lin. Don't be rude. Sun Yaohua opened his mouth wanting to say something, but didn't know what. His head was completely blank. He is a junior to me. How am I rude? A staff member nearby repressing laughter proposed. New guy. Do you remember the tune yet? If you do, let's go through the lyrics once to get the feel of it, okay? I remember, teacher. Sun Yaohua replied hurriedly. The staff members looked to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said, then let's begin. After entering the studio, Sun Yaohua began singing according to the lyrics. His skill level was not bad, otherwise, he wouldn't have been signed by Starlight right after graduation. But Lin Yuan, carrying the vocal experience of the original owner, was not going to lower his standards. Wanting a share of his earnings meant even a tool person had to show some skills. He quickly found an issue. The humming in the intro doesn't pause naturally, which was the cue to start over. Sun Yaohua just nodded. The music started again, quickly stopped by Lin Yuan. Your pronunciation is too heavy. Lighten it a bit. It can make the emotive expression more intense. Okay. Sun Yaohua felt a little awkward being toyed around by his junior, and couldn't help but think that the latter was intentionally making things difficult for him. If he was a little less thick-skinned, he would have figuratively died a social death by now. This may have somewhat affected his mentality. After several attempts at recording, the results still did not satisfy Lin Yuan. In the end, Lin Yuan only had no choice but to call for a pause. Let's take a 10-minute break before we resume recording. As a utility player in singing, Sun Yaohua was capable of performing this song without a hitch. His lack of satisfactory performances was likely due to his mental burden. This was not a big problem. Adjusting his mentality would suffice. Sun Yaohua heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the chair outside the tent, gulping down the water in his cup in one go. Just as he put down his cup, he saw Lin Yuan casually taking it over, refilling it for him. Was this an insult? His voice was muffled as he spoke. Mr. Lin, you can still call me your junior. Lin Yuan interjected, putting the cup of water back down. With an awkward smile, Sun Yaohua didn't have the nerve to retort. He had waited too long for this chance to debut. With a bit of unease, he forcefully tightened the thermocup lid. Lin Yuan, I didn't know you compose music. Lin Yuan explained. I got sick before and it affected my vocal cords, so I switched to studying composing in my second year. Sun Yaohua was taken aback. Immediately, he shook his head, sighed, giving Lin Yuan a sympathetic pat on his shoulder, repeating, what a pity, such a pity. He said pity 3 times. Losing one's voice is a desperate situation. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if he couldn't sing. Sun Yaohua realized that his actions were probably inappropriate and overbearing. The guy in front of him was no longer just his junior from school. His status had completely changed. He had become the author of the song, the person with authority. This probably explained why Lin Yuan could command him earlier. In other words, if Lin Yuan insisted on kicking him out and having someone else sing Life Like a Summer Flower, there would be nothing he could do about it. Seeing how his manager was treating Lin Yuan, it all pointed to one thing. The debut opportunity he had waited for years was now in the hands of his junior, Lin Yuan. Realizing this, the hand that he casually left on Lin's shoulder froze in midair, stuck in an awkward situation. It's fine. Lin Yuan did not notice Sun Yaohua's actions. And if he did, he would not care anyway. He just sincerely said, thank you. Sun Yaohua was taken aback. Looking at Lin Yuan's clear eyes, he suddenly realized that his junior didn't have any of the ulterior motives that he had imagined. The other party simply viewed him as a collaborator. His bottleneck was too low. After graduation, he was influenced by the company's classification of people's levels and had subconsciously categorized everyone into different classes. At first, he saw himself as an up-and-coming senior, believing he could carry himself in a certain way since he thought that he should be looking after the other party. His attitude inevitably possessed a smug and arrogant undertone. Then, Seeing Lin Yuan as a composer with absolute authority, he became overly cautious and submissive since he was worried about how the composer might treat him. But in reality, all of this was simply overthinking. Lin Yuan. He took a deep breath and put his hand back on Lin Yuan's shoulder. This time the action no longer felt stiff. Let's start recording. I am ready this time. Sure. Lin Yuan stood up, looking forward to it. Although Lin Yuan didn't know what led to the sudden change in his senior, the second round of recording went very smoothly. Lin Yuan was very satisfied, even thinking it's fair to share the earnings with the utility player. After all, the other party did contribute ample effort. And when the recording was complete, Lin Yuan received a prompt from the system. Task completed. First song. Reward, a bronze treasure chest. Chapter 6, 5 Thunderbolt and Do_1. Bronze treasure chest? Lin Yuan looked at the storage space provided by the system, feeling somewhat concerned for no specific reason. There isn't a bomb in this box, is there? The system ignored Lin Yuan. Just to be safe, Lin Yuan found an excuse to go to the bathroom, and then opened his first bronze treasure chest. Task reward, professional level piano skill. The moment the bronze treasure chest was opened, countless piano techniques suddenly filled Lin Yuan's mind. All sorts of arpeggios, chords, tremolos, big jumps and octaves, up to 3/6-degree scales and so on. Is this it? Lin Yuan was not very satisfied. Because the original host already possessed a Blue Star level 10 piano skill, which is not a significant achievement for a child who aspired to music from a young age. It would be better to reward me with songs or novels. The system also seemed dissatisfied with Lin Yuan's attitude. It responded to Lin Yuan in a mechanical, emotionless, synthesized voice. The treasure chests are divided into 4 levels: bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. However, even within the lowest level bronze treasure chest, what it holds will inevitably have a certain value. So what exactly is the standard for professional level piano playing? Lin Yuan needed to understand the system's standard for professional. The system replied, the host now possesses a piano skill level that most ordinary people cannot achieve. Even a talented piano prodigy would have to practice for at least 10 years to reach this level. As for your so-called level 10 piano skill, isn't it the level that elementary school students can pass? All right. Lin Yuan accepted this result, ignoring the system's last sentence's subtle attempt at mockery. He asked, what level is above professional? Following professional, the levels are elite, master, and perfect level, respectively corresponding to the silver treasure chest, gold treasure chest, and the precious diamond treasure chest. When will these treasure chests be given to me? This requires the host to draw on their own strength and luck. Generally speaking, there are 2 ways to obtain them. The first is to complete the tasks assigned by the system. The second is to reach a certain benchmark with prestige points, such as a total prestige of over 10,000. How much prestige do I have now? No sooner had Lin Yuan's words fallen than several lines of light blue text appeared before his eyes. Age, 19. Lifespan, 22. Painting, 45. Literature, 105. Music, 2,509. Combined, 2,659. Other, waiting to be unlocked. Neither the painting nor literature categories changed, but the music category had increased quite a bit. It's likely due to the piano techniques he'd just acquired and the prestige he'd earned from recording the song, Life Like a Summer Flower. Looks like he'll have to wait for Life Like a Summer Flower to be officially released to reach a total prestige of over 10,000. Leaving the bathroom after washing his hands, Lin Yuan saw the finance and legal departments of Starlight approaching him to sign a contract. It was a common procedure for signing the contract for the song, Life Like a Summer Flower. The contract stipulated, after the song, Life Like a Summer Flower, was released, 80% of the profits belonged to the company, and the remaining 20% would be divided between Lin Yuan and Sun Yaohua. Of that, Sun Yaohua would receive 0.5%. Lin Yuan, having written the lyrics and composed the music, as well as single-handedly completing the arrangement, would receive 1.5%. Sun Yaohua had no objections. He put himself in a humble position, not treating the performance of Life Like a Summer Flower as an opportunity to make money, but as his debut opportunity, so he signed very simply. Lin Yuan had no objections either. Although he too wished to receive a larger profit share, he, like Sun Yaohua, was a newcomer and didn't have any bargaining power with the company. The company could distribute the income however they wanted to. Only industry leaders could make companies give in to their terms about the distribution of profits. After signing, the man from the finance department reminded Lin Yuan, the song will be officially released on November 1st. And at that time, music from this song will appear on all major channels cooperating with the company. Understood, Lin Yuan nodded. After signing the contract, a staff member from the resource promotion department also came to find Lin Yuan. There was a form to sign, and it required Lin Yuan to fill out some information. First, your name, said the worker from the resource promotion department, guiding Lin Yuan to fill out the form. In the lyrics and song columns, you can write your own name, or you can write a pen name like moniker. However, once it is written, you should not change it arbitrarily. Xianyu, is that okay? You're not planning on using your real name? Lin Yuan nodded. He was a bit resistant to exposing himself. It was better to remain low-key if he could. It's okay, said the staff member. Then Lin Yuan wrote the two characters Xianyu in the signature column for lyrics and music composition. Although the memories from his previous life were vague, Lin Yuan could still roughly remember some classical lines of poetry, like this one. Facing the abyss and envying the fish, better to retreat and cast the net. However, didn't Xianyu sound a bit like salted fish? Next, the form required Lin Yuan to write about the background of the song's creation. Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Seeing Lin Yuan's difficulty, a staff member advised him with practiced ease, don't stress out too much. You just need to come up with something. The lyrics by other mentors weren't carefully crafted either. No one would really care. Okay. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan penned down a line. Life's as splendid as a summer flower. Death's as serene as an autumn leaf. This was the origin of the song title. After finishing, he turned around and left. The staff member who received the paper from Lin Yuan saw the line he left. For a moment, he seemed to lose himself in thought. Life's as splendid as a summer flower. Death's as serene as an autumn leaf. On a planet without Tagore, the impact of such a short poem was quite intense. Even those without a literary bone in their body could immerse themselves in these beautifully crafted words, savoring the heaviness of life. Regaining his wits, the staff member chuckled, murmuring, the PR team won't need to worry about a headline this time. Lin Yuan texted Zhao Ju when he was leaving but didn't get a response, and therefore decided to take a taxi back to the college. In the meantime, in General Manager's office at Starlight, Zhao Ju was dealing with the pressure from the company's boss and didn't have the time to check her phone. Sanxi is planning to launch Qian Xingyu during the newcomer season this year. How do you plan to counter this move? The boss's voice was calm. Zhao Ju could detect the displeasure hidden behind his tones, and it was reasonable for him to be upset. After all, this Qian Xingyu is not really a newbie, but a secondary lead from a hot TV series last month. What's the fundamental rule of newcomer season? Every newcomer of the music industry can release their songs during this period. Then, actors like Qian Xingyu, who have already gained some fame and are looking to sing, can also be considered newcomers to the music industry. After all, he only acted before and never sung. But it's unfair to the other newbies. That's why some insiders suggest not letting the actors debut as a newbie singer. The newcomer season is an opportunity for pure novices. But this proposal was not accepted. The suggestion, although, made a difference. Many famous actors value their reputation, and even if they want to venture into the music industry, they usually avoid releasing their song during the newcomer season in November to prevent controversy and competition with pure novices. New actors, on the other hand, don't fall in this category. Qian Xingyu hasn't been in any drama until this year. So, he is a newbie in the entertainment industry too. So his situation is special. Even if he comes to compete with the pure novices in the newcomer season, it wouldn't attract much controversy since he just shot into fame just before the newcomer season starting. Therefore, Qian Xingyu's advantage is enormous. After all, he has a hit drama to back him up. It would be straightforward to promote him. Even if the quality of his song is not that great, his fans can still help him climb up the charts. Think about this. Zhao Ju could only prepare her words cautiously. Qian Xingyu, for sure. aims for the first position. Having him at the top, the second and the third place would hold more value. You've really covered all the bases. The boss was a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor. The general manager of Starlight did appear to be easygoing, but everyone in the company knew not just to judge a book by its cover. This seemingly elegant and easygoing boss could turn into an outright terror when he launched into a volcanic eruption. Lightly tapping his fingers on the table, the boss quietly said, "You made a quite hasty promise this year, securing a spot in the top 3 in the newcomer season. If you fail to meet this target, even I can't help you. Then, you may have to step down temporarily. You'd have to bear the predicament for a year, or even a year and a half. Then you could come back to your position as the chief manager." Okay. Zhao Ju took a deep breath. Since Lin Yuan had throat problems, she already made up her mind to be prepared for any consequences. Also, the boss reminded her, even if none of our artists makes it to the top 3, we have to snatch up as many spots in the top 10 as possible while pushing the rank of our newbies as high as we can. Only this would help me defend you in front of the executives. Understood. Zhao Ju knew that the boss was quite nice to her. She became the chief manager thanks to his continual promotion over the years. You may leave. The boss waved for her to leave. Zhao Ju nodded, left the office. After adjusting her mindset, she pulled out her phone, called Lin Yuan, and said, "Where are you? I'll give you a ride to the school." "I'm already back at school." Lin Yuan replied, "I texted you earlier, but it seems you didn't notice." Zhao Ju was taken aback, responded, "Okay, then you go ahead, be careful on your way. When the newcomer season comes in November, I'll try to get you the best resources possible. You could strive for a place in the top 10. Personally, I think your song is quite appealing. You have a shot." "Yeah, thanks, Ms. Zhao." Even if Lin Yuan was unaware, he could still feel Zhao Ju's care towards him. Through many details, it's clear that Zhao Ju truly appreciated Lin Yuan. "No need to thank me. I'm hanging up," Zhao Ju said with a smile, but the smile was somewhat bitter. "Helping you is also helping myself. If one more spots in the top 10 are occupied, the thunderbolt striking down on me might be a little lighter." Chapter 7. 6 Winning over a leash dog _1. Lin Yuan did not know about Zhao Ju's difficulties. After he finished recorded the song, he didn't pay much attention to the rookie season of the music industry because he needed to focus on another task given by the system. Rank within the top 25 in the next professional course exam. This task was about studying, and exam scores were important. So, starting from the first lesson of the second day, Lin Yuan officially switched on the study mogul mode. Studying makes me happy. Professional course assessments are usually conducted in written form, and a lot of the knowledge points are things to be memorized. Therefore, apart from taking notes diligently in class, Lin Yuan also studied his professional textbooks during his free time after class. Composition, as a subject, consists largely of theory. After intensive study, Lin Yuan's brain was filled with professional knowledge points from courses such as counterpoint and fugue, harmony explanation, modern composition techniques, and even orchestration. Surprisingly enough, living this type of life for several days, Lin Yuan didn't find it boring at all, but instead felt very fulfilled every day. At night, if the study was too exhausting, he would call Xia Fan and Jianyi out for a casual walk in the sports field, chatting while enjoying the cool evening breeze, which was quite pleasant. Walking on the sports field. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's cell phone vibrated. Looking at the text, it read, "Rookie season starting tomorrow. Life like a summer flower is signed up. May Starlight be with you." Rookie season? Lin Yuan was surprised. Is today the last day of October? Is it November tomorrow? Well, all right. In order to complete the system task and strive to open another bronze treasure chest, he had been studying so diligently that he completely forgot about the rookie season. To be precise, Jianyi said, after 12 o'clock tonight, the annual rookie season in the music industry begins. Maybe it was because it was related to his major. Xia Fan on the side added excitedly, "These days, everyone in our music department has been discussing this. Especially us in the vocal music department. Our teacher even talked about it in class, because senior Sun Yaohua from our vocal music department will debut in the rookie season. Sun Yaohua himself even contacted the school, hoping that the juniors and seniors would vote for him. You should remember senior Sun Yaohua, right? Before you switched majors, we had cooperated. Lin Yuan looked weird. I remember. In order to be low-key, Lin Yuan specifically requested Sun Yaohua not to tell others that he was actually the lyricist and composer of Life Like a Summer Flower. Now it seems that Sun Yaohua really didn't expose him. Huh. Jian Yi looked at Lin Yuan thoughtfully, finding his expression intriguing. Then he and Xia Fan exchanged glances, seemingly understanding something. Both of them recalled Lin Yuan's previous practice of asking them how to release new songs using an out-of-nowhere friend as an excuse. Xia Fan even suggested that he should sign up for this year's rookie season through his agent. Now it looks like Lin Yuan has failed. It makes sense. The standard of admission to the rookie season is so high. Although Lin Yuan is talented in vocal music and has superior voice conditions, he really has no gift for composition. Moreover, if Lin Yuan was confident, he would not have used the out-of-nowhere friend excuse. In that case, in order not to make Lin Yuan sad, the two decided tacitly not to bring this up tonight. Lin Yuan was not aware of his friend's thoughts. At this moment, he was somewhat relieved that his two friends didn't ask about the rookie season. After all, he was not good at lying to close friends. On that note, the three of them, with different thoughts in mind, returned to their respective dormitories. The rookie season begins at midnight on November 1st. Many people stay up late for this. But Lin Yuan, who had been concentrating on studying recently, was too tired to wait until midnight due to his poor health. At 10 in the evening, he went to sleep. But just because Lin Yuan couldn't wait, others were able to. Like those night owls who like to listen to music and play with their phones at midnight. Zhang Chun, a second-year music major student at the Qin Continent Art Academy, was such a night owl. At midnight, Zhang Chun put on his best headphones, promptly opened his frequently used app, Cloud C Music, ready to see if there were any new songs worth discovering in this year's rookie season. Hope this year won't disappoint me. As a music major student, Zhang Chun was a music enthusiast, owning 4 different earphones ranging in price from $1,500 to $10,000, all bought with money he made from part-time jobs. Clicking on the recommended songs on the homepage, Zhang Chun began listening song by song. Honestly, the recommended songs on the homepage were pretty good. After all, they were new songs from new artists being heavily promoted by big record companies, aiming to charge onto the up-and-coming list. The quality was definitely guaranteed, otherwise it would just be a waste of resources. But the problem was, these songs only achieved a pretty good level. Music enthusiasts like Zhang Chun are too picky. Ordinary songs really can't catch their attention. Thus, after listening to 21 songs in succession, only 3 were added by Zhang Chun to his spare playlist. Zhang Chun's account has been created for 10 years. He has 2 playlists under his account name. On top was the treasured playlist, and below was the spare playlist. There are a total of 12 songs in the treasured playlist, accumulated over 10 years, each of them being classics in Zhang Chun's mind that he might never delete and will listen to every now and then. The spare playlist contains much more songs, and they change more frequently. These songs are ones that Zhang Chun likes in the short term, but after a while gets sick of them and removes them from the playlist. After a few more songs, Zhang Chun got a bit tired. Just as he yawned and was about to go to sleep, he was suddenly attracted by a flash of a new song recommendation sentence. The recommendation sentence read, "Life blooms like a splendid summer flower. Death is as serene as an autumn leaf." Admittedly, it was a beautiful sentence. So beautiful that Zhang Chun even hesitated to click the link to listen to the song. He was afraid that if the quality of the song was not high, it would ruin the poetic charm of this sentence. But in the end, he still clicked on the link to the song named Life Like a Summer Flower. Because he was somewhat curious, what was the song behind this text all about? The music abruptly began. The humming of some unidentifiable language, highly defined by the effect of the earphones, suddenly resounded. It's hard to describe the feeling. It's like a wave rushing over, instantly waking up Zhang Chun's auditory cells that had already started to feel tired, to the point where he was virtually holding his breath, attentively listening to the main melody of Life Like a Summer Flower coming through. Unsure how long, I've slept in the darkness, not knowing how hard it is to open my eyes. I came from far away, just as you are also here, obsessed with staying in the world, madly for her, a bit melancholy, a bit regretful, with a hint of hope and vigor, the emotions from the voice mixed with the emotions from the lyrics, wandering in the ocean of melody. Zhang Chen's breathing gradually settled. But beneath the calm breathing, Zhang Chen's chest seemed to gather a kind of unusual emotion, continuously ascending, until the rhythm of the music slightly quickened, the first chorus rising in an extraordinarily peaceful way. I am this dazzling moment, the instant flame crossing the sky. I came to see you regardless of the cost. I will extinguish and never be able to return. I am here, right here, as brief as a fleeting moment, as brilliant as a summer flower. Zhang Chun was almost in a stupor as he listened. It seemed that the blooming and wilting of life were all sung about in the song. He inexplicably associated it with the relationship between people and the bond between humans and the world. This moment, he suddenly felt an emotional release. His throat tightened slightly, and he choked up in his quilt in the middle of the night, because ultimately he thought of a good friend from the past. Just like him, the other person was also a music enthusiast. They once worked summer jobs together to be able to afford high-end headphones. They listened to music together and were entranced by the classics. But it's a pity. As he was accepted into the best art academy in Qin continent, his friend failed to enroll due to lack of educational points and hence gave up music as a lifelong dream. The paths of the two gradually diverged. After all, time passes and no contact was made. Does that mean the friendship ceases to exist? Zhang Chen tears fell from the burn in his eyes. A flood of thoughts inundated his mind. He listened to the song gradually come to a stop amidst an indescribable realization. On the road, there's spring. On the road, there are thorns. As fleeting as a fleeting moment. As brilliant as a summer flower. This is a world we can't stay too long in. Indeed, this is a world we can't stay in for too long. If so, why not choose to be as splendid as a summer flower? A lifetime comes but once. May you not live it in vain. Download. Non-downloaded songs can be listened to for free 5 times a month. But Zhang Chen didn't plan to continue listening. He wiped his tears and immediately clicked to download the song. The uniform price for songs on Blue Star. A song only costs 1 yuan to download. After downloading the song, the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth slightly curled. He unexpectedly added "Life Like a Summer Flower" to his treasured playlist, a playlist that hasn't been updated for 3 years. Today, this playlist welcomes a new song. Then Zhang Chen checked the song information. When he saw the singer's name on the column, Zhang Chen notably froze for a moment. It turns out to be sung by our school's graduate, senior Sun Yaohua. There has been recent talk in the campus about the rookie season. The name Sun Yaohua has been mentioned a lot. However, what Zhang Chen was most concerned about was not the singing column, but the authors of the lyrics and the composition, especially the composition. However, when he saw the author column, the same name was written. Xianyu. Who is Xianyu? It must be a stage name. Zhang Chen secretly remembered this name, planning to pay more attention in the future. In the end, he opened his chat software, clicked on a name he hadn't contacted for quite some time, and shared, "Life like a summer flower." No need to type. Words are pale. But Zhang Chen thought, the other person should understand when they hear this song, right? Music is their best communication language. Immediately after, Zhang Chen wanted to share the song in the class group, so everyone could enjoy it together. But as soon as he opened the group, he burst into a smile. With the rookie season underway, the night owls in the group were already excited. Everyone was reluctant to go to bed early. After all, music is their main discipline, and the song everyone was talking about wasn't surprising. Xiaobei Dam. Senior Sun Yaohua has exploded in popularity. Lan, as brilliant as a summer flower, as tranquil as an autumn leaf in its death. It blew up, blew up, blew up. Senior Sun Yaohua is really going to be on fire this time. Hua, you guys are discussing Sun Yaohua's song. Is it really that great? I'll go listen. Gentle Knife, Life Like a Summer Flower literally made me cry. Senior Sun Yaohua is indeed amazing. There's no denying his professional skill, but the maestro of the lyrics and composition is truly savage. 1,000-mile dog walk, indeed. Worthy of being the maestro. Senior Sun Yaohua encountered a god-level boost, instantly taking off. Music. Department Huang Liang, believe it or not, when the new talent list comes out tomorrow, Life Like a Summer Flower will be a killing machine. Hua finished the song, already prostrated. The maestro is a divine carry. Also, did you guys notice? The lyrics and composition are also personally handled by the maestro. With this kind of maestro holding it down, even if you rope a dog into the recording studio, it could still win. Chapter 8-7 After Disaster Survivors _1. The class group chat is just the tip of the iceberg. Compared to the small class group, the campus forum of Qin Continent Art Academy is even livelier at the moment. Newcomer season has officially begun. Everyone go support senior Sun Yao's new song, titled Life Like a Summer Flower. Here are the links to the song on various streaming platforms. This song is surprisingly good. As a composition student, I'm here to support the senior as well. By the way, the senior is lucky. The composition of this song shows real depth. Both the composition and arrangement are done by this guy called Xianyu. This bloke is truly deserving of the title Maestro. Composition Department, download and support Senior Sun Yao. P.S. Not to put a gold patch on our department, but this song, the Maestro nailed it. Looking forward to the charts at 12 noon tomorrow, wondering where Life Like a Summer Flower will rank. Don't worry, given the quality of this song, the ranking won't be bad. Who is this Xianyu? I've never heard of him before. Company, what do you require from the singer? Maestro just needs a mouth. As a student of the vocal music department, I don't mind being a tool. I just want to deliver excellent work under the guidance of the maestro. A bunch of night owls, why aren't you sleeping yet? The long night is coming. I will start watching tonight until I rest. Just like this, every night. Night your head. If you don't sleep, you're waiting to drop dead. The newcomer season every November is a feast for the music department students. If there happens to be an experienced peer at the feast, that's even better. As a result, many alumni didn't even listen to the song, just downloaded Life Like a Summer Flower, because Sun Yaohua is a graduate of Qin Art. 7:30 the next morning. After getting up and rinsing, Lin Yuan had breakfast in the cafeteria, then calmly made his way to the classroom. The first class hasn't started yet, but Lin Yuan had already started reading. However, the atmosphere this morning seemed different from usual. Instead of quietly playing with their phones as usual, the classmates around him were chattering about something. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, because this directly affected Lin Yuan's reading efficiency. Of course, the topics these classmates were discussing also inevitably seeped into Lin Yuan's ears as their conversations deepened. Have you listened to Life Like a Summer Flower? The person who asked this question was sitting in the row behind Lin Yuan. Of course, I stayed up until 2 a.m. for this newcomer season, listened to the song, and even downloaded it. Now this song is so popular on the campus forum. A girl mourns over her dark circles under her eyes. The song is indeed good. The level of composition is high, worthy of the term maestro we give to people in our line. An eyeglasses-wearing guy nodded proudly. Wake up, not every composer deserves the honor of maestro. With your level, even if you include your song as a gift to those newcomer singers, they wouldn't want it. I admit the composition of this song is remarkable, though the style of this song is not to my taste. Nonsense, a fan of electronic music like you wouldn't appreciate folk ballads. So they are discussing Life Like a Summer Flower. Seeing everyone's discussion, it seems that the song was well received. Lin Yuan's eyebrows slowly relaxed, and he instantly forgave his classmates for disturbing his studies. Just now that little girl said she had downloaded the song. With one song worth $1, the company takes 80 cents, the tool person gets 5 cents, and he can finally split 15 cents. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the girl who contributed 15 cents to him, despite sporting huge panda eyes, was quite pretty. As the first day of the newcomer season, November 1st is destined to be a special day. Today, all entertainment companies in Qin involved in the newcomer season won't be at ease until they see the newcomer chart officially open at noon. Even when the newcomer chart is revealed, if the performance of the company's newcomers does not meet the psychological expectations of the major entertainment companies, this low-pressure atmosphere might last for a whole month. Until the end of the newcomer season, this tense and nervous atmosphere seems to be even more pronounced in Starlight Entertainment. When everyone came to work this morning, even the greetings between colleagues seemed much softer than usual, especially the departments related to music. mainly because the company has not been performing well and promoting newcomers in recent years, and the high-level executives are very dissatisfied. The big boss has vented his anger more than once for this reason. Because of this, a considerable amount of the department's quarterly bonus has been cut. Therefore, in order for everyone to have a better life, everyone in the company genuinely hopes that the company can make a comeback this year. Plus, there's a rumor in the company. Chief Manager Zhao Ju has pledged before the higher-ups that a newcomer from the company must rank in the top 3 in the newcomer chart this year. Otherwise, she will voluntarily step down. This is a big deal. If the pledge is not fulfilled and Zhao Ju is indeed demoted by the higher-ups, it would be a major personnel change in Starlight. After all, Zhao Ju has a lot of power. And as the main character of the rumor, Zhao Ju has locked herself in her office since the morning, lying on the chair with her eyes closed. She has fallen into a state of self-isolation, not daring to look at her mobile phone or her computer because she has no confidence in this year's newcomers. Beep, 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 beep. Midnight eventually arrived. Today, the sound of the alarm seemed extraordinarily sharp and grating. It yanked Zhao Ju out of her state of seclusion. Let's do this. Zhao Ju opened her eyes, heaved a sigh, took a deep breath, and then switched on her computer. She wasn't the only one. The entirety of Starlight Entertainment, even the whole music-related industry at this moment, had their full attention directed at the freshly updated official chart, the newcomers chart. When they saw the first name on the newcomers chart, everyone simultaneously gave a similar sigh, a kind of strange similarity in their emotions. First place on the newcomers chart. It's Love, singer. Qian Xingyu, composer. Li Yuan, company. Sansi Entertainment. Downloads, 88.5K. In past years, various big companies would engage in a life-or-death struggle for the first position on the newcomers chart. But this year was different. The newcomer, Qian Xingyu, was too much of an anomaly. He made his debut just a month before the newcomer season by starring in the first drama of his life, rapidly gaining immense popularity and a substantial fan base to boot. Who could compete with such a newcomer? All anyone could do was sigh. With a trump card like Qian Xingyu, Sansi Entertainment is likely to hold the top spot all month. Zhao Ju also sighed, with envy and jealousy. Then, she decided to check the results from the bottom up. The newcomers chart only showed the rankings of the top 100, so it wouldn't take too much time to look through all 100 names. As for Starlight's newcomers not making it to the top 100, what a joke. Starlight Entertainment is one of the top entertainment companies in Qin continent. They have the privileged advantage of early resources. If a newcomer under the massive resources of Starlight Entertainment doesn't enter the top 100, such a level of talent definitely needs to pack up and leave. Zhao Ju isn't so bad at her job. At the 73rd rank, Zhao Ju saw the name of the first new artist at her company, which caused her brow to twitch a little. In the 55th position, Zhao Ju saw the second name from her company, which deepened her frown. When she reached the 12th spot, Zhao Ju had already seen the names of 8 company artists. The 11th spot did not belong to anyone in the company. Therefore, only 2 names remained. Did this mean Starlight Entertainment had managed to nab 2 places in the top 10 this year? Biting her lip, Zhao Ju started to check the names in the top 10, only to discover the 9th name belonging to the 9th newcomer from her company. Now, there was only one left. 8th place, 7th place, 6th place, 5th place. Finally, Zhao Ju found the name of the 10th artist. 3rd place on the newcomers chart. Life Like a Summer Flower, singer. Sun Yaohua, composer. Xianyu, company. Starlight Entertainment. Downloads, 33K. Zhao Ju's eyes widened in surprise, locking onto the 3rd place on the newcomers chart. She let out quick, sharp breaths, feeling a hint of narrow escape from peril. Top 3. It's actually top 3. As the chief agent, Zhao Ju, of course, knew Xianyu was the stage name used by Lin Yuan. What she hadn't expected was that in the end, Lin Yuan, the one who had almost driven her off a cliff, would actually be the one to pull her back from the edge. Fate indeed works in mysterious ways. No longer caring about the rankings of others, Zhao Ju's smile returned with a newfound confidence. Nobody can tear me down from now on. As long as I keep Lin Yuan in the top 3, I won't be demoted. The consequences of demotion are extremely severe. She still has to pay off the mortgage on her private villa at home. Suddenly standing up from her seat, Zhao Ju dialed a number quickly. Get in touch with a few music platforms immediately. I need their homepage recommendation slots, the highest level that Starlight can get. All right. Congratulations, Ms. Zhao. It seemed that the person on the other end knew what had happened. Zhao Ju chuckled. Thank you. You guys in the resources department need to step up your support too. After all, this is only the initial ranking. The initial ranking does not represent the final ranking. The fight will go on for another 29 days. But once a big company like Starlight has the top 3 spot on the first day, there's basically no chance of capsizing. If worse comes to worst, they still have the 9-for-1 strategy as a safety catch. What's 9-for-1? Naturally, it's about allocating resources from the other 9 songs and giving as much exposure as possible to Life Like a Summer Flower. This is a strategy that many small companies employ when they have one song exceeding expectations. Generally, Starlight wouldn't need to use this strategy. After all, Starlight is not just any small company. Having made the first call, and as if she thought of something else, Zhao Ju made another call. OL Zhou, does the composition department still need more people? Stop messing around, little Zhao. A stiff male voice came over the phone. The company forced me to recruit a bunch of newbie composers, all for the sake of newcomers chart. Is this a numbers game? Don't give me more trouble. My department is already overstaffed. Zhao Ju smiled. Not even Xianyu. Suddenly, the attitude on the other end did a swift 180-degree turn. Ms. Zhao, where is Xianyu? I can personally sign him on. Our composition department has been short of people lately. Chapter 9-8. Unworldly_1. The company's latest debut made it to the 3rd place on the Emerging Artists chart. The news surged through Starlight Entertainment as soon as the Emerging Artists chart launched, reinvigorating the spirits of the company's employees. Damn, finally a big shot has come and saved us. Will our music department's bonuses not get deducted this year? Damn, even our film and television department have been given tasks. Everyone from each department must download Life Like a Summer Flower. This year we finally have a 3rd placer, and it seems the higher-ups want to protect this momentum. Exactly. After all, Starlight is among the top 3 entertainment companies in the Qin continent. If it fails in the Emerging Artists chart, it will surely impact the company's image. You know, many music college graduates in Qin continent choose their employer based on these wind veins. There are countless entertainment companies in the Qin continent. Among them, the most prestigious 3 are undoubtedly Starlight Entertainment, Sansi Culture, and Brilliant Silverfire. In the past seasons for newcomers, the artists introduced by these 3 companies could almost dominate the top seats on the Emerging Artists chart. However, in recent years, while Sansi and Brilliant Silverfire remained stable, Starlight Entertainment's performance has been lagging. This has led outsiders to start questioning Starlight's authority in the music field. This impact is pretty severe. That's why the company's senior executives pressured Zhao Ju, who is entirely responsible for this matter. If it wasn't for this reason, under normal circumstances, the value of a single newcomer season would not be enough to upset the bosses of the company. And with the company employees' discussions, Xianyu's name was naturally spread by everyone. In contrast, there was very little discussion about Sun Yaohua. You must know, this is an era when ordinary people pay attention to composers, especially in an entertainment company, such a typical intra-industry environment. The status of a composer is much higher than that of a singer. Why else would there be a term maestro in the industry? Everyone knows one thing. The success of a song often comes from the composer's melody touching the listener's hearts. In other words, the success of Life Like a Summer Flower, created by Xianyu, is not picky about the audience. Even if the company had not chosen Sun Yaohua and instead chose someone else to sing, anyone with decent vocal skills could turn this song into a hit with the support of company resources. This is precisely why everyone admires the composers after the song becomes a hit. Of course, this doesn't apply to those singers with absurdly unique vocal traits. These type of singers are extremely rare in the music world. Their vocal skills are so exceptional that they can make any song sound good. They are ace-level talents. Their status is high enough to rival those of the prestigious maestros. When these outrageously talented singers collaborate with godlike maestros, they often bring out the best in each other, neither of them is expendable. After all, not every song can be sung by everyone. It's like bringing anyone to sing an opera in the studio is unacceptable. Of course, this does not mean that the more difficult a song is to perform, the better it is. Some songs that everyone can sing are outstanding, and you can't deny the excellence of such songs. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the atmosphere of the Emerging Artists season, following the release of the Emerging Artists chart, is spreading across the Qin continent. The attention of various companies has also temporarily shifted from Sansi Entertainment, which firmly holds the first place in the Emerging Artists chart, to Starlight Entertainment, one of the top 3 entertainment companies. Wow, Starlight's newcomer has returned to the top 3 this year. After all, it's one of the established top 3 entertainment companies. Starlight Entertainment couldn't possibly fail every year. It's so true that the old top 3 leave no room for survival. Sansi is unbreakable as the first place, Brilliant Silver Fire delivering stable performance as the second, and then Starlight regains its glory as the third. While they feast, we smaller companies can only sip on the soup. In addition to entertainment companies, music critics, of course, are also following the Emerging Artists chart, especially the songs in the top 3, which are the focus of many. On Weibo, music critics have launched an offensive, recommending their favorite new songs from the Emerging Artists chart. To everyone's surprise, the majority of music critics' choice for the recommended track is unanimously the third-place song, Life Like a Summer Flower. With such a wind, many netizens have also gotten interested in Life Like a Summer Flower, and the comment sections under the recommendations have also gotten lively. What a beautiful title! Life like a summer flower in its splendor. Death like an autumn leaf in its tranquil beauty. Even before listening to the song, based on the phrase, this song is beautiful. Among the 10 music critics I follow, 7 have recommended Life Like a Summer Flower. I must go and give it a listen. I've listened to the song, and it's pretty good. I'll download it. I've also listened to it. Personally, I think the song is average. It's true that personal taste trumps all. Anyway, I was stunned by Life Like a Summer Flower on my first listen. This is the first time a song without high notes has stunned me. Wow, there's something about this song. Thanks to the recommendation from the critics, this song is probably my biggest gain in this year's newcomer season. Without further ado, I'll add it to my playlist and favorite it. This is also something customary in the Qin continent. Every year during the newcomer season, nearly all music critics would take advantage of the season's popularity. Either they recommend the songs they love, or they accept bribes from entertainment companies and post the drafts prepared by the companies in advance. There are more of the former, less of the latter. Because in the Qin continent, music is seen as something holy, and the public is not stupid to let critics fool them. This has to do with the unique characteristics of the Qin continent. In Blue Star, there are 8 continents in total: Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei, plus the capital Zhong continent. Each continent has its own characteristic. Among them, the Qin continent is universally recognized as the land of music on Blue Star. It is home to many musicians. The neighboring Qi continent is known as the Grand Hall of Movies. But official data has shown that most of the movie soundtracks in Qi continent are produced with the help of maestros in Qin continental. Meanwhile, 80% of composers active on the Blue Star Art stage come from Qin continent. Not just songs of various styles, but also piano, violin, symphony, and so on. All kinds of music art have a huge commercial space in Qin continent. Hence, it clearly shows that the people of Qin continent are deeply passionate about music, which is why the new singers season has remained a traditional event here. Growing up immersed in it, people of Qin continent pride themselves on having a high taste in music. If someone from Qin continent brings up a topic related to music in front of people from the other 7 continents, their sense of superiority would simply be off the charts. Zhao Ju called Lin Yuan. As the call connected, the chief agent excitedly said, "Lin Yuan, you'll be moving to the composers department soon. Also, congratulations on making it to 3rd place on the new talent chart." "Am I 3rd?" On the other side of the phone, Lin Yuan thought for a while, then seriously asked, "Given the new singers season, is this rank considered good?" Zhao Ju was stumped by this question. It took her a while to digest it before realizing what Lin Yuan meant. She responded with a baffled, "Have you not been keeping an eye on the new talent chart today? I think my classmate was following it," Lin Yuan said. Zhao Ju was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. There were so many things wrong with Lin Yuan's answer that she didn't know where to start. She forced herself to carry on the conversation. "Yes, third place is a great achievement, but today is just the first day. I will help you maintain your ranking going forward." "Thank you, Ms. Zhao." Lin Yuan treated Zhao Ju with due respect. But Zhao Ju felt a little overwhelmed by Lin Yuan's calmness, which contrasted starkly with her own excitement. "Does this make me look like I've never seen the world before?" She had to abruptly change the subject. "Well, you should come to the company when you're free to sort out some paperwork. Also, your song's income will be transferred to your account at the end of the month. I'll hang up now." "Okay." Mentioning the income from his song, Lin Yuan's voice showed a hint of anticipation. This finally gave Zhao Ju a sense of, "I have actually seen the world." This kid. Chuckling, Zhao Ju shook her head, hung up the phone, and shifted her gaze back to her computer. It was the leaderboard for the new talent chart. Since finishing her lunch, Zhao Ju had been staring at this page, not daring to take her eyes off it for a second. She feared that with one blink, the third-place ranking would be lost. But as she kept watching, Zhao Ju sensed something was amiss. Not that fourth place was catching up. The fourth-place song had only just under 30,000 downloads. Compared to that, the number of downloads for Life Like a Summer Flower, from this morning up to now, had already reached a whopping 50,000. But something felt off here. Seems like the download count for Life Like a Summer Flower was increasing a bit too rapidly. Second place was a song by Brilliant Silverfire. Aries, a song by singer Zhang Yi, composed by Li Yang, had 53,000 downloads. When the chart was released, Aries had 43,000 downloads, and so far, it had risen by 10,000. But Life Like a Summer Flower started with only 33,000, and by now it had increased by nearly 20,000. What does this mean? Could it be that Starlight is going to overtake Brilliant Silverfire? The moment this thought crossed her mind, it grew like a weed. Her heartbeat quickened. Refresh, refresh, refresh. Moving the mouse, Zhao Ju repeatedly refreshed the web page, and just like she suspected, the data for Life Like a Summer Flower and the second-place song were getting closer, making her heartbeat race even more. At 6 o'clock in the evening, just before closing time, Zhao Ju didn't know how many times she had refreshed the leaderboard, but this time, she clearly saw that the second place in the new talent chart was now Life Like a Summer Flower. Downloads, 59,800. The third-place song, Brilliant Silverfire's Aries, had downloads remaining at 59,100 and was squeezed out of the top two. At that moment, Zhao Ju almost let out an ecstatic laughter. While she was still thinking about holding on to the third spot, Life Like a Summer Flower had silently overtaken Brilliant Silverfire and secured the second spot on the new talent chart. Only the first is a bit out of reach. In past New Singer seasons, this achievement of Life Like a Summer Flower was equivalent to sweeping the entire new talent chart and taking the crown outright. Just then, the phone rang. Zhao Ju answered it, asking knowingly, "What is it, OL Zhou?" The voice on the phone said, "Could you open the door, please?" Zhao Ju hesitated a moment before opening the door. Outside the door, a middle-aged man was standing with an excited smile on his face. "Ms. Zhao, second place no. I mean, it's been a while since we've had a meal together. Tonight, order whatever you want, it's on me. Also, when will Xian Yu be reporting to the composition department? We really need more people in our department." Oh, seeing OL Zhou's puppy-like behavior, Zhao Ju suddenly felt he was quite inexperienced. Chapter 10, 9 Methods to Ruin a Hobby_1. Many didn't expect Life Like a Summer Flower to go so strong, surpassing Brilliant Silverfire on the very first day. When everyone noticed this, the scene suddenly got lively. Starlight is second. After being mediocre for years, suddenly rising. Is Starlight in the legendary comeback scenario? Guys, don't forget, the person in the first place is an anomaly if you round it off. Life Like a Summer Flower is practically this year's winner. Rounding off works. Not even rounding off, there's something else none of us might have noticed. Even though the one in the first position is way ahead, but in terms of data increase, Starlight's Life Like a Summer Flower seems to be a bit higher. I hope you all understand what this means. A certain company's genius data cruncher saw the trend clearly. What do you mean? Anyway, get your stools and seeds ready, folks. By the end of the month, we might get to watch a divine bout. This is interesting. We thought Sanxi had secured its position. This year there was no suspense. At that time, Zheng Yi, the singer who was previously ranked second in Brilliant Silver Fire, was having dinner with his songwriter, Lin Yuan. This dinner was enough to max out a couple of thousand credit cards. The huge red king crab on the table was jackknifing around, flaunting its prowess, providing context to this dinner. A celebratory feast. However, midway through dinner, Zheng Yi received a call from the company about his song, Aries, being overtaken by the third-ranked song. At that moment, the king crab in his bowl didn't seem so appealing anymore. Zheng Yi stared blankly at Li Yang, as if to ask, "My spot? Where did my huge number second spot go that was just there?" Songwriter Li Yang remained silent. He simply took out his phone and earphones and played Life Like a Summer Flower. All right. Li Yang admitted he was a bit complacent. When the new artist chart was released, he, being the second on the list, only listened to the first song. He was not at all interested in Life Like a Summer Flower, which was third. Who would pay attention to those who are not as good as oneself? But after listening to the song, Li Yang, with mixed emotions, clicked on download and looked at the song in first place on the newcomer list, his face suddenly turning ferocious. They all must die. Meanwhile, in Starlight's company dormitory, Sun Yaohua, who was also watching the rankings closely all day, of course, noticed Life Like a Summer Flower soaring to second place on the list. He suddenly stood up. Damn, I'm on fire. No wonder the industry has been circulating legends of various composers. Many debut singers even jokingly say, "I'm willing to be a dog for a maestro." Because when you encounter a remarkable maestro, even a dog tied up in the recording studio can become famous. He, who has always been yearning to debut, was just dazedly pulled over by his manager to record a song, dazedly sang, as was required of him, and unexpectedly surged to second place on the new artist list, becoming one of the most dazzling singers of this newcomer season. The following is a fill-in-the-blank question. What is Sun Yaohua contemplating about how to greet Lin Yuan the next time he sees him, putting aside any pretext of having a backbone? In the meantime, at Qin Continent Art Academy, Lin Yuan, who had little knowledge of everything, was reading a book in the library when a crisp system prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. Congratulations, host total prestige has reached 10,000. Reward for prestige reaching 10,000. 5 years of life. Reward for prestige reaching 10,000. 3 bronze treasure chests. Reward for prestige reaching 10,000. 1 silver treasure chest. Prestige has reached 10,000. Lin Yuan looked up at the 4 shining lines of text and had the intention to look at his current information and data. Age, 19. Life span, 27. Painting, 45. Literature, 105. Music, 12,580. Total, 12,730. The prestige value of the painting and literature categories remained unchanged. The value of the musical prestige had surged, breaking 10,000, evidently the result of Life Like a Summer Flower. Most importantly, his lifespan increased by 5 years. Now, Lin Yuan's lifespan had reached 27 years. Even though it was just 5 more years of life, this temporarily allowed Lin Yuan to escape the threat of death. Lin Yuan asked in his heart, "System, how much prestige is needed for the next increase in lifespan?" The system answered, "The host body has a terminal illness. Theoretically, it is incurable. Therefore, in order to treat the host, the system uses its highest level of healing technology in the universe to modify the host's constitution. Hence, the prestige requirement will only get higher. The amount of prestige points required for the host to get the next system treatment to increase his lifespan is," Lin Yuan asked, "100,000? The system replied, "No, it's 1,000,000. Lin Yuan suddenly became solemn. He had a hunch from the system's long-winded explanation that the prestige requirement for increasing lifespan would definitely be high, but he did not expect it to be so high. Too difficult. Not even 100,000 works. Yet demands 1,000,000. Lin Yuan was a bit upset. Am I supposed to release 100 songs at the level of Life Like a Summer Flower? Don't worry. The system explained, while life like a summer flower currently only provided you with tens of thousands of prestige points, this doesn't mean that is all the popularity you can garner from this song. As long as this song continues to attract new audiences in the future, your prestige will continue to rise. Theoretically, the rate at which your prestige rises will accelerate. 1 million may seem like a lot, but it's achievable in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan blinked forcefully. The system momentarily glitched. Lin Yuan mentally snickered, but accepted the fact. He had a vague idea that as long as he produced more works in the future, and Xian Yu's reputation grew bigger, attracting more attention, his prestige would naturally increase. Of course, this required him to continuously produce new works to earn prestige. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan looked expectantly at the 4 treasure boxes in his inventory. What good things could he get from opening them? Without hesitating, Lin Yuan directly opened 2 bronze treasure boxes. As for the 3rd bronze treasure box, he decided to leave it as suspense for himself. Bronze treasure chest opened. Obtained song Big Fish. Bronze treasure chest opened. Obtained song Easy to Ignite and Explode. It seemed that the system was aware that in Qin continent, the land of music, music-related rewards were the most valuable, hence the contents of the bronze treasure boxes were mostly related to music. Open the silver treasure box as well, Lin Yuan said. Next, Lin Yuan saw a flash of light. Silver treasure chest opened. Obtained piano piece, Mariage d'amour. The silver treasure box came with a special effect, but this reward was indeed valuable. It was Mariage d'amour. The value of this piano piece far exceeded that of a song. After all, it was one of the top works composed by Paul Senneville for Richard Clayderman, a classic piece that countless people on Earth have heard. No wonder it was in the silver treasure box. If given the opportunity to release this universally popular piano piece, it would likely significantly raise his prestige, right? Lin Yuan thought with anticipation. However, being hasty wasn't the solution. Just like how the success of Life Like a Summer Flower was assisted by Starlight's resources, lacking a good platform or opportunity would impact the efficiency of gaining prestige. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan suddenly had a question. If I don't reveal my identity in reality when I release works, will it affect the prestige points I gain? No. The system seemed too lazy to type, directly answering with a mechanical voice in Lin Yuan's mind. For an identity like Xian Yu, it points directly to you. Therefore, it's the same whether you are in the forefront or behind the scenes. He understood. Just like how the description Jian Yi and Xia Fan's best friend ultimately pointed to him, as long as the final pointer was correct, it was fine. Why did this sound a bit like Cthulhu logic? Lin Yuan asked again. What is the exact standard for establishing prestige? The system replied. Prestige comes from the audience's approval of the work. Because the audience appreciates Life Like a Summer Flower from the bottom of their hearts, their love for the song will be transformed into prestige points. The actual amount of prestige points converted depends on the extent to which the audience loves the work. Oh, as Lin Yuan was experiencing the bonus of prestige for the first time, he was obviously more interested in it. Comparatively, the prestige reward was far sweeter than the troublesome tasks. Of course, even a mosquito is meat. Lin Yuan wouldn't disdain a reward just because it was a bronze treasure box. As for the task about the exam, Lin Yuan still needed to try his best to complete it. Just then, Lin Yuan's phone suddenly rang. When he looked, it turned out to be a group alert from his class group. Mr. Huang, who was in charge of the major course, had tagged everyone. Students, there's a new announcement from the department. Our major will have an exam on November 15th. Next week, you need to add a big topic to your music appreciation homework. You've heard Life Like a Summer Flower, right? Please prepare in advance and pinpoint the reasons for the success of this new song from a composer's perspective. Highlight it. I predict it will definitely be in the exam. The group was immediately filled with groans. No way. Teacher, this is my favorite song lately. So, is this another song that I'll like until I vomit? Guys, I can already announce in advance. I no longer like Life Like a Summer Flower. There were quite a few people who liked Life Like a Summer Flower. But as Lu Sun once said, the best way to ruin a song for music students is to make it their homework. But Lin Yuan was very happy. Since his classmates had already given all the prestige they could, the system couldn't possibly deduct it, right? As for whether they'd still like Life Like a Summer Flower in the future, Lin Yuan wasn't concerned. He still had other songs in his possession. Moreover, Lin Yuan was confident about the exam since the system provided reference materials along with the songs. What's the homework song? The group messages were increasing rapidly, already at 99 plus. Some students who showed up late and were too lazy to scroll through found it hard to keep up with the quick messages and had to type to ask their classmates. Life Like a Summer Flower. If you ask again, I'll commit suicide. This was a reply from the class monitor. A sense of resentment permeated through the screen, who even added, I hate seeing you. +1, +2, +3. The class was remarkably unified. Lin Yuan typed a series of ellipses, intentionally disrupting the solidarity, feeling that these people were being overly harsh. Then he realized, everyone hated seeing you. What did that have to do with me, Lin Yuan? Chapter 11. 10 Joining the Composition Department _1. November 7th. Taking advantage of the school's break weekend, Zhao Ju drove to the Qin Continent Art Academy to pick up Lin Yuan. They were to go to Starlight Entertainment to handle his transfer to the music composition department. Lin Yuan carried his textbooks from his major classes. This time he was seated in the front passenger seat. Along the way, Lin Yuan was listening to music. The song playing in the car was Life Like a Summer Flower, played on repeat. This had been the case for the past week. Every day Zhao Ju was in the car, she would listen to this song without growing tired of it. Occasionally, she even hummed a few lines if she was in a good mood. This song probably held a special meaning for Zhao Ju in her lifetime. By the way, Zhao Ju suddenly spoke to Lin Yuan as they were about to reach the company. Although Life Like a Summer Flower is in second place, over the past week, its download increase rate has surpassed the first place song. So, after this morning's meeting, the company officially decided to challenge Sansi for the top spot on the newcomers list. Second place? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was somewhat pleased. Zhao Ju, on the other hand, was so shocked she was lost for words. She desperately wanted to grab Lin Yuan's ear and emphasize, can you please pay a little more attention to how your own song is doing? In the end, Zhao Ju held back. She just gave Lin Yuan a heads up, saying, however, the situation regarding this top spot is rather unusual, so I'm not certain that we can necessarily pull it off. Lin Yuan nodded. He didn't know that Starlight Entertainment initially had no plans to fight for the top spot with Life Like a Summer Flower. After all, aiming for first place was a substantial investment, given the heavy presence of the current first place holder. But Life Like a Summer Flower was performing exceptionally well. Its download increase rate was consistently higher than that of the first-ranked song. On top of that, Zhao Ju approached one of the company's higher-ups who could make the final decision on this matter, adeptly used language, and playfully made a comment. We could give Sansi a run for their money. This was where Zhao Ju's shrewdness shone through. Had she directly said that she wanted to put more resources into promoting Life Like a Summer Flower to vie for the top spot on the newcomers list, the executives might not have been willing. After all, this song was new and pouring too much money into its promotion may not have been deemed financially worthwhile. But if this endeavor could ruffle the feathers of Sansi, after only slight hesitation, the executive nodded his agreement. Only if it cost a little more, it would be fantastic to irk their rival. The three prominent entertainment companies of Qin Continent were quite discordant. Starlight and Sansi were particularly at odds with each other, weren't they? The specific reason was no longer traceable, but all companies in the world were mortal enemies. Most importantly, after this decision was made, extensive online promotion for Life Like a Summer Flower commenced, building momentum for the song. Upon arriving at the company entrance and tossing the car keys to the approaching security guard, Zhao Ju led Lin Yuan straight to the composition department. Hello, Ms. Zhao. Hello, Ms. Zhao. Walking through the company, there were even more staff members greeting Zhao Ju than Lin Yuan remembered from his first visit, and everyone seemed more enthusiastic as well. Some staff members also looked toward Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan's young appearance made it hard for anyone who hadn't seen him up close to associate this college student-looking boy with the increasingly discussed topic around the company, Xianyu. They took the elevator to the 10th floor. Soon, they arrived at the composition department. Standing at the entrance, Lin Yuan took in the interior of the composition department. The department was broader than he had imagined. The spacious and exquisite interior had a cultured ambience. Between the office desks, there were long distances and bookshelves, ensuring personal privacy. The bookshelves held many music-related books. This work environment reminded Lin Yuan of his school's library. It was quite comfortable. Ms. Zhao, O.L. Zhou, the person in charge of the composition department, had been eagerly waiting at the entrance with a beaming smile for Zhao Ju. But when he saw Zhao Ju and Lin Yuan, his smile faltered, asking, "Where's Xianyu?" Members of the composition department also paused their work to curiously peek toward the entrance. The department held a meeting in the morning during which everyone was notified that the composer of Life Like a Summer Flower, Xianyu, would be reporting to the composition department today. Everyone was eager to see what Xianyu looked like. "Isn't he right here?" Zhao Ju gracefully introduced Lin Yuan. O.L. Zhou was dumbstruck. He had noticed Lin Yuan trailing behind Zhao Ju, but his appearance led O.L. Zhou to believe he was just another artist Zhao Ju was working with. He hadn't expected that the college student-like young man was, in fact, the legendary Xianyu. Zhao Ju laughed heartily. She understood O.L. Zhou's surprise. When she had signed Lin Yuan, she was confident because Lin Yuan had not only the talent of an enchanting singing voice, but also a face that was pleasing to the eye. With such qualities, he was bound to make it big. This was precisely why. Even Zhao Ju hadn't expected Lin Yuan to possess such extraordinary songwriting talent to create a song like Life Like a Summer Flower. If not for his ruined voice, what a blessed child he would have been. At this moment, not just O.L. Zhou, but the members of the composition department peeking out were collectively taken aback, looking at each other in disbelief. This boy with the appearance of an idol artist, he's Xianyu? Haha. O.L. Zhou's smile suddenly panned out again, and he walked towards Lin Yuan enthusiastically, reaching out his hand, and said, "Welcome, welcome." Xianyu is young? To O.L. Zhou, this was not a bad thing at all. On the contrary, it was a great thing because the younger he was, the more it demonstrated that this Xianyu was extraordinarily talented. He just had to give Lin Yuan room to grow. Perhaps in the future, when Lin Yuan's experience matures, he will be able to write songs that are even better than Life Like a Summer Flower. Therefore, after being surprised by Lin Yuan's youth, O.L. Zhou's mood became even better. "Thank you." Lin Yuan shook hands with him. Zhao Ju reminded him from the side. "O.L. Zhou, this boy's real name is Lin Yuan. He's currently a sophomore student in the composition department of Qin Continent Art Academy, so he won't be able to come to the company during class hours. I need to mention this to you first. Furthermore, regarding pay, I hope Lin Yuan's treatment is the same as the other people in the composition department." "No problem." O.L. Zhou agreed immediately. "Our composition department has precedence of signing current students. Besides, everyone in the company knows that the composition department is the most laid-back one. How many big shots in the department come to the company less than 5 times a year? What the hell can I do about them? I basically have to coax them every day." Zhao Ju frowned. "Don't swear in front of the kid." O.L. Zhou chortled and nodded immediately, but he was slightly surprised inside. It was the first time he had seen Zhao Ju protecting someone so much within the company. It seemed that Lin Yuan must be a precious talent in her eyes. However, if he joins the composition department and can still write songs at the level of Life Like a Summer Flower, then he can naturally be my cherished talent too. Never underestimate O.L. Zhou. As the boss of the Starlight Composition Department, O.L. Zhou has a lot of prestige. After all, several of the company's top composers work in this department. It's just that these high-ranking composers rarely come to the company to work. Don't ask, they're out seeking inspiration. Anyway, as long as these composers can write good songs that generate sufficient income for the company each year, even the company's boss wouldn't have any objection to them not coming to work. All right then. Zhao Ju patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and instructed, "From now on you are a part of the composition department. If you encounter any problems, you can find me. If you need a ride to the company, call me. If I have time, I'll pick you up, and if I don't, I'll send someone. Are you entrusting him to my care?" O.L. Zhou chuckled. "Fine, little Zhao. With him in my care, feel free to go about your business." Zhao Ju, calling yourself Brother Zhou, is fine, given your age. But the talent just arrived, and I've turned back from MS, Zhao to little Zhao? Too realistic. She turned her head, waved, and walked towards the elevator. Lin Yuan also waved at Zhao Ju, though she didn't see it as she had turned her back. Next, Ol Zhou had Lin Yuan sign a few contracts. The contracts had many clauses. Lin Yuan only quickly skimmed the important ones. For instance, the base salary in the composition department was 10,000 yuan a month, with royalties from the works calculated separately. Also, although the composers owned the copyright of their works, the company had the right of first use, etc. The contracts were all pretty standard within the industry. In this regard, Starlight's industry reputation was quite good. After half an hour signing contracts and reviewing terms, Lin Yuan officially became a member of Starlight Entertainment's composition department. This is your seat. Ol Zhou chose a seat by the window for Lin Yuan. It was one of the best seats in the company, with a view of the outside scenery just by turning your head. Watching Lin Yuan take the seat immediately made the rest of the team members in the composition department jealous. That's Father Yang's seat. It doesn't matter. After all, those wayward maestros in the department never come to work. It's always empty. It's just that even if it's empty for a few years, it won't be our turn to sit there. Following that, Lin Yuan opened the backpack he brought to the company and took out a few books to read. After all, he was about to have exams. The group of postgraduates in the composition department, who had graduated many years ago, were all sneaking glances at Lin Yuan. When they saw the books that Lin Yuan took out, they thought they had seen wrong. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Because Lin Yuan took out 3 books: Consolidation of Composition Basics, Theory and Practical Knowledge of Composition, Simple Chord Explanation. That is, it looks like the course books of second-year students. Lin Yuan, who didn't know that the people behind him were staring at him, was seriously reviewing the contents that might be examined. He recited softly. In a chord, the note at the highest voice part determines the harmonic position. There are 3 harmonic positions in major and minor chords: root position, first inversion, and second inversion. In practice, major or minor chords, whether close or open, are not allowed to have voice crossing. And voice crossing means that the secondary voice part is higher than the middle voice part, the bass is higher than the secondary voice part, or the soprano is lower than the middle voice part. Is this the Xian Yu who wrote Life Like a Summer Flower? Faced with this somewhat strange scene, the atmosphere in the composition department suddenly turned weird. Then, everyone suddenly felt both inferior and proud, 2 completely different conflicting feelings simultaneously. Chapter 12. 11. Do you think I still have a chance? _1. Lin Yuan's office work at the composition department was essentially just revising for his exams in a different location. Nobody in the department said anything about his open exam preparations during work hours. After all, that can also be counted as work. Composers must always strive to improve themselves, though Lin Yuan's improvement seemed a tad too basic. After the weekend was over, Lin Yuan returned to campus, and in mid-November, he finally faced his professional exams. Inside the examination hall, as the papers were handed out, the invigilator's gaze was sharpened like a sword. This classroom has cameras, and my eyes are even more incisive than them. You should all be very clear on the consequences of cheating. The examination hall fell silent. Lin Yuan did not pay any attention to the invigilator's threat and boasting. After all, he had revised thoroughly, and after a quick glance at the paper, he felt confident. Because the last major topic on the paper was Life Like a Summer Flower, just as his professor had predicted. How could the dragon on one's face lose? Lin Yuan felt happy, and his pen glided on paper as if guided by a deity. The exam lasted for an hour, and he completed the entire paper, including Life Like a Summer Flower, in about 40 minutes. After reviewing his answers for a further 10 minutes, Lin Yuan felt he was secure and proceeded to hand in his paper. The moment he walked out of the classroom, basking in the midday sunlight, Lin Yuan was already looking forward to the treasure chest. As Lin Yuan expected another bronze treasure chest, Qian Xingyu's manager, Ol Lu, was bothered today. Because the download figures of the top 2 songs on the newcomers chart were incredibly close. The top song, It's Love, Yeah, had 225,000 downloads. The second, Life Like a Summer Flower, had 214,000 downloads. From last week, Starlight Entertainment suddenly poured a big investment into promoting Life Like a Summer Flower, with the clear intention to snatch the first place. Lu felt a sense of crisis at that time and promptly notified Qian Xingyu to intensify the promotion of his song. However, Qian Xingyu didn't take it seriously. The gap between the two songs was quite big. Although Life Like a Summer Flower saw a higher increase in numbers, Qian Xingyu, being a special case rookie, didn't consider himself a rookie. Until today, having watched Life Like a Summer Flower, numbers rapidly rise, with the gap between the two songs diminishing significantly. Even the confident Qian Xingyu began to panic. How did he catch up so quickly? That song is damn eerie. Lu gritted his teeth. No worries, we have a live streaming event later, right? You can call on your fans during the event, and given your influence, we should be able to pull ahead again. All right. Unlike his aloofness last week, today, Qian Xingyu was very cooperative. Half an hour later, Qian Xingyu began his live stream. The live streaming event was an expensive affair. After much effort from the company, the event pulled in a considerable audience. Not only were his fans present, but also casual viewers from the platform. It was indeed a fantastic platform for promotion. After greeting the audience, Qian Xingyu eagerly began his promotional program. Has everyone listened to my first song, It's Love, yeah? It's currently on top of the newcomers chart, you know? Those who haven't listened yet, don't forget to check it out, and all my stars, also don't forget to support Xingyu by downloading the song. Support. Definitely supporting. Xingyu, keep going. Your stars will always stand with you. Seeing the numerous pop-up comments appearing in front of him, Qian Xingyu's smile broadened. Things should go smoothly now, right? No, he couldn't let his guard down. Starlight's song was indeed kind of eerie. Qian Xingyu decided to be cautious. Therefore, for the next few dozen minutes, except for interacting with fans and audiences per the event's requirements, he mainly focused on promoting his song. However, with 5 minutes remaining before the live stream ended, Qian Xingyu saw a comment pop up. Qian Xingyu is busted. Where was this malicious fan coming from? Why frame me for no reason? Qian Xingyu felt slightly angered. The malicious fan was quickly banned by the admin. But after a few seconds, new comments began to appear in large numbers, which even the admin couldn't ban in time. Qian Xingyu is busted. Underdog took the top spot on the newcomers chart. Qian Xingyu, you're ranked second now. Oh hell, Life Like a Summer Flower is lit. Overthrown, he's been overthrown. Surprise, surprise. Your first place has been overtaken by the second. It was then that Qian Xingyu realized. Those weren't personal attacks. Those comments were all about the newcomers chart. I've been busted. Am I the second now? He suddenly froze in front of the camera. Manager Lu knew things would turn disastrous if they continued to stream. He rushed in front of the camera and smiled. Thank you, everybody. That's the end of Xingyu's live stream. With that, Lu had the live stream shut down immediately. Phew. Pounding his chest, Lu turned to look at Qian Xingyu, only to find him already checking the latest rankings on newcomers chart using his phone. In first place, Life Like a Summer Flower, with a download count of 233,000. In second place, It's Love, yeah, with a download count of 231,100. The first place had indeed exploded, and it happened while Qian Xingyu was still live streaming. Streaming disaster. This phrase appeared in Lu's mind. It was a huge blow to the artists. Lu opened his mouth, trying to comfort the young Qian Xingyu, but he saw Qian Xingyu staring at him with a deep gaze, asking, Lu, do you think I still stand a chance? For some reason, Lu felt the air go cold. He braced himself and said, the company probably won't invest too much money for the newbies. It's not your fault. We've done what we could. The moment Starlight overtook Sansi, many people received the news instantly, causing a wave of discussion in the industry. Has it really risen to the top? That's too fierce. What a show by Starlight. Starlight is probably the first choice for recent graduates from all elite colleges this year. How did Dragon Rider lose? When Qian Xingyu claimed the top spot on the newcomers chart on his first day, no one had ever thought that the real boss was hidden in the not-so-noticeable third place. Meanwhile, in Starlight's songwriting department, everyone's gazes were unanimously fixed on the empty seat by the window. They seemed to once again see the image of Xian Yu quietly reciting sophomore foundational courses in their minds. The next day, Lin Yuan was on his way to the classroom to check his results when he received a call from Zhao Ju. "Congratulations, you're first on the newcomers chart." "I know. Since yesterday, people in the dormitory and his class had been continuously talking about senior son Yao Hua's song topping the newcomers chart. It would have been hard for Lin Yuan not to know." "Not bad. Keep up the good work." Although Lin Yuan's reaction was rather mild, Zhao Ju had gotten used to it from past experiences. After encouraging Lin Yuan a few times, he hung up the phone and danced happily in his office. On arriving at the classroom, the moment the test papers and report cards were handed out, a voice rang in Lin Yuan's mind. "Your scores are now within the top 25 in the class. Congratulations on completing the task assigned by the system." Next, a subtitle appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. "Task reward, 1 bronze treasure box." With that, Lin Yuan now had 2 unopened bronze treasure boxes. He decided to save them up like he'd save money. It was indeed fun. He checked his report card. This time, Lin Yuan had gone beyond the requirements of the system's task. His scores had impressively made it to the 13th position in his class. "The questions were just suitable for me," Lin Yuan thought to himself. The exam had life like a summer flower. It was practically handing Lin Yuan free marks. But when Lin Yuan looked at his test paper, he was stunned. The last question was about interpreting life like a summer flower. A full score of 20, but he had only scored 8. His high score was due to his high scoring rate for the other questions. A background music appeared in his mind. "Child, do you have lots of questions?" Lin Yuan couldn't help but glance at his classmates' test papers. Most of them had scored more than 10 points on the life like a summer flower question. He had scored the least. As Lin Yuan looked at others' papers, others were also looking at his. It was mainly because Lin Yuan's usual scores were not remarkable, but this time he had made it to the 13th place in the class, so everyone was quite surprised. "Lin Yuan, you're amazing. You've been studying hard recently, and it really paid off. You got the 13th place. Huh. You've scored high on the previous questions, but your score on the last question, life like a summer flower, is a bit low. Otherwise, you could have made it to the top 10. What a pity. It seems you didn't prepare well for this question." The teacher did mention that life like a summer flower would most likely be in the exam. "You don't understand this song." The classmates shook their heads, feeling the lost points on this question were a big pity. Some even suggested that Lin Yuan listened to life like a summer flower carefully to understand what the songwriter was trying to express. Therefore, Lin Yuan's smile froze on his face. He stared blankly at the big red crosses on his exam paper next to the question about life like a summer flower, lost in thought. This time, even the system couldn't bear watching and consoled Lin Yuan. "Even artist Pooh doesn't understand life like a summer flower. So who does understand?" Lin Yuan asked. "The teacher who marked the paper," the system replied. Chapter 13, 12 Returning to Simplicity _1. The potential of life like a summer flower is higher than many people in the industry anticipated. In the following days, the download count for the song rose steadily. Sansi Culture didn't have any hope to retaliate. Starlight Entertainment had secured the upper hand completely. However, because there was no longer any suspense about the newcomer chart, discussions about Xian Yu within Starlight gradually subsided. Lin Yuan didn't care about all these things. These days, his favorite thing to do every day was to look at his own reputation status. With the rise in the download count for life like a summer flower, his reputation had now increased to 15,000. But it's still a long way from the million reputation points required by the system. Lin Yuan knew that the reputation he gained from life like a summer flower would eventually saturate, and he would have to find the right opportunity to release new work in order to continue boosting his reputation. The 21st. Another weekend was approaching. When Lin Yuan returned to the composition department for work, his colleagues in the department were just barely able to treat Lin Yuan normally. O.L. Zhou, the director of the composition department, assigned a mature colleague to guide Lin Yuan. The reason this colleague was considered mature might be because he didn't have much hair, making him look like a veteran in the industry, reliable. This mature colleague was named Wu Yong. Wu Yong also had some decent works under his name. Although his signature work didn't achieve the success of life like a summer flower. He made up for it with his high productivity, and all his works met the company's standards. In fact, 70% of the songwriters in the entire Starlight are like Wu Yong. Lin Yuan. After being assigned by Ol Zhou to help Lin Yuan, Wu Yong greeted him. "We're all colleagues here. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. You can call me Ol Wu or Brother Yong. Brother Yong, please guide me." Lin Yuan could clearly hear the emphasis Wu Yong gave to the words Brother Yong. Thus, he humored his wish. Workplace etiquette in Blue Star was still quite important. Of course, if there's a big gap in abilities between the previous and the next generation, lack of politeness could still be excused as personality. This was the same everywhere. Fair enough. Hearing Lin Yuan's form of address, Wu Yong's attitude became much warmer. With the success of Life Like a Summer Flower, Lin Yuan, who has just entered his sophomore year, could be regarded as a young successful composer. However, most young successful people have the problem of being arrogant because of their ability. Wu Yong was originally worried that Lin Yuan would be like this. But it seems that Lin Yuan is not arrogant. He just speaks less, and his personality is a bit introverted. "By the way, you haven't joined the group yet." Wu Yong smiled and said, "Give me your contact ID, and I'll add you and invite you into the group. All Starlight composers are in this group. Even the high-level executives of the company can't join this group. And the atmosphere in our group is great. We all chat in the group when we're free, and sometimes even Maestro pops out in the group. If you can get guidance from Maestro, it would be a huge gain." Maestro is a very broad term. For Sun Yaohua, Lin Yuan was a maestro. When faced with an excellent song, the audience also likes to call the composer maestro, but in fact, this is just a compliment. Looking at the entire field of composition, Lin Yuan's current achievements are far from reaching the maestro level. The real maestros are super cattle that the entire industry admires. Even in Starlight Entertainment, there are only a few people of this level. Wu Yong added Lin Yuan's contact details and pulled him into a big composing group called Starlight. System prompt. Lin Yuan joined the group chat. The number of people in this group was far beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. Including Lin Yuan, there were actually 953 people. Seems like Wu Yong noticed Lin Yuan's puzzlement. Wu Yong smiled and said, "All these over 1,000 people are composers of the company. The Starlight building has 50 floors in total. From the 10th to the 20th floor, they all belong to our composition department. What you are seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg. When you have time, I'll take you for a tour." Lin Yuan, after pondering, came to terms. He was too presumptuous and had instinctively judged based on his experience on Earth. This was not Earth. Qin continent is one of the 8 continents of the Blue Star, commonly known as the Land of Music, and Starlight is one of the 3 major entertainment companies in this land of music. It would indeed be weird if the composition department didn't have thousands of composers. Moreover, composing is not just about writing songs. The real meaning of composition includes many more categories. Why isn't anyone speaking? Wu Yong noticed that after Lin Yuan joined the group, only a few people in the group sent welcome new member messages. It made him feel a bit awkward. He had just said that the atmosphere in the group was good, but when the new member joined the group, only a few people came out to welcome. After some thought, Wu Yong said, "Change your nickname to Xianyu." Lin Yuan, hearing this, complied. But as soon as he changed his nickname, the group chat suddenly became lively, as if the previous quietness did not exist. Is this the authentic envious fish? That Life Like a Summer Flower. Welcome, new member, welcome, welcome. Oh wow, welcome Xianyu to join the group chat. Ah, it's Xianyu. Welcome, welcome, warmly welcome. To show their friendliness, someone even sent a big red envelope with the words, "Welcome Xianyu" on it. It's worth $200. A bunch of creatures that eye on the plate of the disc. Cursing quietly in his heart, Wu Yong coughed lightly. "I told you, the atmosphere in this group is indeed not bad." Lin Yuan nodded. He also thought it was good. At this time, a chat member named Zheng Jing suddenly mentioned Lin Yuan's ID and said, "Envious fish, I've listened to Life Like a Summer Flower. It's really good." Maestro, maestro. Wow, hello Ms. Jing. Little Leo welcomed Ms. Jing's arrival. "I am so fortunate to see Maestro speak in the group today. Ms. Jing is awe-inspiring." Front row admiring Ms. Jing's grace. Ms. Jing spoke up in the group. I'm here to bask in Ms. Jing's aura. When Zheng Jing appeared, the atmosphere in the group couldn't be described as lively anymore. It was boiling. Holy crap. Even Wu Yong couldn't control his swearing due to the excitement. His hand was shaking. Hello, Ms. Jing. Long live Maestro. Long live. A thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind. The original owner's memory also had this character named Zheng Jing. She was indeed a maestro, ranked at the top among music composers in Starlight and the entire Qin continent. Not only men can be called maestro. Top female composers are also referred to as maestro by everyone, probably because the term maestra doesn't sound as good. Several songs composed by Zheng Jing were songs that the original owner could sing. So Lin Yuan asked Wu Yong, did Zheng Jing compose Red? Yes, it's her, definitely her. Wu Yong was excited and turned red. Red is just one of her representative works. There are also Blue and White. The Color Trilogy by Zheng Jing 5 years ago made a Heavenly King-level singer. Before he sang songs composed by her, he was almost reduced to a resident singer at a bar. Therefore, Maestro Jing is considered a legendary maestro in our industry. This is the first time I've seen her speak out. You actually received her compliment. I don't know how many people in this group are envious and weeping. Sure enough, it's her. Lin Yuan nodded, and also mentioned Zheng Jing in his message, replying, thank you. Your works are not bad too. The group chat was quiet all at once. The excitement on Wu Yong's face instantly froze. His expression was somewhat distorted, and he stared dumbfoundedly at Lin Yuan. Your works are not bad too. Is this the compliment? This is a compliment, right? But why does it feel somewhat off? What exactly is off? Ah, indeed, something is off. This is Zheng Jing, damn it. An authentic maestro. When a maestro in the industry compliments you, how could you casually say, your works are not bad too? Maestro on top. Aren't you supposed to be like us now, worshipping Ms. Jing, showing the utmost respect and fear? What are you saying? Are these even human words? Wu Yong was speechless, while his inner roar was deafening, and he could swear to the heavens. Everyone else in the group definitely thought the same way. He even thought before that Lin Yuan wasn't an arrogant young genius. Where's the non-arrogance? This is clearly the kind of arrogance that has reached its peak, the kind of winning without sounding the gong. It's almost like returning to the origin. However, although the group quieted down, Zheng Jing didn't feel like anything was wrong, and she mentioned Lin Yuan once again. Looking forward to your new song. Lin Yuan replied. At this moment, the group became even quieter. Wu Yong didn't even know how to describe the Lin Yuan he was seeing at this moment. Would you say he's impolite? But his expression while typing was serious, exuding respect for such high-ranking seniors. This couldn't be faked even if he tried. Even through the screen, only Wu Yong, who was sitting next to him, could see it. But if you say he's polite, look at what he's typed. What the hell are these words? Do you know who you're talking to? He scratched his hair until several strands of his already sparse hair fell off. While Wu Yong was in pain, he finally figured out the root cause. The interaction between Lin Yuan and Zheng Jing felt like a conversation between two maestros. Lin Yuan's tone was so calm, as if he was a maestro who could be on equal footing with Zheng Jing. But then, again, compared to Zheng Jing, you are nothing. More confusingly, Zheng Jing wasn't even angry, as though Lin Yuan's way of speaking, in her eyes, there was nothing wrong. Chapter 14:13, Returning to 0_1. A perfect chat group, almost ruined by Lin Yuan and Zheng Jing. Anyway, after Lin Yuan and Zheng Jing ended their conversation, it was dead silent in the group for a full 2 hours. Not just in the group. Even in the department, quite a few people occasionally stole glances at Lin Yuan with a somewhat strange look in their eyes. Apparently, these people were also members of the Starlight Composers group and had seen Lin Yuan's comments in the group. You've unintentionally offended a lot of people. Wu Yong could not help but warn Lin Yuan. Although he thought Lin Yuan's way of speaking in the group was inappropriate, seeing the seriousness in the others typing, he did not think Lin Yuan was deliberately making a spectacle. Why? Lin Yuan was puzzled. Facing Lin Yuan's confusion, Wu Yong did not know how to explain it, so he could only give a bitter smile and said, perhaps many people can't stand the way you talk to Ms. Jing. Why? Lin Yuan still didn't understand. Wu Yong could only helplessly spread his hands. All I can say is, you're a little different from others. Oh, this time Lin Yuan didn't ask anymore, although he still couldn't understand why being different from others would offend them. It's not a big deal, at least herein. Our composing department on the 10th floor, everyone is still very friendly to you. Fearing that Lin Yuan's morale might be affected, Wu Yong comforted him. After all, we are all artists, without too many ulterior motives. No one's going to trip you up just because they can't stand you. You work hard. Even as a sophomore, you can write songs like Life Like a Summer Flower, which shows your great potential. Once you write more great songs in the future, everyone will understand you. In Blue Star, any industry, it's the results that matter. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. Seeing Lin Yuan was not hugely affected, Wu Yong felt relieved. However, although he had comforted Lin Yuan, he also knew very well that writing a song like Life Like a Summer Flower was no easy task. Everyone has their moments of inspiration. As for when Lin Yuan could once again write a song of that level, who knows when that would be? Or perhaps, Lin Yuan might not be able to write another song as good as Life Like a Summer Flower in his lifetime, and this song would become Lin Yuan's only representative work, which is a common phenomenon in the industry. If that's the case, placing first on the new composers chart will be the highlight of Lin Yuan's composing career. Just then, O.L. Zhou walked in from outside the door looking a bit unpleasant, and his voice carried a trace of anger. All of you stop what you're doing immediately and have a meeting in the conference room. After saying that, O.L. Zhou strode into the conference room next door with a loud bang of the door. What's going on? Who pissed off the boss? Could it be because of what Lin Yuan said in the group? I don't know, but I have rarely seen the boss in such a bad mood. Although Lin Yuan's comments in the group are inappropriate, they can't warrant this, right? He's still a sophomore. It's normal to lack experience in dealing with people. That's true. Let's stop guessing and go to the meeting. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor rang out as people from the composition department gradually got up and followed O.L. Zhou into the conference room. Lin Yuan also followed into the conference room. However, some people worried that O.L. Zhou's anger was directed at Lin Yuan's comments in the group, and in order to avoid getting dragged into it, nobody wanted to sit next to Lin Yuan. Wu Yong hesitated for a moment, then sat to the left of Lin Yuan. Immediately afterwards, a man with long hair sat on the right of Lin Yuan and took the initiative to extend a hand to Lin Yuan. My name is Zheng Han, a graduate from the composition department of Qin Continent Art Academy in the class of 20. Hello, senior. Lin Yuan politely shook his hand. Although he was not very talkative, he could pick up on some details. Is everyone here? O.L. Zhou spoke with a stern voice. I called you all here to talk about something. The music for Dragonfish Dance has been returned to us again. What? Everyone was taken aback. It seems O.L. Zhou's anger had nothing to do with Lin Yuan. Come on, what can we do? O.L. Zhou's sharp eyes swept over everyone. This is your business on the 10th floor. Don't force me to hand it over to other floors. No one dared to meet O.L. Zhou's eyes. But when O.L. Zhou asked a question, everyone had to answer. So they each avoided O.L. Zhou's gaze and chattered their opinions. Boss, are the requirements for the song from Dragonfish Dance too high? They are not a top-tier investment, just a medium-budget animation. This must be the 14th time they rejected our work, isn't it? Is it so difficult that they want us to get the maestro of the 10th floor to write personally? The problem is, our maestro definitely has no interest in this job. If we can't handle it, let other floors participate, or simply let them find another company to do it. Sansi, Dazzling Silver Glow, there are plenty of great composers on Qin Continent. How could the company agree to that? If Sansi or Dazzling Silver Glow produces it, won't it make Starlight look incompetent? It would be better to let other floors participate. Lin Yuan was clueless. He didn't know what everyone was talking about. Wu Yong, who was assigned by O.L. Zhou to mentor Lin Yuan, began to explain. Here is the thing. Over on Qi Continent, there is a large-scale animated film called Dragonfish Dance. Its post-production is almost completed, but it's still missing a core music piece. So they hired Starlight to produce this music, and this task eventually fell on us on the 10th floor. However, we have already submitted 14 songs to them, all of which were returned. The key is, Zheng Han on the right took over. The 14 songs that were returned, they were all done by the top composers on our 10th floor. Although their skills may not have reached the level of the maestro yet, their quality is certainly not low. Normally, many big-name singers look to team up with these top composers. Lin Yuan finally understood. However, Lin Yuan chose to remain silent. If so many people on the 10th floor couldn't handle a client, he didn't think he could. He did have songs of his own. But for a project like this, which required a specific kind of soundtrack, the mood and atmosphere of the song had to match that of the film. If someone filmed a melancholic love story, and you went ahead and offered them a rap or rock song, no matter how good it would be pointless. Enough talking. Zhou rubbed his temples with a hint of a headache. Consider this dead horse as a live horse to practice medicine on. Everyone should give the soundtrack of Dragon Fish Dance a try. The deadline is in 1 month. I will send you all the client's requirements. Perhaps someone will come up with an idea. If nothing works, then we'll have to hand this order to other floors, as per the company rule. Inspiration is a mysterious thing. That didn't mean Maestro's compositions were always the best. Sometimes, even when Maestro couldn't solve a problem, another composer with lesser credentials could suddenly have an idea and produce a song that the client was satisfied with. Things like this sometimes happened in the world of composition. Just how Lin Yuan, who was only a sophomore, wrote Life Like a Summer Flower. Part of it was his natural talent for composition, and another part was that Lin Yuan had a good idea and capitalized on this inspiration, which led to him writing the song. This was also why Wu Yong believed that Lin Yuan might not be able to write another song like Life Like a Summer Flower in the future. Because inspiration is a chance event. Zhou's strategy of spreading a wide net was only because he had no other options, considering that he had almost exhausted all aces on the 10th floor. He couldn't possibly ask Maestro to take this on, could he? Not that it couldn't be done, but it would cost more. Perhaps the budget for Dragon Fish Dance was limited because the current offer from Qi Continent was not enough to justify Maestro's involvement. Soon, everyone received a sheet of paper detailing the requirements for the soundtrack of Dragon Fish Dance. Lin Yuan got one too. To avoid spoiling the plot, Dragon Fish Dance only provided a general outline of the story. It is a fantastical story about a girl who saved a fish years ago. One day, the girl and her family find themselves in danger, and that fish, having leapt over the dragon gate, had become a powerful white dragon and reunited with the girl. The requirements for the soundtrack were threefold. It needed to be ethereal, have depth, and aesthetics. Once they received the requirements, a wave of despair swept over the meeting room. Could the client's requirements be more vague? Ethereal, depth, aesthetics. This is too broad, isn't it? I don't see a definitive point to base it on. Plus, the given time is too short. Only a month. A month. I won't be able to complete it with my speed of composing. A fantasy story. Should the style of music be more open? With the fish and the dragon, it should feel like soaring in the sky, right? Maybe use some oboes. Seems fitting. I think it has to be a bit poignant, a bit melancholic. Should I add elements of a bamboo flute? Don't bother thinking. This problem is too difficult. I can't solve it. None of these are the point. The point is, we've heard the songs that were returned to us before. They already had a good feel. But Qi Continent rejected them anyway. This means we have not yet met their standards perfectly. To a composer, achieving ethereal qualities was easy, so was depth and aesthetics. Catching these three qualities was not difficult. But to create a piece that touches the heart, that was not easy. Just like when asked to create an uplifting and intense song. Everyone present could probably write an uplifting and intense song. But this was only a direction for creation. Out of 1,000 uplifting and intense songs, there may be only one or two that truly ignite the listener's passion. A thought arose in Lin Yuan's mind. Besides piano compositions, he had two other songs on hand. One was easy to ignite and explode, which would definitely not work, as the mood didn't match. But what about his other song, Big Fish? The style of this song seemed to be along those lines. Did the system predict this all along? Whilst pondering, Lin Yuan heard Wu Yong complaining. The client from Qi Continent is too picky. For a mere 5 million order, do they expect our maestro from the 10th floor to personally take action? If they can't afford to impress Maestro, they shouldn't bid so high. Lin Yuan quickly asked, "What did you just say?" Wu Yong was taken aback. If they can't afford to impress Maestro, they shouldn't bid so high. The sentence before that. Do they expect our maestro to take action? Before that. For a mere 5 million order. It was this sentence that confirmed the information Lin Yuan needed. He nodded seriously, then swiftly picked up the calculator on the table and began to input numbers. Clear. The calculator beep was loud enough to interrupt the wailing in the meeting room, and everyone turned to look at Lin Yuan, including manager Zhou. But Lin Yuan didn't notice the attention around him. His fingers moved quickly, pressing the calculator keys, and its beeping filled the room. 5 million times 0.2 times 2 divided by 3 equals 666,666.666666667. The room fell silent in an instant. Only the calculator's counting could be heard. Of course, everyone knew what Lin Yuan was calculating. However, precisely because they knew, the room was full of strange looks. Splitting it into 660,000 plus? When the count was finally over, Lin Yuan happily turned off the calculator. He looked at Ol Zhou and pronounced emphatically, "I'll take this order." Chapter 15, 14, Iron Dumbbell _1. Holy crap, this young man. Faced with Lin Yuan's initiative to volunteer, Ol Zhou's gaze was as bizarre as everyone else's. His mouth slightly agape. He suddenly forgot to respond for a moment. The only thing still instinctively functioning was his brain. Was he just calculating money? Was he just planning to give the singer a 0.5 share? No famous singer would accept this kind of distribution ratio. 20% of 0.5. This is a typical pittance. Only small singers or newcomers who just debuted would accept such a low proportion of a song's profit. No. What the fuck is I thinking about? Ol Zhou tried hard to control his scattered thoughts and mildly convulsing mouth corner. He cleared his throat gently, selecting his words. It's good for a young man to be energetic, but the job we have isn't something an average newbie can handle. Certainly, Lin Yuan, you are not an ordinary newbie, but we still need to pool our ideas. So, within a month, everyone send me a sample, including the others on the 10th floor. Everyone must hand in a sample. He couldn't dampen Lin Yuan's enthusiasm. With everyone else groaning in dismay, Lin Yuan stepped up to take on the challenging task of composing, a behavior worthy of encouragement. So there's no way for Ol Zhou to utter any criticism. As for the conversation between Lin Yuan and Zheng Jing in the group chat today, Ol Zhou naturally was aware, but wouldn't blame Lin Yuan for it. Because Ol Zhou is well acquainted with a few of the company's maestros. All of the maestros have very strange personalities. Take Zheng Jing for instance. She's a composer on maestro level, but she rarely composes on a day-to-day basis. Instead, she has a fierce passion for painting and has even privately funded her own art exhibition, as if composing was just a side gig for her. Although Lin Yuan was not a maestro, judging from the personality he had shown so far, there was not much difference between him and the maestros. So Ol Zhou wasn't fazed by it. However, the reason this unorthodox newbie, whose personality has similarities with many maestros, was so proactive, was that born out of his passion for creation or the allure of the 5 million. It seemed questionable no matter how he thought about it. Well, of course, although composing is for art, most people ultimately work for money, which is understandable. However, Lin Yuan whipping out a calculator to calculate the share at the meeting was probably a first in the history of Starlight's composition department. Not just Ol Zhou. Everyone in the conference room was full of questions but didn't know where to start. Especially Wu Yong and Zheng Han, who sat on either of Lin Yuan. They were completely dumbfounded. Everyone finally came to a conclusion when they thought about the way Lin Yuan talked to Zheng Jing in the group chat today. A gifted young man, Xianyu? No. He's just a simpleton. With that thought, Lin Yuan suddenly seemed cute. At the very least, he was genuine. As everyone came to this realization, the room gradually erupted in laughter. The atmosphere in the meeting room relaxed, and even someone teased Lin Yuan. Don't forget to treat us all to coffee when you get the bonus. Okay. Lin Yuan hesitated for quite some time before finally agreeing. Everyone burst out in more hearty laughter. There was no mockery. On the contrary, everyone's laughter was filled with a sense of goodwill, especially the female members. Their expressions were full of warmth. Well, Lin Yuan is just a sophomore college kid, isn't he? And a rather good-looking lad at that. However, joking aside, no one seems to believe that Lin Yuan would be able to win the contract. Can a newbie, who is still learning sophomore basics, accomplish something that not even the ace arrangers of the 10th floor could? Dream on. In this conference room, no composer would deny the quality of life like a summer flower. However, among those dozen-plus Archie composers, each held more than one successful song in their portfolio. Any of those representative works in their portfolio could easily rival Life Like a Summer Flower in terms of success. If not, how could they be the company's aces? Lin Yuan, of course, didn't know what everyone was thinking. Right now, his mind was filled with the thought of earning $5 million, even though he could only take 15% of those earnings. After the meeting ended, Lin Yuan didn't leave straight away. Instead, he asked OL Zhou, who was packing up, "Director, where do I find singers?" "Singers?" OL Zhou frowned and said, "Aren't you planning to take Qi Continent's task? Your primary task now should be writing the song. If you come up with a good song, then you can look for a singer. If the song you write isn't up to standard, then what's the point of looking for a singer now?" OL Zhou didn't really hold out any hope for Lin Yuan to write a good song, but he hoped Lin Yuan would grasp the basic order of creating a song. After all, he had high hopes for Lin Yuan, given that his song, Life Like a Summer Flower, showed promising potential, which is why he insisted on requesting Ms. Zhao for Lin Yuan. So, how do I find a singer after writing a good song? Lin Yuan had no choice but to ask for a fallback plan. He couldn't possibly reveal that he had already written the song, could he? That would be too suspicious. After some thought, OL Zhou said, "Usually, if you want to find a singer to collaborate with, you'll need to contact the artist department and fill out a form. If you're looking to collaborate with some of the top-tier artists in the company, you definitely need to apply in advance, and then I would personally communicate with them." Lin Yuan nodded. OL Zhou seemed to recall something and said, "I almost forgot about your relationship with Ms. Zhao. Even if the contract isn't approved, if you really want to release a song, just look for Ms. Zhao. She's in charge of all the singers in the company, but that's provided your song passes the company's review and is worth releasing." "Oh," Lin Yuan nodded. After leaving the conference room, he returned to his seat and immediately called Ms. Zhao to inquire about finding a singer. "Looking for a singer?" Ms. Zhao laughed. "I didn't expect you to be so prolific. You have new work already? All right, tell me, what kind of singer are you looking for?" "I'm looking for—" Ms. Zhao interrupted Lin Yuan. "Never mind. I'll send some information and audio samples of our newer singers who aren't busy lately to your email. With your understanding of music, you should be able to find the right person. Once you find someone, leave the rest to me. As for top-tier singers, what about top-tier singers? Top-tier singers have high standards for songs." "How high?" "Let's put it this way. Unless the song you write can match the level of Life Like a Summer Flower, they basically wouldn't consider it. Typically, top-tier singers look for the company's top composers for songs. After all, they're top-tier singers, and their income isn't something second-tier singers can compare to." Lin Yuan was wary. "Income?" Ms. Zhao laughed. "You don't think all singers only take 0.5% of 20%, right? That's the price for small-time singers. For those highly sought-after singers, their share would be higher, almost splitting evenly with the composer. For the top singers, their share can be 1.5% of 20%, leaving only 0.5% for the composer." "I need a tool." Lin Yuan's train of thought immediately cleared. Ms. Zhao couldn't help laughing. "You really have been led astray by that group in the composing department. I wonder who was the first to call the singers from our artist department tools. But let me remind you, some songs aren't easily held to by minor singers. In the future, as you grow, you shouldn't refuse to collaborate with big-name singers just over income." "All right," Lin Yuan said. "Thank you, Ms. Zhao." Ms. Zhao said, "No need to thank, goodbye." A few minutes later, a large number of audios arrived in Lin Yuan's email. The material and audio of a total of 106 people were included in it. "Let the work begin." Lin Yuan put on his headphones and started listening to the vocals of these 106 people one by one. Unlike Life Like a Summer Flower, the song Big Fish that Lin Yuan wanted to release couldn't just be sung well by any random person. Well, definitely not Sun Yaohua. After all, not everyone is Zhou Shun. Lin Yuan wasn't confident that he could immediately find such a pleasant voice. so he had to scout for candidates beforehand. In case he didn't find anyone, he had a fallback plan. That was to find a female singer whose vocal range was similar to the original singer's, and use some technical means to make up for it. Get to know the $1,000,000 sound engineer. Chapter 16, 15 Dolphin Sound _1. Before finishing work in the evening, Lin Yuan finally finished listening to 106 vocals. After listening to these 106 vocals, Lin Yuan has a deeper understanding of why Qin continent is the most famous land of music on Blue Star. One by one, they could really sing. The list of 106 singers sent by Zhao Zhu are all newcomers, more than half of whom have not even debuted yet. But in terms of their professional skill, they have far exceeded the Earth's average quality. In this round of vocal selections, Lin Yuan has successfully identified 3 people who could potentially sing Big Fish. This was definitely beyond what he'd expected. That night, Lin Yuan made a call to Zhao Zhu, announcing his tentative choices: Wang Ping, Jiang Kuei, Wei Xiaoxin. Hearing Lin Yuan uttering these 3 names somewhat unfamiliarly, Zhao Zhu asked, "It seems like the ones you picked are all newbies who haven't debuted yet." Yes. This kid seemed fishy. Was he just picking newbies because they charge less? Zhao Zhu suppressed his doubts and said, "I'll inform these 3 to wait at the recording studio tomorrow. You can test their voices first, confirm your choices, and then start recording. But the company's audition is up to you to pass. Even if you record, it'll just be a waste if it doesn't pass the review." Sure. The call between them ended. The next day, the recording studio on the 9th floor of the company. Wang Ping, Jiang Kuei, and Wei Xiaoxin, all newbies, were seated demurely on the chairs outside the door, their faces full of anticipation, like job candidates waiting for interviews. Thrum, 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 thrum. To keep her voice in good condition, Jiang Kuei had almost drunk half a bottle of water. But the water couldn't alleviate her nerves. Last night, her agent suddenly informed her that she was to come to the company for a sound check, because Admirable Fish might choose her as the vocalist for his new song. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Kuei was so excited that she barely slept all night. She couldn't believe that, less than a year after joining the company, her chance to debut had suddenly appeared. It felt like winning the lottery, or as if a huge gift had suddenly fallen from the sky. Moreover, the music creator was Admirable Fish. November hasn't ended yet, and the song, Life Like a Summer Flower, created by Admirable Fish, still dominates the top of the new song chart. Up until today, it had a tremendous lead of 30,000 downloads over the second place. This alone already demonstrated Admirable Fish's skills. Now that there was a chance to work with Admirable Fish on her debut song, how could Jiang Kuei not be excited? As a newbie, she didn't yet understand that not every song by a composer can reach the same level. She also didn't understand that the company has an important hurdle called music review before the release of the song. She only knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she must seize it. Not just Jiang Kuei. At this moment, Wang Ping and Wei Xiaoxin, who were also in the newbie stage, had similar thoughts. While the 3 of them were nervously waiting, Lin Yuan arrived at the 9th floor using the elevator. The staff in the recording studio recognized him and greeted him immediately with a big smile. "Teacher Admirable Fish, you're here." Admirable Fish? All 3 of them looked at Lin Yuan simultaneously, none of them expecting Admirable Fish to be so young. Most successful composers are usually over 30 years old. There are ones below 30, but they are definitely rare. "Thank you." Lin Yuan nodded to the staff, then said, "Who is Wang Ping? Come in first. Let's test your sound." "I am." Wang Ping immediately stood up. He was the only male among the 3. Lin Yuan nodded, entered the main control room of the recording studio with a staff member, casually sat down on the chair at the soundboard, and put on headphones. "Hello, Teacher Admirable Fish." Wang Ping went into the recording room, took a deep breath, and introduced himself. "My vocal range is from D1 to D3 falsetto." "Okay," Lin Yuan said. "There is a score and lyrics in front of you. Take 3 minutes. You can first sing 2 lines from the chorus. I want a feeling of purity and serenity." Sure. Wang Ping prepared for 3 minutes, then started his first few test lines. The silent waves deeply engulfed the nightfall, spreading over the corners of the endless sky. After he finished the 2 lines, Lin Yuan said again, "Don't continue with the main song, and sing 2 lines of the chorus, the part that goes, 'I'm afraid you'll fly away, I'm afraid you'll leave me, and I'm even more afraid you'll always stay here.'" He demonstrated it for him. Although the doctor said he couldn't sing, it was no problem for Lin Yuan to lower the key and come up with a couple of lines. What he meant by not being able to sing was just that he couldn't practice like a professional singer every day, nor could he belt the high notes that he was once good at, because his voice couldn't withstand such high-intensity sound loads. Okay, teacher admirable fish. As per Lin Yuan's requirement, Wang Ping did as instructed. Selected by Lin Yuan for sound testing, Wang Ping's tone was indeed extremely beautiful. He handled both the main song and the chorus very well. Lin Yuan nodded. Next is the chanting part, that is, the high-pitched part where the song is about to end. In Big Fish, there is a beautiful humming part, which laymen refer to as the dolphin sound. But in professional terms, there's no such word as dolphin. The so-called dolphin sound in professional terms is called the whistle register. This sound is produced by blowing a powerful breath through the extremely narrow gap between the vocal cords and the larynx, creating a very high-pitched sound, a nifty coloratura method for achieving high notes. This is currently the upper limit of the pitch humans can achieve. Besides the lingual sound singing method, no other method can reach higher than the whistle register. So this part is harder than any other part before it. Wang Ping's trial singing clearly made him seem out of breath. It was far from the dolphin sound. At most, it could be counted as a dolphin. Lin Yuan immediately called it off. "Your voice is too tight. You need to relax a bit. Also, it's all falsetto techniques. Can you sing this part without relying on a falsetto?" "No can do." Wang Ping shook his head dejectedly. His vocal range was still too narrow to manage the whistle register comfortably. "Thank you," Lin Yuan said. "Could you send Wei Xiaoxin in?" "All right. Thank you, teacher." Admirable fish. Wang Ping bowed his head and left. Soon, Wei Xiaoxin entered the recording studio. After a brief introduction, the same vocal testing procedure was conducted. In terms of performance quality, Wei Xiaoxin was undoubtedly better than Wang Ping. She effortlessly executed the whistle register as well. However, after the vocal testing, Lin Yuan was still somewhat frowning. At Wei Xiaoxin's level, she could only be considered barely eligible. There is a distinction between being able to produce the whistle register and doing so beautifully. Why is Vitas from Earth so acclaimed by professionals and non-professionals alike despite so many who can whistle register? A key reason is that Vitas's whistle register sounds beautiful. Vocal timbre is innate and very hard to change postnatally. Wei Xiaoxin's timbre was not a problem, but in the part requiring the whistle register, her timbre had trouble meeting Lin Yuan's requirements. Non-professionals might not be able to detect this, but Lin Yuan's ear could perceive the difference from the original version at the first listen. He sighed inwardly and said, "You've worked hard. Let's bring in the next person." Actually, the post-production sound editing could improve Wei Xiaoxin's performance. She already met Lin Yuan's minimum requirements for a stand-in, but Lin Yuan stuck to the principle. If he could avoid overburdening the sound engineer, he would. "Thank you, teacher." Wei Xiaoxin left somewhat disappointed. Next up, a girl named Jiang Kuei. She was a petite young girl who, upon entering, busied herself adjusting the microphone's height, amusing the staff with her antics. "Hello, teachers." The petite girl embarrassingly said, "My name is Jiang Kuei, and my vocal range is from G2 to C6. A female high C." A recording engineer raised an eyebrow. Another engineer on the side commented, "Her vocal range is pretty broad. Singing in the whistle register is no problem. The only question is whether her vocal quality can meet teacher Admirable Fish's standards." "Go ahead." Lin Yuan repeated the instructions from the previous 2 auditions. "Okay." The petite girl cleared her throat and began her performance. The earlier part was flawless and even better than the previous 2. This is because this young girl's voice not only possessed the characteristics of clarity and brightness, but also held a touch of a male singer's voice quality, presumably a natural attribute of her voice. "Very good." Lin Yuan approved. "Now I want to hear the chanting part as well. Remember, I need the whistle register, not falsetto techniques." After he finished, Lin Yuan felt a bit nervous. If this young lady is also not qualified, he would have to resort to sound engineering for Wei Xiaoxing, or seek help from an already debuted singer with proven ability. How much money would be split between them? After all, isn't sound engineering more cost-effective? Just as Lin Yuan began pondering these thoughts, the young girl's singing began. Her charming melodious trills floated to his ears. Lin Yuan's eyes gradually brightened. He knew that he wouldn't need to split the money with a debuted singer. The third stand-in candidate passed. The two recording engineers on the side also met each other's eyes and nodded in unison. In terms of overall vocal performance, this petite girl was undoubtedly the best, making the previous two pale in comparison. Lin Yuan asked, "Your name is Jiang?" The young girl promptly said, "Jiang Kuei, my name is Jiang Kuei." Lin Yuan nodded and made a final decision. "All right, Jiang Kuei. I'll pass the complete score to you later. I hope you can become familiar with the song as soon as possible. We will start the official recording next Saturday." "All right. Thank you, teacher." Jiang Kuei subtly made a victory sign behind her back, unable to restrain her excitement. "I will definitely work hard." Chapter 17, 16 Dream Wedding _1. Qing Continent takes music copyrights very seriously. As long as Lin Yuan uploads his songs to the company, he needn't worry about any twists and turns. Day 2. Lin Yuan resumed his regular campus life. But the music composition department only had one class that morning. After class finished, most students went back to their dorms to play games since it was still early. Lin Yuan did not plan to go back. With the pressure of exams gone, he still seemed attentive in class, but now that his free time has been freed up, he wouldn't waste it in the dorm. So, how should he spend his free time? Lin Yuan sent a message to Jian Yi and Xia Fan, inviting them out. But both of them declined. They still had classes. Although they all attended the same university and have been close friends since childhood, they hardly saw each other due to different majors. Lin Yuan was not disappointed, because he thought of something to do. That is, playing the piano in the practice room. The system awarded Lin Yuan with professional-level piano skills, but he hadn't tried them out yet. The score for Big Fish was based largely around the piano. Lin Yuan wanted to test his piano skills now, and if they were up to scratch, he would even consider completing the piano part of the arrangement by himself. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan arrived at the piano room. Qing Continent Art Academy places great emphasis on developing musical talents, so numerous public piano rooms are available to students. Each room has pianos of different brands. There are grand and upright pianos, all choices that maximize freedom of choice for the students. This was very convenient for Lin Yuan. Most students were in class at this time, so many piano rooms were empty, providing him with plenty of choices. Walking down the long corridor of the piano room, Lin Yuan found the one he was interested in at the very end. It's a typical upright piano with elegant keys, a beautiful white, lacquered finish, and streamlined design. It was clearly a notch above the pianos in other rooms. Here it is. Lin Yuan entered the room, sat down at the piano, and casually played a piece from the original host's memory, a classic Blue Stars song, Heart's Desire. He chose this piece out of nostalgia. This was the first piano piece his mother taught him, and he was once tormented by it to insanity. But now, revisiting the song, Lin Yuan found it somehow endearing. That must have been the original host's feelings, and also Lin Yuan's feelings at the moment. Moreover, Lin Yuan felt a sense of empowerment. Every time he struck a key, it was so comfortable now. Not just the rhythm and timing of the notes, they just naturally appeared in his mind. In his memory, all the piano-playing problems that the original host couldn't solve could now be solved with ease. Before, Lin Yuan even found it difficult to play this song by reading sheet music. But now, not only can he seamlessly play the entire song, he can also make some small adaptations. In addition, he is aware of details like the depth and rhythm of pedal use, and the improvements each detail contributes to the quality of each note. And those technically challenging parts in the song, like playing chords, now pose no trouble to him with his flexible fingering. After playing through the song, Lin Yuan was about to fall in love with the feeling of playing the piano. 5 minutes later, at last, Heart's Desire came to an end. His dramatic improvement in piano skills filled Lin Yuan with confidence. He decided to try Marriage d'Amour. However, as Lin Yuan was about to strike the first note, a rather cold voice interrupted. "Who let you in here?" Lin Yuan looked up. A long-haired girl in a black coat was standing at the door. The sunlight shone behind her, highlighting her tall figure. The cold aura she exuded couldn't be concealed. Her beautiful but frosty eyes were staring right at Lin Yuan. "Isn't this a public area?" Lin Yuan thought this girl was bizarre. She scoffed. "Don't you recognize me?" Lin Yuan was more confused. "Have we met before?" She glared at Lin Yuan, then gradually regained her composure. "This piano belongs to me. As for this piano room, it's exclusively for my use by the school's permission. So stop torturing my piano with your clumsy skills." Lin Yuan could only get up and say, "I'll let you have it." She solemnly corrected him. "Not let, but return, because this was my piano in the first place." "All right, I'll return it to you." As Lin Yuan headed for the door, just as he was about to pass her, she suddenly said, "There have been many people trying to get my attention, but you've used the worst possible method. Pretending to be dumb really vexes me." "What?" Lin Yuan was puzzled. The girl took out a tissue from her bag and meticulously cleaned the piano keys that Lin Yuan had just played. At the same time, she spoke in a cold, mocking tone. "Although Abigail's Heart's Desire is my favorite piece, it doesn't mean I would enjoy it played by anyone. Your skills might be a bit better than my other suitors, but it's not enough to stir my heart. Also, I don't like roses. I already threw them in the trash downstairs." "Oh." Lin Yuan thought she must have misunderstood something. He wasn't mad, nor did he plan to clarify. After all, it didn't cost him anything. He just seriously reminded her, "I wash my hands before playing the piano." Some piano lovers are particularly concerned about cleanliness, fearing that the keys would be stained with obvious fingerprints. Lin Yuan thought this room was also a public piano room, so he washed his hands with soap out of consideration for public hygiene before playing the piano. The girl just ignored him and kept wiping. Even the piano body that Lin Yuan didn't touch wasn't spared. Lin Yuan could only switch to a different room. He sat down in front of the piano in the new room. Just as Lin Yuan was about to play, he remembered how the girl had criticized his skills. He couldn't help but ask the system he hadn't communicated with in a long time, "Are my skills really that bad?" "Not at all." "That's a relief." Just as Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief, he heard the system say, "To those with higher performance levels, anyone whose piano skills are inferior to theirs is considered mediocre." So that's how it was. Lin Yuan didn't expect. That girl's piano skills were even better than his, considering his skills were bestowed by the system at a professional level. She was probably a piano prodigy or something. Without lingering on the thought, Lin Yuan started playing Marriage d'Amour, a piece he got from the silver treasure chest. Finally, the piano was clean. Gushi sat in front of the piano, her mood somewhat gloomy. The piano was a gift from her father. It had been with Gushi since she was 7. Upon being admitted to Qin Art, she even requested the school to allow her to bring this sentimental piano. Since Gushi owned the piano, no one else had touched the instrument. Because she had stayed up too late practicing on the piano last night and forgot to lock the door, this piano was used today by a stranger. It was as if her toothbrush had been used by a stranger, which upset her. Her mood ruined her enthusiasm to practice today. At the time when she was somewhat irritable, a foreign piano piece, surprisingly, lessened Gushi's irritability. A classic piece in G minor. Gushi listened attentively. This was Gushi's first time listening to the piece. She had no idea if it was from a prominent composer, but she felt enveloped in the waves of piano music, unable to help but lose herself in the sea of music. Sometimes it was as warm as the wind. Sometimes it was as soft as a rainbow. When the romantic atmosphere swept in, the melody was so sweet, as if honey melted in her heart. Gushi almost felt like she was in a sanctified wedding church. No, that's not right. This piece was not entirely about romance and sweetness. On closer examination, it seemed more like hopeless love, where a man hungry for love wanders in his dreams, desiring to embrace love but afraid to break the dream, until he sees the woman he loves, dancing gracefully in the illusory wedding. The performer revealed their emotions through the music. The piano went fast then slow. The tone went high then low. When the piece ended, Gushi had a sense of waking from a dream after a moment of daze. She stared at the piano in front of her, then suddenly stood up and sprinted out. Who was that? She tried to find the source of the sound, running through every piano room, but she was unable to find the performer of the piece. Instead, She was greeted with a few shocked or confused gazes. Who was it? Her eyes shone brightly. She was eager to know who played that unfamiliar piece. She desperately wanted to know what the piece was called. Just then, a nervous-looking boy appeared. If you don't like roses, it's okay to throw them away. But could you tell me what kind of flowers you do like? Next time Roses. Caught in the disappointment of not finding the performer, Gushi's emotions were on a roller coaster. She was suddenly interrupted, her eyebrows immediately furrowed. So the flowers from before were from you? The boy stammered. Yes. Gushi opened her mouth to say something, remembering the guy's face. Her expression turned even colder. I'm allergic to pollen. The air felt cold. The boy immediately retreated. Chapter 18:17. Can you still call yourself young if you're not spirited? _1. Over the next few days, Lin Yuan had a full schedule with no time to return to the music room. Even during his occasional rest time, he would spend it with Jian Yixiaofan. By the end of the month, Lin Yuan returned to the company. Instead of focusing within the composition department, he spent a day and a half in the recording studio, finally finishing the recording of Big Fish. Once again, he took on the tasks of songwriting, composition, and arrangement. The piano elements in the arrangement were also all completed by him. Though a female student at his college had critiqued his piano skills as poor, his proficiency was no lesser than the company-assigned pianists, so Lin Yuan decided to play it himself to have more involvement. After recording the song, he sent his work to Department Supervisor O.L. Zhou's company email, specifically adding a note. Impression piece. Impression pieces are songs generally reflecting the original worldview or emotions. Big Fish, with lyrics and a style that fit well with the animation atmosphere, could be considered a typical impression piece. After sending the song, Lin Yuan went to the company cafeteria for lunch since his morning work was done. Compared to the university, the company cafeteria was much cheaper and tasted better. Meanwhile, in the supervisor's office, O.L. Zhou was also about to go to the cafeteria for lunch when he suddenly received Lin Yuan's email, causing him to pause momentarily. An impression piece from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the first from the 10th floor to submit an assignment. However, O.L. Zhou, as the department head, wasn't pleased by this. Instead, he was deeply troubled. His already sinking mood due to the potential failure of the Dragon Fish Dance project worsened. He was even tempted to call Lin Yuan in and give him a thorough criticism. But considering that Lin Yuan was a newcomer he himself had brought into the composition department, with less resilience than the older staff, he ultimately held back. Nevertheless, O.L. Zhou was inevitably disappointed. Only 2 weeks had passed since he presented Dragon Fish Dance to the entire 10th floor composition department. Just over a handful of days. For any composer, what good song could possibly be produced in such a short time? This was the drawback of becoming famous at a young age. Youthful vigor. He'll suffer for it in the future. Even Lin Yuan could not avoid this pitfall. The success of being on the newcomer chart had instilled arrogance and smugness in him. Yet O.L. Zhou had not expected Lin Yuan's inflated ego to go so far as to submit a piece he had written in just 2 weeks. I'll have to talk with him soon. With a gentle sigh, O.L. Zhou was filled with worry. The exceptional debut of Life Like a Summer Flower had raised O.L. Zhou's faith in Lin Yuan. He couldn't bear to witness a potential company ace composer going astray like this. Today, he must find a gentle way to properly educate Lin Yuan this afternoon. At this moment, O.L. Zhou didn't even want to play the song named Big Fish that Lin Yuan had sent, even though it was his responsibility as a supervisor. But only by listening to the piece could he point out Lin Yuan's shortcomings. So, aiming to have a discussion grounded in reality in the afternoon, O.L. Zhou reluctantly entered the company's temporary password and started playing Lin Yuan's song, although he was too lazy to listen to it with headphones. The triple notes characteristic of the piano began to play from the loudspeaker, initiating a rhythmical prelude. Immediately after, the main melody arrived. After hearing just 2 lines of lyrics, O.L. Zhou couldn't help but utter an "oh." The tight knit of his brows eased significantly. Seems like it's not bad. As the main part gradually concluded and the second part started, O.L. Zhou's heartbeat began to quicken slightly. His eyes also showed a shift. He leaned forward slightly, as if trying to get closer to the speaker. By the time the harmony came at the end of the song, O.L. Zhou's mouth was slightly agape. He was unable to close it, even after the song had finished playing. This song. He took a deep breath. Oh well. Zhou put on his most precious pair of custom headphones with reverence, then clicked the play button on Big Fish again. The same melody. But this time, the surround sound effect of the headphones enhanced the presentation of the song. It allowed Zhou to discern every detail of the song, making his immersion into the music even stronger. Hence, by the time of the song's harmony, his entire body was covered in goosebumps. Almost all his hairs were standing on end. Swallowing. Zhou forcefully clicked on the play button for the third time. Regardless of how many times a song is played, the melody remains the same. It doesn't change with the increase in the number of plays. What truly changes is the listener. Zhou was chuckling, his body swaying gently with the closing notes of the song on its third reiteration. The chair he was sitting on creaked in unison with his body movements, creating an amusing juxtaposition of sounds with his laughter. While laughing, he suddenly slapped his forehead. He carefully downloaded the song, encrypted the original file, and archived it. Zhou rose gingerly, his old face tinged with a hint of red. Lin Yuan loved braised pork knuckles from the company cafeteria most. Unlike the previous braised pork knuckles he usually had, the ones in the company cafeteria were not that sweet. The meat was stewed tenderly. Even the skin melted in your mouth, which made him relish his meal. Behind him, few people from the composing department were whispering to each other at a table not too far away. That's Xianyu. He looks so young and handsome. This Xianyu. Young and handsome indeed. But his people skills are lacking. He was disrespectful to Ms. Jing. Indeed, this guy is quite full of himself. Tisk got famous at a young age, proud of his talent. We've seen many newcomers like him in our industry after years of being around. So, he wrote a good song, and now he thinks he's the maestro. He just got lucky with inspiration and created a good song. This industry will teach him a lesson, and then he'll know his place. Between pointing fingers and whispers, the discussion was heated. One of the men felt a chill on his back, and when he turned around, he saw a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, giving him a start. Director, you came here personally for a meal, huh? What would you like to eat? I'll fetch it for you. Facing Zhou, the composers started to tremble. Zhou emanated an icy aura. His voice was stern. You lot have too much to eat, huh? Director, we. Zhou said coldly. Oh, seems like you are indeed overfed. Let's get some exercise then. The cleaning lady on the 12th floor happened to take a day off today. Go clean up the 12th floor, especially the washrooms. Yes. The group of people, heads drooping, left dejectedly while apologizing. Sorry, director. We won't gossip about our colleagues behind their backs anymore. No. Zhou corrected. You can gossip about anyone you want. I often gossip behind people's backs too, but he's not allowed. Huh. The group had a blank look on their faces as they stumbled off. Just as they were about to leave the cafeteria, one of them looked back and was surprised to see Zhou had put on a smile as he walked towards Lin Yuan. What the hell? The composers looked at each other, all with expressions of having seen a ghost. Lin Yuan was eating his pork knuckle when he suddenly saw someone put vegetables on his plate. Young people shouldn't be picky. You should eat more greens. All right. Lin Yuan agreed verbally, but continued eating his pork knuckle. Zhou didn't seem to mind his pickiness and continued his amiable demeanor. Are you getting used to being in the composing department these days? If there's anything you're not comfortable with, you can tell me. I'm good. Lin Yuan spoke honestly that he hardly interacted with people from other floors. Anyhow, the colleagues from the composing department on the 10th floor were all very kind to Lin Yuan. That's good. Zhou, not in a rush to eat, spoke with a beaming smile. Whatever little Zhao could have offered you, I, Zhou Ruiming, can offer you the same, or even more. So, feel free to let me know if you need anything. Then can I not eat the vegetables? Lin Yuan looked at the greens on his plate, a little hesitant. Zhou nearly choked but quickly laughed out loud. Of course you can. Young people need to eat more meat when they're growing. How is school treating you? School is pretty good too. I see. I know being a university student can be hard. If you run into any issues at school, you can also come to me. Thank you. Lin Yuan continued eating. Watching Lin Yuan, Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The more he looked at him, the more he liked the boy. That's right. A sophomore should be vibrant and full of spirit. He should fear no authority. He should have this don't give a damn attitude. If he didn't have this spirit, could he still be called a young man? Chapter 19, 18, Shocking Everyone, Part 1. I'm so full. Lin Yuan is very satisfied. Just as he was preparing to go back to his department to work, Ol Zhou sitting across from him suddenly said, I have some good news for you. I'm going to send your song to Qi continent. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. Ol Zhou had expected Lin Yuan to be excited. But to his disappointment, Lin Yuan's expression didn't change much, and his tone was as calm as ever. At this moment, Ol Zhou experienced what Zhao Ju had felt before. He was a bit unwilling and asked, Don't you have anything to say? Yes, Lin Yuan said earnestly. In the arrangement of Big Fish, I played the piano part myself, so I hope the company can take this part of the reward into account for me. What? Is that it? Ol Zhou was stunned for a few seconds. Before nodding in agreement, he sent the already reviewed Big Fish to Qi continent that afternoon. Qi continent. In a certain conference room of the post-production department of the animated film Dragonfish Dance, the female director Zheng Li was tapping the table lightly. Our movie is about to be released soon. When will the matter of the impression song be settled? Director Zheng. The producer shook his head. It's not my fault. Before, Starlight Entertainment from Qin Continent sent over 14 impression songs one after another, all by gold medal composers, yet you didn't like a single one. No, Zheng Li disagreed. You all should be very clear about what kind of story Dragonfish Dance is. The fact that the music they provided does not match well with the story is true. Do you think I'm being too demanding? Everyone coughed, avoiding eye contact. Zheng Li became angry. So they really think I'm too demanding, huh? She angrily said. Fine, since everyone feels this way, I won't be the only one in power anymore. After all, everyone is part of the creative film team. From now on, which song to choose will be decided by everyone. Producer, please, play the previous 14 songs now. If any one of you thinks any of these could be used as our impression song, then I have nothing to say. It's not necessary. The producer gave an embarrassed smile. The impression song is too important for the project. It should be you, the director, who makes the decision. I'll push them again. The producer was taken aback. Zheng Li asked, What's wrong? The producer glanced at the incoming box on his phone and said with a wry smile, No need to push. They sent another one. Director, please listen to it when you're free. When I'm free. Zheng Li scoffed. Not when I'm free. Do it now while the creative team is here. Play the song. I want to see what everyone thinks about it after listening. This way you can judge if I'm being too demanding. The producer whispered, Isn't that inappropriate? Zheng Li loudly said, There's nothing inappropriate about it. Left with no choice, the producer had to turn on the projector and then open the speakers in the conference room to play the just-received song. The projector is for viewing the lyrics. Whether they were satisfied with the song or not, the lyrics and other accompanying things were always well served by Starlight. The music started. Within the beautiful melody, an ethereal voice began. The silent waves drowned the deep nightfall. Crossing the distant corner of the sky, the big fish swims through the cracks of dreams, gazing at your sleeping silhouette. Amidst the music, everyone looked at Zheng Li with strange eyes. Zheng Li shifted uncomfortably and could not help but raise her ear. A slight ripple stirred in her heart. This song seemed to be different from the one sent before. Could it be such a coincidence? Looking at the sea and sky as 1. Listening to the wind rise and rain fall. As I hold your hand, blowing away the vast mist. The wings of the big fish have become too vast. I let go of the rope of time. The performance was still ongoing, but when the main verse transitioned to the chorus, everyone had forgot to pay attention to the director. Director Zheng Li no longer cared about showing her true emotions on the spot. She was expectantly and nervously waiting for the following chorus. I'm afraid you'll fly far away. I'm afraid you'll leave me. I'm more afraid you'll stay here forever. Every tear is flowing towards you. Counterflow into the seabed of the sky. When the fish jumps over the dragon gate, it is pure white, but it can no longer see the little girl. If you hadn't crossed that dragon gate, you could have stayed with me. But, without the effort to cross the dragon gate, how can I protect you? So reunions are the beginning of the end. As the song played, The script of Dragonfish Dance popped up in Zheng Li's mind. Several images she had planned for the movie vaguely flashed before her eyes. Her eyes were slightly reddened. The piano paused, and a whistle register abruptly rang out, like the sound of a dolphin, clear and penetrating. All the people present seemed to forget to breathe at that moment. Caught in the moment, they seemed to feel the vastness of the ocean, the deep blue sky above the sea, and the powerful impact of the waves. By the time the song ended, everyone was sitting on their chairs, lost in thought. After a long while, the producer murmured, "So, only Qin continent is the land of music of our blue star. This song is startlingly impressive. What is the name of this song?" One after another, the crowd came to their senses. The producer replied, "The song's name is Big Fish." Whilst all felt gratified, few also wondered, "Fish? Should we change the song title? Our movie is called Dragonfish Dance, but it's actually about the story of the little girl and the white dragon." "No need to change." Zheng Li stood up, her voice firm and decisive. "I am the director. What I say goes." Everyone looked at her. Zheng Li gritted her teeth. "Don't look at me like that. It's not that I have high standards. Those previous 14 songs were really unacceptable." Everyone burst into laughter, though they surely believed her words because no matter how good the previous 14 songs were, they certainly wouldn't have been better than the song Big Fish. It was just that seeing the director in a moment of discomposure was genuinely amusing. "So, is this one feasible?" the producer asked mockingly. Zheng Li retorted impatiently. "If this one isn't feasible, can you find me a better song? Are you planning on hiring a maestro? What's more, even if we got a maestro, they'd never be able to surpass this level because regarding the composer, Xianyu." The producer looked at the name of the composer. Zheng Li nodded. "This composer, named Xianyu, understands the emotions I want to express in our movie. This song cost the company 5 million as a theme song. According to industry rules, the production team of Dragonfish Dance can change the name of this purchased work and even have the right to change the song and lyrics arrangement, even replacing the singer to re-record the song. These are all rights the film production team should have. Even Starlight Entertainment wouldn't have any objections. At most, they would make some suggestions. But for Zheng Li, this is the best Big Fish. So perfect that Zheng Li didn't want to make any changes to the song, including the singer, the arrangement, the lyrics, and the song title Big Fish, that someone just proposed to change. Perhaps it's because the first impression was too perfect? Zheng Li thought silently. The goosebumps she got while listening to the song had just faded. But the reason no longer mattered. In her view, the theme song Big Fish was of perfect level, and it suited perfectly her upcoming movie. The music scene in Qin continent. Indeed, it is rich in talent. Xianyu, she'll remember that. Chapter 20, 19 phone_1. Your bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 74,087 yuan, leaving your account balance at 74,783 yuan. December 5th. That's when Lin Yuan received this sum of money. At the same time, he also received a message from the company's finance department. Your piece, Life Like a Summer Flower, has been paid for its downloads and your monthly salary has been deposited. From now on the 5th of every month, your earnings from the song downloads and your base salary will be transferred to your bank account on time. If you have any questions, please consult the finance department. Finally, he was getting paid. Lin Yuan was a bit excited. The late arrival of December meant that this year's rookie season had officially ended. Thanks to the company's large-scale promotions in the middle of the month, the final download count for Life Like a Summer Flower exceeded 500,000, a record far exceeding that of previous rookie seasons, indirectly attesting to the quality of Lin Yuan's piece. After deducting close to 10,000 yuan in taxes, Lin Yuan was left with over 60,000 yuan in his hands. Along with his basic salary of 10,000 yuan, Lin Yuan's bank account balance finally topped 70,000 yuan. Even though Lin Yuan technically had not worked for a month, perhaps this was a perk for new employees. In his past life, a rookie songwriter's work would never have fetched such a high price. Not to mention, Lin Yuan could look forward to additional earnings from the song. In the future, as long as there were still people willing to spend money to download Life Like a Summer Flower, Lin Yuan would continue to receive the song's download royalties. No wonder there's a saying in the music industry, one good song can feed you for a lifetime. Even if Lin Yuan can't produce any other successful works in the future, the royalties brought in by Life, Like a Summer Flower, alone would be enough to take care of his basic living expenses. That being said, the download count for Life, Like a Summer Flower will certainly decline over time. Since any work has an initial to saturation audience, the royalties will inevitably decrease gradually. So releasing more songs is definitely the right move. It builds reputation and makes money. Lin Yuan couldn't help but anticipate the royalties that Big Fish could bring him in the future. The company alone would bring in over 600,000 yuan from the 5 million exclusive rights to the song. Adding in the download royalties, it would certainly make a considerable amount. Next, he could finally do what he had always wanted to do since he crossed over. Lin Yuan first called Zhao Ju and asked for a favor. Then, after a deep breath, recalling the previous owner's communication with his mother in his mind, and ensuring he was ready, he made a call to his mother, who was teaching music back home. The call was connected quickly. On the other end was a somewhat tired voice. Little Yuan, is it because you're short of pocket money? Mom will wire it to you right now. No, Lin Yuan quickly replied. I've got some good news for you. Before Lin Yuan could finish, he heard a strange voice on the line. Qinjin, the shelves in the east are empty. Take the list and restock from the warehouse. The call suddenly hung up, but Lin Yuan could imagine his mother hurriedly hanging up the call. It was only after 5 minutes that his mom called back, whispering, the call just now had a bad signal. Mom, a sudden lump formed in Lin Yuan's throat. Stop pretending. You've obviously taken a part-time job again. Well, I didn't really have anything to do at school today. His mom said a bit guiltily. You know, I'm just a music teacher. My class was taken over by Mr. Huang, the math teacher, today. So, I had to find something else to do. I mean, I'd just be idle otherwise. Lin Yuan retorted. Why does the math teacher always take your classes? His mother laughed and said, Don't nonsense. The language teacher likes to take my classes too. Lin Yuan felt helpless. Can your health really handle all of this? Have you forgotten about the time you worked 3 part-time jobs at the same time and ended up on a drip at the hospital? I just help out at the supermarket. Oh yeah, what was the good news you mentioned earlier? Mom tried to change the topic. Lin Yuan did not expose her and said, You know I switched to composing, right? I learned songwriting and one of my songs caught on last month. So, I made 100,000 yuan. 100,000? From songwriting. Rather than feeling excited, his mom was completely panicked. Don't lie to me. Tell me, have you done something bad? Little Yuan, if something happens, don't be afraid. Tell Mom. You didn't sell your organs, did you? Mom's voice even had a sobbing tone to it. Lin Yuan was torn between laughter and tears. How did we get to this? I really made some money from the song I wrote. Life Like a Summer Flower. Have you heard of it? Sounds familiar. I think someone from the office played it once. Is it written by you? Yes, it is. You've never lied from childhood, so it's really your song? Indeed, it's my song, the one that Xianyu composed, and the one singing it is my senior. You? If you don't believe me, I can ask our company leader to talk to you later. You know that I signed with Starlight in my first year, right? You even kept Ms. Zhao, my agent's phone number. She wouldn't deceive you, would she? I believe. What about this 100,000? Out of that 100,000, I need to keep 20 or 30,000 for expenses. I'll transfer the rest to you. You won't have to work part-time anymore. I have money now. You don't need to provide for me. Transfer it to me. Transfer it to me. Mom quivered as she spoke. I'll keep it for you. If you fall ill again, we can afford the treatment and wouldn't need to bother our relatives. No, Lin Yuan said. I hope Mom can pay off the debts at home. You've spent a lot of money on my treatments over the years. You never told us exactly how much you've borrowed. That's not urgent. I will pay off the debts as long as I'm alive. I won't miss a cent. I will even calculate the interest. Really? Lin Yuan felt a lump in his throat. Mom, this song will continue to make money. Besides, I've moved to the composition department now, and I have a guaranteed monthly salary of 20,000. So, I can afford my own treatments. Can you tell me exactly how much debt we have? Over 100,000. Mom tried to sound casual. Lin Yuan said, I'm serious. Mom corrected herself. Perhaps over 200,000. Lin Yuan hesitated. You always taught us 3 children not to lie. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After several seconds, Mom's voice returned, sounding heavier. With the interest, it totals to 528,636 yuan. Okay, Lin Yuan said lightly. I will pay off this debt this year. You don't need to work part-time anymore. Listen to me. Pay off the debt first. You don't have to pay it all off. You can keep 20,000 to improve your life a bit. I'll transfer more money to you later. I recently wrote a new song, and it should earn quite a bit. Mom chided him. You kid, aren't you a bit too proud? It's a blessing that your song became a hit. Do you expect every song you compose to do the same? I have confidence. Okay, you have confidence. But about the money, I should give some to your sister and break the good news to her. It's not easy for her since she just graduated. Not long ago. She has been using the same phone for 5 years without changing it. Mom seemed to be soliciting Lin Yuan's opinion. Let me handle it. Lin Yuan laughed. I will tell my sister and get her a new phone. She has been taking care of me all these years. It's about time I repay her. You do have a point. Mom felt guilty towards Lin Yuan's sisters. Because of Lin Yuan, the 2 girls at home had to sacrifice a lot. Remember not to forget. Okay. They chatted for about half an hour, and Lin Yuan kept telling Mom not to work part-time, before hanging up reluctantly. After the call, Lin Yuan opened his mobile banking app and transferred 73,000 yuan to Mom. Mom received the money swiftly and then sent a voice message. Be frugal with the remaining money. 2 or 3,000 yuan can't be wasted. I know, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Saying that he earned 100,000 was to make Mom feel at ease, and the same went for the basic salary of 20,000. In reality, he only had a little over 1,000 left. But 1,000 yuan was enough to last him till next month. After receiving the money, Lin Yuan's mom, Jin, still felt apprehensive. For a woman who never gave up on her son's treatment, the meaning of 100,000 yuan was not just about money itself. After some hesitation, she called Zhao Ju to ask about Lin Yuan's situation. Upon confirming the situation, she felt somewhat relieved. Standing in the warehouse, lost in her thoughts for a while, tears suddenly fell from her eyes, shocking the workers nearby. What's wrong with you? Jin wiped away her tears. I'm happy. The worker laughed. What kind of great joy would make you cry? Do you listen to songs? What? You should listen to the song, Life Like a Summer Flower. It's really nice. Oh. The worker looked a little confused. Okay, sure. Chapter 21. 20. He green me _1. Everyone has 4 different faces. The crazy one in front of friends, the perfect one in the eyes of a lover, the vulnerable one when they're alone, and the quiet one when among strangers. That sounds a bit dramatic. But Lin Yuan's demeanor while talking on the phone with his mother indeed was different from his usual reticence. He thought it was because he was intentionally imitating the original owner, but upon reflection, it was not solely that, because the emotions came from his heart. He hesitated for a moment. Lin Yuan decided to contact his sister next month. He didn't have enough money to buy his sister a new phone this month. Moreover, it took courage for him to communicate with his family. He isn't the real person they knew after all. He had to mentally prepare himself before he dared to talk to his mother. What should he do next? Lin Yuan decided to treat his friends to a meal. As his 2 best friends, Xia Fan and Jin, he always took good care of Lin Yuan. Now that he had earned some money, he naturally wanted to treat them to a nice meal. For this, Lin Yuan specifically reserved a rather upscale restaurant near the school, where the average cost per person was close to 200 yuan. At noon, the 3 of them arrived at the restaurant. Before entering, Jin and Xia Fan desperately tried to stop Lin Yuan, thinking this place was too expensive. Unfortunately, their attempt to stop him failed. Lin Yuan's reasoning was that he now had a regular position at Starlight and was earning 10,000 yuan per month. Oh, Jin finally understood and then teased. No wonder you disappeared as soon as it was the weekend last month. You were working at Starlight. Didn't a high-level executive offer to keep you? How can a student afford such a high salary? Lin Yuan is very competent. Xia Fan refuted Jin. Regardless of his inability to sing, Lin Yuan had keen insight when it came to sound. However, she didn't probe further, simply guessing that Lin Yuan worked in a department like a recording studio, where his abilities would be well utilized. Lin Yuan just smiled and didn't say anything. Just then, Jian Yi suddenly nudged Lin Yuan's arm and pointed at a girl who had just taken her seat. "Hey, isn't that our school's piano goddess, Gushi?" Lin Yuan followed Jian Yi's gaze and found that the girl was indeed the one who had criticized his poor piano skills. "Interested?" Xia Fan teased. "She is the youngest pianist ever to perform in the Golden Hall and has been touted by industry insiders as a future piano master. The line of boys chasing her can extend from the school gate to this restaurant. You're not in her league." Jian Yi relaxed. "The distance from the school gate to this restaurant is 3.45 kilometers. Xia Fan rolled her eyes. "Pedant," Jian Yi said. "Weren't you the first to belittle me? I'm going to get some ice cream." Lin Yuan stood up, temporarily withdrawing from the battlefield. Although this place was rather expensive, the ice cream was self-serve and quite tasty. He'd tasted a bit earlier and liked the flavor. Arriving at the ice cream cabinet, Lin Yuan discovered that the ice cream was almost finished. Just as he was about to scoop some ice cream with his spoon, another spoon from across him reached in, bumping into his. The two of them turned their heads up simultaneously. Lin Yuan saw her face, recalling the name Jian Yi had mentioned just now. "Gushi? It's you?" Gushi also recognized Lin Yuan as the one who had used her piano without her permission. She raised her eyebrows and sarcastically said, "You're not pretending anymore? Weren't you saying you didn't know me the last time?" Lin Yuan ignored her and went on to scoop some ice cream. Gushi blocked his spoon. "I was here first," Lin Yuan said. "But you didn't scoop." Gushi got angry. "I was about to." Lin Yuan thought for a moment. "Half for each of us then." Gushi looked at Lin Yuan for a few seconds, then softly chuckled. "I'll let you have it. Thank you." Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan scooped out all the remaining ice cream. Watching Lin Yuan take away all the ice cream, Gushi was nonplussed. When she said, "I'll let you have it," it was a strategy of retreating in order to gain an advantage. A normal person's response should be, "No, you first." But Lin Yuan didn't play by the rules. Returning to his table, Jian Yi and Xia Fan had stopped squabbling, both looking at Lin Yuan in surprise. Lin Yuan asked, "What's up?" Jian Yi gave him a thumbs up. "Hidden depths." Xia Fan also chimed in. "Man, you've successfully grabbed her attention." "Yes," Jian Yi smirked. "Since you came back from the ice cream, she's looked at you several times." Lin Yuan ignored the two of them. Gushi returned to her seat with a disconcerted look on her face. Her companion asked, "Where's the ice cream?" Gushi looked at Lin Yuan and said, "It was taken by a man with no manners." Her companion looked in Lin Yuan's direction. "The one in white? He's pretty handsome. Do you know him?" Gushi squinted her eyes, a hint of murderous intent in their depths. "He cheated me." Her companion nearly choked on her drink in surprise. Aware of the misunderstanding, Gushi added, "He used Shaoli." Shaoli, the name Gu she had given her piano. It was a piano that belonged solely to Gushi, but it had been used by Lin Yuan. Gushi indeed felt enraged, as if she had been cheated on. Her companion laughed. "What kind of dramatic words are these? Forget it, let's eat. We have an interview this afternoon." Gushi scoffed. In the afternoon, a group of journalists entered the campus. The person they were interviewing today was a sophomore student, Gushi. The atmosphere in Qin continent was steeped in music. Over the years, numerous musical geniuses had emerged, and among them, a girl called Gu. She was one of the brightest. Chapter 22. 20. He green me _2. The most legendary of her experiences was when she entered the Golden Hall at the age of 15 and performed a piano piece called Wish, which completely shocked the entire music industry. Even Abigail, the composer of Wish, lavished praise upon Gushi's skill level. A top-level piano master in Qin continent openly stated, "The piano performing ability of Gushi is only a step away from a master." In Qin continent, there is more than one highest music stage, and that Golden Hall is one of the numerous dream stage in the minds of many musicians. At the age of 15, she stepped on such a high-level stage, which was enough to be described as legendary, and gained recognition from so many industry elites, which was even more rare. So the title of piano goddess put on Gushi's head is indeed not an exaggeration. It's just that Gushi doesn't usually accept interviews. Today it's the school's attempt to increase the influence of Qin Continent Art Academy that they convinced Gushi to accept this interview. The interview. place is not far from the piano room, because it's convenient to take back pictures of Gu Shi with her piano afterwards. I hear you will be invited to the Golden Hall for the second time next year. Do you have anything to say about this? The journalist stared at this rarely interviewed piano prodigy. I'm deeply grateful to the Golden Hall for their recognition. Gu Shi responded according to the pre-written interview script. The journalist asked again, last time you played Wish, what piece are you preparing to perform next time? I haven't thought about it this year. This sentence was true. Gu Shi really hadn't thought about it. The reporter laughed and said, many composers in the industry have publicly expressed their admiration for you. Have you considered inviting any composer? A lot, but not convenient to reveal. These maestros are so proud that one is more difficult to serve than the other. Even complimenting themselves was already extreme. Before she became a piano master, basically no one would really care for her, even if she was the so-called piano goddess. This is reality. Even the top maestros and masters have to fight for recognition, because the number of masters who are adept at performance is much more than top maestros. This is determined by the industry ecosystem. The creative talent of maestros makes hard work strange only half of it. The rest of that 50% is enviable raw talent beyond words. Being a piano master is different. Raw talent is important for piano masters, but continuous overnight practice can keep piano masters' skills sharp. In the industry, if you don't practice well before going on a Golden Hall level stage, even the peak performing piano masters have precedents of messing up. After all, the people who can enter the Golden Hall for concerts have picky ears. Even a slightly inaccurate note will be detected. But there are exceptions to everything. There are also those big shots who can terrify the audience by playing the piano at any time, but Gu Shi is far from that realm. So, can you tell us which master's works you have been listening to more recently? The reporter continued to ask. Just as Gu Shi was about to reply verbatim, she suddenly heard a slightly familiar melody in her ear. It was the same one from last time. That person is back in the piano room again. In her ecstasy, Gu Shi didn't care about the interview anymore. She darted off to the piano room, excitement written all across her face. I finally waited till this time. The first time she heard the strange melody last month, Gu Shi's ears were won over. She didn't know if the player of that song was the original composer. So that day when she got back home, she went through the new works of many maestros on Blue Star, but as expected, she didn't find anything similar. Gu Shi was not surprised about this. Whenever a maestro on Blue Star produced a new work, Gu Shi would listen and learn from it as soon as possible. Never had a maestro come out with a new piece that Gu Shi hadn't heard of. So, after confirming that the melody she had heard was an original piece that hadn't yet been released to the public, Gu Shi began her daily stakeout. Because she was certain that the person playing the song at that time had to be a maestro-tier existence. Yes, after that day, Gu Shi would stake out every day in the piano room, hoping to run into the performer of that song again. But it was a pity that after sitting there for many days, Gu Shi didn't find anyone. Who would think that today, the mysterious maestro appeared again? At this time, she had no time to waste with journalists. It's over? How come so quickly? Before she got to the piano room, the mysterious melody had finished. Gu Shi couldn't help but worry, sprinted like mad, exerting all her might. Crash. She ran into someone. Lin Yuan rubbed his aching chest, looked at Gu Shi, felt somewhat helpless. It was just a bit of ice cream. Did she need this kind of revenge? Sorry. Short of breath, Gu Shi quickly apologized, but when she looked at Lin Yuan's face, she paused, slowing her pace. This guy again. After giving Lin Yuan a fierce glance, Gu Shi went silent, continued her rush to the piano room. Compared to this guy, the maestro is the most important thing. Lin Yuan frowned. Fleeing to avoid punishment? He had run into Gu Shi at noon. It reminded him of the piano, so he whimsically came to the piano room in the afternoon to play for a while. But instead, he ran into Gu Shi's revenge. But considering it was over the ice cream, he didn't say anything and turned to leave. However, Gu Shi was rushing to the piano room like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. She opened door after door of the piano rooms. But there were too many people in the piano room. She couldn't find the maestro she was looking for. Even after questioning everyone, she didn't get any useful information. These people had no idea about the existence of a maestro around them. But many were eager to get close and chat her up. She rubbed her head hard. Her hair turned into a mess and looked lost. It's all that guy's fault for getting in my way. The maestro's visits to the piano room are too infrequent. She didn't know how long it would take for her to run into him again. If it wasn't for that guy hindering her, maybe she could have seen the maestro already. At this time, the school's teachers and the journalists also rushed in panting. What happened? Gushi, why did you run so fast? Gushi was on high alert immediately. Was the existence of the maestro something you mortals could know? Have you heard of the nearest water tower getting the moon first? This matter can't be revealed to outsiders. The maestro is mine. No one can snatch him from me. Gushi suppressed her annoyance and calmly said, I'm sorry, I just remembered that I left something in the piano room. Oh, the reporter patted his chest. Then can we see your piano? I heard that you usually use only one piano. You can only take pictures, don't touch. Gushi reminded specifically. Chapter 23-21. Ace Composer _1. The next day, 8 in the morning, Lin Yuan had just arrived at the company when he was summoned by Ol Zhou to his office. Qi Continent's Dragon Fish Dance order is done. They've officially chosen your composition, and they've also scheduled their movie for release next week. Next week? Isn't that too fast? Ol Zhou explained. Normally they wouldn't rush it, but the film market in Qi Continent is too competitive. They probably rushed to avoid clashing with a blockbuster, so they hastily rescheduled. According to their perspective, the movie's post-production is all set and the promotion has never stopped. They just needed a good theme song. So now that they have it, it's only natural for them to rush the release. Oh, once the movie premiere is over, the company will also officially arrange for Big Fish to go online. I'll speak with the resource department to get you some good recommendations. Regardless of how the movie does, I think this song can be a hit. Thank you. Lin Yuan left the office. 20 minutes later, Ol Zhou also came out of his office, clapping vigorously, successfully attracting the department members' attention. Someone asked, Boss, what's up? Ol Zhou was all smiles. The order for Dragon Fish Dance. Qi Continent has signed a contract with us, so you guys don't need to force yourselves on composing. Sealed the deal? The crowd was surprised, and chatter broke out. Who did? That's intense. He managed to get the order that even tens of ace composers couldn't handle? Moreover, wasn't the composition speed too fast? How much time has passed since then? Which big shot in our composition department did it? Could it be that Maestro stepped in? Someone teased Lin Yuan. Student Xianyu, your 5 million is gone. Seems like the Dragon Fish Dance order is not in your luck. Haha. Wu Yong also gave Lin Yuan a pat on the shoulder, teasing, keep up the good work. Everyone burst into laughter. Then everyone turned to look at Ol Zhou, hoping to get an answer from him. Who in our composition department is so awesome? Boss, don't keep us in suspense. It's... Ol Zhou paused slightly to build up the suspense, but before he could speak, a voice came from outside. Who ordered the coffee? Lin Yuan raised his hand. Me. He had placed the order when he came out of Ol Zhou's office. A few delivery guys had shown up at the same time, each of their hands filled with coffee. One of them told Lin Yuan, there are a total of 86 cups. Please check. 86 cups. That's the total number of people currently in the 10th floor composing department. Lin Yuan nodded. Thank you. Seeing so many coffees, Wu Yong was surprised. Lin Yuan, why did you order so much coffee? Do you own the coffee shop? No. Lin Yuan curtly replied. To treat everyone. Wu Yong immediately broke into laughter. What's this all about? Suddenly being so generous and treating us to coffee. Coffee. It seemed like he thought of something. Wu Yong's laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone else also stopped laughing and looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief. Apparently, they also remembered that someone had joked to Lin Yuan that if he gets the order from Qi Continent, he would treat everyone to coffee. Could it be? I promised earlier. Lin Yuan resolved everyone's doubts. He was a man of his words, even though these coffees were really expensive. Huh. The members of the composing department on the 10th floor looked at each other in awkward silence. What are you waiting for? Ol Zhou said. Why are you all stunned? Even though the atmosphere he had been building up got ruined by the delivery guy, the scene in front of him was incredibly amusing. Holy shit. After the utmost silence came the ultimate uproar. Lin Yuan became the focus, and the entire composition department was filled with exclamation. Is that really Lin Yuan? Did your calculator malfunction? Isn't he a newbie? He's more like a god. Lin Yuan. No. Teacher Admirable Fish, I bow to you. Who the hell said Lin Yuan was an idiot? Stand up, he's obviously the new god of our composition department. Stop pretending, OL Wong, it was. You. I didn't you. How can you tarnish my reputation? You're the idiots. Your whole families are idiots. Admirable Fish, forever a god. The way everyone looked at Lin Yuan had changed. No one could see him as just a lucky newbie anymore. This newbie was too strong. Of course, everyone still remembered to get their coffee. Lin Yuan was hurting. These coffees had maxed out his bank card. How to survive the rest of the month was a problem. Of course, the main reason was that Lin Yuan forgot to plan ahead. He forgot how much he would have to spend this month. He must learn from this. The Dragonfish Dance order from Qi Continent was a tough bone for the entire 10th floor composition department. What if the order can't be resolved? Obviously, while OL Zhou wouldn't resort to asking other companies for help, he would definitely get other floors involved in the end. After all, OL Zhou was not only the boss of the 10th floor, but also the whole composition department. He had to consider the department as a whole. No one on the 10th floor wanted this to happen. Although the composition department is a whole and OL Zhou is everyone's leader, there is competition between different floors. Dragonfish Dance from Qi Continent was an order for the 10th floor. To let the other floors handle, it would show the incompetence of the 10th floor. At that time, the members of the 10th floor composition department wouldn't be able to hold their heads high in front of other floors' composition department members. In this regard, Lin Yuan was the hero of the 10th floor. Therefore, when it was time to get off work in the evening, the senior Zheng Han from Lin Yuan's school, who had been friendly to Lin Yuan during the meeting, invited Lin Yuan for a meal and then personally drove him back to school. Thank you. Just as Lin Yuan was about to get out of the car, Zheng Han suddenly spoke up. Lin Yuan was startled. Zheng Han smiled. At the last meeting, I told you that on our 10th floor, more than 10 ace composers have had their orders canceled, but there was something I didn't tell you. What is it? I was the 14th one to have my order canceled. I took your order. If you grab an order I could handle, that's theft. But if you take an order I couldn't handle, that's on me. However, I don't want orders from the 10th floor to be completed by other floors, so I'm thanking you for everyone on the 10th floor. Lin Yuan told the truth. I did it for myself. Zheng Han's smile didn't fade. We're all doing it for ourselves. But if the order failed, the number of orders coming to the 10th floor would decrease, and no one's days would be easy. Oh, so this was the real reason the 10th floor wasn't willing to easily give up the Dragonfish Dance order. Everyone was not only looking out for the honor and face of the 10th floor, but also for tangible benefits. In other words, the more orders each floor receives, the more chances the composers on that floor get. If the Dragonfish Dance order was initially assigned to another floor, Lin Yuan wouldn't have had a good chance of getting the order, unless other floors also couldn't handle the order. But the composition department is overflowing with talent. Every floor can handle the orders they get most of the time, and there are few orders that an entire floor can't digest. Zheng Han said, this is why many floors have a maestro at their helm. Some floors may not have a maestro, but they have more ace composers. Therefore, in terms of average strength, all floors are more or less the same. Lin Yuan nodded. It appears the competition within the company is quite fierce. Seeming to see through Lin Yuan's thoughts, Zheng Han said, it's not that our company is competitive, it's the entire industry that's competitive. There are too many people in the Qin continent involved in music. We're looking forward to you becoming one of the ace composers on our 10th floor. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded again. Chapter 24. 22 Emil's Thank You Gift _1. The next day when he returned to the company, there were more voices greeting Lin Yuan in the department. Good morning. After responding to the greetings, Lin Yuan found Wu Yong and asked him a question. Does the 10th floor have 14 ace composers? Yes, indeed. Wu Yong laughed. The ace producers are all master composers. Your schoolmate OL Zheng is one of them, the senior colleague who sat next to you during the last meeting. Do the aces have higher salaries? This was the key issue that Lin Yuan wanted to ask. Wu Yong nodded. Of course, the salaries of ace composers are definitely higher than ours. They have a base wage of 30,000 yuan per month, but aces usually don't pay much attention to their base salary. Lin Yuan said, but I would. Wu Yong chuckled. Then strive to be an ace. But the greatest advantage of being an ace is not the basic salary. What makes an ace truly powerful is their ability to negotiate with the company and acquire a higher share of the production proceeds. A higher share of the proceeds? Lin Yuan asked. What is the standard for being an ace? Hey, ace is our private nickname. Although it sounds a bit childish, calling it this way makes it seem cool, just like the maestro. In reality, the company's ace composers have a specific title called senior composers, which is higher than our title of composers. The company's standard for assigning the title of senior composer is to have at least 5 representative works breaking the million downloads threshold. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. Wu Yong patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. I just looked at the download volume of Life Like a Summer Flower. Today it has reached almost 600,000, so it is not a problem for it to break the million mark in the future. I wonder whether your customized tune for Chi Continent has the potential to break the million downloads. It's hard to say. Because these customized impression tunes are often restricted by the style of the original work and easily become niche pieces. The downloads of niche works are definitely not that impressive, so don't hold your hopes too high. But the share from this commission is considerable, so you will definitely make a fortune here. Lin Yuan considered his words thoughtfully. Wu Yong sighed. Don't think too far ahead. After all, you've just joined the company and already achieved 2 remarkable successes. In the future, you still have a very good chance of becoming a senior composer. By then, you will be the 15th ace on the 10th floor. Lin Yuan felt he needs to speed up his song release schedule. Only by becoming a senior composer, or so-called ace, can he earn more money. With this thought, Lin Yuan asked Wu Yong again, can anyone take the orders on the 10th floor, as happened this time? No, Wu Yong replied. The orders are allocated by the boss. Aces get priority and allocations are made in turn, so it won't always be the same ace receiving orders. This ensures opportunities for everyone. Only when an ace fails to complete the order will it be passed on to another ace. The order for Dragonfish Dance had very strict requirements, so all 14 of our aces failed. So OL Zhou decided to open it up to the entire department. This rarely happens. On average, about every 5 aces will have inevitably completed an order, given that our company's aces have comparatively strong business capabilities. What about Maestro? Let's not discuss the other floors. On our 10th floor, we only have 1 Maestro. You've never seen him because the Maestro only comes into the company a few times a year. However, Maestro isn't short of orders. Unless the offering party nearly offers 10 million, they won't even consider it. Oh, Lin Yuan gradually understood more about the company. He was a newcomer who just joined the company. There were many things that he needed others to point out. This was why the supervisor asked OL Wu to guide Lin Yuan. At noon, the people from the composing department went to the canteen for their meal, one after another. Lin Yuan, who was left broke by coffee, thought for a moment and decided to mooch a meal off someone. He had already selected the person. Sun Yaohua. Sun Yaohua made his name from the new talent chart, and he was very grateful to Lin Yuan. He had offered more than once to treat Lin Yuan to a meal, but Lin Yuan had always been too busy. Seizing the opportunity today, he could now have this meal. However, when Lin Yuan arrived at the artist department on the 8th floor, he found out that Sun Yaohua was not in the company today because of a work meeting. Just as he was going to leave, a familiar voice stopped him. Lin Yuan. Ms. Zhao. When Lin Yuan turned his head, he found Zhao Ju standing there. Zhao. Ju laughed softly. I didn't expect it to be you. Are you here looking for someone? Lin Yuan nodded. Yes, but Sun Yaohua isn't here. Zhao Ju said. He's out. And you haven't had lunch yet, have you? If you have no plans, come eat with me. I'll introduce you to the food in the senior staff canteen. Lin Yuan was worried. Is the senior staff canteen very expensive? Zhao Ju couldn't help but laugh. Are you a guest eating with Ms. Zhao and still worrying about spending money? Come on, I'm treating you. Thank you, Ms. Zhao. Lin Yuan was somewhat grateful. The senior staff canteen was different from the employee canteen. It was a quieter place to eat, and there were fewer people. There were several empty tables around Lin Yuan. Most of the dishes here were made to order. The senior staff would usually order their food in advance, and then come to eat when the chef had prepared them at noon. I often can't finish eating alone. Zhao Ju pointed at the 4 dishes on the table. It's great that you're here. You can help me finish it. If it's not enough, I'll have them make more. It's enough. Lin Yuan was not a greedy person. After taking the first bite, he instantly understood why this was called a senior staff canteen. Because the taste here was considerably better than the employees' canteen, and it was almost similar to the restaurant they went to that day with the ice cream buffet. The impressive employees' canteen in Lin Yuan's mind was suddenly overshadowed. Chapter 25. Zhao Ju ate very slowly. She intermittently received phone calls, busy as ever. When on the phone, she typically spoke with authority and decisiveness. That jewelry brand replaced our artist? It's not our artist's fault, is it? Then stop fighting for it. Announce now that Starlight's artists won't be endorsing this brand anymore. The event organizing team from Muse's Apparel complained that Starlight's artist was late? How did I teach you all? Thinking you've gone big. Don't blame it on the traffic. Just impose the fines. Don't try to be a big shot in front of me. Li's wardrobe malfunction was photographed. Contact the PR department. Also, find the reporter who took the photos and have him answer to his boss. After several calls, she finally turned to Lin Yuan with an apologetic smile. I hope I didn't disturb you. Not at all. Lin Yuan hadn't eaten breakfast and was a bit hungry, but while Zhao Ju was busy on the phone, he focused on his meal. Oh, you. Zhao Ju chided, looking at Lin Yuan humorously. She reached over and wiped away a grain of rice that rested on the corner of his lips. Last time your mother called me to ask about you. I didn't expect you to lie to her. You earn less than 100,000, don't you? Your salary isn't even 2,000. Lin Yuan said, I've put Ms. Zhao to trouble. Zhao Ju shook her head slightly, guessing his reasons and not blaming him. Just then, her phone rang again. However, this call seemed particularly important. Lin Yuan saw Zhao Ju's expression change, and she even stood up. Furthermore, her tone on this call was unlike the previous authoritative one, as she seemed a bit restrained. I am taken care of. This girl is a bit arrogant. Not easy to handle. I understand, boss. Please don't let those people pressure me into making any promises. My heart can't take it. Lin Yuan finally understood. It turned out it was the company boss. That explained everything. Who would dare disrespect their own boss? After hanging up, Zhao Ju seemed to have lost her appetite. After idly taking a couple of bites, she sat with a troubled expression. Is something troubling you? Lin Yuan asked with concern. Zhao Ju gave a bitter smile. Telling you isn't going to solve my problem. Just have your meal. Lin Yuan took a sip of soup, then wiped his mouth. I'm full. You can talk now. Zhao Ju put down her phone. You know about Bloom, right? Lin Yuan nodded. This was an annual talent show in Qin continent. Xia Fan had always dreamed of becoming an excellent female singer, but she had been eliminated in the past 2 years. It was a competition with quite a high threshold. Well, you must have followed the competition then. Exasperated, Zhao Ju continued. This year's Bloom produced an unusual winner named Zhao Yingge. She's beautiful and possesses a voice on par with yours from before. Most importantly, she doesn't have an agency which has every entertainment company in Qin continent, large and small, wanted to sign her. Unfortunately, this prideful girl made a statement that anyone wanting to sign her must present a signature song worthy of representing her. Consequently, I asked OL Zhou to bring in 7 to 8 ace songwriters to write for her, none of which she was satisfied with. Lin Yuan commented, her standards are pretty high. During his work in the morning, Lin Yuan had listened to various representative works of the ace songwriters out of curiosity. No doubt about it. The level of work they produced was extraordinary. Each of their signature pieces could be considered a classic. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan believed with certainty that these representative works from the ace songwriters would have been enormous hits even in his past life. This gave Lin Yuan a deeper impression of the compositional skills of people on the Blue Star. However, she's not specifically targeting Starlight. Zhao Ju's tone became somewhat lighter. It seemed she had found a good listener in Lin Yuan. Thankfully, neither Dazzling Silver Glow nor San Si has managed to move her with their songs either. So for now, our 3 companies are still in the competition. She hasn't considered any companies outside of the big 3. At this point, Zhao Ju shook her head and added, actually, it's not that she doesn't appreciate the songs from the ace songwriters. The main issue is that they are limited in their focus. They mostly have long-term partnerships with singers, and sometimes they have to accept some external customizations, so the songs they write at the last minute are bound to be of questionable quality. Another call came in. Zhao Ju didn't want to answer and immediately hung up. She continued sharing her troubles with Lin Yuan. As a songwriter, you should understand that even with their full effort, no songwriter can guarantee that every one of their pieces will be a signature work. Signature works often represent an individual's highest level. Who dares to say that every one of their works can reach their highest level? Yes, everyone says that songwriters are amazing and everything they do is extraordinary. But they say it in a certain way. Granted, they're definitely amazing. After all, every songwriter in Starlight has at least 5 or more classic songs. But if you average it out, you'll find that most of these songwriters are over 30 years old, and at 30, they're already considered young talents. In other words, except for a few prodigies, most of them have spent over 10 years writing just a few pieces that could be considered as signature works. 10 years, just for these few signature works. This output, isn't it like giving birth, 9 months of pregnancy? These songwriters couldn't even bear a child in 9 months. So, Zhao Ji's requirement for a signature work is not as simple as asking an songwriter to write a song for her. This seemingly simple requirement is, in fact, extremely difficult. Lin Yuan finally understood. Ms. Zhao provided him with a new perspective. He only saw the strength of the songwriters, but didn't see how much time and effort everyone had put in to produce a signature work, just like how he had to work hard to complete the system tasks in order to get the treasure chest. Oh well. Zhao Ju suddenly laughed. I've been venting to you for so long. I guess you must be bored by now. Thank you for listening to all my nonsense. Go back to work if you're done eating. I'll just have to try my luck with Zhou a couple more times. After all, the other 2 companies are also stuck with Zhao and Gu for now. I'll figure something out gradually. Lin Yuan asked, if she gets a song she'll sign? Zhao Ju was almost toppled by Lin Yuan's nonchalance. Yes, a song will do. But it has to be a signature work. You understand what a signature work means, right? Life like a summer flower is your signature work. Can you produce summer flowers every day? Lin Yuan regretted. Life like a summer flower has already been released. She must have heard it. Zhao Ju, boy, are you serious? Lin Yuan was also a bit troubled. Would easy to ignite and explode work? Zhao Ju looked confused. What explosion? Lin Yuan took out his phone, did something on his mailbox, and then said, I've sent it to you. Zhao Ju looked even more confused. What have you sent me? Lin Yuan stood up and said, consider it a thank you gift for the meal. Chapter 26, 23 Dragonfish Dance _1. God knows how long it took for Zhao Ju to decipher the meaning of the words Lin Yuan said before he left. For a while, she felt both amused and touched. She felt amusement because, did Lin Yuan really understand what kind of song she needed? She felt touched because Lin Yuan must not have wanted to see her so troubled, and thus thought of lending her a hand. Years of ups and downs in the industry had made Zhao Ju accustomed to the vicissitudes of human relationships, and she knew well what was truly valuable. Whether or not it was a masterpiece, a composer would treat each of his songs like his own child, fearing that his work would be belittled. Who would treat such a work as a thank you gift for a simple meal? Lin Yuan daringly made such a remark, but Zhao Ju couldn't take it as such. At this point, whether or not the song was of a masterpiece caliber no longer mattered. So what if Lin Yuan's song couldn't help her? Just his good intentions, his defense of her, were enough to deserve her treasuring. A smile warmed her face subtly. Zhao Ju opened her email and put on her headphones to listen to this song called Easy to Ignite and Explode. Haha. The familiar electronic synth at the beginning of the song made Zhao Ju smile knowingly. The last time Lin Yuan sent her Life Like a Summer Flower, he had also used this unique electronic synth. The 3-minute 20-second song would soon be over. But after hearing the song, Zhao Ju's expression changed slightly. She subconsciously played the song again. It was still 3 minutes and 20 seconds, but this time seemed to stretch out longer. After the song, Zhao Ju stood up, almost wanting to chase after Lin Yuan, who had left long ago. But there was a slight falter in her step. She suddenly stopped again, looked down at the lunch that Lin Yuan had half eaten, and muttered, "And you call this a gift for a meal? Yo, little Zhao, what are you thinking about? You're so lost in thought." OL Zhou also came to the canteen, and immediately saw Zhao Ju, clad in headphones, with a complicated expression on her face. Oh, it suddenly occurred to Ol Zhou. Are you still worrying about how to sign the champion of Bloom this year? Don't worry, I'll help you find a few more songs to try later. Our music department is full of talent. There's bound to be a way. I think there's no need. Zhao Ju tilted her head and took off her headphones. Ol Zhou was taken aback. Why not? Zhao Ju gave a slight smile. You'll see later. Ol Zhou laughed. Don't keep me in suspense then. Anyway, let me tell you some good news. Lin Yuan is truly a genius. He's just joined the music department and has already landed a $5 million order. Good heavens, more than a dozen gold medal composers could not secure this order, yet he achieved it as soon as he made a move. And the song he wrote is of such high quality. Based on my years of experience, this song has a very high chance of becoming a hit. This is the good seedling you brought me. Ol Zhou owes you a favor. Zhao Ju's mouth gaped open. The only thought in her mind at this moment was, what on earth did I sign? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside a hotel in Qin continent. Zhao Gu, this year's overall champion of Bloom, looked annoyed. Why can't any of the many songs sent by the 3 major entertainment companies in recent days satisfy me? Didn't you say that Sansi was good? Zhou Xiaoli, Zhao Yingji's cousin, spoke up. Since becoming this year's overall champion of Bloom, many companies had contacted Zhao Gu, so Zhou Xiaoli temporarily acted as her agent, handling external relations. As there were no activities, Zhou Xiaoli spent her time making calls. As for this Sansi Zhou Xiaoli mentioned, it was a song sent by Dazzling Silver Glow. Zhao Yinggu shook her head. While Sansi is not bad, it's just that, not bad. The song hasn't reached a point where I must sing it. What I want is a song of the masterpiece caliber, because I hope that the first single I officially release can become my representative work. When people mention this song in the future, they'll immediately think of me and know that it was Zhao Yinggu who sung it. Zhou Xiaoli muttered softly. You're asking for a bit much. Zhao Yinggu sighed. You just don't understand this industry. My vocal skills are indeed quite good, but my goal is to be the future queen of the music scene. Without the help of good songs, even the best voice is useless. Although all the companies are eager to sign me now, once they actually do, they probably won't be as invested in me. After all, I'm currently living off the champion bonus from the show Bloom. Once I join a company, which company doesn't have a bunch of kings and queens of singing to take care of? Well, you're not wrong, Zhou Xiaoli persuaded. But you don't have to overstretch yourself. After all, good songs require time to create, and becoming a king or queen of singing doesn't happen overnight. It's not like you ask people to write, and they can just immediately produce one. Furthermore, the recent songs sent by the 3 major companies were all composed by renowned top-tier composers in the industry. Just this fact alone should show the company's intentions. I'd say, go for Dazzling Silver Glow. After all, you did say that the song Sansi was okay. We'll see. Zhao Yinggu was slightly unwilling. Just then, Zhou Xiaoli's phone rang again. She took it out, looked at it, and smiled. In such a short time, the 3 major companies have sent a few more new songs. Zhao Yinggu asked listlessly, who are the songs from? Zhou Xiaoli glanced at her phone and replied. The song from Dazzling Silver Glow is by a composer named Yang Shan. The one from Sansi is by Jiang Yi, and the song from Starlight is by Xianyu. Yang Shan, Jiang Yi, Xianyu? Zhao Yinggu raised an eyebrow. The information on these individuals already springing to mind. Yang Shan and Jiang Yi are both top-tier composers in the industry. As for Xianyu, he's a newly debuted composer. The champion song of last month's rookie chart, Life Like a Summer Flower, was his first piece. But that song wasn't to my taste. It's surprising that Starlight is trying to fob me off with a newbie this time. Regardless of the quality of the songs previously, at least the songs they sent were from the top composers in each company. A newcomer? Zhou Xiaoli looked a bit worried. It seems the 3 major companies are quickly losing patience with you. Even Starlight is sending over a song by a newcomer. Maybe we should hurry up and choose a company? Listen to these few songs first. Forget it. Zhao Yinggu had been dashed by continuous disappointments these past few days. We'll listen when we gather a few more songs. Consider it a final assessment. No matter what the outcome is, I'll choose one company to sign with. It's not ideal to keep dragging things along. That makes sense. Zhou Xiaoli laughed. In that case, let me take you to watch a movie. There's an animated film called Dragonfish Dance, premiering next Tuesday. You love animations, don't you? If we buy tickets now, we can still choose good seats. You buy them. Zhao Yinggu also wanted to watch a movie to clear her head. Listening to all the songs sent by various companies recently had almost made her head explode. If it really didn't work out, she might have to consider choosing Sansi by Dazzling Silver Glow. Chapter 27, 24 Big Fish _1. Wear your mask. Zhou Xiaoli laughed as she reminded Zhao Yinggu. As one of the most influential talent shows in the Qin continent, the attention to Bloom was high every year. Zhao Yinggu, the annual champion of the show, was quite well known and could easily be recognized by fans in the cinema. Today was a Tuesday, the day the movie Dragonfish Dance was released. Zhou Xiaoli, who had pre-purchased tickets, directly came to the cinema with Zhao Yinggu. The film had a moderate budget, and it didn't have a top-tier cast, but fans of this genre were not few. The screening room where Zhao Yinggu was sitting was filled with quite a few people. After they took their seats, the movie began quite quickly. Zhao Yinggu and Zhou Xiaoli, munching on popcorn while watching the movie, felt very relaxed. The big screen lit up. The opening of the plot told the story of a little girl and her parents who, during a trip, accidentally entered a magical world through a mystic tunnel. The world was both beautiful and dangerous. Monsters, strange occurrences, and strong fantastical feelings poured out, colorful and vivid. Arriving here, the parents of the little girl were captured by a witch who practiced sorcery because they broke the rules of this world out of greed. The little girl was left alone wandering in this dangerous world. She had several near-death experiences, but when she was about to be eaten by a beautiful yet deadly snake spirit, she was saved by a powerful white dragon that could change into human form. However, the little girl did not expect that the white dragon served the sorcery-practicing witch. At first, the little girl was afraid of the white dragon and even showed some resistance because the witch, who was the master of the white dragon, had taken her parents away. But as time went by, she was affected by the friendliness of the white dragon. Gradually, the two became good friends who could talk about anything and went through a lot together. However, the little girl was always preoccupied. She never gave up on rescuing her parents. Sensing the little girl's desire, the white dragon made a difficult decision. He betrayed the witch and helped the little girl save her parents. But the moment he rescued the girl's parents, he himself suffered from a malicious curse from the witch. It turned out, he was under the control of the witch. He could never betray his master as a white dragon. Once he did, the curse would strike. He would lose his dragon form and human figure and could only live in the deep sea and never come ashore again. He became a fish again, an extraordinarily large fish. Barely resisting the pain of the curse, he flew across the sky with almost miraculous strength. Using his massive body to guide the girl, he escorted her and her parents out of this dangerous place. When they were about to reach the exit, they passed an ocean. The white dragon, now a big fish, couldn't hold on any longer. He moaned and plunged into the sea, bidding the girl a final farewell. This was a magical sea area with a powerful force that could trigger people's memories. So, the movie went on to tell the source of this story in reverse. As it turned out, when the little girl was young, she had saved half a month's worth of pocket money, intending to buy her favorite snack. But while strolling by the seaside, the young girl saw the fisherman selling a beautiful fish, and she thought that the fish was pitiful. So she bought the fish and released it back. That very fish was the white dragon. Then came the white dragon's memories. When he was still a fish, he worked hard countless times and finally crossed the dragon gate. He obtained the body of a white dragon and powerful cultivation skills, also finally gaining the human form he had long dreamed of. He tried so hard because he wanted to find the little girl and repay her. However, he didn't expect that the moment he ascended into a dragon, he was caught by the evil witch and forced to become her pet. The origin of the story caught the audience by surprise. As it turned out, this accidental encounter was a long-awaited reunion. What really moved the audience to tears was a song that echoed with the waves of memory, abruptly arising. The soundless waves drowned the evening in deep shades of nightfall, creeping across the corners of the sky's end. The big fish swims through the slit of the dream, gazing at your sleeping silhouette. Piano music cascading. A song wafting. The movie theater falls silent. Listening to the ocean wave-like song in her ears, Zhao Ji's popcorn-holding hand froze in midair, as if struck by something. She was lost in a trance. Afraid you'll fly far away. Afraid you'll leave me. More afraid that you'll stay here forever. Every tear flows towards you, back into the sea under the sky. In the reluctant farewell of the big fish and the girl, the song echoes the story. At this moment, the stunning harmony wrapped around everyone's ears like it was from the magical world in the film, causing many to feel shivers down their spines. Hiss. Whimpers could be heard throughout the cinema. Zhao Ji's neighbor, Zhou Xiaoli, took out a tissue. In a blink of an eye, half the pack was used, her eyes red and swollen from crying. The movie theater became even quieter. This song at the end of the movie, coupled with the plot, was like a tear gas bomb. The harmony part of the song exploded this tear bomb in the whole theater, sparing no one. Friendship? Love? The movie never made it clear. But when the big fish returned to sea, only its broad back could be seen disappearing into the sunset. The girl, her tears streaming, was still frantically waving goodbye. Far off at the horizon, the big fish dove back into the seabed. The end of the movie was the end of the song. But the final lyric, filled with tremble, was like a dagger, stabbing the hearts of countless audience members. Every tear flows towards you, going back to our initial meeting. As the credits rolled, no one in the cinema left. In the slightly sour atmosphere, discussions were accompanied by nasally tones from crying. I held back tears for more than an hour, but this song made me lose the fight. Each line in the song is like a knife, aiming straight for my heart. The last line landed a critical hit. I'm dead. I doubt I have the courage to watch this movie again unless they cut out the final song. Who wrote this song? Does it think I feel nothing when crying? Now I think the whole movie is just a music video for the final song. I was too naive. I thought it was a healing film, but instead it's a depressing one. The final song was devastating. Among them was a woman, her eyes red from crying, mocking the man next to her. Honey, didn't you say that you never cry when watching movies? Didn't you say you despise all this emotional manipulation? That all this sentimentality is just a trick from directors to make viewers cry? Why are you crying like this now? I didn't cry when I watched the movie until I heard this song. That was the man's last act of stubbornness. I've run out of tissues. Do you have any left? Zhou Xiaoli, rubbing her nose, nudges Zhao Ji's arm with hers. Zhao Gu doesn't respond, her reddened eyes fixated on the last credit of the movie. What are you looking at? The movie's over. Unable to find a tissue, Zhou Xiaoli was forced to wipe her tears with her sleeve. Zhao Gu still doesn't respond. Not until she sees the last line of the credits, the information she has been searching for since the end of the movie. Insert song/theme song/OST/ending theme. Big Fish. Lyrics, music, arrangement, Xian Yu. Singer, Jiang Kuei. Special thanks, Xian Yu. Big Fish, she mutters under her breath. Suddenly, it seems like she remembers something, a blush creeping onto her face. Xian Yu, Xian Yu. What Xian Yu? Asked Zhou Xiaoli, who has just stopped crying, with a nasal tone. Why are you babbling? Xian Yu. Zhao Ji's voice shakes. The soundtrack of the movie was written by Xian Yu. Wasn't the song that Starlight sent last time also written by Xian Yu? Zhou Xiaoli seems to come to a realization. I think so. Zhao Gu suddenly stands up. Let's go home and listen to that song. Chapter 28, 25 Potential_1. Chi Continent. Shortly after the premiere of Dragonfish Dance, the key creators of the film all launched the movie review on the Chi Continent Film Network. This group included the film's director, Zheng Li. The movie drives me into a flood of tears. I declare that we have a vigorous addition to melancholic films from today onwards. I hope the producers can release a high-quality image of the white dragon transforming into the great fish soaring in the sky. I want to use it as my wallpaper. The ending song tugged at my heartstrings. After reading the subtitles, the final song called Big Fish is the best impressionist track of this year, unmatched. I was pretty sentimental after watching the movie. Then my buddy made me burst into laughter saying that the whole movie was a music video for the final song. The movie was okay, but the lyrics of the final song were excruciatingly heartbreaking. With a full score of 10, Dragonfish Dance currently scores 8.5. The jubilant main creators immediately cheered. "We are creating a blockbuster hit." It was such a high score. It far exceeded the expectations of the creators. After all, Dragonfish Dance wasn't a blockbuster. The publicity, casting, and screening schedules were all in the mid-range level at the time. So, wasn't the reputation of the movie the key to its success? During this cheerfulness, everyone naturally noticed the discussion about Big Fish in the comments. The producer couldn't help laughing. It turned out that everyone said our movie is a music video of Big Fish. I even feel these comments make some sense. Another creator nearby remarked with a weird expression, "Now you see why I am so strict about the soundtrack." Zheng Li was in good spirits. She didn't feel offended by the comments, because she knew most of them were making fun. From another perspective, it meant that audience appreciated her for the good match of the final song. She admitted that the final song, Big Fish, has indeed added scores to the movie. Whether it was the artistic conception and performance of the song or the lyrics perfectly matched with the plot, it maximized the resonance between the audience and the film. Before this, Zheng Li also pondered over how to conclude the movie. The tone of the film Dragonfish Dance was generally sad, and the sadness had accumulated quite a lot at the end of the film. What she needed was a trigger point that could explode the audience's emotions. Obviously, Big Fish played the role of the trigger point in evoking emotions at last. At this moment, Zheng Li's phone rang. It was a call from the investor. "The movie is well done," the representative of the investor said with some excitement. "The company has decided to intensify the promotion of Dragonfish Dance. I have already sent someone to contact the cinema to increase the movie's screening frequency. Besides, you need to make a call to Qin Continent to bring the singer of Big Fish." Zheng Li said, "Big Fish." The representative of the investor continued, Yes, Big Fish. You invite the singer of this song to our Qi Continent. Let her perform this song during promotion. The effect will certainly be great." "Okay." Zheng Li turned the topic. "Didn't you previously oppose paying 5 million for a song, saying the score wasn't that important and that the funding should all be used on the scenes? It was after my persistent urging that you finally agreed to let me spend 5 million tailoring this song." Zheng Li had high standards for the score. The investor previously thought it was too extravagant for Zheng Li to spend 5 million to tailor a song that fits Dragonfish Dance. They reluctantly made the payment only after they couldn't dissuade Zheng Li anymore. "In the end, we did what you said, didn't we?" The investor stammered. "This is the deal. The investment for your next production will be guaranteed to increase, which includes the budget for the soundtrack. You are more professional in filmmaking than we are. Sometimes when we don't comprehend, a bit more communication can solve the problem, can't it?" In any industry, performance talks. Before the future of Dragonfish Dance was clear, the investors took a high posture. In this era, those who have money are the masters. But looking at the current trend, Zheng Li's film is definitely going to be a hit. The investors have to temporarily swallow their pride and coax Zheng Li, the director who can earn money for the company. They even proactively mentioned the investment topic for her next film. That means the position of director Zheng Li in the industry has been elevated to a certain extent. "Deal," Zheng Li said cheerfully. She was now contemplating about having Xian Yu compose the music score of her next movie too. It wouldn't hurt to let Xian Yu review the full script either. Anyway, she wasn't looking for anyone else but Xian Yu. In Qin Continent, Starlights responded quickly. The film had just ended and the soundtrack, Big Fish, made its appearance on the recommendation section of major music software. This allowed the audience who were interested in the ending song to easily find this song. Inside the director's office at Starlight, OL Zhou arrived early in front of his computer waiting for the feedback on Big Fish. With his years of experience, he believed that this song definitely had the potential to make a big splash since the song was placed on the recommendation section by his resource department. And it was indeed the case. Just 5 minutes after going online, the download count for Big Fish had exceeded 30,000. The song's comment section was also extremely lively. "Here after watching Dragonfish Dance." "Same here. So the song is called Big Fish. Love it, love it. What are you waiting for? Trial listening, downloading, collection, all at once." crying while listening. As everyone knows, this song has a nearly 2-hour music video. I'm afraid you'll fly away. I'm afraid you'll leave me. What I fear more is that you will always linger. These lyrics, when combined with the scenes in the movie, are so heart-wrenching. Not only cinephiles, but some passerbys also noticed the song and found out about the movie Dragon Fish Dance through this song. It's the theme song of a film. It makes me want to watch the film Dragon Fish Dance. After listening to the song, I immediately bought 2 movie tickets. I will take my girlfriend to watch it this weekend. Now everything is ready, just lacking a girlfriend. I'm going to take my goddess to watch it. I will confess my love to her after watching the movie. My lifetime happiness depends on this movie and this song. Some people noticed that Lin Yuan was listed as the lyricist, composer, and arranger of Big Fish. Jiang Kuei, the performer, was a newcomer and everyone was not familiar with her. However, Lin Yuan could not be considered as a pure newcomer, as many listeners remembered this name. Isn't Lin Yuan the lyricist and composer of Life Like a Summer Flower? Lin Yuan? The one who topped the newcomer chart. Yes, I also noticed him. This Lin Yuan is somewhat tremendous. Just last month, he topped the newcomer chart, and this month, he brought Big Fish. Both songs are exactly to my taste. Looking at these comments, Zhou smiled broadly. Although he had not watched the movie, he could tell from the concert-goers' comments that the quality of Dragon Fish Dance was probably good, and it brought a lot of publicity to the song. Very well. Zhou was overjoyed, thinking, the speed at which Lin Yuan is growing is terrifying. He's just a sophomore this year. If he keeps getting better at this rate, our company's music department will have another ace composer in no time. In the industry, most of the newcomers hope to become the ace composer, but it usually takes over 10 years. However, the potential that Lin Yuan had shown was too huge. He might not even need 10 years to become the new ace for the company. This is precisely what Zhou valued the most. Chapter 29-26, The New Mainstay _1. Some are joyous while some are worried. While Zhou was elated, Zhao Ju was on edge. Alone in her office, she paced back and forth anxiously. Last week, she sent Easy to Ignite and Explode to Zhao Yingge. She had assumed that once this song was out, Zhao Yingge, who also shared the surname Zhao, would immediately agree to sign a contract with Starlight. However, a week had gone by, and there was still no news from Zhao Yingge. This was starting to unsettle Zhao Ju. It didn't make sense. Even as a non-professional, Zhao Ju could tell that Easy to Ignite and Explode was a good song. The first time she heard it, it had caught her ear, and after listening to it several more times, the song had imprinted itself deeply in her memory. Thus, Zhao Ju was convinced that the quality of the song alone should be enough to sway Zhao Yingge. However, the continued lack of response from Zhao Yingge began to raise doubts in Zhao Ju's mind, causing her to waver wildly between hope and fear. Had the song failed to move him? Or perhaps, Zhao Yingge had already signed with another company? Amid her anxiety, Zhao Ju's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Zhao Yingge himself, the very person she had been anxiously anticipating. Is he calling to reject me? Frowning, Zhao Ju answered the call. On the other end, Zhao Yingge's voice sounded firm. I agree to sign with Starlight. I'm sorry for letting you wait so long. Zhao Ju was startled. He's not rejecting me. She quickly regained her composure, slightly ecstatic. It seemed that Starlight had won another victory in the competition among the 3 major companies. That's all right. Her tone turned magnanimous. Thoughtful considerations can lead to firm decisions. We're willing to wait. So when do you plan to sign the contract? I can do it any time. Zhao Yingge affirmed. Just use the contract terms you brought up before. However, the song Easy to Ignite and Explode must be my debut single. I hope the company can manage its promotion well. Of course, Zhao Ju laughed. We are a very efficient company. If you're free, you can come to the company to sign the contract this afternoon. Zhao Ju did not wish to delay the process any longer. No problem. Zhao Yingge agreed instantly, then added after a moment of thought, the moment I heard Easy to Ignite and Explode. I loved it. The song really suits me. Great. So it wasn't a problem with the song after all. I knew it. How could Lin Yuan fail with such a high-quality song like Easy to Ignite and Explode? Then prepare to head over. Zhao Ju's mood had swung completely back around, returning to her usual brisk and efficient self. I'll have someone meet you downstairs. The contract will be ready when you arrive. The reply was, no problem. After hanging up, Zhao Ju was finally able to relax. She sat down, intending to take a rest, but before she even had a chance to settle in, someone knocked on her door. Come in. Ms. Zhao. The person who entered was one of Zhao Ju's male agents. His expression was a bit excited at the moment. Qi Continent called. They want to invite Jiang Kuei for the promotion of Dragon Fish Dance. Jiang Kuei. Zhao Ju slightly startled. The agent explained, she's a rookie under my supervision. She was singled out by teacher Admirable Fish a while ago and sang a theme song specifically created by teacher Admirable Fish for Qi Continent's animation film Dragon Fish Dance. Today, the song was released on the internet, with a very positive response. Therefore, Qi Continent would like her to promote the film and perform live as a singer. It's Lin Yuan again. Zhao Ju then remembered that Lin Yuan had previously asked her for a new artist, saying he wanted to record a song. OL Zhou had also mentioned that Lin Yuan had completed an order from the Qi Continent, probably alluding to this impressionistic song. What is the song called? Zhao Ju had already opened the music player. The other party replied, it's called Big Fish. Zhao Ju nods, types in called Big Fish, then realizes something is off. Without indicating anything, she changes it to Big Fish. Sure enough, she located the song. She then put on the headphones and listened to the song once through. After listening, she was silent for a long time. The agent could not help but remind her, Ms. Zhao. Zhao Ju came back to her senses and said with a bitter smile, when Lin Yuan wanted to record this song before, I didn't take it seriously. I just gave him some information on new artists. I never thought that the song he was going to record would be such a beautiful song like Big Fish. No one expected it. The agent laughed understandingly, then said, besides the Qi Continent side, a lot of brands that have long-term cooperation with our company also called. They want to invite Jiang Kuei to participate in their activities and specifically asked her to sing Big Fish. So I wanted to ask you how we should proceed. So you're saying? Zhao Ju looked up. Jiang Kuei is on fire? The agent nodded, excited yet full of emotion. Judging from the enthusiastic invitations from various merchants, Jiang Kuei is indeed hot. Otherwise, who would remember the name of a small newcomer like her? She has benefited from the momentum of teacher Admirable Fish. The effect is not weaker than that of newcomer Sun Yaohua, who debuted as the first place on the new talent list earlier. Don't worry. I will take good care of her in the future and not waste this chance that teacher Admirable Fish has given. Zhao Ju is the chief agent. As a chief agent, she oversees all company brokerage matters and rarely manages artists directly. Only A-list artists or newcomers whom Zhao Ju highly regards could be personally managed by her. Under Zhao Ju, there are many small agents. These small agents typically manage newcomers. As newcomers often have a difficult start, these small agents do not have an easy job. Therefore, every small agent hopes that the newcomer they manage can become popular. Because only when their artists become popular can the agents make money. Okay, Zhao Ju stood up. It's a double joyous day. First, Zhao Yinggu agreed to sign a contract with Starlight. Then, a little unknown newcomer under her unexpectedly became popular, skipping the newcomer season to become famous in this way. Moreover, all these two happy events were because of Lin Yuan. This kid is truly her lucky star. Have the publicity department follow up immediately. If there's a newcomer who's become popular, the company must definitely give a push. If they can't seize such an opportunity, it would be a wasted chance, given that Starlight is one of the three major entertainment companies in the Qi Continent. Anything about seeking advice is an excuse. The true goal of this little agent seeking her out is probably to gain support for Jiang Kuei from the company. But Zhao Ju won't let on about this secret. Everyone is doing this for their artists, and their efforts are understandable. Understood. With the goal achieved, the agent's smile shines even brighter. Thank you, Ms. Zhao. Additionally, Zhao Ju said, Jiang Kuei must prioritize the schedules from Qi Continent. Big Fish is a custom-made track that they commissioned. We must deliver excellent service until the end, or else it will affect our company's reputation. We're still counting on Qi Continent for more orders in the future. No problem. The agent readily agreed. However, Zhao Ju suddenly expressed some regret. Actually, I regret letting Lin Yuan go now. He could have stayed in the talent division, couldn't he? Couldn't our big division afford to keep him? That old fellow Zhou Weiming took advantage of us. The agent. It's not his place to comment on matters between the higher-ups. However, Zhao Ju was only venting. If she had indeed kept such a promising composer in the talent division, OL Zhou would likely have lodged a complaint with the boss. Admirable fish. An idea dawned on the agent. He pondered. This guy seems to be the new star of the composition department. First, he topped the new talent list and made Sun Yaohua famous. Then he helped his own artist, Jiang Kuei, to fame. He's been at the job for barely 2 months, and he's already made 2 newcomers famous. Chapter 30, 27-1. The following week, box office earnings for the movie Dragon Fish Dance continue to climb, and the trend is encouraging. The theme song Big Fish gathered even more heat, becoming a favorite for more and more people. Chin Art, closely related to this trend, naturally noticed this song in no time. There were numerous discussions about this song on campus forums and group chats of each department. Especially for the vocal music students, they were thrilled. Did you see that? The importance of high-quality performance to the song is self-evident. Chin Art is an art academy. The learning environment is heavily inclined towards specialization, so composition is always prioritized over performance. When Life Like a Summer Flower became a huge hit, half of the students in the school were shouting, "Maestro's taking off. Maestro carry." Even a dog tied up in a recording studio could make it big. Doesn't senior son Yaohua care about his reputation? Watching these posts, the vocal music students were shaking with rage, sweating in the hot sun, their hands and feet cold. The composition department guys are too fucking arrogant. When will our vocal music department stand up? Unexpectedly, the opportunity to strike back came so quickly. The song Big Fish, also composed by Xianyu, was not a song that just anyone could perform. Jiang Kuei's voice undoubtedly brought the song to life. Thus, the vocal music students of Chin Art were thrilled. The composition department was too used to feeling superior. How could they just let the vocal music department rule the roost? Soon, a bunch of posts popped up to rebut the vocal music department. Do you know what an official custom is? Do you know how brilliant the hook of this song is? Do you know how rare it is for the melody of this song to match perfectly with the movie's plot? Do you know that for Maestro, theme songs belong to the custom songs category? The style is directly limited, like dancing with handcuffs on. Yet Maestro has managed to write such a song within a small framework, which is an absolutely perfect performance. There were even composition students who were almost sworn to their dignity, exhaustively analyzing from a technical perspective the level of awesomeness for the composition of Big Fish. The chorus of Big Fish mainly consists of stepwise motion, supplemented by leap progression, with the first sentence using successive stepwise motion, creating a strong push. Throughout the chorus, a stepwise motion reaching an octave is a typical pentatonic scale, simple and not simple, awesome. Vocal music is on the decline. The composition department is discussing even more fervently. What I'm most impressed with is, the song employs very rich melody development techniques. These techniques include strict repetition, varied repetition, extension, and even modulation. Yes, in the climax of the song, there are several large slurs, such as mi sol do mi, miri de la do, rimala. Moreover, most of the slurs in this song are prepared in reverse. Performances follow the already composed score, but how many brain cells does Maestro have to burn to create these notes? The 4th, 10th, 16th bars of this song are the same melody fragment. The chorus also uses strict repetition, which is why it sounds so graceful. By the harmonizing part of the song, it's already beyond godlike. Vocal music is totally defeated. Fortunately, the composition department is just trying to defend Maestro's honor. After the analysis, they didn't deny the contribution of the performance. Of course, Jiang Kuei sang very well. If we compare it to a game, if the last time senior son Yaohua was carried to victory, then this time Jiang Kuei is the one who initiated the team up. She led a good team, but winning the team fight still relies on Maestro's explosive output. In my opinion, the success of this song also largely lies in the lyrical part. Qin art not only has vocal and composition majors, but also majors in songwriting, which is a feature of the land of music in Qin continent. Now that the composition and vocal departments are at each other's throats, how can songwriting students sit on the sidelines? A student majoring in songwriting posted, "I'm afraid you'll fly away. I'm afraid you'll leave me. And I'm afraid you'll stay here forever." Don't you guys think this sentence is harsh? In just one short sentence, the subtle relationship between the white dragon and the little girl, as well as the artistic conception of the animated film, were captured, not to mention the expectations of countless parents for their children. Can you imagine how many parents hope their children can spread their wings and fly high, but are also reluctant to see them leave? The words are like poetry. A student from the songwriting department added, "The visual imagery required for theme song lyrics is fully demonstrated in these lyrics. It's rich with touching details, transitioning from grand scenes to delicate emotions, filled with our blue stars' traditional cultural aesthetic." The music majors are also lively. Even the arranging department couldn't help but join in. The lyrics and performance are both excellent, but don't overlook the importance of arrangement to this song. The arrangements of the instruments and drum beats in this song perfectly complemented the ethereal parts of the vocals. Even the singer's breath sounds are matched with instruments. It's simply a perfect work. There's a saying in the arrangement department: arranging is like a makeup artist, responsible for making songs look pretty. A good arrangement can be like a top-notch makeup artist who makes an ordinary person look stunning. However, no matter on Earth or Blue Star, the importance of arrangement is always less than that of composition and performance. When someone once asked the master arranger Zhong Xingming when arrangement could finally stand up, his answer was, "We need to rely on our own efforts." The bitterness in his words is self-evident. But after talking it in a round, a non-music major student couldn't help but say, "But after all your discussion, besides the performance part, the writing, composition, and arrangement of this song were all done by Xianyu, the music department collectively." So all debates evaporated in an instant, and everyone's discussion turned to Xianyu. This new maestro really got something. He took care of both the lyrics and composition, and he even arranged his own songs in the two he had released. This is the rhythm of an ace, right? Xianyu will become an ace in a few years. Does it still need you to predict? A composition department student sighed. "After taking the exam on Life Like a Summer Flower, I started to resist Xianyu, but as soon as his new song came out, I started to praise him." I second that. I'm different from you guys. When you were all praising Xianyu last time, I was worried that he was just a flash in the pan. After all, everyone has moments of inspiration. But the release of Big Fish confirms that his level is indeed awesome. Who makes Qin continent the land of music? Qin continent's music scene is just full of talent. So this sense of superiority escalated from the composition department to the whole Qin continent. No matter which major, they all felt that they were capable again. Chapter 31, 28 Cultural Prestige. Qin Continent Art Academy was also discussing Big Fish, let alone the major entertainment companies of Qin continent. Various entertainment media outlets had started reporting news related to this song. A movie has been quite the rage lately. On an entertainment program, the host said with a professional smile, "This movie is called Dragon Fish Dance and has earned over 800 million at the box office so far." Alongside the success of this movie, its theme song has also gone viral over the internet. I won't reveal the name of the song just yet. Many of you should still remember the fierce competition amongst newcomers in November. The song titled Life Like a Summer Flower emerged victorious. This song even outperformed the highly popular Qian Xingyu. And the creator of this song is our topic for today, Xianyu. Yes, many must have guessed it already. This theme song, known as Big Fish, was also penned by this new songwriter, Xianyu. After listening to Big Fish, many were captivated by it. In such a situation, it's hard not to notice its creator, Xianyu. You all must be very curious. Within just 2 months, he penned 2 brilliant songs. Isn't this new songwriter from Starlight, Xianyu, a bit too powerful? Even among the impressive newcomers of Qin continent, such a talent isn't common. Plop. Inside one of the big 3 entertainment companies of Qin continent, dazzling silver glow, the chief agent, Shi Mei, picked up the remote and switched off the television on the wall. Right then, her assistant rushed in flustered, shouting, "Something bad has happened. We are in trouble. Is the sky falling?" Having a strong disposition seemed to be a shared trait among the chief agents of Qin Continent's big three entertainment companies. Shimei was no different, even colder than Zhao Ju. She said, "Take a moment to catch your breath." "Yes." The assistant calmed down and then whispered, "Starlight just announced that Zhao Yinggu has signed with them." "What?" Shimei's expression froze and she narrowed her eyes. She chose Starlight. "Do you know why?" "There are rumors." The nervous assistant said, "I have a classmate who works at Starlight. He hinted that it might be because of Xianyu, but I don't know the specifics." "Xianyu again?" Xianyu flashed in Shimei's eyes. When Xianyu snatched away the first place in the newcomer chart, Shimei didn't pay much attention. Everyone has moments of brilliance, and the industry had seen it quite often. Lately, when the theme song Big Fish became a hit, Xianyu started receiving a bit of attention from Shimei, but she only considered him a talented newcomer. But what she didn't expect was Zhao Yinggu, whom she wished to sign, joined Starlight due to Xianyu. This made Shimei take the matter seriously. Seems like Zhao Ju got hold of a promising talent. But we can't ignore Zhao Yingji's matter. Contact Sansi. The assistant doubted what he heard. Sansi. Dazzling silver glow and Starlight didn't share a good relationship with Sansi. Shimei smiled. Starlight has been in the limelight recently. I presume Sansi must be quite upset. We both now share a common enemy. We can coordinate with Sansi this time. Lin Yuan was also aware of the external discussions regarding Big Fish. His classmates often shared this song in the group chat. Some even speculated whether it might once again become the examination topic. Fortunately, the teacher was somewhat merciful and didn't ruin their love for the song by doing so. There's a lot of discussion. The song is indeed popular. Lin Yuan was starting to be hopeful. He wondered how much prestige value Big Fish had generated for him up till now. He invoked the system, and a few lines of text immediately appeared before his eyes. Age, 19. Lifespan, 27. Art, 45. Literature, 105. Music, 26,494. As his literature and art skills haven't improved, the system didn't bother showing the integrated prestige section. The prestige in the music category was still increasing. The rate of increase was close to what Lin Yuan had imagined, almost reaching 30,000 now. But it's still far away from 1 million prestige. Lin Yuan frowned when he saw there were only 2 bronze treasure chests left in the warehouse. He had used up all his songs and had to replenish before he could start the subsequent work. So he commanded, "Open the 2 treasure chests." "Congratulations, host has won the song Red Rose." "Congratulations, host has acquired the special category novel King of the Net." The 2 treasure chests opened. The first chest unsurprisingly contained a song. However, the second chest revealed something strange. Lin Yuan asked, "What kind of novel is King of the Net?" "I haven't heard of it." The system explained. This is a novel adapted from the classic anime Prince of Tennis within the context of Blue Star Qin Continent High School. It's a 1 million-word novel about a group of high school students pursuing their dreams of tennis. It encapsulates youth, bewilderment, passion, and emotion, and excels in replicating the essence of the original anime. It's one of the rare sports competition-themed novels currently in Blue Star. Host, you can now quickly read through this to verify its quality. Converted an anime into a novel? And the story is set on Blue Star? Usually, novels are adapted into comics, right? Contrarily, the system adapted a famous anime from Lin Yuan's past life into a 1 million-word novel based on Blue Star. Read. Lin Yuan silently recited. Suddenly, a slew of plots flooded into his mind. According to the system's introduction, these plots had an 80% similarity with the anime. Prince of Tennis. It meant that the essence of the original was retained while the writing style adhered to the reading habits of Blue Star readers. The plot and rhythm seemed rather engaging and met the standards of physical publishing. Well, this is just the system praising itself. So this is what the special category novel means. Indeed, it's fairly special since the anime Prince of Tennis, adapted from a manga, had no novel version. There had been many fan fictions about it in his previous life, though. Ding dong. The system rang. Congratulations to the host for activating a new task. We hope that the host will make a mark in the field of literature before the end of this year. Task name: Diverse Development. Task content: As Superstar Appreciation Day approaches, please ensure that you successfully publish the novel King of the Net in the upcoming Superstar Literature recruitment and achieve a literature prestige value of 10,000. Task reward: 3 bronze treasure chests. Lin Yuan's spirit was revived. Finally, a new task had appeared, and this time there were 3 bronze treasure chests as the task reward. Accept. Lin Yuan agreed to the task without any hesitation. It appears that the prestige provided by novels belongs to the literature category. For Lin Yuan, diversifying the categories is a good thing. With another channel to gather prestige, he could resolve his life or death crisis sooner. By the way, Lin Yuan seemed to know the superstar that the system mentioned. Xia Fan and Jian Yi had discussed it before, hadn't they? Chapter 32, 29. Born in the Wrong Era _1. When in doubt, ask. Immediately, Lin Yuan went online to search for information related to the supernova. After reading, Lin Yuan found that the so-called supernova was the new Novelist Grand Award hosted by Silver Blue Books, one of the 4 major publishers in Qin continent. Held once a year, this Grand Award only accepts novel submissions with youth fantasy themes. Because the targeted readers of this competition are strictly under 30, novels that do not target this demographic will be rejected by Silver Blue Books. Youth are the driving force behind entertainment consumption. Youth fantasy novels are the most popular genre in Qin continent. In the minds of many young novel lovers, youth fantasy novels have a very high standing. What's even more important is, youth fantasy novels are well suited for adaptation into animation and games. They have extremely high potential value. So to harvest these young readers, many publishing houses host similar new novelist awards. Among them, Silver Blue Books Supernova Award is one of the most influential new novelist awards in Qin continent, where just making it into the top 5 can grant one an opportunity to publish their novel, becoming a true novelist. Of course, it's not that Qin continent only has youth fantasy novels. In culturally diverse Blue Star, every genre of novel has substantial market space, but novels of other genres naturally have other submission channels. These works differ substantially from those of the youth fantasy genre, like art films and commercial blockbusters. Although both are part of the film industry, their circles and intersections in reality are quite shallow. In that case, things become simple. Lin Yuan directly searched for the currently popular youth fantasy novels in the market. He wanted to see what styles were trending in Qin continent. After all, even under the 4 words youth fantasy, there are a plethora of novel categories. As a result, he uncovered most of the youth fantasy novels in Qin continent are primarily centered around adventures in different worlds. The protagonists of these novels, often laymen, suddenly travel to different worlds and obtain golden fingers at the very beginning. The story then revolves around the main characters defeating monsters with their golden fingers, meeting various girls along the way, continuously winning over the girls, and eventually defeating the Demon King to establish a large harem. There are also those that place emphasis on their hot-blooded aspects. Some do not venture to different worlds, instead directly set in the urban area, portraying the protagonists with superpowers, but they all give off a sense of déjà vu. How do I put it? It's a bit like the web novel model from the previous era, as well as the light novels popular in Neon Country. The combination of the two gives a rough overview of the hot youth fantasy novels in Qin continent. Lin Yuan made a special search to see what sports-themed content is in youth fantasy novels. Alarmed, he found that such themes were rare. There were 1 or 2 that focused on sports, but their performances were lackluster. Youth fantasy novels centered around competitions are almost an entirely untouched field. This moment, Lin Yuan suddenly understood why the system gave him a copy of King of the Net. It wants him to fill the existing gaps in the market. For Qin continent's novel market, the theme chosen by King of the Net can be considered innovative. However, the fact that it's innovative also suggests that the creative direction this novel aims for is very unconventional. Lin Yuan suddenly became a little bit worried. Even though King of the Net can be considered a youth fantasy novel, could such an unconventional theme really help him accomplish the task of having more than 10,000 literary prestige points? No one knew what lies ahead for King of the Net. Lin Yuan could only await the opening of the application channel for the Supernova competition. End of month. He returned to the office. As soon as he stepped into the music composition department on the 10th floor, his colleagues congratulated him on the success of Big Fish. It was clear everyone had listened to the song. Wu Yong even gave him a thumbs up. I said before, that such a custom-designed impressionistic tune like Big Fish would probably not be popular. I didn't expect you to prove me wrong right away. I didn't. Lin Yuan denied immediately. It took Wu Yong a long time standing there, pondering over Lin Yuan's inference before he managed an exasperated laugh. That's not what I meant by being proven wrong. Let's not dwell on that. Wu Yong sat next to Lin Yuan, expressing regret. Actually, Big Fish was released in the wrong month. Otherwise, with its quality, it definitely could have climbed higher. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Wrong month. Wu Yong was also surprised. You don't know? Lin Yuan's reaction said it all. The boy really didn't know. Wu Yong had no choice but to explain. Doesn't our Qin continent update its music chart every month? That's why most artists who care about the chart will release their songs on the first day of the month. It will gain more public attention. Lin Yuan nodded. He did know that many artists choose to release their songs on the first day of the month, but he never fully contemplated the reason behind it. Was it to climb the charts? Wu Yong sighed. Big Fish had a chance of making it onto the new music chart. Although it was released in the middle of December, it didn't matter because the quality is good. Lin Yuan interrupted. But what? Since the popularity of his songs affected his prestige value, he was quite concerned about this. But Wu Yong shrugged. Big Fish was born in December, and December is crazy difficult. Every year at this time, several singing kings and queens try to push their end-of-year results, so the competition for the new song chart is fierce. Plus, your song wasn't released until the middle of the month. There wasn't enough time for it to make a mark. Hence, it only ranks 13th. Lin Yuan was thoughtful. Where can I find the new song chart? Wu Yong smiled bitterly. You're indeed a complete newcomer. Let me show you. Search for Qin continent music now. These are all official charts, without any prejudice. The first one is the new songs chart. You found the rising star chart there before too. Okay. Lin Yuan followed his instructions and successfully visited the official website of Qin continent music. Sure enough, he found his song in 13th place. See, Wu Yong said, the top 10 are either new songs by A-list singers or established singing kings and queens. Let me listen. Lin Yuan, out of curiosity, listened to a few songs that ranked higher. After listening, he made a conclusion in his mind. To be fair, the quality of the top 3 songs can already compete with Big Fish. The Qin continent music scene is indeed full of talents. Moreover, the composers of these songs are all top tier, and the singers are also top professionals in the industry. It's fair that they rank higher. However, the songs that rank after the top 3, in comparison to Big Fish, which ranks 13th, lack some quality. You see, Wu Yong said, with the quality of Big Fish, it doesn't have to be top 3, but it definitely has the potential to be in the top 10. It's a pity there are too many strong contenders in December, and your song was released halfway into the month. Thus it didn't make it. Lin Yuan nodded. Wu Yong laughed. But don't be too regretful. Big Fish was customized for a movie in Qi continent, so it must be released accordingly. Moreover, it's not just about the quality of the song that determines its ranking. The popularity of the composer and the singer matters significantly too. You are not as famous as those well-known composers, and Zhang Kuei is a newcomer. It is understandable that you couldn't make it to the top 10. Unless the quality of your song could overshadow these weaknesses. This is why those top-tier composers like to cooperate with A-list singers. It's a powerful collaboration. Non-entities may be cheap, but they lack popularity. Lin Yuan said, I see. But I still choose non-entities. Wu Yong continued to blabber. That's why every November is a newcomer season. It's a form of protection for newcomers. Without the protection of the newcomer season, they will be at a disadvantage competing against established industry veterans. Unless the quality of their songs can overshadow these weaknesses, the difficulty level is pretty high though. Just then, someone called from outside the door. Xianyu, come here for a moment, MS. Zhao is looking for you. Chapter 33, 30 Joint Sniping. Lin Yuan. When he saw Lin Yuan again, Zhao Ju warmly said, Zhao Yingge has signed a contract with me, and she really likes easy to ignite and explode. That's good. Lin Yuan's intention was to do Zhao Ju a favor. Zhao Ju said, let's have you sign a contract first, following the same old rules. The company gets 80%, and the remaining 20% is split between you and Zhao Yingge. All right, Zhao Yingge is not just an ordinary tool. So, Lin Yuan had already prepared himself to share more of the money. He didn't have any objections. Half for each of them was fine, although Lin Yuan was a bit stingy about it. But no matter how Wu Yong bragged, Lin Yuan's heart still belonged to a tool, because in Lin Yuan's view, tools are cost-effective and of good value. Let's not say anything else. Zhao Ju patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. This is a huge favor. I will repay you in the future. I have enough influence in Starlight to say this. Lin Yuan said, you've treated me to a meal. Zhao Ju laughed. If a simple meal can be exchanged for easy to ignite and explode, would treating you to more meals make you a superstar? This can't be settled with just a meal. I can't take advantage of you without giving something in return. You can reach out to me if you need anything in the future. Zhao Ju had said this statement once before, but the second time he said it, the meaning was completely different. Lin Yuan didn't think much of it. He just nodded and said, let's sign the contract. Zhao Ju nodded. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan followed Zhao Ju to the artist department and met Zhao Yingge. Hello, teacher Admirable Fish. As Zhao Yingge greeted him with a smile, she was somewhat surprised by how young Admirable Fish looked. She thought he would be at least over 30. Hello. Lin Yuan shook her hand politely. Zhao Yingge wanted to chat with Lin Yuan a bit more, but he didn't seem interested in being conversational. She tried to start several conversations, but Lin Yuan only responded politely. Thus, Zhao Yingge had to stay quiet. She had her own pride to uphold. The two signed the contract. Zhao Yingge asked, does Teacher Admirable Fish have anything to add? Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, don't alter the released version, but feel free to change any subsequent versions. Zhao Yingge said, I'm not planning to change the composition, arrangement, or lyrics. Lin Yuan proceeded to excuse himself and left. Once Lin Yuan had left, Zhao Yingge murmured, are all the composers in our company this aloof? Yes, Zhao Ju said without surprise. Most people in the composition department are aloof. Admirable Fish's personality is considered good. At least he is very polite. Okay, Zhao Yingge asked expectantly. Now that all the contracts are signed, are we releasing the single on the 1st of next month? Of course. Zhao Ju laughed. I've said before, our company is very efficient. Once you've signed with the company, our promo department has already started creating buzz for your new song. Your fans already know that you're releasing a song next month. Zhao Yingge was the champion of Bloom. The show had just ended and Zhao Yingge, the champion, was still very popular. So the company wanted to strike while the iron was hot. The timing was perfect to release a song given her current popularity and ride the wave of Bloom. If they delayed it for too long, the champion's popularity would fade. At this moment, Zhao Ju's phone suddenly rang. After answering the call for a while, her face darkened, and she said coldly, are Dazzling Silver Glow and Sand Sea teaming up? After a while, Zhao Ju hung up the phone. Zhao Yingge looked confused. What's going on? Zhao Ju answered rather irritably. Next month, Sand Sea and Dazzling Silver Glow are going to have two top-tier musicians release new songs on the 1st, even though they originally planned to do it in March next year. It's clear they changed the schedule to target you specifically. So we have to change our schedule? Zhao Yingge frowned. Though she had faith in Easy to Ignite and Explode, the artists that Silverlight and Sansi were sending out were top tier. What did top tier mean? It signified that even if their songs weren't all that great, they'd have a swarm of fans ready to purchase them. Just like Qian Xingyu, who was on the new talent chart. Even though everyone knew that Qian Xingyu's songs might not be the best ones on the new talent chart, his popularity alone could boost his song's heat considerably. It's not that simple. Zhao Ju shook his head. Under normal circumstances, we could indeed change the schedule, let them both miss out, and then watch them fight each other bloody in next month's new songs chart. The problem is, you can't afford to delay. Because your popularity comes from the champion boost of Bloom. Delaying a month would reduce your heat by a third. Zhao Yinggu gritted her teeth. One can bear to lose a third. The united front of these two companies was clearly a retaliation against Zhao Yinggu for not choosing them. To put it bluntly, if Zhao Yinggu had chosen to sign with Sanxi before, Starlight Entertainment might be the one teaming up with dazzling Silver Glow today. So, while she was indeed angry about this, she also understood their perspective. It won't just be a month. Zhao Ju's eyes twinkled with a cold gleam. If you do not release a song in January, you won't be able to release it in February either. You'd have to wait until March, because February is Blue Star's Spring Festival. Spring Festival. Zhao Yingji's face changed. She had conveniently forgotten. The song charts in December each year were always fiercely competitive, and though the month of Spring Festival was not as intense as December, due to the Blue Starian special sentiment towards this festival, a fair number of big names would release songs this month. So, releasing in February was still not as good as in January. As for postponing until March to release the song, that was absolutely out of the question. By March, several months would have passed since Bloom ended. Zhao Yingji's championship popularity would have likely dispersed considerably by then. So we have to go head-to-head. Zhao Yinggu asked nervously. She had confidence in easy to ignite and explode. But the situation with the new song chart was too complicated. Take December's new song charts for instance. Because of the many formidable contenders, even Big Fish couldn't break into the top 10. Of course, this had to do with Big Fish entering the field in the middle of the month. But this also indirectly showed that the ranking of a song was not solely dependent on its quality. Factors such as the fame of the performer and the songwriter also played significant roles. Teacher Admirable Fish had started to gain some fame, but there was still a gap when compared to the top composers. She, too, had gained some fame. The championship of Bloom carried some weight, but when compared to the top-tier singers, there was still a considerable difference in fan count. There is no way out. Zhao Ju narrowed his eyes. The fact they dare to send two top-tier singers to target you shows they're convinced we have no way out. We have no choice but to forge ahead. Such a targeted move was rare. If it wasn't for the immediate gratification, the target could simply change their schedule. However, the cleverness of dazzling Silver Glow and Sanxi lay in their accurately assessing Zhao Yingji's situation and seizing this unique opportunity, leaving Zhao Yinggu with no chance to reschedule. If they can't have it, they'll destroy it. This was how fierce the competition was amongst the top three in the Qin continent. If they succeeded in sabotaging the release of her debut song, then Zhao Yingji's championship title from Bloom wouldn't hold much value. Zhao Yinggu understood this as well, so she was quite anxious. Chapter 34-31 Everyone Must Die. Nothing is new under the sun. Starlight Entertainment is naturally unable to conceal the siege by dazzling Silver Glow and Sanxi from the eyes of those in the industry. As for the reason, everyone knows it's because of Zhao Yinggu. You could figure that out with your ass. Previously, when all three companies were competing for Zhao Yinggu, they tried everything they could. After Zhao Yinggu chose Starlight, how could Silver Glow and Sanxi possibly swallow that bitter pill? So, the counterattack has begun. In this industry, many people have noses like dogs. The slightest ripple in the industry, and they can sniff out the aroma of gunpowder hidden within. But let's get back to the point. Watching the power struggle among the three major entertainment companies in Qin continent has long become a staple of many insiders. If the three are living harmoniously, then that would be abnormal. November is for the rising star charts. December is for the siege of Zhao Yinggu. With formidable proof, these juggernauts of the industry never let down the moviegoers. Let's get this show on the road. As for the alliance between Silver Glow and Sanxi, it's nothing new. It frequently happens among these big three. Sometimes, Silver Glow and Sanxi team up. Sometimes, it's Sanxi and Starlight. In short, if any one of the big three dares to make waves, the other two will certainly band together in a coup. In light of this, insiders have been voicing their opinions. This alliance between Silver Glow and Sanxi has surely hit Starlight where it hurts. The timing is indeed impeccable. Zhao Yinggu is in a pickle. She can't change the schedule. If she insists, it'll be pushed to March next year. March is a long way off. Exactly. Zhao Yinggu can't ride the popularity from winning Bloom all the way until March. She's left with no choice but to go all out. Zhao Gu is facing grim prospects. Silver Glow and Sansi have sent out two premier singers. They certainly value Zhao Gu. H11. The media are also involved. Many news outlets have covered this, all focusing on the same issue. In January, who will win the crown of the championship song between Silver Glow and Sansi? Starlight is now seen as cannon fodder in the industry. Not many have faith in a turnaround for Zhao Gu. The influence of a top-tier singer paired with a hitmaker is no joke. At this moment, inside Silver Glow, Chen Jiu is somewhat upset, complaining to his agent, "I plan to release a new song in March. The company unexpectedly changed my schedule to next month to suppress a newcomer. Did they even consider my feelings?" Chen Jiu. He is the top-tier singer tasked by Silver Glow to target Zhao Gu. His agent pacifies him. "It's the company's decision. We can't refute them." "But Queen," she said, "you won't be at a loss. There will be a concert for you in Qin Continent Theater next year." "I understand that, but I'm still annoyed." Chen Jiu grumbles. "After all, Zhao Gu is the winner of Bloom. Suppressing her is humiliating, and her fans will resent me." The agent chuckles. "Her fans are nothing compared to yours." Chen Jiu smirks. "In any case, this won't happen again. Also, the company needs to promote my material well. Zheng Liang of Sansi is also releasing a song in January, and I don't want to lose to him." The agent hurriedly adds, "Of course." With Silver Glow and Sansi sending out top-tier singers, the battle for the championship song next month is now nothing to do with Starlight. In response to this, other than Zhao Gu herself, her fans are likely the most aggrieved. Many supporters of Zhao Gu vent their anger at Sansi and Silver Glow, criticizing them online for ganging up on a newcomer. However, the two companies, having weathered numerous storms, shrug off her fans' attacks with a nonchalant response, citing it all as a coincidence. Amid the controversy, as time marches on, January finally arrives, accompanied by the start of a fierce battle for the championship song. On the first day of the month, the top-tier singers from Sansi and Silver Glow both release their songs. Easy to Ignite and Explode, sung by Zhao Gu, also arrived as scheduled. It was in the morning. Chen Jiu, inside a hotel room, opened his usual music app for the first time to search for the new song of Sansi's competitor, Zheng Liang. To Chen Jiu, as long as he could beat Sansi's Zheng Liang, the championship song title for January would virtually be his. Zheng Liang's new song is called Caramel. Like his song, its promotion could be spotted right on the main page of the player. After listening to Zheng Liang's song with his earphones on, Chen Jiu's mood grew unexpectedly nervous. He thought his rival's song was not bad. Considering comparable popularity between him and Zheng Liang, the determinant of the victory in this battle would actually be the audience's taste alongside the promotional cast of the two songs. Preparing to exit from the player, Chen Jiu suddenly saw the recommended Easy to Ignite and Explode on the home page, and he burst into laughter. They even put it on the home page. It seems Starlight has not given up yet. They even gave such a conspicuous promotional resource. While his earphones were still on, he casually clicked on Easy to Ignite and Explode. The prelude to the song is a series of violin ensemble, instantly creating a desolate and lonely atmosphere, which is then followed by a series of off-key singing conveying a sense of laziness and helplessness. Do they wish me to go crazy or wish me to live alone? Do they want me to be coldly glamorous or want me to be fickle and contemptible? Do they need me to be sunny or need me not to sway with emotion? Do they play with my directionless laughter and tears or play with my heart like withered wood? Chen Jiu's feelings inexplicably became tense, and his previously relaxed expression gradually disappeared. Why do I feel something is off? The singing in his earphones continues at that moment, still that off-key tune seemingly reaching from a distance, progressively amplifying with the resonance of the musical instruments. Do they grant me dreams or grant me quick awakenings? Do they sleep with me or waste time with me? Both, without mercy. Do they love me purely or love me nakedly without being decadent? Do they watch me sing for myself or watch me heartbroken? The feeling of something being off only became stronger. Chen Jiu was staring blankly at the song he was listening to, his body gradually tensing up. Suddenly, the off-key tune in his earphones disappeared, replaced by a clear yet husky voice that reached right into the heart. Do they wish me to be like smoke, or wish me to be gorgeous and lazy? Do they watch me act crazy, or watch me be witty and dignified? Do they need me to be beautiful, or need me to kill without blinking an eye? Do they wish me to have eternal happiness, or wish me to wilt without ever crossing? Do they want me to be flirtatious, or want me to lose the spirit in my eyes? Do they plan for my sincerity, or plan for my bewitching gaze? Do they elope with me, or do they want to be my loyal servant? Do they compliment me for being ready to bloom, or compliment me for covering up more than revealing? Chun Jiu was as if startled, jolting up. He clenched his fist tightly, tried to relax it, and clenched it again. At that moment, he felt an uncomfortable pins and needles sensation. Lyrics, composition, performance, everything seemed impeccably perfect. Violin ensemble, piano solo, sorrowful yet splendid. The entire style of the song was shockingly brilliant. It's over. As if he had experienced a long suffocation, the thought flashed through Chun Jiu's mind, and he involuntarily took a deep breath. The last dozen or so seconds of the song, that hoarse voice seemed to have found resolution. Do they please me by being charming, or please me by being passionately transparent, like me in full bloom, or like me gasping for air in? Obedience, depend on my beauty, or depend on my lustful confusion. Blame me for having a worry-free lifetime, or blame me for shedding vain tears. The song ended. Chun Jiu sat in front of the computer. At this time, his manager happened to walk in. Seeing Chun Jiu's disoriented state, he asked with some confusion, "What's wrong with you?" H2. Chun Jiu, as if he had not heard, gave a stunned laugh. He looked at San Si's song as if some strange emotional resonance had been sparked within him out of the blue. His face suddenly twisted as he said, "They all must die." Chapter 35, 32 Again at Xianyu. What the hell? The agent looked confused but quickly broke into a smile. "I'm here to congratulate you. Your new single, Glory, is currently the champion song on the new song chart. You've taken the lead this season." On top, Chun Jiu glanced at his agent. "I just realized today that the name of this song is not very auspicious. Do you know what short-lived glory is?" Pa. The agent protested unhappily. "If there's nothing wrong, don't keep cursing yourself. The new song was released at 7 o'clock in the morning, and now it's 9. Glory reached the top in 2 hours. This proves that our song is the strongest one this season. Even San Si fell behind us. Zheng Liang's Caramel is now in second place, a little behind in the numbers. As long as we keep suppressing Zheng Liang, we have the champion song of this season locked in. You are really jinxing it." Chun Jiu looked defeated. Seeing Chun Jiu's depressed face, the agent became increasingly frustrated. "What's wrong with you, Chun Jiu? You're not satisfied with being on top. Are you complaining about the company sending you out to suppress newcomers? Fine, I admit it, the company did wrong, but the boss promised to compensate you with a concert. Cheer up. Suppressing newcomers?" Chun Jiu laughed sarcastically. "Who's suppressing who is still unknown? If the company's plan backfires, don't let them blame me." "What the heck?" The agent suddenly laughed. "You wouldn't be worried about that Zhao Go, would you? Deserve to be veteran singers, truly steady. Actually, I'm also a bit afraid that we might crash, so before I came over, I specifically checked the ranking of Easy to Ignite and Explode. It's just the 10th, miles away from your current rank. Don't believe me? See for yourself." As he spoke, the agent pulled up the new song chart on his phone. After taking a look at the ranking, he seemed a bit startled. "Huh? How did it become 7th? It was 10th just now. Is there a bug in the chart?" "Uh-huh." Chun Jiu wasn't surprised at all and put on a profound expression with a jest. "I suggest you refresh it again later. There might be a surprise." Later, almost subconsciously, the agent refreshed the page again. He then goggled in disbelief. "What the? It's 6th now." He whipped his head around to look at Chun Jiu. Even a fool could tell that something was wrong. Chun Jiu shrugged. "Looks like our Silverlight and San Si ended up as perfect green leaves. Just wait. Tomorrow's headline will be Bloom champion Zhao Yinggu ascends to the top by stepping over the shoulders of 2 top-tier singers." Is it really that serious? The agent was filled with disbelief. He didn't dare to leave, so he just stayed with Chun Jiu. The two stared at each other in silence for half an hour before the agent refreshed the new song chart again. "Which place now?" Chen Jiu inquired calmly. The corner of the agent's mouth twitched. How is that possible? It's not right. In half an hour, it freaking rushed to the third place. It's already third place? Chen Jiu spoke 3 words, killing spree. The agent seemed to agree. Zhao Gu is really fierce. Chen Jiu shook his head. Zhao Ji's fan base can't compare to mine. The reason she could make a killing on the new song chart is purely because the quality of the song compensates for the lack of popularity. So, the real fierce one is the songwriter behind this song, Xianyu. The agent asked, so can we keep the first place? Chen Jiu took a deep breath. That depends on just how fierce Xianyu can be. The agent breathed a sigh of relief. So, you mean there's still hope? Chen Jiu shook his head. Don't get me wrong. Being overtaken is just a matter of time. What I meant is, I'm uncertain about how many days Xian you will be able to hold the champion crown. Many people in the industry were paying attention to this season's new song chart. That was why many people witnessed the opening day massacre that Easy to Ignite and Explode put on. The new song chart was turned upside down. The guy who was in 6th place on the chart held a strong smile, talking to his friend. Did you see? It seemed like a song just whooshed over my head. Friend. This wasn't an isolated incident. Everyone who saw themselves being trampled by Easy to Ignite and Explode had a similar feeling. Immediately after, the singers on the chart were all thinking, could Zhao Gu really take down the top 2? No way, right? No way, right? Their determination turned into uncertainty in just about 10 seconds. Because those who really know the industry could see that Easy to Ignite and Explode, this dark horse, was likely to make a big comeback. Everyone in the circle was astonished. They all found it incredible. Before, everyone thought that Starlight was destined to be down this season, and the media constantly overlooked Starlight. The barrier set up by 2 top-tier singers. How could a singer of Zhao Ji's caliber break through? But the results seemed to deviate from what many people imagined. Zhao Gu made it to the top 3 so effortlessly on the first day. Even if we take a step back, it's quite normal for Zhao Gu to get 3rd place. After all, she is the champion of Bloom, and her fame is not inferior to that of ordinary debut singers. But she got this 3rd place on the first day, and she did it so naturally and so suddenly that it wasn't logical. Why? Zhao Gu hasn't peaked yet, has she? Theoretically, she should have gone through a cruel battle and scraping by to secure the 3rd place. At least that was what the insiders had predicted. So why was it so soon? If you only look at the opening day momentum of Easy to Ignite and Explode, unknowing people might think Zhao Gu was also a top-tier singer. Of course, Zhao Gu is not top-tier. The real reason is not hard to figure out. A veteran music producer in the industry, after listening to Easy to Ignite and Explode, laughed with deep feeling, saying, "This is what a textbook-level songwriter's boost looks like. This is why songwriters have a high status in the industry." Exactly. Boosted by the songwriter. It's the songwriter who makes up for the singer's innate lack of popularity single-handedly. So Zhao Gu, who is far less famous than top-tier singers, was able to display the momentum of top-tier singers. In fact, no one needs to remind them. People in the industry are all clear about this. A strong songwriter has this ability. But when everyone looks forward to the composer's name under the composer column, they can't help but exclaim in unison, because this name has appeared too frequently these days. It's Xianyu again. Why? Use again? Because most people couldn't imagine that the songwriter who single-handedly turned the tables and took Zhao Gu to stand against the 2 top-tier singers is this newcomer songwriter in the music circle. 3 consecutive hits. Is this fish really a newcomer? Chapter 36. 33 Strange Yin and Yang 1. 3 excellent songs in 3 months. Are all newcomers so prolific nowadays? Some even began to suspect that Xianyu might be a pseudonym used by some maestro to tease his peers. After all, the industry has never prohibited songwriters from entering the field under pseudonyms. And given the peculiar personalities of the maestros, such things have indeed happened before. The next day, Starlight internally responded, "Xianyu is not a pseudonym of a maestro. He is indeed a newcomer." Inside the company, many people who have met Xianyu confirmed this, adding some more information. Xianyu is male, not very old, just joined the composition department this year. He must have a lot of work accumulated. Right, he's not necessarily prolific. It's just that Xianyu had accumulated a few good songs before he formally entered the field, now releasing them in a densely packed period of time, which gives everyone the impression of high productivity. But this does prove his strength. If it's not a prank by Maestro, it's the only explanation left. Some reporters tried to interview Xianyu, wanting to see the real face of this newcomer, but was refused by Starlight, stating, "Xianyu doesn't like being disturbed." This wasn't Starlight's decision, but Lin Yuan's. For this matter, Zhou even specifically sought Lin Yuan's opinion. Everyone wasn't too surprised about this, because there are many songwriters in the industry with the same kind of personality as Xianyu. They never accept interviews, almost rejecting any form of exposure, except for leaving their own name after their works. Let alone Lin Yuan. Even some of the maestro-level figures in the industry are so mysterious that you only hear their names but never see them. As a famous saying in the composition industry goes, the farther I am from the audience, the greater the imaginative space left by my work. Who exactly said these words is unknowable now, but these words do indeed reflect the heart of many songwriters. People have different personalities. Some people want the whole world to know them, but those who actively choose to be behind the scenes, most of them are not interested in being in the limelight. No trace of me can be found in the world, but the legend of me is spreading everywhere. Isn't this a kind of charm? In the following days, Easy to Ignite and Explode gained powerful momentum, with its data skyrocketing, and the gap with the top two quickly narrowed down. And on the seventh day, Sansi Culture, A-list singer Zheng Liang was urging his assistant in the break room. "Call the promotion department quickly, I want more resources for advertisements. The gap with the first is not that big." "Okay." The assistant, too thrilled, felt that the dawn of victory had appeared, but was suddenly stopped by Zheng Liang's manager before he could step out the door. "No need." Zheng Liang frowned. "Why no need?" The manager said, "The rankings have changed." Zheng Liang was elated. "Am I number one now? That's great, but it's not stable enough. We need to increase promotion. The battle is intense." "No." The manager sighed. "You're third now." Zheng Liang doubted if he heard wrong. "Wasn't I second?" The manager shook his head. "We miscalculated." Zheng Liang was silent for a few seconds, then sighed, as if resigned. "I was eventually caught up." The manager looked at him. "Didn't you expect this already?" Zheng Liang nodded. "But I didn't think I would be caught up in the first week. I originally wanted to sit on the first position before Easy to Ignite and Explode hit the top." Yes, Zheng Liang knew very well that Easy to Ignite and Explode was destined to be the champion song of the month, and he just wanted to briefly be number one. Too humble. He thought a bit helplessly. The manager tried to console him. "Anyway, the first will be replaced tomorrow. There's no difference between second and third if you can't get the first." "Yes." Zheng Liang smiled. "Now, probably no one in the world understands Chun Zhiyu's feelings better than me. In fact, they didn't have to wait until the next day, because the first place was replaced at 8 o'clock that night. All those who opened the new song chart would see that the first place on the new song chart had become Easy to Ignite and Explode. Lyrics/composition, Xianyu. Download quantity, 335,100. It has to be said that this download volume is much higher than the first week data of the top 10 on the newcomers chart. But this is the appeal of famous singers. Even Zhao Ji's fame is incomparable to that of a pure newcomer. After all, she is the champion of Bloom. Moreover, Xianyu is no longer a pure newcomer as he used to be. He already has 2 signature songs to his name. But the shock in the industry was as expected, nonetheless. Although the first day performance of Easy to Ignite and Explode has already signaled this outcome. Turn the tables. Defying all odds. Dark horse. Complete turnaround. Literally all sorts of vocabulary appeared in numerous people's minds. No one expected beforehand Silver Light and Sansi's planned blockade would make their frontline singers stepping stones for Zhao Ge. On this day, the headlines of media in Qin continent have unanimously become Zhao Ge's first single after her debut, overwhelming 2 frontline singers. It was originally a competition between A-list singers. Now Zheng Liang and Chun Zhiyu have become supporting roles. Collaboration between Silver Light and Sansi didn't seem like they were targeting Starlight's Zhao Ge. It looked more like a voluntary high-quality assist. Zhao Ju couldn't help but laugh. She initially thought Zhao Yinggu had no hopes left when she learned that Silverlight and Sanxi intended to jointly target Starlight. Who would have thought easy to ignite and explode would override Singer's popularity and directly lead Zhao Yinggu to the top? The evaluation of some people in the industry is not wrong. It was a textbook level the maestro taking off the game situation. Zhao Ju is someone who believes in an eye for an eye. Soon after the song topped the charts, she called Shi Mei, a competitor of Silverlight. The first words she opened with were, "I must thank Silverlight for their assist." Heh. Having been old rivals for many years, how could Shi Mei not detect the eccentricity in Zhao Ju's tone? Anyway, it's not the first time that they've all torn faces and fought each other. Shi Mei counterattacked on the spot, in the same strange tone. Xianyu has raised Zhao Yinggu to a height that doesn't belong to her. No need to worry yourself. In this industry, 80% of the successful singers are raised by maestros. Zhao Ju happily hung up. Then she called Sanxi's old rival. The tone of Sanxi's chief was even more sour, cursing. The higher the position, the more severe the fall tends to be. But one has to climb high first. Zhao Ju laughed heartily. Such minor accusations couldn't disturb her mood. In fact, it relieved some of her previous frustrations. At this time, looking at her song reaching the top, Zhao Yingji's mood was also like a roller coaster. She, like Zhao Ju before, believed that with two A-list singers releasing songs in January, her chance of winning had no hope. But when she was most desperate, Xianyu pulled off a maestro-like miracle. Easy to Ignite and Explode became the champion song of the month in a week's time. To put it in a more melodramatic way, in front of an absolute good song, all tricks and schemes are futile. A good song can break 1,000 laws. Just like the name of the song, burns and explodes. Chapter 37, 34, Finding Inspiration. Lin Yuan's new song topping the chart in January did not only draw attention from the outside world, it also caused quite a stir in the music department at Starlight. Not that this achievement is all that impressive. Lin Yuan's exceptional performance. The A songwriters on the 10th floor essentially all have the achievement of season's championship songs. Many non-A songwriters have achieved similar results, so this isn't the most brag-worthy. What is truly brag-worthy is Lin Yuan's 3 wins in 3 matches. Most award-winning songwriters take a year or so to produce a good piece, and the quality inevitably varies. But Lin Yuan churned out 3 great songs within 3 months, and the results of each one are extraordinarily high. This is something most songwriters can't even imagine. Take Wu Yong, for instance. He has been with the company for about 10 years and only won the season championship once. And that was a season with no top-line singers participating. Comparatively, Wu Yong was saddened to find that Lin Yuan's achievements in the 3 months since his arrival almost equaled his 20-some years of hard work. Zhou had been keeping an eye on the Big Fish December chart. Lin Yuan himself didn't know, but on the last day of December, Big Fish had actually rushed to the 10th place in the season, entering mid-month, making it to the top 10 in the deadly December group. The performance of this song, Big Fish, can only be described as brilliant. But before Zhou could get over the previous song, Lin Yuan had already topped this month's chart with Easy to Ignite and Explode. And he did it by knocking down 2 top-tier competitors. A ruthless method, to say the least. Am I not giving him enough attention? For a moment, Zhou felt like he couldn't keep up with Lin Yuan's pace. Need to get more involved in the growth of the newcomer. Hence, he quietly appeared in the 10th floor composition department. As soon as he walked in, Zhou spotted Lin Yuan from afar, working hard at his computer. Sure enough, no one's success comes by chance. Zhou stopped the greetings from the surrounding people and headed toward Lin Yuan with pleasure. But when he approached Lin Yuan, Zhou realized that Lin Yuan was not working hard. He was actually reading a novel on his computer. H2. With so many eyes staring, it wouldn't be appropriate for Zhou to play favorites, so he couldn't help coughing as a reminder. Lin Yuan, you're still on the clock. What are you doing? Looking for inspiration. Lin Yuan promptly replied. Zhou, he started again. There is a prevailing practice in the music department. No matter whether they are caught playing video games while on duty, or watching a movie, or doing something else, the group of songwriters will confidently explain it as looking for inspiration. Just like how the maestros are always off duty, Their reason is always outdoor research. Looking for inspiration is the foolproof solution of the music department against the leaders. So Zhou often feels like this bunch of songwriters constantly rub their intelligence against the ground. It's one thing to say you're watching a movie for inspiration. Does it count as finding inspiration when you're battling in the Summoner's Canyon? Does it count as finding inspiration when you're passionately shooting in games? And the most outrageous, chatting with their girlfriend about going to a hotel at night, also counts as finding inspiration? Really now? Now reading novels on duty also counts as finding inspiration. Lin Yuan has only been with the company for a short time, yet he's already adept at this. It must be the fault of his colleagues, no matter how you look at it. If it weren't for these people constantly using this tactic, Lin Yuan wouldn't have picked up such bad habits so quickly. So Zhou shot a fierce glare at the surrounding people. The surrounding colleagues suddenly looked innocent. Lin Yuan is clearly self-taught. What does it have to do with us? We've never done such a thing in front of him since he joined. Not to mention, even if we pull this trick, most of us would feel guilty. Who could be as confident as Lin Yuan? But no one dares to defy Boss Zhou. They could only bear the blame reluctantly. Looking at Lin Yuan, Zhou resumed his smile. So, have you found your inspiration yet? He's even more attached to Lin Yuan now than his own child, too reluctant to scold or hit. And maybe Lin Yuan was indeed looking for inspiration when reading the novel. Lin Yuan shook his head. He only has one song left, and he doesn't plan to release it now. Today at work, everyone was discussing his 3 wins in 3 matches, proving that his recent performance was too outstanding. He needs to cool everyone down a bit. No worries, take your time. It was within Zhou's expectations that Lin Yuan couldn't produce a new song. He's just made 3 consecutive hits. Not even the maestro's juicing machine could take such a squeeze, let alone Lin Yuan, who's still a newcomer. After Zhou left, Lin Yuan continued to peruse the novel website. Actually, Lin Yuan wasn't reading a novel. He was just submitting his work to Supernova. This morning, Supernova officially opened its submission channel. When at work, doing nothing is still doing nothing. Why not develop a side hustle instead? Following the process, Lin Yuan submitted the Ready Systems King of the Net to the official email of Silver Blue Books. After the submission, Lin Yuan suddenly had a doubt. System, there is a lot of professional tennis knowledge written in King of the Net. Is it all to deceive the readers? No. The system answered in Lin Yuan's mind. The tennis knowledge in the original anime of Prince of Tennis is indeed mostly bluffing, and for the sake of making the scenes look good, it has become heavily distorted in the later stages. After all, the original author is not a professional national team tennis player. But the system is very strict, so the novel adapted by the system is also very strict. The tennis knowledge depicts in the novel are all highly professional. Although many moves may seem mystifying, they are professional moves that can theoretically be completed by real-life tennis players. Understood. Lin Yuan was mainly worried that the scenes depicted in the book would be too fake and would be questioned by some people who know about tennis, which would affect the collection of literary category reputation points. With the system's guarantee, he no longer needs to worry about this problem. Right then, the system suddenly said, "Friendly reminder to the host, future novels will be put into the host's mind. The host will have to write them out by himself. Reaping without sowing is not a good habit. My typing speed is rather slow. The system will enhance the host's typing speed." Lin Yuan frowned, but didn't strongly resist. He's after all the author of a novel. He can't always rely on mental writing. But this would mean sacrificing his office hours. Don't ask why he would write a novel during office hours. He would say it's all for inspiration. At this moment, the morning work ended, and Lin Yuan went to the cafeteria for lunch. Today, the company paid the salaries, so Lin Yuan no longer needs to worry about meals. He's also planning to contact his sister tonight. Lin Yuan hasn't forgotten what he promised. He must buy a new phone for his sister. By the way, he can also send some money to his sister. The rest of the money, he'll keep some for himself and then send some to his family. There are still a lot of debts at home that are not yet repaid. This month, Lin Yuan has made quite a bit of money, including the commission for the big fish order. Compared to last month, it's a bumper harvest. Chapter 38-35. Last month, Lin Yuan's earnings came to about 700,000 yuan in total. It could have been more. After all, apart from the commission, Lin Yuan now has 2 songs that earn him a share of the revenue. Despite losing the boost from the new talent chart in its second month on sale, Life Like a Summer Flower still brought him a considerable income. This song has currently reached a download count of 700,000. Surely reaching 1 million within a few months won't be a problem. Moreover, he had also released Big Fish mid-month. But the more money he earned, the more tax was deducted. The tax on a few tens of thousands was vastly different from the tax on hundreds of thousands. Luckily, 700,000 yuan were more than enough to solve Lin Yuan's current predicament. 9:30 in the evening, Lin Yuan called his sister. His sister, who had graduated not long ago and was still an intern at a company, was called Lin Xian. Her work kept her late usually. "Hello, Lin Yuan." The call connected. His sister Lin Xian's voice carried a touch of fatigue and hoarseness. "One just got home from work." Lin Yuan responded. "You should eat first." Lin Xian chuckled. "I'm just boiling the water. 1 foot 11 inches, have some instant noodles in a bit. Mom told me a few days ago that you have some good news for me." It seemed Mom hadn't spilled the beans yet. Lin Yuan chose his words carefully. "Sis, do you know Xianyu?" "Xianyu?" Lin Xian hesitated a moment. "Yes, I listen to music often. His songs are quite nice." "Why do you know him?" Lin Yuan told her. "I am Xianyu." Lin Xian instinctively raised her voice. "You're what fish?" "Xianyu." "Xian what?" "Xianyu." Wait a moment. Let me take a minute." Lin Xian, being a young woman, was naturally quicker on the uptake than their mother. However, this news left her somewhat flustered. After a good while, Lin Xian finally came back to her senses. "Xian, you?" Lin Yuan responded. "Yes." "Xianyu." "MHM." "Xianyu?" The intensity of his sister's tone grew with each iteration. Even Lin Yuan, known for his patience, was getting a little annoyed. "Yes, I am Xianyu. But that's not the point. The point is I'm planning to buy you a new phone." "You heartless boy." Lin Xian immediately grew angry. "Just a phone? Don't you remember how I treated you before? Let alone before. The clothes and shoes you wore to school were bought with the entirety of my first month's intern salary." Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "How much do you want then?" He got along very well with his sisters, so they never put on airs with one another. In fact, he quite enjoyed this way of interacting. "That's more like it." His sister huffed. "Don't think I don't understand the business. Composing is quite lucrative, and your songs are so popular. Just a phone won't be enough. Add another 5,000 yuan. I need to pay my rent. To make it easy, give me a total of 10,000 yuan." Lin Yuan reassured her. "Already transferred." Lin Xian chuckled. "Okay, let me just check." The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly went quiet. After a long silence, Lin Xian finally spoke up again, her voice somewhat frantic. "Did you accidentally type an extra zero?" Lin Yuan laughed. "No, not a mistake. 100,000, it's for you." Lin Xian's voice turned serious. "Lin Yuan, I appreciate your kindness towards me, but you need to be sensible. The money you have made should go to our mother. She borrowed a lot of money from our relatives and friends for your treatment. We need to pay all of that money back. I will keep a few thousand and give her the rest to decide how to use. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Regardless if you do, what I say goes." "That's the plan." Lin Yuan could only explain the situation to her once again. His sister's reaction progressed from shock to delight and finally ended in her bouncing around in joy. "You sent her money in the last month? And you made that much again this month? I don't want to work anymore, dear brother. Oh my God, I don't want to strive for success anymore." Lin Yuan. It seemed that his sister's ability to cope was even worse than their mother's. After a long bout of nonsensical babbling, Lin Xian finally calmed down. "Okay, we do as you say. We'll pay off the debts at home first. But you can forget about getting this money back. The 100,000 is mine." Yes, all yours." Lin Yuan continued. "If you don't want to strive for success, then don't bother. Go back and attend university. You didn't manage to pursue your master's degree because of me, but you still have a shot now." "No," Lin Xian refused. "You're my brother, and yet you don't understand me at all? Do you really think I love studying that much? The thing I've hated most since childhood is going to school. It was always Mom who nagged at me that a good education can help you get a good job. And I thought, getting a good job means earning money to fund your treatment. That's why I forced myself to keep studying till my brain blew up. Now that you're earning so much money, why do I need to keep it up? I'm happy to just work diligently. Besides, I quite like my current job. If you can't produce any more songs in the future, at least I can still support you, so we won't end up destitute. All right, Lin Yuan agreed. Then you decide for yourself. Lin Xian laughed. From childhood, I've always loved reading novels. Currently, I'm an intern editor at Ice River Publishing House and have met many famous novelists. I've been working for several months now. My performance is average, but I've collected a heap of autographs from novelists. So, you're an editor? Yep. Didn't I tell you about it before? You seem not to have remembered it. Let me tell you again, your sister is working at the Ice River Publishing House, just starting my career. In a while, I'll probably get a permanent position. All right, then please eat well for dinner from now on. Lin Yuan thought he could probably write a book at his sister's place in the future. The Superstar event held by Silver Blue Books was out of his reach as they were not the same company as his sisters. Absolutely, Lin Xian declared triumphantly. How? Can I not treat myself with 100,000 yuan at my disposal? Starting from tomorrow, I'm going to switch to bucket instant noodles and add 2 sausages. Lin Yuan, a true Lin sibling, through and through. The two chatted for a while longer before ending the call. Lin Yuan checked his account balance. He had about 600,000 yuan left. Without sparing a thought, he transferred 550,000 to his mother and sent her a message. You can repay the debts now. The total family debt was over 500,000 yuan, which could now be cleared in one go. His mother called him immediately, shocked. Did you earn so much this month? I was lucky. I got a commission. Lin Yuan briefly explained the situation to her. Mom hung up abruptly and then texted him through the contact book. Bad signal. We'll repay debts tomorrow. Lin Yuan sent back a smiley face. He knew why his mother hung up. She probably wanted to let out a good cry without him hearing, so she chose to avoid the situation. However, he didn't expose her. With this issue resolved, he lay flat on the school's sports field, looking up at the starry sky. His heart was filled with a warm, peaceful feeling. He felt a sense of reality and solidity that he had never experienced before. He recalled the day he first time-traveled, when he also lay on the sports field, looking at the stars. But back then, he was faced with threats to life, family pressures. However, that moment lacked the comfort and satisfaction he felt. Now, it's great to be alive. Chapter 39-36, The Story of the Editorial Department. In the following days, the data for the song, Easy to Ignite and Explode, which is topping the charts this season, becomes increasingly stable, opening up a significant gap from the second-place track. At this moment, Easy to Ignite and Exploder's comment section on all major music platforms is particularly booming. The song is sparking a lot of discussion. I think this song should be named, How Exactly Do You Want Me to Be? I feel like this song could alternatively be named Straight Man Cancer Go to Death. Men are hypocrites. Who the hell do you think I am? Folk. Rock. The singing style is also unique. This song is intoxicating. Download and save it first. Everyone passing by, come and see. These are society's expectations of women. We live in a world where I'm freezing under the blazing sun. When will our female mates be able to stand up? Seriously, are you supposed to get into fights these days just over song choices? This song gives me the feeling that men simultaneously love and mentally wound women. They look down on them, but still need them around. They want to have their cake and eat it too. In summary, 2 words, scumbags. I feel like this song resonates with us men. Every man's ultimate dream is to have a pure, seductive woman who can go to high-level meetings and cook in the kitchen, act charming and cute when needed, and courageously fight off the mistress. Catching the living example of straight male cancer above. There's everything in your daydreams. Today I went to the pub, passed several rooms, and heard this song playing. H2. While within the industry people sing the praises of the maestro, the majority of listeners tend to discuss the lyrics. Many feel this song describes a situation frequently encountered in real life. But these two aspects don't clash. CNU self-composed the lyrics and music, leaving no room for the public to dispute which is superior. Furthermore, some people cut clips from different movies and shows together, using Easy to Ignite and Explode as the background music, which surprisingly yielded impressive results. Thus, many content creators across video websites, forums, and various other platforms imitated this trend. In one video, classic goddess figures from many TV dramas were blended together. As their classic scenes appeared one by one accompanied by this background music, it triggered quite a response. Fiery mix. I see a colorful world. This song as BGM fits in perfectly. Oh, I beg for the song title. The person above, at ease. It's called Easy to Ignite and Explode. I was indifferent to Easy to Ignite and Explode, but I get the song after watching the video mix. I silently downloaded and saved it. The song mix is so tasteful. This must be the correct way to appreciate this song. As we all know, once Easy to Ignite and Explode starts playing, it's the goddess's turn to hit the stage. The spread of these videos also further promotes Easy to Ignite and Explode. Often, a song as BGM can bring a different vitality to ordinary video clips. It's similar to the logic of how certain songs can dramatize a scene in a movie or TV drama and cue the climax. The popularity of a song is related to its quality, but it doesn't solely depend on quality. Lin Yuan's previous two songs weren't necessarily inferior to Easy to Ignite and Explode. However, unarguably, in terms of download volume, Easy to Ignite and Explode is the most explosive, while Easy to Ignite and Explode is rapidly spreading. The editors inside Qin Continent Publications' Silver Blue Books are too busy to enjoy listening to music and watching videos. They are engrossed in reviewing novel submissions for this year's Superstar Awards. Perhaps due to the growing popularity of the novelist profession, the Superstar Awards received more submissions this year than in previous years. So, starting a few days ago, the editors have been continuously reviewing submissions. In order to finish the reviews before the deadline, every editor's desk is cluttered with all sorts of energy drinks, and they are constantly refilling their coffee. Yang Feng is one of the manuscript reviewers at Silver Blue Books. After spending the last few days reviewing countless novels, he's now headachy and brain-swollen. Neither coffee nor energy drinks do anything for him anymore. To keep himself focused, he has no choice but to go to the bathroom for a smoke. A few others who are in the same boat get together to smoke and discuss the contents they have reviewed over the days in the hazy bathroom. Have you guys found any scripts worth recommending? One haven't, but there are a few that are pretty good. I'll sift through the ones at hand once more and keep a close eye on them so they don't get dumped during cross-review. Every year's super new star is like betting on a gamble. After each editor finishes reviewing their manuscripts, they get a couple of recommendation slots. Should any of the stories recommended by them get accepted by the editor-in-chief, it'll add to their future performance. Hence, editors take their recommendations quite seriously. At that point, one of them commented, "Most submissions are still in mystical adventure genre. Given how many people write this, picking out the best is no easy task." Everyone agreed with the sentiment. There's an oversupply of writers for the mystical adventure genre. When most people choose the same genre, picking the best out of the lot isn't straightforward. After all, this is mainstream genre. Too bad most people are simply emulating the popular writing styles in the market, and few can bring a unique touch to their writing. But this genre gives birth to bestsellers easily. That's true. This genre is so popular that it's only natural for many authors to write in this genre. Speaking for myself, I still love reading lots of stories set in mystical adventures, regardless of the large number. Yang Feng did not join the discussion. Once he finished smoking, he returned to his desk and continued working. In the editorial department, most of the editors are optimistic about the hot market of mystical adventure genres, and the selection criteria for books is almost the same. However, Yang Feng had a different view. Of course, he also liked the mystical adventure genre. But because of the numerous identical mystical adventure novels, Yang Feng was getting tired of the repetitive plots. He now sought something different. Unfortunately, this wasn't easy. Certain genres gain popularity simply because readers love them. This is the market's choice. Even as an editor, considering their own performance and the sales of the publishing house, they would surely prioritize these trendy genres. Besides, newcomer authors are not foolish either. They write what is more likely to get accepted, which is simple to understand. Not many authors stick to their own style and against the market trend. So after several days of marathon review sessions, Yang Feng still hadn't found a satisfactory book. It's not that no one is writing fresh scripts. Among the sea of scripts, There are some which are relatively fresh. But the problem is, these scripts, novel as they may be, lack the entertaining storytelling and the sense of interest typical of novels. Yang Feng would rather not have such stories. He would not lower his review standards just to chase after a new genre, and likewise would not deliberately exclude popular genres from his selection. Ultimately, the brilliance of a story is the most crucial. After 15 minutes, he finished another script. Yang Feng rubbed his tired temples, then gritted his teeth and applied some menthol balm. This was one of the tricks that office workers often use to ward off fatigue. There was even a desperate trick involving menthol balm, but it's not for the average person to try, because the ones who tried it are usually socially dead afterwards. In any case, just a dab of menthol balm on his forehead, and Yang Feng felt much more refreshed. Taking advantage of this momentary perk-up, Yang Feng opened a new manuscript. However, this time, the book's name caused Yang Feng to raise an eyebrow. This novel is called King of the Net. For better understanding, the author had added an alias, Prince of Tennis. Chapter 40, 37 Sliced Serve. Writing about tennis? Sports competition? Yang Feng could swear. He's certainly not one to coast by, but seeing a novel focused on competitive tennis laid before him, he couldn't help but instinctively frown. It's unique, no doubt, but isn't it a bit too unique? A novel centered around sports competition, even if you wrote about football or basketball or even table tennis would be fine. At least, most people have some experience with these types of sports, and a considerable number enjoy them. So why pick tennis, which relatively has a higher barrier to entry? Unique is an understatement. The readership would be very niche indeed. However, as a professional editor, Yang Feng has many considerations. But that doesn't mean he'd reject this submission outright. If the author shows promise, he would still be delighted to establish a rapport. This is quite normal in the field of fiction writing. When they come across a promising author, even if the submissions don't pass muster, editors will make attempts to nurture them. Many novelists have found success this way under an editor's tutelage, even though the process most likely involved numerous rejections from the editor. Yang Feng opens the document on his computer and begins to review the manuscript. Apart from the story itself, he has a good impression of this author who dared to write about tennis. Yang Feng admires such a spirit which refuses to concede to market forces. If most authors had such spirit, the publishing industry wouldn't be in such a state of homogeneity. The story begins. On a tram heading to Youth Academy, a hotshot from a school tennis team is pompously instructing his new teammate, continuously brandishing his tennis racket while illustrating how to grip it, inadvertently hitting a girl in the face. Sorry. The young man glanced at the little girl, then kept instructing his new team member. However, while he was heatedly swinging his racket, a cold voice interrupted him. "You're pretty noisy, aren't you?" The speaker was a young boy. Just as the young man was about to explode with anger, the boy put his bags of tennis gear on his back. On his way out of the tram, nonchalantly, he pointed out, the correct way to use the Western grip is holding the racket flat from above. To use the traditional Eastern grip, hold it vertically, as if you were shaking hands. "You?" Scolded by a young boy, the young man's face reddened. He glared at the correcting boy, but by the time he thought of a retort, the boy had already exited the tram. The protagonist? Yang Feng nodded in approval. The story seemed to have a decent start. Even if he didn't understand tennis, he could still grasp the basics about tennis explained here. Also, it seemed the protagonist corrected the young man not just for the sake of it, but also to vent some anger on behalf of the injured little girl. The scene transitions. A few boys are discussing a roster. One of them says, "There's a newbie who has just joined the school tennis team this year, and he doesn't even need to be a substitute. He's on the starting lineup." Can't be serious. How is that possible? Must be a registration error. One of his companions was skeptical. A freshman has just finished high school. How could he qualify to join the school's tennis team directly, and even as a starting member? You should know that our school's tennis team serves as reserves for professional players. In the roster, the freshman who qualifies to join the tennis team is called Long Ma. He's 16 this year, even younger than the average age of the school's tennis team, given that the youngest starting player was at least a sophomore. While a few were discussing about it, Long Ma appeared on the scene, with tennis racket slung on his back. The boys he had met on the tram earlier also appeared, immediately attracting the attention of the students upon arrival. It turned out they came to the school to have a challenge match. But, seeing Long Ma, the team leader from earlier couldn't contain his anger. He pointed his tennis racket at Long Ma and sneered. "Do you realize who you had been teaching about tennis earlier? A key member of the Lanton College's tennis team." Long Ma quietly looked at him. The gaze made the young man uncomfortable all over. He swung his tennis racket towards Long Ma's head. He was just doing this to scare Long Ma, of course, not intending to actually hit him. But to everyone's surprise, Long Ma didn't flinch or dodge, as if he was certain that the racket wouldn't hit him. "Let's go, we've got a match." One of the young man's teammates laughed and urged him on. With a cold huff, the young man prepared to leave. But then, Long Ma flicked the empty bottle that the young man had just finished drinking from into the trash, using his racket, then turned and asked him, "Have you learned how to grip the racket? Or would you like me to teach you how to play tennis?" Shocked gasps echoed all around. The young man and his gang had the credentials to challenge the youth academy, proving their skills were indeed solid. But a seemingly innocuous boy dared to say such words, leaving many dumbfounded. Has he lost his mind? All eyes were on Long Ma. Meanwhile, in front of his computer, Yang Feng was flipping through the pages with interest. He had expected tennis to be a niche subject, but he didn't find it boring or abstruse at all. Instead, he was quite eager to continue. The young man took up the challenge. And so, to the shock of the numerous onlooking students of Youth Academy, this seemingly naive boy utterly dominated the young man, who claimed to be a key member of a certain school's lead team, in a match with a massive score difference. The young man became furious. He had initially dismissed Long Ma, but losing points one after the other was deeply humiliating. Thus, he was forced to use his secret weapon, a move planned for the key player of Youth Academy's tennis department, against a mere teenager. He finally managed to claw back a point. The Youth Academy's coach also appeared at this moment, and immediately spotted Long Ma on the tennis court, even allowing a smile to creep onto his face. "He's here earlier than I expected. Does Grandma know him?" The girl who had been accidentally injured by the young man on the tram was also there, and it turned out she was the coach's granddaughter. However, the coach did not clarify anything, and just continued to leisurely watch the match. Clack, clack, clack. Long Ma started losing some points again. The match became increasingly intense, with the players trading points back and forth. Yang Feng frowned. The story had always emphasized Long Ma's prodigious talent, but Long Ma's current performance wasn't living up to the hype. Tennis really was a difficult topic to write about. He shook his head and continued to read. But what happened next filled him with adrenaline. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Long Ma actually moved his tennis racket from his right hand to his left hand. He's a left-hander. The tennis coach grinned like a fox. Yang Feng never expected Long Ma to be left-handed. This was like a person who had eaten with their right hand all their life, forcibly holding chopsticks with their left. The difference between the two concepts was striking. Yet, Long Ma could keep an opponent of considerable strength at bay, using just his right hand. What could he achieve with his preferred left hand? He was looking forward to this. The plot didn't disappoint. If before, Long Ma could merely restrain the opponent with his right hand, now having switched to his left hand, he was completely toying with his rival. Not only did trading blows back and forth become a thing of the past, but the opponent also couldn't even respond to Long Ma's serves. The score again turned brutal. Within the gasps of surprise from the surroundings, the tennis coach from Youth Academy squinted his eyes. Within just 1 year, he has won all the youth championships in Qin continent, clinched all the singles titles, triumphed in 18 consecutive large-margin victories. He's the tennis genius, Long Ma, specially admitted to the academy by the principal himself. Only 16 years old. Long Ma, 16. The crowd around came back to their senses. Immediately, there was an uproar. This teenager was actually Long Ma, the one who made it into the main team of the tennis department right after enrolling. His achievements were this astounding. Interesting. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. He was captivated by the story, ignoring even the notification to leave work from the company, and continued reading. The match wasn't over yet. Long Ma's biggest disadvantage was that he was just 16 years old, and thus considerably shorter than his opponent. The young man changed tactics and decided to use his height advantage. Unfortunately, this wasn't a very effective change, Long Ma still dominated the match with his frightening pressure. Haha. There were jeers from around. The young man was provoked into a frenzied rage, unbelievably throwing his racket with full force at Long Ma, a brutal move that left everyone in shock. It hit Long Ma square in the face, making him bleed. Yang Feng was furious. There were likewise condemnations from all around. The young man just laughed crudely, claiming he accidentally lost his grip on the racket. But when everyone thought Long Ma could not continue, he just wiped off the blood and said, "It seems like you still haven't learned how to hold a racket properly." The match continued. This was Long Ma's counterattack. Each of his balls was incredibly fast and tricky, with high levels of skill involved. He managed to hit the opponent's face several times, causing the latter to yell in pain. Yang Feng was laughing uproariously, slapping his thigh in satisfaction. It was so satisfying. Euphoric, fiercely satisfying. How dare you lack sportsmanship? This pace of mocking and face-slapping resonated well with the young readers. With every ball Long Ma hit back, he would ruthlessly call out the scores. 15-0, 30-0, 40-0. What kind of ball is this? The teammates of the young man were all dumbfounded. The coach of Youth Academy casually remarked, "The slice serve. The ball spins as it rubs against the rubberized court, bouncing off with unexpected trajectories rather than in a straight line when it hits the racket." That's one of the techniques Long Ma used to sweep the junior group in Qin continent within 1 year. You're not on his level yet. The young man was completely frightened. On the last ball, he didn't even put up a fight. In fact, Long Ma's last serve was just a light swing, causing the ball to merely bounce and land next to the young man. The scene was hilariously comical. The first chapter concluded. Yang Feng took a deep breath. He never expected that he, who knew nothing about tennis, would be drawn into a tennis-themed novel. Chapter 41. The opening uses aside imagery to arouse readers' anticipation about the protagonist's abilities. Then in this anticipation, it directly shows the protagonist's skills with an exciting tennis match where he is retaliated against by his opponent, but still chose to respond through tennis. This scenario does portray the protagonist's personality to some extent. Yang Feng was summarizing the plot. After summarizing the plot, he read the rest of the story again. After finishing reading the IO word submission, Yang Feng was pleasantly surprised to find out that this novel was an ensemble drama. The members of the Youth Academy's tennis team each had their own character traits and skills, and the main line of the story was focused on describing the growth of these characters through various matches. In the genre of youth fantasy novels, there were not only themes like conquering harems and conquering different worlds. There is also a theme called chasing dreams. However, not many people currently write these types of novels. And this novel titled King of the Net tells the story of young people chasing their dreams and striving to become professional tennis players. Yang Feng loved it. However, Yang Feng was a little hesitant. While King of the Net perfectly catered to Yang Feng's taste and was novel enough, the choice of theme and direction of the story did lean toward a niche market. And different editors had different tastes. Stories Yang Feng found brilliant might only be average in the eyes of other editors. Should he endorse it? After hesitating for about a minute, Yang Feng decided to stick to his judgment. Endorse. Editors had the right to endorse works they found acceptable after reviewing them. Works endorsed by the editor would be reviewed by the chief editor and deputy chief editor of the publishing house. If the chief editor and deputy chief editor also feel like this novel works, it means that this novel can be scheduled for publication. That being said, if they were unable to pass the chief editor's review, it would mean that Yang Feng's achievements were in vain. Only a successful endorsement would count towards the editor's performance. Of course, despite his desire to recommend it, Yang Feng had to finish reviewing the other manuscripts in his hand first, otherwise it would be unfair to other applicants. But Yang Feng had a premonition. Among the remaining manuscripts, perhaps none would be more satisfying to him than King of the Net. With this thought in mind, Yang Feng flipped through the information of the author for King of the Net. This novel was well-paced, and he wondered if it might have been a submission by some relaunched novelist using a pseudonym. This was also a very normal occurrence. Some published novelists in the industry who are not performing very well might participate in competitions like Supernova under a pseudonym, but most of them wouldn't hide their identities. Since they all had editors they are familiar with, they would directly send their works to a familiar editor at the start of the supernova competition. After all, it's an industry rule for oldies to participate. Considering that this novel was not specifically submitted to him or other editors, the chance of King of the Net being written by a novelist under a pseudonym is not high. Just as he thought. Based on the submission information, this is the work of a newcomer, and the pseudonym of the newcomer was unfamiliar. Chu Kuang. Novelists have quirky pseudonyms, so to Yang Feng, the pseudonym Chu Kuang seemed quite ordinary. The only thing that surprised him was that the information showed that this Chu Kuang was actually a college student. Do college students nowadays know so much about tennis? Just like how Lin Yuan envies the fish, but better to withdraw and cast the net, use the word fish. The pseudonym that Lin Yuan chose for his novelist identity, Chu Kuang, was actually a two-word phrase taken from the poem by Li Bai, I am a madman of Chu, who sings and laughs at Confucius. The only regrettable point is that there is no Li Bai in this world, so no one understands the meaning of Chu Kuang. After picking this pseudonym, Lin Yuan was somewhat looking forward to the results of the submission for King of the Net, since this novel is linked to the reward of his 3 prize boxes. He also analyzed it. This novel is quite faithful to the anime plot, and it even patches up a lot of things. Speaking of the original anime, the early parts were fine. The tennis moves are basically those that can be performed in reality. For instance, the slice serve that Long Ma used at the beginning, and the snake ball, crouching dunk, yin hui flash, etc., all can be done by some powerful professional players. Of course, the effects can't be as flashy and exaggerated as shown in the anime, and generally speaking, they are not very practical. The original author certainly had a foundation in tennis and understood the sport much better than ordinary people. Unfortunately, by the later parts, in order to keep drawing, the author made the style of the anime more and more bizarre, to the point of directly turning it into the widely criticized murderous tennis. It's likely that even big shots like Nadal and Federer wouldn't be able to stand their ground in the world of the Prince of Tennis. The system also understood this. So to avoid the story from becoming fantasy, King of the Net stopped abruptly at 1 million words, and all the moves in this 1 million-word novel were based on reality. At least they were theoretically executable by humans. On the subject of integrity, the system is better than the original author. A similar situation can also be found in Captain Tsubasa, which is also a competitive sports theme. Although the story gets more and more exaggerated as it progresses, the initial moves, such as Tsubasa's impulsive shooting, are nothing more than Cristiano Ronaldo's elevator ball in reality. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan decided to patiently wait for the result. He had to go out today, because senior son, Yao He wanted to take him out for a meal. To Lin Yuan, it would be considered foolish to reject someone's invitation to a free meal, unless you really dislike the person. Lin Yuan didn't dislike Sun Yaohua, so he readily accepted the invitation. Sun Yaohua was just testing the waters by inviting Lin Yuan. He didn't expect Lin Yuan to agree so readily. He was both surprised and delighted. Junior Lin Yuan was indeed approachable. Since Lin Yuan was now so successful, he likely wouldn't be longing for a meal, so his acceptance was undoubtedly giving a lot of face. Therefore, Sun Yaohua attached great importance to this meal. The restaurant where they planned to eat was located outside the school. Sun Yaohua made a point to pick Lin Yuan up from school in his new car. This new car was bought by Sun Yaohua from the income he got from Life Like a Summer Flower and his recent commercial performances. When he initially went to record Life Like a Summer Flower, he had been delayed by taking a taxi and got stuck halfway, nearly missing his debut opportunity. Hence, he readily bought a car, learning from his mistake. As for the reason for inviting Lin Yuan to dinner, it was because Sun Yaohua only found out today that Lin Yuan had been looking for him at the artist's department. At that time, Sun Yaohua happened to be out and missed him. This bothered Sun Yaohua for quite some time. He was worried that Lin Yuan would be upset about this and has been contemplating how to make amends. Of course, Sun Yaohua also wished that if Lin Yuan was happy enough, he would take him on another flight. This was an optimistic wish of his. He knew that this was unrealistic. As Xian Yu was becoming more and more popular, the singers he would collaborate with would only become bigger and bigger. For Sun Yaohua, who was essentially a tool person, he likely didn't carry much weight in Lin Yuan's heart anymore. Chapter 42. 39 Self-cultivation of the tool person. Even though it was just him and Lin Yuan eating, Sun Yao still ordered a table full of food, much to Lin Yuan's disapproval. Stop ordering, we can't finish all of these. Sun Yao laughed. Don't be polite, brother. Do you want to drink alcohol? Lin Yuan shook his head. Sun Yao said, then we won't drink. Lin Yuan beckoned to the waiter. 2 servings of rice, please. Sun Yao dismissed his hand. I'm on a diet and not eating rice. Lin Yuan looked at him curiously. I'm ordering for myself. Sun Yao. As soon as the rice arrived, Lin Yuan started eating and drinking heartily, not letting the feast go to waste. Sun Yao laughed. Nutrition experts say those who eat less are less likely to age. You should eat more dishes too. Lin Yuan regarded Sun Yao seriously. I have a friend who didn't eat for 10 days. He's forever 18. Sun Yao. Lin Yuan frowned. Isn't this joke funny? He thought he was quite humorous. There was a freeze by Sun Yao for a few seconds, before he burst into laughter. So hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. Huh? Isn't this too humble? The waiter gave Sun Yao a strange look, for the first time grasping the meaning behind a forced smile. Ahem. He laughed for a while. Then Sun Yao also quietly lowered his head to eat again. In fact, he was just considering how to comfort Lin Yuan, because he couldn't even tell that Lin Yuan was telling a joke. From Lin Yuan's serious looks, he thought that Lin Yuan's friend really had an accident due to not eating for a long time. He who consumes food is the hero. After a few seconds, Lin Yuan asked, Is this joke funny? Sun Yao raised his head in confusion, then burst into laughter again, slapping his thigh. Ha! That's right. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered there was no 3 kingdoms in this world. Naturally, there was no such saying as he who knows the times is a hero. So what was Sun Yao laughing at? Lin Yuan threw a pitying look at him. It seemed that Senior's funny bone is quite low, and so the two of them hit it off for the first time, eating their own meals. Halfway through the meal, Sun Yao tried to liven the atmosphere again. I've heard your 2 recent songs. They are really good. He was trying to liven up the atmosphere, but he really did mean it. When Life Like a Summer Flower became popular, some people at the company mentioned Xianyu, while others credited the song's success to sheer luck. Influenced by such opinions, Sun Yao once thought that Lin Yuan was just fortunate. However, he didn't expect Lin Yuan to write 2 more songs later, both of which were very popular. This junior was a genius. Running into him was pure luck. Lin Yuan politely said, Thank you. Sun Yao laughed and spoke wistfully. I guess from now on, only big-name singers will be able to collaborate with you. Now the lowest standard for a collaboration with you is someone like Zhao Ge. Lin Yuan shook his head. Too expensive. Sun Yao was stunned. What is too expensive? Lin Yuan said, You don't know? Big names have a high share. Sun Yao laughed, taking it as another joke from Lin Yuan. You don't mean to say that you want to continue working with newcomers? The newcomers in our company are too lucky then. If I could collaborate with you, I would be willing even without a share. Yao don't want a share. To be famous, but not wanting a share? This is the cultivation of a tool. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, really? Sun Yao felt even more affirmed about Lin Yuan's sense of humor. Of course it's real. Stop teasing me. With your level you wouldn't even look at me anymore, but it's fine. I'm already thankful for your help in my debut. I'm not doing too bad now thanks to you. Although I'm not super famous, I do get to attend events from time to time. Senior. Lin Yuan took another look at Sun Yao in front of him. Do you have a vocal range of 3 octaves? Oh, Sun Yao said. My comfortable range is between D2 and A4. My mixed vocal range is from C2 to C5, and my current highest falsetto is A5. Lin Yuan pondered. That should be enough. Sun Yao paused. What is enough? Nothing. Let's eat, said Lin Yuan. It's not time yet. He needs to take a break before releasing a new song. But Senior Yao Hui could be the tool for Red Rose. His voice and vocal range meet Lin Yuan's requirements, and his singing is filled with emotion. Of course, this isn't the decisive factor. A few days later, at Silver Blue Books, the editor looked at Yang Feng. I read The King of the Net you submitted. It's well written. The character development and writing style are quite mature. Almost doesn't resemble a new author. The only problem is that the topic is too niche. But it's new. Yang Feng tried to convince. From the 100,000 words of the plot and the outline sent by the author, it feels like a great story. Maybe the readers are looking for a change of flavor. After all, the market is saturated with similar topics. Readers might be suffering from aesthetic fatigue. Shun, what do you think? The editor turned to the deputy editor on his right. The deputy editor contemplated and said, I don't see a future for The King of the Net due to the niche topic, but as a story, it's a pity to give it up. Can we compromise? What do you suggest? After reviewing all the manuscripts, let's consider putting it in the 5th place of this year's Supernova Awards. As for the publishing, let's be conservative and first print 100,000 copies. For the first 4, we'll follow the old rules and release 500,000 copies. The Supernova Awards only selects 5 books. The initial print run of each book is usually 500,000 copies, but given the weak prospects of King of the Net, the deputy editor decided to be cautious and first print only 100,000 copies to test the market reaction. I agree. The editor thought for a moment, then nodded. Then he smiled wryly. Let's take this novel as a test run. We should diversify the novel market too. After all, the whole publishing industry shares the consequence of homogeneity. Even other big publishers in Qin continent have started pushing out new genres, and us, as a market leader, Silver Blue Books, can't lag behind, right? Even though most of these trials have failed, I believe that's also what Yang Feng is thinking. Yang Feng nodded. He admitted that the sales of King of the Net might not be as good as the top 4 of the Supernova Awards, but the market needs new genres to emerge, and the emergence of new genres must be guided by the publishers. Only when the market sends the signal that publishers are willing to accept new genres, the newcomers won't all rush to write something like otherworldly adventures. From this perspective, Chu Kuang benefited from the situation. Considering its sales, King of the Net most likely wouldn't have gotten a publishing opportunity due to its narrow audience. So an initial print run of 100,000 copies is already a pretty good outcome for this book. All right, the editor decided. Yang Feng, get in touch with Chu Kuang and ask him to send over about another 100,000 words. We'll announce the top 5 of the Supernova Awards at the end of January, and the 5 books will be officially published in February. Understood. Yang Feng nodded. Chapter 43, 40 Royalties. Following the contact information left during the submission, Yang Feng contacted Lin Yuan that evening. Hello, are you Chu Kuang? I am Yang Feng from Silver Blue Books, the editor in charge of the Supernova Award. Yes, I am. Lin Yuan answered the phone in his dormitory. Yang Feng laughed. Congratulations, following our Supernova Award Committee's decision, we will choose King of the Net as the 5th-ranked novel of the awards. That means your book will have the opportunity to be published. I can send the contract via email, can we exchange contact details first? Lin Yuan happily replied, sure. Even though Xiao He made a big deal about the system, he was unsure whether King of the Net would undoubtedly succeed in the New Talent Awards. This call comforted him, indicating the system was trustworthy. After hanging up the phone, the two exchanged contact details. Yang Feng quickly sent over a contract, marking the initial publication quantity for King of the Net as 100,000 copies, priced at 20 yuan per copy, with a royalty rate of 5%. A fairly standard introductory price. Let me explain. Royalties are not the typical taxes understood by ordinary people, but the copyright fees charged by publishing companies. These are the financial benefits collected from others using the intellectual property of the original creator or copyright holder. Lin Yuan didn't feel cheated. In the physical novel market of his previous life, new authors would basically have their copyright bought out by the publisher when first publishing, and there would be no royalties for future reprints. The new author's situation would only improve once they accrued a certain amount of capital. Unless they had publishing connections, new authors could receive special treatment. In this sense, Blue Star was quite conscientious. After reading the contract, Lin Yuan agreed to sign. He even promptly sent the outline for the next 100,000 words for King of the Net. For it takes time for a publishing house to edit a novel, modifying phrases that are inappropriate or correcting misprints. This much, Lin Yuan understood. Unfortunately, they would rarely have the opportunity to do so, because the system's proofreading was precise. Only subjective points like wording usage might see minor adjustments. Upon receiving the manuscript, Yang Feng wasn't surprised. Since he submitted his work, it was natural for him to prepare everything ahead of time. Typing out the plot for the first volume in advance was very normal. However, Yang Feng was astonished to find that Chu Kuang had already logged off after they briefly discussed the contract. Yang Feng. In this industry, new authors usually fawn over editors, lowering their stance even if they are not so well known. In the face of the editor's urgency, they timidly lock themselves in their room and diligently type out the words. But Chu Kuang was different. After discussing the contract, he logged out immediately, which puzzled Yang Feng. Not that he expected Chu Kuang to praise him excessively. In fact, he disdained the trend of authors flattering editors. But the problem was, Yang Feng wanted to engage Chu Kuang in deeper conversation, as he saw potential in him. He planned to discuss the book market and future directions for novel creativity, offering guidance and advice in passing. Faced with the offline avatar, he had to swallow his words, taking into account that Chu Kuang was still a student with little social experience. Yang Feng didn't take offense, only finding it amusing. If he wished to progress within the industry, sooner or later the youngster would discover how formidable editors could be. Lin Yuan didn't mean to brush off Yang Feng. It was just time for him to sleep. While the system had extended his lifespan, it hadn't improved his constitution. His body was still weak, and the consequence of not sleeping on time was severe. Lin Yuan was a patient. His terminal illness had received effective treatment, but that didn't mean he was robust. He was still weaker than the average individual, thus the system's operation was indeed in line with medical understanding. This was quite bothersome. Lin Yuan considered whether to exercise. However, with his physique, even if he exercised, it must be done scientifically and moderately. Since he got off to a bad start, if he was careless, he might damage his own body. Ding dong. It seemed the system had sensed Lin Yuan's troubles and unexpectedly threw out a special task. The host is detected to have a strong desire for health, triggering a special task. If the host completes this task, the system will ensure the host lives healthily and free from illness until the age of 30. Task name. Health is the fundamental capital for revolution. Task content. Attain over 1 million reputation in both literature and music categories. Task reward. The host can live healthily and free from illness until the age of 30. Task. Remarks. The standard for physical health is determined by the system, and the host's physical quality will be far superior than others. Furthermore, this task will continue until the host turns 27 before it expires. It seemed this task had a long duration. As for why it expires before the age of 27, it was because that was the lifespan limit for Lin Yuan. If he hadn't completed the task by then, he could essentially say his final goodbyes to the world. Accepted. Lin Yuan had always been open to challenges. After all, even if the task failed, there was no penalty. But what Lin Yuan didn't expect was such a special task. To live healthily and free from illness until 30 was like buying a system-level insurance policy for himself. It sounded pretty good. However, breaking 1 million in reputation in both literary and music categories would not be easy. Judging from the speed at which Lin Yuan's musical reputation increased, he could deduce, I work hard on my tasks. You must defeat the illness. System. As long as the host can complete a series of tasks issued by the system will help the host overcome your illness. To the system, the host is its master. If the host dies, the system will self-destruct. Such loyal commitment. Lin Yuan nodded, then went to sleep. When the roommates in the dorm saw that Lin Yuan was about to sleep, they automatically turned off the light. Those on the phone quietly moved the conversation to the hallway outside, and those on the computer silently put on their headphones so as not to disturb Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan always slept before 9 every day. The other dorms might still be live at 9, but in Lin Yuan's dormitory, there was basically no noise after 9 because his roommates knew about his health condition and always accommodated him. It seems that I should move out. His roommates always accommodated Lin Yuan, a kindness which Lin Yuan could not take for granted. He was not the kind of person who took weakness for granted. Now that he had money, he could consider renting a house outside. It would also allow his roommates to enjoy their nightlife in the dorm as any regular college student. Chapter 44, 41 Renting a House. The next day, in the morning, Lin Yuan called Zhao Ju and told him about his idea of going out and renting a house. Ms. Zhao is well-connected and knows a lot of people. That's why, as soon as Lin Yuan thought about moving out, he thought of asking Zhao Ju for help. If he had to look for a place on his own, it might take him a while. Renting a house? Zhao Ju asked, "Do you have any specific requirements for the house?" Lin Yuan said, "I hope the rent is affordable." Zhao Ju was silent for 2 seconds. "Anything else besides affordability?" Lin Yuan attempted to add, "Good value for the price." Zhao Ju, "Is it because I'm uneducated? Isn't that still asking for affordability?" Zhao Ju laughed. "Then you've got the right person. I have a house near your school. I'll send someone to give you the keys. Just remember to pay the utilities. You don't have to worry about the rent. Is that cheap enough for you?" "That's unacceptable," Lin Yuan said. "I still have to pay the rent." Zhao Ju replied casually, "The house would be empty anyway, and I don't want to rent it to someone else. The rent isn't much, so it's better to let you live in it instead. Don't stand on ceremony with me, or I'll be unhappy." "Okay." After thinking it over, Lin Yuan agreed. "Then you must remember to come to me if you're short on music." Ms. Zhao teased, "Why? Can you produce another summer bloom?" Lin Yuan fell into thought. Would a red rose count as a summer bloom? Zhao Ju chuckled. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I have to get busy now. You can take the keys and check out the house tonight. It's fully furnished, so you can move in right away. 1 foot 11 inches, also arrange for someone to come clean the place for you." "Cleaning?" Lin Yuan quickly said. "I can clean it myself." Zhao Ju didn't insist. "Okay then. I'll hang up first." "All right." After ending the call with Lin Yuan, Zhao Ju made another call. Her tone regained its usual dominance. "Apologize to the client for me. I've decided not to rent out my house at Wudong Garden." "What?" The person on the other end of the line got anxious when he heard this. "Sis, are you unhappy with the price?" The renter saw the house and immediately agreed to 15,000 a month. "That's not cheap in Wudong Garden." "In that case, don't worry, leave it to me. 1 foot 11 inches, negotiate with the client. We can raise the rent by another 1,000. "No need," Zhao Ju said nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter how much it is, I won't rent it out. I'm going to let my child live there. You can help me rent it out once he buys his own house in the future." "All right then." Upon hearing this, the person on the other end was out of ideas. If she wanted to reserve the house for her child, what else could they say? Lin Yuan had no idea about any of this. After hanging up with Ms. Zhao, he found Xia Fan and Jian Yi and told them about his plan to move out. Moving out, Xia Fan, worried, said, "Can you manage on your own?" Jian Yi also frowned. "Why don't I talk to my family and come live with you?" Lin Yuan's health wasn't great. If something were to happen to him, it'd be dangerous if there was no one around to take care of him. Lin Yuan said, "It's fine, I'm not a kid." According to the system, there's no risk of Lin Yuan dying for at least 27 years. All right then. The two agonized over it. "We'll come over and help you clean up tonight. Make sure to stay in touch if you're moving out." Lin Yuan nodded. In the afternoon, Zhao Ju's assistant brought Lin Yuan 3 sets of keys and offered politely, "Teacher Admirable Fish, Ms. Zhao said that if you want help cleaning up the house, I could help." Lin Yuan said, "Thank you, but it won't be necessary." The assistant nodded. "Then I'll head back to the office. The address is Wudong Garden, Building 52, Apartment 804. Please make a note of that." "All right." Lin Yuan took note of the address, and that evening he, Jian Yi, and Xia Fan moved into the community called Wudong Garden. "Wow." Jian Yi was shocked as soon as he entered the community. "You're actually renting a house in Wudong Garden? This is the best residential complex near our school. It has all the facilities and even a lake view. I heard that the rents here start at 10,000 a month. You can't afford it on your little salary, right? Is the rent that high?" Lin Yuan was surprised, but he answered truthfully. "This house belongs to a company executive. She let me live here for free." Jian Yi stared at Lin Yuan. "A man or a woman?" Lin Yuan said, "A woman." "I knew it." Jian Yi was filled with deep reproach. "You're definitely being kept by this executive. Lin Yuan, how could you do this? I'm so disappointed. Why didn't you introduce me to such a wealthy woman?" "There probably aren't any wealthy women, but there should be quite a few male executives with peculiar tastes." Xia Fan scoffed on the side. "A man?" Jian Yi instantly felt a chill. "That would cost extra." Lin Yuan, Xia Fan. Amidst their laughter and banter, the three entered apartment 804 in Building 52. The moment they opened the door, Xia Fan was struck dumb. Looking at the furnishing inside, she could not help but doubt. Lin Yuan, could it be that there's a hidden agenda with your executive? It was a three-bedroom apartment. The area was probably over 140 square meters. The apartment was in the prime location of the complex, with a view of the lake from the bedroom window. The interior design followed a modern and minimalist style. Simple as it looked, the materials were obviously expensive. The place must have cost quite a bit to furnish, and it didn't look as if anyone had lived here before. Everything felt brand new. She might be rewarding me for helping her before, Lin Yuan explained, his emotions fluctuating at the moment. Indeed, you're our darling. Jian Yi and Xia Fan laughed and nodded, no longer pressing for more details. They seemed to believe Lin Yuan's account. The so-called being kept was just a joke. Even though Lin Yuan loved money, he still had his principles. Moreover, Lin Yuan's amiable temperament meant that he was well-liked by everyone. This probably had something to do with Lin Yuan being handsome since childhood. Seeing his face made people naturally warm up to him. Some people in the world can make others like them with just their looks. Moreover, Lin Yuan wasn't in the best health, so he often received special care. This degree of care was certainly a little exaggerated this time, though. I've made up my mind. Jian Yi wandered around the house and then chosen a side bedroom. This bedroom is mine. From now on, I can come over and stay now and then. I'm going to stay in the other room. Xia Fan pointed at the third room. While the master bedroom was the largest, the two side bedrooms were spacious as well. Lin Yuan phoned Zhao Ju to discuss the situation, and after getting her approval, he said, "Then it's one key for each of us." There were 3 sets of keys in total, so it was perfect. Neither Kan Yi nor Xia Fan hesitated, and they each took a key. The 3 of them had been best friends for many years, and were way past standing on ceremony with each other. Let's start cleaning up then. Jian Yi looked around the house and felt a surge of energy. But the downside of having a large house is that cleaning up takes more effort. It took all 3 of them more than 2 hours to finish scrubbing the place. Let's not go back tonight. We'll stay here. The 3 were panting heavily from the exertion and didn't feel like going back to school. Besides, there were new quilts in every closet, so they could stay the night without a problem. Chapter 45-42, Astonishing Pay Rate. At the end of the month, Silver Blue Books officially announced the 5 winners of this year's Supernova Awards. Lin Yuan received the news from Yang Feng and saw King of the Net listed as the last winner. The book will be published tomorrow. Yang Feng gave Lin Yuan a heads up, but you shouldn't be too concerned about the sales of the novel. After all, sports competition is a niche genre. Sales is not the only way to prove the quality of a work. Anyway, congratulations on officially becoming a novelist. Lin Yuan replied. Thank you. Yang Feng laughed. I will hang up then. The company still has a publication meeting to attend. After the official publication of the novel tomorrow, we will send you several copies free of charge. Besides, you can also go to major bookstores to check it out. It will be officially on the shelves in all major bookstores in Qin continent tomorrow. Okay, goodbye. After hanging up, Yang Feng put away his phone and entered the meeting room. At the moment, the editors in the room were discussing the supernova results in a whisper. One wonder how the sales of this year's supernova would be. I have high expectations for the first one, Demon King of Another World. The setting where the protagonist becomes a universally despised demon king after crossing into another world is quite unique and certainly interesting. I am more optimistic about the second one. The second place author Big Dragon is an old hand. He has been a novelist for a long time. He is just wearing a pseudonym to take the place of new authors. But his novel this time is indeed interesting, with the hero being summoned to another world by a princess. Everyone is having a lively discussion. Some people are optimistic about the first, some are optimistic about the second, and others believe that the third and fourth are also good. The discussion about King of the Net is the least, because all the editors of Silver Blue Books know that the 5th place is forcibly included by the editor-in-chief in order to diversify the market subjects. Everyone can understand this. The homogenization of novel subjects on the market is indeed a bit severe, which is not conducive to the overall development of the novel circle. Therefore, starting this year, Major publishing companies, including Silver Blue Books, have made efforts to promote new subjects in an attempt to subtly guide the market to diversify its creative directions. After the Supernova Award results were announced, there was information about the winning works and surveys on reader expectations on the official website. Many invited old readers filled up the questionnaire. The result of the questionnaire showed that the highest reader expectations were for the top 3 winners of the Supernova Awards. This was not surprising, because the top 3 were all about another world. The King of the Net ranked last in terms of expectations. Readers seem to be inherently uninterested in tennis. Even if the official website keeps emphasizing that this is a sports competition novel that can be understood even if you don't know about tennis, it still couldn't change the outcome of this questionnaire survey. There were even people protesting on the official website. This is a holding event every year after the Supernova results are announced. Some authors who think highly of themselves but were brutally rejected feel that the Supernova Award judging is unfair. Especially this year, the inclusion of King of the Net has touched the nerves of many rejects. Why on earth? There has never been a precedent for a hit in the sports competition genre in Qin continent, let alone a novel about tennis. For Silver Blue Books to forcibly put such a work in 5th place to prevent the subjects from being monotonous is a real disappointment. The top 4 are all popular genres. Naturally, the 5th one became the target. But Silver Blue Books will not respond to these protests. In the eyes of the editorial department, even though King of the Net may be a bit niche in subject, the quality of the novel itself is absolutely not as unbearable as the outside world judges it to be. It's a pity for He Mingxian. An editor suddenly shook his head and said, He Mingxian is an established novelist. He submitted his work to the Supernova competition under a pseudonym this time. His work received good reviews. Many editors, after reading his work, proposed to make He Mingxian's work the 5th in this Supernova submission. Unfortunately, he encountered King of the Net. The chief editor's reasoning convinced everyone. Firstly, the market needs diversified guidance. Secondly, after all, He Mingxian is an old man. Although every year there will be old people entering the competition under pseudonyms, I don't think this is a good phenomenon. We should give more opportunities to new authors. Consequently, He Mingxian was excluded. An editor who was on good terms with He Mingxian specifically comforted He Mingxian. If it wasn't for diversifying market subjects, you should have ranked 5th this time. So, you weren't eliminated because of incompetence. You were just a bit unlucky. Although He Mingxian was the so-called 6th place in Supernova, he did not participate in some rejects' protests against King of the Net. Because when he first stepped into this industry, his works also faced similar protests. Therefore, he clearly understood what it felt like to be protested against by those who were eliminated, and he would never become the kind of person he used to despise. The editor was right. He also felt that he was a bit unlucky this time. After all, he encountered special circumstances. Moreover, he was not any new author. It was not honorable to snatch opportunities from new authors under a pseudonym. It was naturally inoffensive to eventually step aside for new authors. Maybe I'm not meant to write books. He Mingxian was somewhat self-doubting. He debuted as a novelist 5 years ago. His novel sales even won a quarterly championship, but after that book ended, several of his books had flopped, to the point where there were only a few publishing houses willing to publish his works now. This depressed He Mingxian. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have the nerve to participate in the Supernova, a prize for new authors. For every novelist, competing with new authors for opportunities is proof of their failure. He Mingxian had a restless sleep that night. The next morning, He Mingxian groggily walked into the nearest bookstore and unconsciously looked at the first row of bookshelves. His works used to fill this shelf too. But today, it was filled with works from the top 5 Supernova winners. He, the 6th place, had no medal or honor. There were many people inside the bookstore, mostly young readers, and they all came for this shelf. As in previous years, readers were full of expectations for the winning works of Supernova. However, making them pay for the books was not an easy task. There were very few people who would buy a book directly. Most of them would pick up the book and flip through it first, find a quiet corner, and read a few tens of thousands of words first. Only when they were sure that they liked the story would the readers honestly pay for the book. Watching this scene, He Mingxian was reminded of a silly thing he did when he looked back. When his novel was just published, he sat in a corner of the bookstore all day, not doing anything else, just observing the readers who were buying books. Every time someone bought his, He Mingxuan's, book, he would quietly feel a thrill of excitement and joy. Today, entering the bookstore, He Mingxian subconsciously observed the scene again. As expected, the first books everyone picked up were the bookstore's heavy recommendation, which is the top 3 works that won the supernova. But to He Mingxuan's surprise, the payment rate today was not high. Many people picked up the books and looked at them for a while before putting them back. It seemed that this year's supernova didn't perform as well as previous years. What surprised He Mingxian was one book's payment rate. That book was none other than the sports novel King of the Net that made He Mingxian the 6th place. Indeed, very few readers picked up King of the Net to look through it. Compared to the top 4, people who were interested in this novel were pitifully few. But what contrasted sharply with this pitiful situation was readers who picked up King of the Net for viewing basically all bought the book in the end. For this reason, He Mingxian deliberately counted. Since entering the bookstore, the number of readers willing to pick up King of the Net to read was only 18 people. But to his surprise, those who read King of the Net and were willing to buy it were as many as 15 people. This, Chapter 46, 43, The True Supernova. As He Mingxian observed, a group of students dressed like boys walked into the bookstore. The moment they entered, they asked, "Boss, do you have any books from Supernova?" "Welcome," the owner responded cheerfully. "Of course we have this year's Supernova. They arrived this morning. They're on the first row to the right. All 5 books are there." Okay. The group of 5 rushed straight for the Supernova series. One of them, filled with anticipation, said, "Let me see this one, Demon King of Another World, this year's top Supernova. I'll look at the second-placed one. Then I'll check out the third one." The boys deliberately chose different books, a sign of their mutual understanding, because this way, they could recommend any good reads to each other. Only the last boy didn't say anything. He wore a backpack and glasses. Dressed like a studious pupil, he sat down at a spot in the bookstore, waiting for his companions who were busy selecting books to buy. "Huazi," one of his companions prompted, "don't just study all the time. Our teacher said we should balance work and rest. You should pick up a novel. You guys go ahead." The boy called Huazi waved his hands. "I'm not interested in novels." "You've never read one, right?" The other companions also chimed in. "How do you know you don't like it if you don't give it a try?" "All right." Not wanting to seem unsociable, Huazi picked up King of the Net and began to read in the seat next to He Mingxian. 10 minutes later, the boy who was reading Demon King of Another World put down the book and frowned. This novel seems so ordinary. The protagonist is clearly a demon king, but he has no air of majesty and can't shake off his good-for-nothing nature from before crossing over. "This one is okay." The boy speaking was reading the second book of the Supernova series titled, "I Became the Princess's Summoned Beast." "I just don't like the protagonist character. Seems like he's always revolving around women." This year's Supernova series isn't great. The companions gradually put down their books, reaching a common conclusion. Everyone had a very disappointed look on their faces. "Huazi, let's go dash." Huazi didn't say anything. His companions called again. "Huazi, time to go." Huazi still didn't respond. Finding this strange, the boys all looked at Huazi, only to be surprised to find that Huazi was so engrossed in King of the Net that he hadn't heard them. For a moment, everyone broke into laughter. One of them remarked, "Huazi is really a newbie, just like me when I first started reading novels. Any book could captivate me. Now that I've read many, I've become more picky." "You just said you weren't interested in novels." The novel Huazi is reading also seems to be from this year's Supernova series, but it's the last one. It's about minor genre of tennis competition, which is not very reader-friendly for those of us who don't understand tennis. Huh. When he heard his companions discussing him, Huazi snapped out of his reverie and said reluctantly, "I want to read a little more. This novel is really good. You can just buy it and read it at home." Someone teased and suggested. Then everyone laughed and gallantly said, "Just kidding, don't rush. Why don't we check out this study fanatic Huazi's taste?" All right. The boys put down their books and casually picked up King of the Net to read. They were free anyway, even though this book's genre really wasn't their cup of tea. Huazi's eyes lit up. Then he eagerly continued to read King of the Net. He felt like he had opened the door to a new world. About half an hour later, one of the boys suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, the novel Huazi is reading is really quite good. Not at all like what I imagined." Exactly. This comment instantly resonated with the others. I was just about to say that, even though I don't know anything about tennis, I'm really enjoying this book. Long Ma, the protagonist, is really cool. I like Jojo. Turns out Long Ma is left-handed. The part about the snake ball, it's too exciting. The boys spoke animatedly. Their loud voices drew some angry glances from the people around them. Could you be a bit quieter? Sorry. The boys hastily silenced themselves. Then, looking sheepishly, they dragged Huazi along, each buying a copy of King of the Net before leaving the bookstore. This time He Mingxian had seen the entire process of how several boys went from having no interest to finally purchasing King of the Net with his own eyes. The beginning didn't strike him as anything special, but when the group of students left, excitedly discussing the book and each carrying a copy of King of the Net, his eyes nearly popped out. Is it really that good? He Mingxian couldn't resist picking up a copy of King of the Net. He had countless questions, and the book might have the answers. He was still seated in a corner of the bookstore. The sunlight shone on the pages. He spent an hour reading the book, an hour where he didn't realize his body had not moved, with only the near-instinctual page turning being the exception. Achoo! Someone in the bookstore sneezed. He Mingxian jumped, startled, and only then did he wake from his reading trance and realize his buttocks had gone numb. But his eyes were shining and his whole body was trembling slightly. So competitive novels can be written like this. All questions were instantly answered. It felt like he'd had an epiphany. When he first thought of King of the Net, a lesser-known sports novel, He Mingxian believed that the book would be obscure and lack relatability for readers who didn't understand tennis. It wasn't until he actually read it that he realized how wrong he was. He indeed did not understand tennis. But this was a novel that you could fall in love with, even without understanding tennis. The story, whether its plot, rhythm, or character development, fits perfectly with the preferences of youth fantasy novel enthusiasts. Even the occasional tennis knowledge sprinkled throughout the story didn't feel boring. Instead, it gave a kind of inexplicable sense of accomplishment, as if they'd increased their knowledge. Snake ball, giant, bear, sliced serve. As these magnificent tennis techniques make an appearance in the book, peppered with immersive descriptions, even He Mingxian, a full-grown adult, felt his blood boiling with excitement. The images of the members of the Youth Academy tennis team were vividly outlined, as if they were right before his eyes. He found himself cheering for the Youth Academy's victories, worrying over their difficulties, and eagerly anticipating the development of the story. My God, all doubts were resolved. Why did everyone decide to purchase this novel after reading it? Of course, it's because this novel is extraordinarily good. He Mingxian stared intently at the two words behind the author's column. Chu Kuang, deeply moved. This book will definitely lead the genre of competitive novels on the Qin continent. Chu Kuang is too frightening. I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. Everyone underestimated Chu Kuang. Even Silver Blue Books, they only ranked King of the Net as the 5th in Supernova Awards and warranted it as enriching the genres of the market. Wake up. What's misusing a treasure without knowing it? Is a novel of this level supposed to enrich the genres in the market for you guys at Silver Blue Books? You all just wait. Soon, the market will prove who the true supernova of this year is. Chapter 47-44. Naturally, Silver Blue Books didn't have a player like He Mingxian who intentionally holed up in bookstores to watch people. After Superstar Publishing's work was extensively distributed in bookstores across the Qin continent, the only thing that could somewhat reflect the market results was reader feedback. It started intermittently. After all, reading takes time. For publishers, sporadic comments don't hold much reference value. However, as the first batch of readers finished reading the novels, the feedback on Superstar's 5 works gradually increased on the official message board of Silver Blue Books. What worried the publishers was the top Superstar work, Demon King of Another World, which the company had high hopes for, seemed to have mediocre public praise. In a novel scored out of 10 points, most readers gave it a score of less than 5. It seemed that everyone was unimpressed by the novel's pattern. The same old tricks, just changing the skin. The protagonist has even fucking crossed over to become the Demon King, but he still feels like a waste. Since you're writing from the perspective of the Demon King, can't you not make the protagonist so useless? If the protagonist isn't useless, can't the author write anymore? Regretted buying this book. Cut it short quickly, not interested. Novels on the Qin continent are published in volumes, so the first volume sales are crucial. Novels with poor sales can easily be axed. The publishing house will notify the author to finish writing quickly. The originally planned series of more than 10 volumes will be condensed into 3 to 5 volumes for a hasty conclusion, as the publishing company also needs to free up resources for more promising works. Many readers were ranting. Of course, not all reviews were bad. Some readers felt that the perspective of Demon King of Another World was innovative. Though it may be old wine in a new bottle, at least the protagonist's identity differs from the traditional different world adventure model. It's not bad enough to be axed. Maybe it will explode later on. There's precedent for such a scenario. There's a very popular novel on the market now that didn't have a great reputation when it was first released, with disappointing sales. The publisher had already notified the author to cut the series short, but who would have guessed that after the second volume, the tides turned. The plot of the book reached a climax, and the sales skyrocketed, immediately canceling the axing plan. That book is still being serialized and is already on its 22nd volume. However, such examples are rare. If a novel can't attract readers from the first installment, even if it explodes later, it's hard for readers to stick around until then. Only if the opening attracts readers can the series continue to be stable. Not only did the top-performing book lack good reviews, the works that made the second to fourth place in the Superstar competition also received mediocre reviews, with only the second-place novel reaching a score of 5 points. But a 5 out of 10 score in the novel market can only be considered a barely passing grade, not a good one. This year will be tough. At a Silver Blue Books department meeting a week later, an editor sighed looking at the comments on the books. I thought the sales of Demon King of Another World would explode, but as readers read more and more different world adventure novels, their expectations also increase. You're right. It's not that this batch of superstars is worse than before, but the reader's taste in reading is getting higher. No wonder the chief editor always wanted to support new themes. Readers are fed up with the old ones. Novels must provide new stimuli. Early TV dramas could easily include brainless plot lines like car accidents, cancer, abortions, and viewers were still intrigued. However, if such a plot appeared now, viewers would curse the director to his face. The same is true in the field of novels. A few years ago, different world adventure novels could easily become popular just by introducing some gimmicks. For instance, a novel called In Another World with My Smartphone told a story about a protagonist with a magical smartphone that could still be used in another world. By today's standards, that story might be unbearable, but back then, readers loved it. It's not a complete defeat. Yang Feng tried to comfort everyone. King of the Net, although the last-place novel of Superstar, has a good reputation with a current score of 8.5 out of 10. That rating is quite remarkable. Yang Feng was not wrong. Even though the reviews for the top 4 Superstar novels were dissatisfying, the rating for King of the Net is quite high right now, with most reader responses being positive. This is the most enjoyable one. Didn't expect a sports novel about tennis to be so exciting. I picked it up at the bookstore just to have a look, but once I picked it up, I couldn't put it down. I'm officially a fan of King of the Net. A fresh flow in Superstar. Tired of different world adventures. Occasionally changing the taste turns out to be unexpectedly good. I've recommended King of the Net to many friends. However, many people are not interested. They, like my past self, don't understand the charm of sports novels. The editors were naturally aware of the high rating for King of the Net and the overwhelmingly positive reviews. However, for Silver Blue Books, this novel's praise could only be considered a consolation prize because the genre of the novel is too niche, making it almost impossible for the sales to skyrocket. It's useless. The genre is too niche. Praised but not popular. The editors didn't seem too excited. Every publisher has acclaimed but unpopular novels. Publishers generally support these types of novels, giving publishing resources even if the sales aren't great. much like how movie companies also need some art films to gain prestige. However, real profit still heavily depends on novel sales. Don't be so gloomy. The editor-in-chief wasn't happy with the editor's demeanor. Look at yourselves. The sales figures aren't out yet. Reputation isn't everything. Some novels may not have high ratings, but their sales are still very good. That's true. There's a chance. It's just about public opinion. A glimmer of hope shone in the editor's eyes. A good reputation doesn't mean everything. In the market, some books are praised but don't sell well, while others are criticized harshly, but their sales continue to soar. Many readers in this day and age play hard to get. While King of the Net might fall into the former category, the other books from the superstar writers could potentially be in the latter category. These people are really easy to hoodwink. The deputy editor quietly sneered. Few books are praised without sales, but it's also rare for sales to be good when the reviews are terrible. In the common rule of the book market, most of the time, reputation and sales can form a proportional relationship. Let's adjourn. The editor-in-chief waved his hand. After everyone had left, the editor-in-chief suddenly became troubled. It seems we totally messed up with the supernovas this time. Unless a miracle happens. A miracle? The deputy editor, who hadn't left either, responded with a bitter smile. Let's go together to the statistics department and take a look. The first week sales of the supernova should be out by now. Let's see where this miracle is. Editor-in-chief. The two of them arrived at the relevant department together, with both the editor-in-chief and the deputy editor-in-chief turning to the female manager of the statistics department. Could the first week sales of the supernova be out by now? Are they here? The female manager was somewhat cold in her attitude, and it seemed she found the two of them particularly annoying. Just saying one line, and then turning back to her work. Check the statistical tables yourself. Come to me if there's anything you can't understand. Did we offend her somehow? The editor-in-chief and the deputy editor-in-chief exchanged glances. They then picked up the statistical table and had a look. What they saw instantly killed any hopes they had left, because the highest selling was Demon King of Another World, with only 180,000 copies. This is supposed to be Supernova. In the past, any work that was published with the Supernova Award would find it embarrassing to face people if the first week sales did not break 300,000. But this year, the best-selling book of the 5 supernovas was just under 200,000 copies. At least one thing was right, though. The list of top 5 from the supernova matched perfectly with their very names. The editor-in-chief took pleasure in the bittersweet situation. At least our prediction of sales ranking wasn't wrong. No matter how poor the sales data is, it's always the reader's fault. Right. The deputy editor nodded along. The female manager who had left before now returned, having heard what they were talking about, was instantly furious, and she started swearing at them. You two think that you haven't made any wrong judgment? The fucking phone in my office has exploded with calls. Do you know that? All the bookstores in Qin Continent are rushing me for stocks. Now as soon as I pick up the phone, all I hear is King of the Net, King of the Net, King of the Net. It's driving me crazy. Do you guys have any idea how busy I've been arranging supplies for these past few days? Do you know how close I am to getting an early menopause due to the stress? Do you know how many nights I haven't been able to sleep soundly? The female manager's eyes were bloodshot. Her swearing was like a series of explosions, and her imposing tone had the editor-in-chief and the deputy editor terrified. Well, they carefully checked the table again and confirmed earnestly, King of the Net sales is last among the supernovas. So how could it possibly be out of stock? Ma'am, you seem upset. Must be some mistake somewhere, right? A mistake. The female manager looked at the two as though they were idiots. King of the Net only had a fucking initial 100,000 copies in stock, which were not even enough for the big book merchants. The third day after Supernova was published, it was already sold out. How can one compete for sales without stock? The editor-in-chief and the deputy editor were stunned. The two of them were previously only focused on the supernova sales rankings, completely forgetting that King of the Net had only initially published 100,000 copies. It wasn't until the female manager's rant that they remembered. At this moment, the two of them widened their eyes and finally had a vague realization. The miracle they were eagerly awaiting really seemed to have happened. You two. The female manager displayed a dangerous smile. Her tone was strangely gentle, though. Please tell me. Which asshole decided to publish only 100,000 copies of King of the Net initially? Him. The editor-in-chief and the deputy editor-in-chief both pointed at each other simultaneously. Chapter 45 Hit. For the entire novel market, sports competition is an extremely unpopular theme. Especially when novels with themes of otherworld adventure are popular, this theme lacks a reader base. So even though King of the Net had a huge explosion in its ratings, the editors didn't have high expectations for the sales of this novel. But it appears now that many people might have misjudged this. Why didn't you tell us? The chief editor's mood is now tumultuous. The female manager was taken aback. Then she looked at the two sympathetically. You guys didn't know? The day King of the Net started to be out of stock, I informed the editor-in-chief. It's clear our editor-in-chief didn't tell you guys. The chief editor and deputy editor felt a chill. In their hearts, they knew about the editor-in-chief's character. For such a big matter not to be informed to their editorial department, there could only be one reason. The editor-in-chief was not pleased. There were 4 editorial departments in the company. Each department was responsible for a different type of work, and each department was equipped with a chief editor and a deputy editor. The pair were responsible for youth fantasy novels. The leader of all 4 editorial departments is the company's editor-in-chief. Looking at these two being so miserable, the female manager was no longer angry and just laughed. Whether you editors know or not, it's all the same. Shipping out is my area of responsibility. Can you editors generate a batch of goods for me? This was the truth. The editorial department only had the responsibility to select and control the quality of the novels. Sales weren't their area of responsibility. But generally, they get informed about this type of matter. This time it must have been the editor-in-chief giving a warning. That's why the chief and assistant editor only came to know about this situation now. So how many orders do we have now? The chief editor forcefully suppressed his complex feelings. A voice came from behind. In all the major bookstores in the Qin continent, there are currently a total of 400,000 copies ordered, which will be delivered to all the major bookstores tomorrow, but considering the future market demand, I have instructed the publishing department to immediately print another 500,000 copies. Greetings, editor-in-chief. The 3 of them turned around simultaneously to look at the man behind them. This man was the editor-in-chief of Silver Blue Books, one of the people with the most authority in the company. The editor-in-chief nodded his head, his authoritative gaze carrying some unhappiness. The decision to initially publish only 100,000 copies of King of the Net was extremely foolish. However, seeing that your editorial department has at least not suppressed this novel, I will let you guys off this time. Yes. The chief editor and deputy editor felt relieved as though they had received a pardon. Fortunately, they included King of the Net in the initial release list of Superstar to diversify the novel market themes. If they missed out on such a big opportunity, the company's loss would have been great. Also, the editor-in-chief frowned and said, I looked at the plans, and the initial number of words planned for King of the Net was only 1 million. Have the editor in charge of Chu Kuang communicate well with him. The company hopes that he can expand the outline and strive to write more than 3 million words. If the performance of a book isn't good, it will be cut short. On the other hand, if the performance of a book is good enough, publishers will have the author write as many words as possible. Because the more words, the more profitable it is. Okay. The chief editor nodded repeatedly. Most novelists wouldn't refuse this proposal. Novelists need to make a living too, and who wouldn't want to earn more money? Moreover, how many novelists can guarantee that their next book will also be popular? Furthermore, the editor-in-chief thought for a moment and said, You two must give Chu Kuang the best service and avoid any conflict with him. If Chu Kuang gets poached by other publishing houses, you two can start looking for another job. All right. The chief editor nodded repeatedly. Even if the chief editor didn't remind them, the editorial department would have served Chu Kuang as carefully as they would serve their own daddy. Because a sports competition-themed novel like King of the Net becoming a hit has an absolutely chain reaction. The success of this novel proves that sports competition-themed novels can also become hits. This is just the beginning. In the future, the market will surely see a large number of sports competition-themed novels, and Chu Kuang might just become the face of the Qin continent's sports-themed novels. Superstar is a large-scale solicitation for literary works, and Silver Blue Books is among the top-ranking traditional publishing houses in Qin continent. So many peers in the industry were watching the results of this solicitation. This year's Superstar seems to have gone too far. Out of the 5 books in the Superstar, for half scores no more than 5. The only highly rated novel is King of the Net, but the chosen theme is too niche. The sales are definitely not going to be very good. So even Silver Blue Books has its days. The failure of Superstar is a big blow to their brand. This year's wave has been very damaging. Next year's Superstar submissions will likely decrease. H2. Everyone in the publishing world was discussing it. Any competitor in any field is an enemy, so Silver Blue Books competitors were somewhat gloating. Prosperity Publishing House. This is a publishing company with a scale similar to Silver Blue Books. The editor-in-chief of Prosperity saw that Silver Blue Books Superstar didn't perform well and was very pleased. He even specifically called the person in charge of a chain bookstore. Isn't this term Superstar not selling well? I have been worrying about this problem recently. The person in charge of the chain bookstore on the other end seemed a bit troubled. The editor-in-chief of Prosperity felt even happier, but he couldn't show it. So he put on a sympathetic face. The current market environment isn't good. You don't have to worry too much. You misunderstand. The person on the other end explained. The sales of King of the Net are very good. What I've been troubled by recently is the severe shortage of this book. Many customers have come to the bookstore to ask specifically for this book, but all our stock has already been sold. The editor-in-chief of Prosperity was taken aback. What? The laughing person on the other end said, I understand your little tricks. You just want to see Silver Blue Books' embarrassment. Indeed, the performances of the top 4 of their Superstar weren't very good, but the 5th place, King of the Net, is very popular. That's why I ordered 150,000 copies from Silver Blue in one go today, and they can supply the goods by tomorrow. The editor-in-chief of Prosperity. The person on the other end continued. Sports competition-themed novels are a blank market. I suggest your publishing house should also pay more attention to this theme. Doesn't your market love trends? When otherworld adventures are popular, there is a crowd of people writing otherworld adventures. Now that sports competition also has a market, let everyone follow the trend. Bookstores only care whether a book sells well. As for anything else, they don't particularly care. The editor-in-chief of Prosperity stiffly said, All right. After hanging up the call, he was silent for quite some time, then suddenly opened the large group of editors and sent a message. Tonight, all editors from the youth fantasy department must finish reading King of the Net. Huh? What? Read King of the Net? The group quickly became lively. Seeing that his editors still looked confused, the editor-in-chief typed harder than ever. Silver Blue was able to dig up an explosive hit like King of the Net. Why can't you guys start promoting more sports competition-themed novels? The group immediately fell silent. Sports competition-themed novels, an explosive hit? Was the editor-in-chief sure he didn't get something wrong? Chapter 49, 46 Pioneer. Receive. We'll see tonight. The editors at Ding Sheng responded in the group chat. As for the thought of did the chief editor make a mistake somewhere, of course, it dared only spin around within their hearts. Nobody dared to voice it out. After work, the editors of Ding Sheng walked towards the bookstore in a cloud of confusion, only to be taken aback by the similar banner promotions displayed at the entrances of major bookstores. The content of the banner was, Our store's King of the Net is sold out. Supplies will be replenished tomorrow. We apologize for any inconvenience. Sold out. Did the bookstore specifically print out a banner? At this moment, the editors at Ding Sheng had a vague realization that something was off, because making the bookstore specifically print out a banner meant there were many readers who wanted to buy King of the Net. This treatment was reserved for bestseller books. So, this book became popular? One of Ding Sheng's editor looked at his colleague in surprise. Have you ever heard of sports competitive novels becoming bestsellers? No. The colleague thought about it for quite some time, eventually shook his head, then decisively spat out 4 words, unprecedented. The bookstore is the barometer of sales. Which book is popular and which is not? The bookstore is always the most aware. Given the close relationship between major publishers and bookstores, it's naturally not difficult to know the sales status of King of the Net. Thus, in the following days, the attention of the entire industry gathered on this book, as well as on the author Chu Kuang. Unexpected. Even many of the experienced senior editors in the industry exclaimed, "Sports novels can sell this high. Unbelievable." This new author named Chu Kuang has proved with King of the Net that as long as it's well written, sports novels can also achieve success. Is this a pioneer? There weren't no one who wrote about sports competition, but no one has ever made it popular. According to industry rules, whoever made a genre popular would be the pioneer in that genre, so this statement is not wrong. Yes, there will probably be quite a few authors who would follow the trend in the future, and even those people will acknowledge Chu Kuang as the pioneer in the genre of sports competition. Not just the editor circles. The discussion about King of the Net is also very high in the readers' circle, and many novel forums have posts about this book. Recommend King of the Net. I've read this book too. It's indeed pretty good. I've read many youth fantasy novels for many years, especially in love with the genre of alternate world adventures. After reading King of the Net, it was the first time in my life that I developed interest in such a genre. I thought I was too niche in my taste, didn't expect there to be so many people who liked King of the Net. Haha, me too. I recommended King of the Net to my friend yesterday. He wasn't keen on reading, said he wasn't interested in tennis-themed stories, but when I forcibly had him read the first chapter, my book became his. The book market in Qin continent is always lively. If judged by sales volume alone, there are some higher than King of the Net. Many popular novelists have a horrifying monthly sales volume for their work. But what's terrifying about King of the Net is that even though it's a sports competitive novel, and by the conventional perspectives of the industry, it's extremely niche, it has become as popular as many mainstream novels among readers. This is no doubt a shocking surprise for the industry. While the entire industry was shocked, the support and promotion of sports competitive novels by major publishing houses suddenly became unprecedented. Han Qi is a tennis athlete. He is a relatively famous professional tennis player in Qin continent. He had just finished an internal training session today. When Han Qi was strolling outside, he suddenly received a message from a friend on his phone. "I just found out tennis is so interesting. You have a match tomorrow, right? 1 foot 11 inches come to watch your match. Remember to save me a ticket." "All right, but why do you suddenly say that?" Han Qi was puzzled. This friend of his had never been interested in tennis before. He had dragged his friend to watch the tennis match twice after becoming a professional player, but his friend yawned through it. He didn't expect his friend to propose seeing a professional tennis match today. "Knew you wouldn't know," the friend said. "I recently read a novel called King of the Net. This novel is about tennis. It's really interesting. You should read it when you have time." Han Qi sent a row of ellipses, then said, "Tennis novels are probably written by laymen. Such novels can probably only fool readers like you." "Not too bad," the friend said. "Anyway, I feel that the description of tennis inside is quite professional, similar to what you've told me before." Han Qi shook his head. Of course, basic tennis knowledge can be easily found online. As long as they dare to write a tennis novel, they at least need to do the basic homework. Maybe this author is a tennis enthusiast. There are quite many amateur tennis enthusiasts in Qin continent. Never mind. The friend didn't want to chat further. "Anyhow, you'll know when you read the novel. We'll contact you tomorrow." "All right." Han Qi laughed. He is a professional tennis player, couldn't get his friend interested in tennis, but a novel did. At this time, Han Qi was just passing by a bookstore. Moved by an impulse, he directly went in to buy the King of the Net that his friend mentioned. As a professional tennis player, he was quite happy to see someone willing to write a tennis-themed novel, who didn't hope their profession could be more well-received. He should support such novelists too. Upon returning to the dorm, Han Qi picked up King of the Net, randomly flipped to a page. After looking at it for 2 minutes, Han Qi was somewhat surprised to find that the tennis knowledge in this book was quite professional, and the author didn't fool the lay readers. However, these knowledge were relatively basic. So Han Qi casually flipped further back, only to be shocked to find, even when the book touched upon some advanced tennis knowledge, the text description was also very rigorous, with not a single mistake. Looks like the author knows quite a lot. Ordinary amateur tennis enthusiasts simply do not have such a broad knowledge of tennis. He gradually developed a bit of interest and officially opened the first chapter and began reading from the beginning. During his student days, Han Chi was also someone who liked reading novels. Only after graduation, he became too busy playing tennis, so he didn't read that much anymore. Today, he'll read a novel as relaxation before tomorrow's match. Swish. Pages exuding the fragrance of ink were flipped one by one. Han Chi became more and more engrossed. At this time, it was already dark outside. The phone suddenly let out a ring. Only then did Han Chi jolted back to reality. Damn, it's already 10? I have a match tomorrow. Damn, I'm torn apart. Han Chi was thoroughly attracted by King of the Net, wishing to finish it all at once. But if he finishes this book, he might not be able to get a good rest tonight, which could affect his performance in tomorrow's match. I'll finish it after the match. He clenched his teeth. Han Chi forcibly suppressed his reluctance, closed the book, then with great determination, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. Chapter 50, 47 Dream Linkage. The next day, at the Qin Continent Sports Center, before the start of a tennis match sponsored by a certain sports brand, Han Chi in professional sports gear yawned with a barely noticeable dark circle under his eyes. Terrible. He felt a twinge of sleepiness. Although Han Chi had managed to force himself to turn off the lights and sleep the previous night, to his displeasure, after turning off the lights, his mind was filled with imagined plot lines of King of the Net, making it even harder for him to fall asleep, until he finally slipped into a fitful slumber after who knows how long. Get ready. The coach's voice echoed. Han Chi finally took the court after warming up. This was a medium-scale tennis match within the Qin continent. Although the importance of winning or losing was not high, Han Chi didn't want to lose at all today, as he had friends among the spectators. He didn't want to lose face in front of his friends. Amidst the cheers of the audience below, the tennis match began. Han Chi was faced with a veteran opponent who wasn't short of skills, thus creating an early lead in the score. This was also due to Han Chi's lack of good rest, and thus impaired concentration. Calm down, Han Chi reminded himself internally. Sports rely on both strength and physical stamina. Although the veteran had ample experience, exactly because his opponent was such a seasoned player, his physical stamina couldn't keep up with the young Han Chi, and the strength of his tennis strokes gradually decreased. After regaining concentration, Han Chi managed to even the score. Both sides gradually entered a tense situation. When the overall level isn't significantly different, the latter part of the match tests the will and mindset of the players. This is different from the various flashy and cool descriptions in King of the Net. I must be insane. Why am I thinking about the novel again? I'm playing a match. Suppressing his weird thoughts forcibly, Han Chi fiercely contested his opponent, making it a suspenseful match that won the intense interest of the audience. The commentators were also guessing enthusiastically about the possible turn of the match. This is so unpredictable. The commentator exclaimed with excitement. Han Chi didn't appear to be in good shape at the beginning, but as the match progressed, he's gradually got back into his rhythm. Han Chi's opponent is a veteran. We could all see how the veteran played tennis with his experience and wisdom while exhausted. Out of breath, the match reached its half-hour mark. The sixth and decisive game. The outcome of the match would likely depend on this game. As the score was a tie previously, both sides played conservatively, not daring to risk attacking recklessly. The risks were too high. Pat. Han Chi lost a point. His disadvantage was instantly magnified. Despite sheer exhaustion, his opponent couldn't hide a triumphant grin. The outcome of the game became evident as Han Chi lost the point. Going to lose? At this moment, Han Chi thought of King of the Net once again. There were many similar scenarios described in it. What would Long Ma do in this situation? Han Chi felt as if he was going crazy. There were many ideal scenarios in the novel, and most maneuvers weren't practical. But crazier still, Han Chi unexpectedly shouted out loud during his upcoming serve. Sliced serve. Instead of a regular front serve, Han Chi opted for a side serve as described in King of the Net. His racket cut across the ball swiftly, and he served by suddenly exerting force through the inward rotation of his forearm. The opponent was caught off guard. As the ball bounced off the ground and into the outcourt, Han Chi scored a big point. The whole arena exploded in cheers. The commentator's voice was filled with excitement and shock. Beautiful spin ball, ACE, in a tennis match. An ACE refers to a serve where the ball lands in the valid area, but the opponent does not touch the ball, resulting in an automatic scoring for the server. If the opponent touches the ball but causes it to go out or hit the net, it is referred to as a service score, not an ACE. We won. Amid countless cheers, Han Chi's face turned beet red. He had actually shouted out loud. It was like two kids fighting, and one of them suddenly striking a painfully embarrassing pose and shouting Kamehameha. His behavior was off the charts. Luckily, the crowd around didn't hear his shout. Everyone was busy cheering for the serve. Probably only the referee heard it, or else the opponent wouldn't be looking at him so strangely. His teammates all came over to celebrate. Back in the locker room, the coach looked at Han Chi with a stunned and surprised look. When did you start practicing spin serves? And your serving style is quite peculiar too. The other side had no clue where your ball was going. You probably won't believe me if I tell you. Han Chi spoke sheepishly. I learned it from a novel. Everyone burst into laughter, taking Han Chi's words as a joke. But when it came to the interview session, when the reporter asked Han Chi about his thoughts on that final point, Han Chi once again mentioned the book on live television. I've recently been reading a tennis novel called King of the Net, which is written very professionally, so I guess I was inspired during the match. Of course, there was some luck involved in that point too. My opponent deserves respect. Reporter. Teammates. The sports journalist looked somewhat flustered on the spot. Han Chi's teammates even suspected Han Chi of accepting advertising fees from King of the Net. But the sharp-witted arts journalist would not let go of this great scoop. The next day, one of the hot news in the arts section of the Qin continent's newspapers was, renowned professional tennis player Han Chi declares himself to be a fan of King of the Net and claims that he has derived a lot of inspiration for playing tennis from this book. Upon the news release, readers of King of the Net were astounded. Is that real? So even professional tennis players say that King of the Net is written professionally. I used to think that all the tennis moves described in this book were made up by the author Chu Kuang, which is a rarity indeed. I like King of the Net even more now. Isn't it more surprising that Han Chi is actually learning moves from King of the Net? Haha, he's definitely joking. Not entirely a joke. During yesterday's tennis match at Qin Continent Sports Center, Han Chi's winning ball was definitely a replica of the slice serve, the only difference being that Long Ma is left-handed and Han Chi is right-handed, claimed a reader who watched yesterday's tennis match. Then, many readers who were familiar with tennis also verified through various channels that the tennis knowledge involved in King of the Net is indeed very professional. In fact, this point has been made before, yet it wasn't highly regarded before. It wasn't until a professional tennis player personally authenticated it that everyone started paying real attention. No one in the novel industry could have imagined that a professional tennis player from the Qin continent would have such an almost breaking the fourth wall kind of relationship with King of the Net, thereby producing a dream-come-true collaboration. On this day, the sales of King of the Net once again soared. Chapter 51, 48 Milk Tea. Lin Yuan was also aware of the success of King of the Net, as newly promoted and Xia Fan had recently been discussing this book. Especially Jinny. While discussing the novel with Xia Fan, he didn't forget to take a jab at Lin Yuan. Now you know the difficulty of being a supernova, right? Just focus on your work in the future. Don't think about making money by writing novels unless you can write novels as good as Chu Kuang's King of the Net. It seemed that Jian Yi and Xia Fan both accepted that Lin Yuan had failed to become a supernova. After all, Lin Yuan never mentioned that he was Chu Kuang. Besides Jian Yi and Xia Fan, editor Yang Feng would also regularly report to Lin Yuan about the performance of King of the Net, and even seriously discussed with Lin Yuan about whether to expand the novel outline. No, Lin Yuan refused very simply. Yang Feng was somewhat persistent and chirped about the benefits of expanding the word count. The performance of King of the Net is very good. 1,000,000 words are too few. It would be a shame to end it too early. No way. Lin Yuan refused again. Of course, he knew that the more words, the more money he could make, and he agreed with some of Yang Feng's viewpoints. But the King of the Net, provided by the system, was only 1,000,000 words. The system's explanation was, 1,000,000 words are just right. Writing any more would be filler. Yang Feng couldn't forcibly demand Chu Kuang. With the popularity of King of the Net, Chu Kuang was no longer an ordinary rookie novelist. Therefore, regarding Chu Kuang's refusal, Yang Feng could only sigh deeply and said, "All right then." In Yang Feng's eyes, Chu Kuan was very capricious. Such a popular novel. He said he would only write 1,000,000 words and was completely unwilling to expand the content. Even though he had analyzed it thoroughly, as a newbie, he still didn't understand how precious it was to write a hit work. At this moment on the campus, Lin Yuan was paying attention to the latest prompt issued by the system. The task of reaching 10,000 literary reputations was finally completed today. Task completion, comprehensive development. Task content, winning a literary reputation of 10,000. Task reward, 3 bronze treasure chests. Lin Yuan thought for a while and said, "Open 1 bronze treasure chest." First, testing his luck. The first bronze treasure chest was opened, and the system notified him in light blue letters. "Congratulations, you have received the song balloon. Suja Pei's balloon." This result was neither good nor bad. In summary, his luck was average, so Lin Yuan decided to put the remaining 2 bronze treasure chests in the warehouse. He would open them when he felt his luck had improved. Now he was going out for dinner. The person who invited Lin Yuan this time was Jiang Kuei. Jiang Kuei had been promoting Dragon Fish Dance in Qi Continent and had just returned to the Qin Continent recently. It was Xian Yu's song that made her from an unknown rookie to a debut singer with some fame. So the first thing she did when she came back was to invite Xian Yu to dinner to show her gratitude. Just as he didn't refuse Sun Yaohua, Lin Yuan didn't refuse Jiang Kuei either. He really liked it when people treated him to a meal. However, when he arrived at the promised restaurant, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that this restaurant was the same one he had dined at with Sun Yaohua last time. Teacher Xian Yu. Jiang Kuei was a pretty young woman who had applied makeup before she left the house. She was just a bit short and had to look up at Lin Yuan when she was speaking to him, given his 6-foot-tall stature. Lin Yuan said, "Just call me Lin Yuan." Jiang Kuei laughed. "Then I'll call you Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan did not correct her again, but chose a table to sit down. But before his had warmed the seat, a surprised voice rang in his ear. "Junior bro." Lin Yuan turned around and found that the person speaking was Sun Yaohua, and there was a heavily made-up woman next to him. "You go back first," Sun Yaohua told his female companion. The companion was obviously dissatisfied, pouting and stomping her feet, but Sun Yaohua was unmoved. The other party could only leave. Sun Yaohua plumped down next to Lin Yuan with a full face of eagerness and said, "Since we bumped into each other, let me treat you to this meal, junior bro." Sun Yaohua, I invited Lin Yuan today. Jiang Kuei and Sun Yaohua were both newbies from the Starlight Company, so they knew each other and usually seemed to get along well. But today, the two met by chance at this restaurant, sitting on either side of Lin Yuan. When their gazes met, sparks seemed to fly. "Please go ahead, Jiang Kuei." Lin Yuan did not notice the peculiarity between the two. Jiang Kuei laughed, glanced at Sun Yaohua, and then ordered a full table of dishes, matching the quantity Sun Yaohua ordered last time. "Does teacher Lin Yuan have anything else to add?" "River fish, braised pork knuckle, and 2 more servings of rice." Sun Yaohua smiled and glanced at Jiang Kuei. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. It seemed that Sun Yaohua knew Lin Yuan's preferences quite well, which made Jiang Kuei develop a sense of crisis. "Didn't you just have a meal? It seems like you were with your girlfriend." "We broke up." Without missing a beat, Sun Yaohua replied. "She wouldn't allow me to have a meal with my junior. Why would I need such a girlfriend?" Jiang Kuei almost had internal injuries. "How can you be so good at sucking up?" Soon, the meals and dishes were served, and the 3 of them ate together. Even though Sun Yaohua just finished a meal with his girlfriend, no, his ex-girlfriend, it didn't affect his appetite. After finishing the meal, Jiang Kuei rushed to pay for it, fearing that Sun Yaohua would beat him to it. Although it was just a meal, Jiang Kuei had already observed Sun Yaohua's sucking up skills. During the meal, teacher Lin Yuan only spoke a few words. Sun Yaohua could respond with 20, accompanied by occasional laughter, as if what teacher Lin Yuan said was humorous. Originally, Jiang Kuei invited teacher Lin Yuan to dinner, of course, both to express gratitude and to curry favor with teacher Lin Yuan. Everyone has a time when they'd be willing to brown nose. Although the probability is small, what if teacher Lin Yuan is in a good mood and gives himself another good song? Isn't that a huge gain? But then he encountered Sun Yaohua. and Jiang Kuei learned what real brown-nosing is. After dinner, walking out of the restaurant, Sun Yaohua suggested, "Let's walk around and help our digestion." Lin Yuan had no objections. Naturally, Jiang Kuei would also have no objections. After walking for 15 minutes, Lin Yuan said, "Where can I get some water?" Whoosh. Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei both turned to Lin Yuan at the same time. Junior/teacher Lin Yuan, would something like milk tea work? Lin Yuan nodded, and then the two of them suddenly disappeared. 5 minutes later, Sun Yaohua came back with a cup of milk tea in hand. "Junior, here's your milk tea." Humph. Jiang Kuei, probably due to shortness of stature and short legs, is still one step behind Sun Yaohua. "You're still too green to compete with me." Sun Yaohua looked at her triumphantly. But Sun Yaohua was stunned, his mouth agape. Because in Jiang Kuei's hands, she was actually holding 6 cups of milk tea, saying considerately, "Teacher Lin Yuan, I didn't know which flavor you'd prefer, so I got several flavors from the milk tea shop." Lin Yuan chose the lemon flavor, then asked, "Isn't this too much?" Jiang Kuei gave a small smile. "Not at all." So saying, Jiang Kuei gave the remaining milk teas to some children passing by the mall, pointing at Lin Yuan. "This young man bought you the milk tea." "Thank you, big brother." The kids were accompanied by their parents, who, not worried about any issues with the milk tea, let the kids show their thanks. Isn't it just flattery? Who can't do that? Jiang Kuei turned to look at Sun Yaohua, annihilating him in one move. "Gastritis is really tough. I don't feel very satisfied with the 2 chapters written today. I force myself to write for your investments. I'll revise later." Chapter 52-49, Winter Vacation. I've lost. Jiang Kuei's latest move had outshone Sun Yaohua. He even felt a certain admiration for her. Jiang Kuei was a worthy opponent. But what Lin Yuan said next really shocked Sun Yaohua, because Lin Yuan took the initiative to ask Jiang Kuei, "Do you have any plans to release a new song?" Thump, thump. Jiang Kuei's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She initially just didn't want to lose the good impression Lin Yuan had of Sun Yaohua, but she didn't expect that she could rightly seize a chance to cooperate. It was at this moment that she completely understood why Sun Yaohua had made such a mighty effort. "I plan to release a new song after the new year, but I haven't found the right one yet." Sun Yaohua's eyes turned red. Jealousy was burning fiercely. Lin Yuan nodded. "So, you must have a good lung capacity, right?" Jiang Kuei nodded hard. "I've specifically trained my lung capacity when I learned singing." "What about the split?" This was what Lin Yuan cared about most. Jiang Kuei was very cooperative, saying almost without hesitation, "If I can work with teacher Lin Yuan again, I would accept any split ratio that you would propose. Whatever you decide is fine." A master haggler indeed. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. What he dreaded most was when others said things like, "Whatever you decide," as it tossed the problem back to him again. If given too little, he would feel uncomfortable. But if given too much, he'd feel a sting in his heart. Jiang Kuei was waiting for Lin Yuan's next statement. Instead, she found that he stopped talking and suddenly felt a pang in her heart. Did I say something wrong? Instead, Sun Yaohua was getting impatient. Even though Jiang Kuei was his competitor, he couldn't help but intervene when he saw Jiang Kuei about to lose this rare opportunity. He reminded her with a joke, "If the junior is looking for cooperation with me, anyway, I don't care about the split." Sun Yaohua picked up some of Lin Yuan's inclinations during their last meal together. Jiang Kuei quickly changed her tune. "Right? I don't want to split." Hearing this, Lin Yuan was relieved. He wasn't someone who wanted to push his luck too far, and would not be so greedy. "Let's split it the old way then. I have a song here that suits you nicely." Lin Yuan was referring to Balloon. This song needed a female singer with a high lung capacity, and Jiang Kuei, with her high lung capacity, was the perfect fit. As for the old rule, the singer would take a 0.5% split. Why wouldn't Jiang Kuei be willing? In fact, just like Sun Yaohua, she would be willing to accept even without pay. So she eagerly nodded, afraid that Lin Yuan might change his mind. "Yes, yes." Having said that, Jiang Kuei gratefully glanced at Sun Yaohua. She didn't know that Lin Yuan was actually wrestling with the issue of the split. It really worked. Sun Yaohua had suggested this to Jiang Kuei out of desperation. He didn't expect that their unique junior would actually take the bait. This gave him some hope. The next day, Lin Yuan sent the drafts for the next month to Yang Feng's mailbox. After all, the system had already sorted them out. It was now late January. All major institutes across the country were on winter vacation. The students of Qin Continent Art Academy were packing up and preparing to go home tomorrow. Lin Yuan also wanted to go home. So he came to the company on the day before winter vacation, intending to ask Zhou for leave. According to the contract, he had to come to work when he had no classes. If he didn't come to work, it would be considered as Lin Yuan skipping work and his salary would be deducted. If he asked for leave, it wouldn't be a problem. As he entered the music composition department director's office on the 10th floor, Lin Yuan found it empty. So he asked his colleague Wu Yong about Zhou's whereabouts. Wu Yong replied, "The director usually works on the 22nd floor. What you want to do?" Lin Yuan said, "Taking a leave." Wu Yong shook his head. "One suggest you drop the idea. Leaving is usually not difficult, but now it's different. Every year before the vacation, many people try to ask Zhou for leave, but almost everyone gets badly reprimanded by Zhou. After all, it's the beginning of the new year, many singers are going to release songs, and our department is at its busiest. I'll give it a try." After saying this, Lin Yuan took the elevator directly to the office of the music production department head on the 22nd floor. Seeing that his persuasion had no effect, Wu Yong didn't say anything else, thinking Lin Yuan would realize how difficult it was to take leave before the end of the year. Upon entering the 22nd floor, Lin Yuan had just approached Zhou's office when he heard Zhou going off inside. "Leave? No way. Just because you're a senior composer doesn't mean I'll accommodate you. You're well aware of how many singers are preparing to release songs after the holidays. There's no chance for you to slip away right now. If you really want to take leave, you composers must first produce a decent song." "All right, I got it." The guy being chewed out by Zhou shuffled out of the office. At that moment, Zhou noticed Lin Yuan at the door. Not wanting to seem too harsh, he squeezed out a smile. "Lin Yuan, is there something you need from me?" Lin Yuan replied, "I want to take a leave." Zhou, his smile gradually disappeared. Had he not seen the guy who just got chewed out for asking for leave? He coughed, not wanting to seem too harsh, but his tone was still somewhat stern. "You should be on winter vacation by now, but according to your contract, you still have to work during it." Lin Yuan thought back to Zhou's words. "So I can take leave if I produce a song?" Zhou almost choked. "That's the idea, but the quality of the song you produce has to pass muster. After the holidays, many singers are planning to release new singles. Even some big names have new album plans. For our music production department, the demand for songs is huge. Will this one do?" Lin Yuan took out his phone and, right in front of Zhou, sent over balloon. "A new song?" Zhou stared at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded. "A new song." Without saying more, Zhou put on headphones to give it a listen. After listening, Zhou's eyes widened slightly. The quality of Lin Yuan's new song was quite good. It might not match Big Fish, but it's catchy nonetheless. But was Lin Yuan being too productive? He had thought Lin Yuan was already squeezed dry, yet he was surprised the lad had churned out another decent new song. Lin Yuan asked, "Can I take leave now?" Zhou nodded mechanically. Yes, you can. Who do you plan to have sing this song?" Lin Yuan had his answer ready. "Jiang Kuei." "Jiang Kuei?" Zhou thought for a moment and said, "Jiang Kuei does indeed have plans to release a new single, and she's in the process of selecting songs. This balloon seems quite suitable. She probably won't reject it." "Right?" Lin Yuan asked, "May I leave now?" Being helpless against Lin Yuan, Zhou could only muster a bitter smile. "Okay, off you go. After all, you've completed your work for the year." He couldn't find any flaws in balloon. Lin Yuan nodded and returned to the 10th floor. Seeing Lin Yuan back, Wu Yong teased, "How did it go?" "I told you, the boss wouldn't grant any leaves at this time." He granted it. As Lin Yuan spoke, he began packing his things. Wu Yong stared in shock for a few seconds. Then his face brimmed with delight. "The boss is unusually agreeable this year? Hee, I'm going to request leave too." Lin Yuan went back to his desk and started packing. With his things packed, he was ready to leave. When he ran into Wu Yong again, Lin casually asked, "Did your leave get approved?" Wu Yong gave Lin Yuan a disgruntled look. "I was blasted by the boss. Why didn't you tell me you traded your leave with a new song?" "That's right." As a matter of course, Lin Yuan said, Why don't you trade with a song too? Wu Yong felt slighted. What makes you think I have a song that would warrant leave? Lin Yuan thought for a bit, then said, I thought you could. Having said that, Lin Yuan put on his small backpack, gleefully readying to leave. Wu Yong stood there watching Lin Yuan's retreating figure. Contemplating the chill and casual tone of Lin Yuan's words, he began to doubt himself. Is writing a decent new song really that simple? Chapter 53, 50 ABA. After Lin Yuan left, Zhou Weiming listened to Balloon again. The quality is indeed good. Upon his second listen, Zhou had the same commentary. The song wasn't like Big Fish, making Zhou exclaim in admiration at the first listen. But Zhou understood that this was the norm. No composer could ensure that every piece they created would become a hit. For Lin Yuan to still produce a new song of good quality after consecutively creating 3 hits was already very satisfying for Zhou. This song is suitable for release in March, given that next month will also be a fierce competition. The new season clashed with the Chinese New Year period, where the market competition was as intense as December. Thus, avoiding February was a choice many singers naturally made. You must know, the death group of December, even with the quality of Big Fish, only slightly broke into the top 10. Zhou has done research on this data. What came out of the research was that even if Big Fish had been released at the beginning of the month, it probably could only have managed to secure around the 5th place. Thinking of this, Zhou contacted Zhao Ju and sent over Balloon, a song by Lin Yuan. After listening to the song, Zhao Ju exclaimed in surprise, he is really prolific. Zhou agreed. Indeed, he's very productive, and this time the quality isn't bad either. Although it doesn't feel as good overall as the previous ones, I think if we release this song in March, there's hope to climb the ranks. Also, he specifically requested Jiang Kuei to sing it. Jiang Kuei. Zhao Ju thought for a moment and said, after Big Fish, Jiang Kuei's popularity is pretty good. The company indeed intends to develop Jiang Kuei. I have no objections for her to sing. Old Zhou thought and said, what surprised me most about this song is that the first sentence in the beginning is so long. I've heard so many songs, but this is the first time I have come across one that starts with such a lengthy line. Zhao Ju laughed. No problem. Jiang Kuei is a professional singer. This shouldn't be a big deal for her. Zhou considered his words. Indeed. The two of them chatted and promptly confirmed their work plan. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Kuei was so excited she jumped on the spot. Teacher Admirable Fish really gave her the opportunity to sing his new song. The hard work of chasing after him finally paid off in the end. But when she got the score for Balloon, Jiang Kuei realized she had celebrated too soon. Especially when she began to enter the recording studio, she deeply understood why Lin Yuan had asked her about her lung capacity yesterday, because this song really lacks enough oxygen. How badly does it lack oxygen? The first paragraph of the lyrics says it all. Black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, gray, yours, mine, his, hers, big, small, round, flat, good, bad, beauty, ugly, new, old, various styles, various colors, it's all up to you. Jiang Kuei specifically counted. Yes, a total of 56 characters. And there's not a single opportunity to breath in between. The first part of the main song requires you to connect these words and sing them in one go. Upon entering the recording studio, during Jiang Kuei's first recording, she managed to sing the first part of the main song, but after singing it, she was severely out of breath, taking her several seconds to recover. Especially the last few words, Jiang Kuei's vibrato came out and was rather noticeable. This was a sign of unstable breath. Jiang Kuei never thought that she would one day find her breath unstable while singing a song. Can I say that the song is truly worthy of being by Admirable Fish? The new song this time is way too unique. Even the recording engineer was astonished by this song. Even professional singers in our company might not find it easy to sing so many words in one breath. Not just that. The other one in the recording studio praised. If only the first part of the main song has long lyrics, it's still all right. But the terrifying part is the melody of the opening part of this song isn't low. For this song, the higher the pitch, the harder it is to complete the main song in one breath. I will try again, Jiang Kuei said to the recording engineer and tried several more times. This resulted in her feeling increasingly dizzy, because whenever she started to sing the song, she had to take in a big breath. The ending part of each sentence and the beginning part of the following sentence were points where she had to take in a deep breath. And after taking in a big breath, she had to evenly exhale it. Every word had to be pronounced neither too softly nor harshly. If she exerted too much force on any word while exhaling, the whole rhythm would be disrupted. In the end, even if Jiang Kuei could do all of the above, she might accidentally run out of breath by the last few words. Ordinary people might not notice. Even for ordinary people, Jiang Kuei's performance might already be perfect. But as a singer with high expectations for herself, Jiang Kuei wouldn't allow herself to run out of breath at the last few words. Otherwise, she would really have done a disservice to the song that teacher Admirable Fish wrote. That's why she spent the whole day in the recording studio, determined to achieve the most perfect standard recording this song. Let's continue tomorrow. Without achieving satisfying results by night, the recording engineer could only suggest to stop temporarily. Without a doubt, Jiang Kuei could sing Balloon. However, to perform it perfectly would require Jiang Kuei to record countless times. After all, this wasn't any ordinary song. Jiang Kuei. There was no response. The recording engineer couldn't help but look towards Jiang Kuei, only to find her slumped in her chair, her tongue sticking out. ABA, 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 ABA. The two recording engineers were completely amused. However, both of them could fully understand Jiang Kuei's state, as the melody written for the beginning of this song was almost inhuman. I have an idea. The recording engineer on the left said, once the official version is recorded, let's not remove the breathing sounds. Perhaps that may make it more relatable. Won't it impact the listening experience? The recording engineer on the right was a bit worried. In studio production, there's a mixing technique that can eliminate breath sounds. The sound of singers gasping for breath during the song might sound strange and easily affect the emotional experience of the song. Hence, during mixing, the sound of the singer's breath is usually reduced or even completely removed. It won't matter. The recording engineer on the left said, all techniques are only to make the song sound better. That's the premise. There is no strict formula for recording. Many emotional songs prefer to retain the sound of breath. And if we retain the sound of breath in Balloon, the listeners will be able to understand the special characteristics of this song. That's true. The recording engineer on the right agreed, smiling. The breath sounds in Balloon are not small, huh? Before the singer sings the first line, they'll have to take a deep breath. Listeners will probably find it hard not to notice. I think we can. Jiang Kuei had recovered by then. Although her head still felt dizzy, at least she could converse normally with the recording engineer. Let's keep the breath sounds in this song. This way, people won't say our studio recordings don't have a live performance feel. Chapter 54, 51, Group of Death. Qin continent is vast, with numerous cities. Lin Yuan's current location is called Sioux City, one of the most prosperous main cities in Qin continent, while his hometown is a place called Cloud City. 6 hours by high-speed rail. Lin Yuan finally arrives in Cloud City. See you when school starts. Jian Yi and Xia Fan, who traveled with him, say goodbye to Lin Yuan. After saying goodbye to them, Lin Yuan doesn't head home immediately. Instead, he takes a bus to a shopping mall and buys a bunch of things. They are all gifts for his mother and sister. After leaving the mall, Lin Yuan, carrying bags of various sizes, finds it inconvenient to take the bus, so he opts for a taxi instead. His home is on the southern side of the county, a place like an urban village. When he arrives at the familiar house in his memory, Lin Yuan knocks on the door, which is opened by a pretty girl in a fluffy pajama. Sis. Lin Yuan greets with a smile. This is his sister, Lin Yao. She is very pretty and, like Lin Yuan, inherited the best from both parents. She's a senior in high school this year. Bro. The girl nods with a smile. Lin Yuan walks into the house, changes into slippers, and calls out to the house. Mom, I'm back. You're finally back. His mother comes out wearing an apron, her hands stained with blood. I'm making red braised fish for you. Great. Lin Yuan brings the purchases into the house and hands a set of clothes and shoes to his sister. These are your gifts. Thank you. Lin Yao takes Lin Yuan's gift, opens it to find a pink down jacket, and frowns. 1. Don't like pink. Then what color do you like? Lin Yao answers without a second thought. White. Lin Yuan takes out another set. Like this one. Lin Yao looks at Lin Yuan in surprise. Mom said you've made a fortune, and she didn't lie. Can you give me 100 to buy a learning materials set? I have a discount coupon. It was originally 120, but it's 20 off for every 100 spent. Sure. Lin Yuan agrees quickly. One also got a discount coupon for a grilled fish restaurant at the mall. We can go there for a meal. Lin Yao nods. The mother watches the siblings interact, amusement tinged with a touch of exasperation. No wonder people said you two had weird personalities when you were kids. Why? Lin Yuan and Lin Yao look at their mother in unison. The mother waves off their question with a smile. Even though both siblings are of a quiet temperament, unlike their vivacious eldest sister, she knows that the bonds between her 3 children are strong. Lin Yuan sits on the couch to rest. Lin Yao, who is currently in her senior year, is doing some work at the table. This is a 2-bedroom house. The lighting isn't the best, and the decor and furniture are very basic. For instance, the couch Lin Yuan is sitting on has several holes in it. Although the house might be simple, it's very clean and well kept. 1 foot 11 inches by a house when I get my salary. The thought crosses Lin Yuan's mind. Soon, the meal is ready. Lin Yuan had called his mother before he came back, so the lunch is quite a feast, with 4 dishes and 1 soup. Braised fish in soy sauce, sweet and sour spare ribs, spicy chicken, vegetable stir-fried mushrooms, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Let's eat. The 3 of them sit around the table, and the mother laments. Your sister's holiday hasn't started yet. If she were here, all these dishes would be finished. Lin Yuan nods. Their sister is the best eater in the family. Compared to that, Lin Yuan and Lin Yao are more picky eaters. They just prefer meat. The mother reminds with a smile, eat more vegetables. Hence, Lin Yuan and Lin Yao, in perfect agreement, pick out a leafy vegetable, split it into 2 halves with their chopsticks, and eat it. Mom grinned and said, Yao Yao, your brother has started making money now, so anything you need in the future, you can ask your brother. Okay. Lin Yao's eyes lit up, and she turned to Lin Yuan. Bro, can you help me eat this plate of greens? The eaters are the heroes. Lin Yuan refused. They say people who eat greens stay young. I have a friend who often eats greens, so he's forever 18. Lin Yao. Lin Yuan reminded. He's forever 18. Puzzled, Lin Yao asked. Bro, are you cracking a joke? She had a vague sense that Lin Yuan was trying to be funny, but his tone and the atmosphere didn't quite match. Lin Yuan didn't respond, but he regretted a little, thinking that he wasn't funny, but that senior son Yao Hua had a low sense of humor. He had no resistance to his jokes. Lin Yuan started his vacation early, but all departments of Starlight were still bustling with work. The talent department. Jiang Kuei had finally finished recording Balloon and was delightedly reporting her achievements to Zhao Ju. Just then, Zhou appeared in the talent department and found Zhao Ju. There's some bad news. We might need to adjust our spring festival plan. What happened? Zhao Ju furrowed his eyebrows. Zhou sighed. This spring festival, the company planned to have 10 songs, one of which has encountered a problem. The auditing department found out that the melody of our song is very similar to a song from Chu Continent. Plagiarism. Not plagiarism. I know the composer. He must have accidentally heard that song and unwittingly wrote a similar melody. This kind of thing has happened in the composing department before. Can't we just have 9 songs for this year then? It's quite common for composers' works to have similar melodies, especially pop songs, which often use similar chords. No, Zhou fretted. All the promotional resources for this song have been arranged. If we pull this song, it would be such a waste. But we can't just slap any song on, otherwise it would waste such a good promotional opportunity. So whose song should we use instead? The 2 look at each other, then simultaneously turn their heads to stare at the bewildered Jiang Kuei. Me? Jiang Kuei's mouth dropped open in surprise. Realizing what the 2 mean, she began grumbling. Balloon is the song I planned for March. I understand. Zhao Ju sighed. The quality of Balloon is quite good, and releasing it in March might push it up the charts. But the problem is, we are still 1 song short for February. But February is Death Month. So many first-line singers are competing. Jiang Kuei whined. Death Month meant the competition for chart spots in February was extremely intense. The only reason why Big Fish didn't place high was because it was launched in December's Death Month. That's how terrifying the Death Month is. Songs that could top the charts in other months might not even make it into the top 10 if released in February. Yes, that's true. Zhou consoled. But we need one more song for February, and the quality of your song is quite good. What if it becomes a hit? Zhaozhu nodded. Jiang Kuei. She didn't dare to ask or say anything. She was powerless against their decisions and could only use Lin Yuan as a shield. You guys talk to Teacher Admirable Fish. I'll make a call. Zhou began to speak and dialed Lin Yuan's number. At the time, Lin Yuan was shopping with his sister for study materials. After hearing the matter over the phone, he agreed. Sure. Zhou ended the call. Lin Yuan has no problem with it. So let's cough. We've made our decision. Even Teacher Admirable Fish has given in. Jiang Kuei's eyes showed a glimmer of despair. Why do I always get stuck with the Death Month? Indeed, Balloon is a great song which could likely perform well if launched in March. But releasing it in February's Death Month, isn't this a recipe for disaster? Chapter 55-52, Balloon Challenge. Although the singers in the Qin continent shudder at the mere mention of February, for fans, it's a month to look forward to because new songs are always released during this period. Especially during the winter break now. Students have plenty of time. So on the night when January transitions into February, the night owls who love music gathered together. The traffic on all major music apps on the Qin continent was very high that night, and the newly released songs with promotional advertisements had a very promising listening rate. After browsing through the promotional list, someone said in a small circle, Jiang Kuei has a new song. It's on the banner advertisement in Rice Music. Who is Jiang Kuei? The one who sang Big Fish. Oh, the girl with a beautiful voice. What's the name of the song? I'll give it a listen. It's called Balloon. Called Balloon. Nice web, bringing out a joke from 80 years ago. Many people don't recognize the name Jiang Kuei, but they remember Big Fish. That song is quite popular among youngsters. Just on the reputation of Big Fish, many people are willing to give Jiang Kuei's new song a listen. Click on Balloon. Surprisingly, there is an obvious deep breath in the prelude of the music that is unadorned and unprocessed. Isn't that too deliberate? This is the first impression of many people. They are not opposed to hearing the breathing sound. They just think that the singer's breathing sound is too exaggerated. It's just singing. Is there a need for such effort? However, before they could stop the playback, the following performance directly stunned numerous listeners who were wearing headphones. Black and white and red, yellow, purple, green, blue, gray, yours, mine, his, hers, big, small, round, flat, good, bad, beautiful, ugly, new, old. A variety of styles, a variety of colors, for you to choose. What the heck? At this moment, many people felt like they were out of breath, so they subconsciously took a deep breath along with the singer. Hiss. The singer took another deep breath. This time the change in tone had a rich variation in the melody, backed by the rapid piano nodes in the background, imitating the rhythm of drum beats. Fly high, the further the better. Cut the string. It dies. Its life is short. Being happy is enough. Liking it is enough. No big deal. It gets smaller and smaller, till it's about to die, but it's very proud. What on earth? Many people were dumbfounded. The voice in the headphones smoothly continued. If you don't want to talk, then don't anymore. I don't want to hear anymore. Treat all the promises like balloons and let them go. I don't care, won't care. Let them go. Let them go. The main melody concludes here. At this moment, many people felt a sense of relief. No one felt that the deep breath at the beginning was deliberate by the singer anymore. Damn, this song is literally challenging the singer's lung capacity. I feel for the singer. Inside a small music group, someone suddenly made this comment. Just as the song entered a soothing part, balloons drift into the clouds, into the wind, ending their lives. Balloons drift into love, into the heart, slowly die. Feel for the singer, +1. Is this song trying to show off skills? No, it's purely showing off lung capacity. Well, I suggest you guys try singing it once. Ha 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 ha. I barely had any blood supply to my brain after singing the first part of the melody. I can't, I need a breather. I can't even sing. I run out of breath by the end. Someone in the group jokingly said, According to expert research, if you can't sing the first line of Balloon in one breath, you have kidney deficiency. A bunch of people above retracted their messages at lightning speed. I can do it. Me too. No problem. Everyone felt that they could do it again. Many people even sent horrifying voice clips where they tried to sing the first part of this song. Also, everyone started by taking a deep breath involuntarily. In terms of melody, this song is very catchy. You can barely hum it after a few casual listens. However, 90% of the voice clips ended up being disaster sites towards the end, making the listeners wonder if the singer would faint from lack of oxygen. I'm dying of laughter. After hearing you guys sing, I feel like calling an ambulance for you. It sounds like I can do it, but if I really sing it, I'll drop dead. The only hope is to change the key. Alright, I really can't do it. To be a singer these days, you first have to learn how to hold your breath, right? The discussion in the group was particularly lively, and soon the comment section of the song also started to get lively. This song can defeat all the KTV foam mic hogs. This song can only be sung at noon because you will run out of breath in the morning and evening. I'm a broadcasting teacher. I think I can give my students a good lesson tomorrow. I want to learn this song. Take it to the KTV after school to show off. If you don't have a lung capacity of 4 or 5,000, don't even think about learning this song. No, you need to have lungs from your neck down to be able to sing it. This song should be renamed Lack of Oxygen. I think this song is more appropriately named Running Out of Breath. My God, the first line nearly killed me, felt lifeless after singing. The focus of everyone is no longer on how the song is. Everyone is discussing the difficulty of singing this song and their feelings after trying to sing it. Some say that the mood is what you listen to when you listen to a song. This song, however, makes the audience participants. And when it was the next day, the first thing Joe did when he arrived at the company was to open the new song list for February, but was shocked to find that Balloon was ranked 7th. What's going on? Am I seeing things? The first thing Joe doubted was his own eyes, because February and December seasons are the same. They are the group of death. Why is February considered the group of death? You'll understand once you see the lineup that each company puts forth in February. There are a total of 12 top-tier singers on the list. Among them are 2 kings of singing and 1 queen of singing. However, on this star-studded list, Balloon sung by Jiang Kuei, a semi-newcomer, is surprisingly ranked 7th. My goodness. With one breath, Jiang Kuei. How many top-tier stars did she beat? Indeed, Balloon is of good quality, but the singers in February are hard nuts to crack. Isn't this result too exaggerated? At this moment, Joe heard someone in the department shouting, "Look! Xian Yu's new song is trending." Joe quickly opened Tribe. Tribe is a social media and networking platform based on user relationship information sharing, and also the most popular social platform in the Qin continent. Only topics with extremely high popularity can make it to the trending list. However, at this moment, Joe saw a related topic to Balloon in the 10th place on the Tribe's trending list, which is the last place in the topic list. #Balloon Challenge hashtag. Clicking on the topic, it was full of short video shares. Many users, even including some music broadcasters, were trying to challenge the new song Balloon. Some do it easily. Some run out of breath while singing. But without exception, all Tribe hosts who participated in this challenge gained quite a bit of popularity, and the fans were very enthusiastic about this challenge. What are you standing around for? At this moment, in the artists department, Zhao Ju practically yelled at his subordinates, "Have your artists participate in the Balloon Challenge on Tribe immediately." Chapter 56, 53 Husky. What a rarity. The mediocre at best, Balloon, managed to trigger listeners' competitive imitation and challenge with its unusual introductory melody, and even made it to the hot search list. If Zhao Ju missed such a golden opportunity, then he might as well give up his role as Starlight's leading agent. Without any second thought, he escalated the heat on the hot search list. The trend of the Balloon Challenge, triggered spontaneously by the public, usually died down quickly. However, if the celebrities from Starlight also got involved, the challenge would undoubtedly spur on their fans, inducing a wider range of followers and imitators, thereby extending the high heat rating of the topic. The result was just as Zhao Ju had predicted. With the participation of celebrities, the heat of the Balloon Challenge really started to rise, attracting more and more people. It even rocketed up to 5th place in the Hot Search list. Conversely, in the February new song rankings, Balloon managed to advance 1 place, ranking 6th on the chart. The industry immediately went into an uproar. February was a deadly competition, where all the major companies were scraping and struggling for ranks on the chart. They all put out high-quality songs, not wanting to be left behind. But who would have expected Starlight to release a song called Balloon? This song amazingly topped the tribe's Hot Search list due to its challenging singing difficulty. The strange thing about the song was that few people actually cared about whether it was good to listen to or not. All they cared about was if they could sing the first section in one breath, just like the original singer. In terms of quality, Balloon didn't dominantly surpass other songs on the chart. The fact that this song became popular in February was entirely thanks to the Balloon Challenge on the Hot Search list. Of course, this was related to the fact that it was the holiday season, and most people had more free time on their hands. Who would have bothered with this if they were busy? When Jiang Kuei received a call from her agent about the progress of her new song, she jumped straight out of her bed early in the morning, singing the melodically challenging Balloon in a cracked voice. Hot search, hot search, hot search. After calming down her excitement, she took out her phone and logged onto the tribe, finding the Balloon Challenge topic on the Hot Search list. The feeling of making it to the Hot Search list for the first time in her life was a bit strange for Jiang Kuei. Although the star of the Hot Search was the balloon and not herself, rounding up, it was almost equivalent to herself making it to the Hot Search list. There were several video recommendations under the topic. Jiang Kuei picked one with relatively high praise to watch. The video was shot by a female anchor and edited meticulously. The introductory collage depicted the female anchor practicing different sports to improve her lung capacity. After finishing this series of sports, the female anchor, despite lacking any visible muscles, defiantly asked her companion in front of the camera, "Ready?" The companion nodded seriously. Then the female anchor took a deep breath and suddenly started singing to her companion's piano accompaniment. Red, white, black, yellow, purple, green, blue, gray, yours, mine, his, hers, big, small, round, flat, good, bad, pretty, ugly. She couldn't go on. Jiang Kuei understood as soon as she heard it. As expected, the female anchor in the video couldn't continue singing. In the end, she could hardly make any sound, as if she was out of breath. All she could do was to repeatedly wave her hand, saying, "No, I can't keep up." The last shot of the video showed the crestfallen female anchor and her companion sitting on chairs, and the screen was crossed off with a large caption. Balloon Challenge failed. The tribe's comment section for this video had already received tens of thousands of comments, with netizens queuing up to leave messages. Anchor, you have weak kidneys. Another person with weak kidneys, verification completed. Then someone unaware asked, why say the anchor has weak kidneys? The answer below was deadly serious. Don't you all know? Research by experts has shown that those who can't sing the first verse of Balloon without stumbling are categorized as having weak kidneys. What the hell? Jiang Kuei laughed her head off. The ridiculous link between lung capacity and kidney deficiency. The hilarious netizens of the tribe were indeed the source of happiness. After the laughter, Jiang Kuei suddenly felt a bit philosophical. She had once again experienced how amazingly talented teacher Admirable Fish was. Who would have thought that Balloon could still make such a hit, even in the deadly competition group? The February new song ranking stimulated the nerves of a multitude of people. Some of the internet media in Qin continent would naturally not miss the topic about the Balloon Challenge on the tribe, such as Entertainment Citizen. This was an entertainment show. The show's host was a very popular bald man. I woke up this morning and saw this really hot balloon challenge on the tribe. I was completely taken aback. I even thought it was about jumping off a hot air balloon. Only when I clicked in did I realize it was a song. Red, blue, green, black. My goodness, I can't remember the lyrics, but I did count specially. There are 56 words just in the opening line of this song. Having said this, the show played Jiang Kuei's original first verse. After playing the song, the bald host laughed. One have a friend who is a music broadcaster. He sings really well. and he told me that all the live streaming comments were asking him to sing Balloon. But he couldn't get through the first line no matter what. He struggled for half an hour, thinking he would lose some fans, but surprisingly, he gained 10,000 followers. It's just like this song, utterly weird. The bald host, a witty and hilarious talker, soon mentioned the entire February chart. We all know that every year, February and December are deadly competitions, because many top-tier singers release songs during these two seasons. This year is no exception. As many as 12 top-tier singers share the stage, and the competition is extremely tough. Let me show you the chart. Following his words, the show displayed a special chart. It was a vivid depiction of a wolf pack in the style of a comic strip. Each wolf had the name of a song written on its body, from left to right, representing their respective ranks in February. But at 6th place in the wolf pack, surprisingly, it was a cute husky hidden among the wolves. Written on the husky's forehead were 2 words, balloon. At this moment, countless viewers watching the show burst out laughing. This picture vividly illustrated the February rankings. Because apart from Jiang Kuei, all the top 10 in February were formidable A-list singers. Being able to exist on the same list with these A-listers, and even at a relatively high position, Jiang Kuei, as a newcomer to the industry, was just like the husky that snuck into a wolf pack in the anime, wasn't she? At the end of the show, the bald host stated thoughtfully, "Balloon brings us lots of joy, but while singing this song, I found that the oxygen in my lungs gets less and less until I can't breathe at all, just like a balloon, from inflated to deflated." I guess this might be the meaning that Admirable Fish wanted to express through this song. Qin Continent, Cloud City. Lin Yao was also watching Entertainment Citizen. As the sister of Lin Yuan, she was well aware that her brother was Admirable Fish and naturally paid more attention to any related news. Like her current curiosity about the bald host's summary. "Brother, is that what you really mean?" Lin Yuan replied, "That depends on whether this song will end up as a test question." Chapter 57-54 Artificial Beauty. Sister Lin Xian arrived home earlier this year. As soon as she came back, she stared at Lin Yuan. On the way home, the little girl beside me was humming red, green, and blue for half an hour. So, Lin Yuan was a little confused. Lin Xian stretched out her hand with a smirky smile. "The torturous song on my brother's replay all the way home should be worth some compensation for mental damage, right?" Then, 1 foot 11 inches send red packets. Lin Yuan sent 10,000 yuan in the family group chat, which only includes Mom, Lin Yuan, Lin Yao, and Lin Xian. So, Lin Yuan sent 4 shares directly. 2 seconds later, the red packets were all taken. But when Lin Xian checked the result, she went dark, 4 shares of a 10,000 yuan red packet. And lucky Yao Yao took 6,000 by herself. She hugged Lin Yao tightly, taking in the luck. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, also pinched Lin Yao's face, and then quickly sneaked back into his room. What's he doing? Lin Xian and Lin Yao looked at each other in confusion. Although they trust and understand Lin Yuan enough, the act of him touching his sister's face, then immediately running back to his room, was a bit strange. System, quickly open a treasure box. Lin Yuan shouted in his heart as soon as he returned to his room. Just after he touched Lin Yao's face, the luck on his hand might not have dissipated yet. The treasure box opened. System prompt frowny face. Congratulations. You have won 5 short stories. 5 short stories. Lin Yuan felt ecstatic instantly. Although they are 5 short stories, Lin Yuan prefers short ones. Because the system requires Lin Yuan to type himself, he doesn't want to write a long novel. And another advantage of short stories is that readers can finish them without much effort, so the speed of gaining prestige should also be faster. How to publish them? This was the problem Lin Yuan was thinking about next. Then, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that he could publish some articles on the tribe. Yang Feng had helped authenticate his tribe account. Then things became simple. He could publish these short stories under Chu Kuang's account. Let's start writing Artificial Beauty. It's only a few thousand words after all. Let me introduce it. This work, named Artificial Beauty, should not be considered as a short story but a micro-story, whose author is Shinichi Hoshi. Shinichi Hoshi. He's a modern science fiction writer from Neon Country, known as the father of Neon's micro-stories. The most distinctive feature of his works is ingeniously conceived plots. Also worth mentioning, the name Detective Conan, Kudo Shinichi, came from here. Turning on his computer, Lin Yuan logged into the tribe. Tribe is actually no different from the Weibo and Facebook of the previous life. If there is any difference, it is that the novel section of the tribe is quite popular. Many people like to post short stories on the tribe. No one basically writes a long story on the tribe. Lin Yuan's tribe account is named Chu Kuang, officially introduced as the author of King of the Net. When Lin Yuan logged in, he found that his tribe account, which had never posted any posts and had no advertising, surprisingly had more than 10,000 followers. There are many messages in the backend, all sent by fans. But most of the questions are about the plot of King of the Net, or expressing admiration for Chu Kuang, and so on. Lin Yuan didn't respond. He directly opened the novel section and began to write Artificial Beauty. This is a robot girl, crafted to perfection. One might even say that no other beauty, no matter how charming, could compare to this artificially created modern woman, as she was designed by meticulously absorbing the best features of all beautiful women. The robot girl is virtually a perfect fairy. However, she tends to be aloof and dismissive of others. But this is understandable. After all, many pretty girls are quite proud themselves. Writing to this point, Lin Yuan asked, "System, didn't you say you would increase my typing speed?" The system replied, "Yes." Lin Yuan asked, "Has it improved?" The system replied, "The professional piano acquired by the host is actually a way to indirectly increase the typing speed. And most importantly, what? You're single. What's wrong with being single?" The system. It seems that people who can't tell jokes often don't understand them either. But Lin Yuan didn't pursue the issue with the system either. He hammered away at his laptop's keyboard. In the fierce business competition, a bar was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. In order to attract customers, the owners specially spent money to make this attractive robot girl. 15 minutes later, Lin Yuan pressed the enter key. He was surprised to find that it took him less than 20 minutes to finish Artificial Beauty. This story is almost 3,000 words. It seems his typing speed is indeed incomparable to ordinary people, and the biggest advantage of Lin Yuan's writing is that he doesn't have to think about the plot. You know, what hinders authors' typing speed often is not the speed of their hands, but the speed of their brains. Often, the brain's plot operation speed can't keep up, which leads to a slow writing process for the author. If they don't have to think about the plot, even authors with clumsy hands can write 10,000 words a day. Of course, Lin Yuan is not clumsy and doesn't need to think about the plot, which is why he can write so fast. After finishing writing, Lin Yuan didn't think much and directly posted it in the novel section of the tribe. Just then, his mother's voice came from outside the door. "Dinner time." The family quickly gathered around to start eating. The meal was lavish, a total of 5 dishes, which had kept Mom busy for half a day. But they didn't have to worry about the food not being eaten, because Lin Xian was back. Although Sister Lin Xian is slim, she can actually eat a lot. This might be why she still has some baby fat on her face after all this time. While eating, Lin Xian was bragging to her sister, "I know a lot of famous authors now. You name any writer, and I might know them." Chu Kuang. Lin Yao played along. Lin Xian coughed. "Of course I know Chu Kuang. We had dinner together some time ago. But after all, we're not from the same company, so we're not that close." Has Chu Kuang's identity been exposed? Lin Yuan, a bit puzzled, glanced at his sister. His sister didn't notice Lin Yuan's puzzled look and was awkwardly changing the topic, asking her younger sister, "Do you also read King of the Net?" "My classmates read it," Lin Yao replied. "I need to study and don't have time to read novels." It shouldn't have been exposed. Lin Yuan was a bit relieved. At this time, Lin Yuan's novel had passed Tribe's official review. Every user on Tribe who followed Chu Kuang's account received a reminder. Chu Kuang published a short story. What the heck is catching a cold because of a stomach illness in such scorching summer? Recently, I've been really unfortunate. Chapter 58, 55, All Dead. Chu Kuang released a short story. This push notification was greeted by many fans with the same first reaction. Did Chu Kuang post an extra chapter of King of the Net on the Tribe? This assumption was reasonable. Some authors like to use the Tribe platform to publish free additional content, which they never intended to formally publish, as a form of interaction with their readers. However, Chu Kuang was clearly not one who enjoyed interacting with his fans. When everyone followed the tribe notification link, they found out that this was not an extra chapter at all. It was merely a mini-novel written by Chu Kuang. I wish it was an extra chapter of King of the Net. By this time, King of the Net had already released its second volume and garnered a considerable fan base. Many were disappointed to find out that it was not an additional chapter. For instance, Zhu Ming, a high school student from Mountain City in Qin Continent, was a staunch fan of the King of the Net novel. You should read more nutritious books. Zhu Ming's sister, Zhu Hui, always opposed her brother reading youth fantasy novels and seized opportunities to reproach him for it. Zhu Hui had a prejudice against youth fantasy novels because she had once read books of this genre where the protagonist traveled to a different world, surrounded by beautiful girls, all of whom eventually became his wives. The narrative even sporadically contained adult content. I've told you. Zhu Ming rebutted Zhu Hui. King of the Net is different from those novels. It's about tennis, and many professionals say it is well written. A lot of girls also like this novel. Really? Zhu Hui was skeptical. She simply sat down in front of the computer where her brother's tribe account was logged in. You just said Chu Kuang has just posted a short story, right? This is the author. You like so much, right? Let's see what he's written. This short story is not a youth fantasy novel. As long as it's written by the same person, it's fine. Then you can read King of the Net. I have the hard copy. No need for the trouble. Sometimes, one can understand a person through their writing. Saying that, Zhu Hui nonchalantly opened the short story titled Artificial Beauty and started to read. The story was indeed short. The story started by narrating how a bar owner, seeing his bar on the verge of closure, gambled everything on manufacturing a beautiful female robot who could keep customers company while they drank. As the robot was crucial to the fate of the bar, the owner took great pains to ensure she was incredibly beautiful and attractive. Her complexion, whiter than any young girl's, was completely realistic. Those who didn't know the truth would definitely think she had the most delicate skin among all the women they had ever seen. Patrons, seeing a young, beautiful woman behind the counter, would rush to greet and chat with her. When asked about her name and age, she was able to answer with an unperturbed smile. However, when asked anything further, she would be at a loss for words. Even so, no one detected that she was a robot. Thus, the bar started buzzing. More and more patrons came to the bar to drink with the beauty. The bar owner stood behind the counter and occasionally bent down to recycle the alcohol from the plastic tube under the female robot and resell it to the patrons fairly. The patrons did not discover this secret. The patrons thought, such a young lady, yet she can drink like a fish. Her body must be very healthy. She doesn't coquettishly cling to anyone after getting drunk. When patrons invite her for a drink, she'll always drink it all at once and yet show no signs of drunkenness. That's what the patrons thought. Sitting in front of the computer, Zhu Hui was somewhat surprised. Chu Kuang's imaginative prowess was indeed quite interesting. The text seemed to carry a hint of irony. People were so focused on appearance that they missed the substance, which was why they were so captivated by a beautiful robot, completely lacking in their own judgment. But where was the story heading? As this thought appeared, Zhu Hui saw the following text. Among the customers was a young man who fell in love with the beautiful robot lady at first sight. He would visit the bar every day, inviting the robot lady for drinks. Regardless of how courteously he treated Ms. Buick, it was all in vain. But he didn't give up. Instead, he pursued Ms. Buick even more enthusiastically, only ordering the most expensive wines in the bar and spent all his savings. This part too was laced with irony. It even felt oddly realistic. The young man who fell in love at first sight with the robot lady was eerily similar to some of those pitiful creatures who would rather continue to eat ramen noodles as long as they could tip their broadcasters. Yet the storyline was difficult to guess. Could it be that the robot will develop human emotions? If so, Zhu Hui would feel greatly disappointed. Because that's too cliched. She continued reading with expectation. Finally, unable to pay the drinking bill, the young man had to bring out all the money from his home. His father was furious and warned sternly, "Do not go to that damned place ever again. Take this money to settle the debts. Remember, this is the last time." The last time, the young man came to the bar with the money. To mark his last visit, he raised many toasts, inviting the robot lady to drink a lot. He confessed his feelings once again. But the robot's brain was empty, like an empty can. The beauty, who looked good but was hollow inside, responded with her preset speech program. The young man didn't get the answer he wanted. He quietly took out a terrible poison from his pocket, sprinkled it in the wine glass, filled it, and served it to the robot lady. He watched with his own eyes as the robot lady drained the poisoned wine. That's so brutal, isn't it? Zhu Hui, in front of the computer, suddenly felt an uncomfortable thumping in her heart. The extreme move by the young man, to kill the one he couldn't have. Luckily, Miss Buick was a robot, else she could have been poisoned to death. That was what Zhu Hui thought. But the next paragraph left her with chills running down her spine. After the young man left, the barkeep called out to the remaining customers. From now on, the drinks are on me. Everyone, drink to your heart's content. Even though he was treating everyone, the barkeep wasn't going to lose out. Because at this late hour, no new customers would be coming in. Moreover, all he was serving was the drink recycled from Ms. Buick's foot pipe. There was no need to spend any money. Almost forgotten. All the drinks Ms. Buick drank were recycled by the barkeep to be sold to other customers. That means everyone in the bar today drank the deadly poison wine. Zhu Hui was suddenly taken aback. The short story was now at its end. The final part read like this. The customers and the bar's staff were engaged in high-spirited noise-making. Everyone was toasting each other, drinking heartily. Even the barkeep, influenced by the atmosphere, raised his glass from behind the counter, slowly drinking it. All the descriptions stopped abruptly here, but one didn't need to imagine what happened next. This was the author's intentional ambiguity. It made the story more impactful. They're all dead. The ending was completely unexpected for Zhu Hui, startling her so much she blurted out, "They're all dead." "What?" her brother beside her asked, a little puzzled. Zhu Hui didn't answer. She first logged into her tribe account and followed Chu Kuang, and then said, "Chu Kuang is a talented writer. His novel should be worth reading." Chapter 59-56 Fun Reads. Magazine. This was the first time Zhu Hui had a change of heart about novelists who wrote youth fantasy novels. Before this, she had assumed that Chu Kuang was one of those vulgar authors who wrote mindless harem stories. Now it seemed that was not the case. Artificial Beauty was too brilliant. A mere 2,000 to 3,000 words left her speechless. From this situation, it was clear Chu Kuang undoubtedly had an extraordinary level of writing skill. Opening the comment section, Zhu Hui found out she was not the only one surprised. Many comments also expressed emotions similar to hers. This story is so interesting. Did Chu Kuang really write this? Isn't Chu Kuang a youth fantasy writer? I originally came here to urge for more of King of the Net, but I was drawn in by a short story by Chu Kuang. This short story isn't at all youth fantasy, but it's fascinating. I really like this style. The text doesn't have much personal expression from the author, just pure narration, but the ending doesn't need any emotional embellishment, yet it shook me to my core. That twist at the end. Am I overinterpreting this? I feel this article satirizes many social phenomena. Wasn't there a news going around some time ago about the creation of lifelike robots that look indistinguishable from humans? It's truly frightening thinking about it in conjunction with this story. Was disappointed that it wasn't an extra chapter for King of the Net, but after reading the short story, felt contented. To the one above, you're not alone. Screw off, you're not alone either. Aside from comments, many people had shared and praised the story. The tribe had a praising feature. Readers could reward the stories they liked on the tribe's novel section, and ultimately, the author could earn half of the money. Moreover, as many people shared it, even pedestrians who didn't know Chu Kuang started paying attention to Artificial Beauty. It had to be said, the 4-character title Artificial Beauty was rather eye-catching. Upon hearing it, people might initially think the author was satirizing society's plastic surgery faces, especially the 2 words beauty. They inherently had a kind of attraction, especially for male netizens. As a result, more people finished reading this novel. That's the benefit of being short. Well, although it was different from what they imagined, this seemed to not affect many people's evaluation of the novel. Even some bloggers who specialized in recommending books on the tribe noticed this short story, Artificial Beauty, and casually shared it. Shocking. One blogger who apparently knew the trick to attracting clicks said, "Who would believe this is a short story written by Chu Kuang? the author of King of the Net, Even though the method was shameful, it was effective. Chu Kuang originally had the popularity plus from the author of King of the Net, added on to the promotion from the readers. The little artificial beauty story had unexpectedly high heat. In the end, even the person in charge of the tribe's novel section took notice. Boss, the click rate on this short story is skyrocketing. Listening to the report from his subordinates, the person in charge of the tribe's novel section raised an eyebrow. Isn't Chu Kuang the recently popular youth fantasy novelist? The author of King of the Net? Yes. The person in charge nodded, took some time to finish reading Artificial Beauty, and then put on a smile. Indeed, the story is very well written. Give it a push in the hot category of the novel section. After Lin Yuan had dinner and took a walk with his family downstairs, by the time he logged back into his tribe account again, it was already the next day. This day was the Spring Festival. Every household was bustling with joy. Lin Yuan's home was also very lively, but after a short time outside, Lin Yuan returned to his room and turned on the computer. Lin Yuan was surprised to discover that overnight, there were over 1,000 new messages in the back end of his tribe account. All these messages were related to artificial beauty, and his casually posted artificial beauty now had over 4,000 comments and over 1,000 shares. Apart from that, the follower count of Chu Kuang's account had also successfully jumped from 10,000 to 22,000. At this moment, Lin Yuan's phone rang. Lin Yuan looked at it. It was an unknown number, so he hung up. After a while, the phone rang again. Lin Yuan again hung up. On the third ring, still the same number, Lin Yuan had no choice but to answer it. The other side laughed. Happy New Year. Lin Yuan answered, I'm not New Year. There was a long pause on the other end before they changed their greeting. Hello, Chu Kuang. So, they were looking for Chu Kuang. For these strange phone calls, if it's not an advertisement or similar, Lin Yuan would first confirm whether they were trying to reach Xian Yu, Chu Kuang, or Lin Yuan. This process was very essential. Lin Yuan asked, What's up? The man on the other end laughed. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yu Rong, the editor-in-chief of Silver Blue Books Fun Reads magazine. I'm calling you today to discuss a potential collaboration. Lin Yuan asked, What type of collaboration? The other end said seriously, I saw the novel you posted on the tribe yesterday, and I feel it's a bit of a waste. Such an excellent story could absolutely be serialized in our Fun Reads magazine. Our magazine is mainly focused on short stories, prioritizing fun and placing no limitations on the genre of novels. Moreover, our sales volume is quite substantial. What's more, the tribe won't pay you for your publications, but we at Silver Blue Books are willing to pay. How much? This hit right in Lin Yuan's heart. He was somewhat short of money. Though he had received his salary for this month, it was not enough to buy a house for his family as he wished. 3,000 per 1,000 words. The other end quoted, 1,000 words equates to 3,000 yuan. We can collaborate on the basis of this price. Of course, the precondition is that your work has to pass our audit. Lin Yuan frowned. That's too little. He roughly calculated that the reward for artificial beauty on the tribe had already accumulated to several thousand. Moreover, its timeliness was high. Readers could give feedback at the earliest, and the prestige value could also be credited at the earliest. How much do you want then? The ball was kicked back to him. This was the kind of question that Lin Yuan dreaded most. However, he could continue playing Tai Chi. I'll send you a piece first, and you quote a price. If I feel the price isn't appropriate, then forget it. All right, my email is. I've already sent it. Huh? You still don't know my email. Aren't you from Silver Blue Books? I sent it directly to Yang Feng's email. You guys are colleagues. Just go to him to get the manuscript. But I haven't, with their department. The person on the other side was a bit taken aback, his tone noticeably flustered. Lin Yuan said, I'm hanging up now, goodbye. Lin Yuan really did hang up the phone, mainly because the Spring Festival really had come. The food today was even more plentiful than the previous days. If he didn't go out to eat now, what if his sister finished it all? Meanwhile, editor Yang Feng received a manuscript. It was a short story sent by Chu Kuang, titled The Gift of the Magi. What was going on? Yang Feng was completely baffled. Chapter 60, 57. Dare to quote a price? What is this? Yang Feng asked Chu Kuang via text message. Only after having his meal did Lin Yuan see the message, and he replied, Isn't it the article you guys commissioned from your company? The commissioner's name is Yuan, and they claim to be the editor-in-chief of Fun Reads magazine. Did I fall for a scam? Lin Yuan felt slightly relieved. Fortunately, he was quick-witted enough to send his article to Yang Feng at Silver Blue Books, who was in charge of King of the Net. If that person, claiming to be Yuan, wasn't from Silver Blue Books, Lin Yuan wouldn't have lost anything. He isn't a scammer. Yang Feng replied with a mixed expression. Seeing that Chu Kuang didn't respond further, Yang Feng abruptly stood up from his seat and made a call to the editor-in-chief. Editor-in-chief, you must step in this time. Yuan dared to commission a manuscript from Chu Kuang behind our backs. What? The editor-in-chief on the other end of the phone sounded angry. Always guard against outsiders, but it's hard to prevent a traitor. Yuan dared to commission Chu Kuang behind the back of our youth fantasy department. Does he even take us seriously? I'm at the company. I'm going over to the magazine department to settle this. Many companies had started the New Year holiday. Even during the holidays, there were people on duty at Silver Blue Books. Those who had to work were locals from Sioux City, and their salaries were 5 times the regular pay. Despite the heavy workload, many were willing to work during the New Year's holiday. After hanging up the phone, the editor-in-chief of the youth fantasy department, Xiong, went straight to the magazine department. He spotted the director of the magazine department, Yuan, almost immediately. Old you, aren't you guys being a bit underhanded, commissioning manuscripts from Chu Kuang behind our backs? Xiong, those are harsh words. From the moment Chu Kuang said he sent the manuscript to Yang Feng, Yuan knew something was off. Therefore, he had mentally prepared himself. One was just about to inform you guys. Coincidentally, you're here. Sit down and have some tea. We're all colleagues. Don't play dumb. Despite the odd looks from nearby employees, Xiong tersely responded. Chu Kuang's King of the Net provides us with 100,000 words every month. There's no need for me to explain how high the sales volume is. Now you're asking him to write more. Isn't this going to affect his creation? I can't be blamed for this. Yuan was also getting anxious. Even if I don't commission Chu Kuang, he would still publish short stories on the Tribe platform. I have high hopes for the quality of his short stories. Instead of posting them for free on the Tribe platform, why not publish them in our Fun Reads? It's one of our company's top magazines. It's a fleeting interest. Xiong's anger flared up even more. But you're encouraging his interest in writing short stories. People only have so much energy. After writing the short stories for your magazine, how much energy does he have left to update King of the Net? He's volunteering. Yuan coughed once. He should have informed in advance about such matters. But Yuan knew that Xiong, in order to ensure the stable update of King of the Net, probably wouldn't agree, which is why he took the forgiveness is easier to get than permission approach. However, it ended up backfiring. Are you deliberately poaching? How can it be called poaching when we're in the same company? You're just jealous of our performance. Xiong, that's going too far. Both editors were genuinely angry this time, arguing in front of their staff. It wasn't until someone called over the executive editor that both sides cooled down a bit, but even the executive editor held his head in his hands, stopped shouting for a moment. Let me look at the manuscript. Quickly, Yang Feng sent the manuscript to the executive editor. The manuscript was titled The Gift of the Magi, which was only about 3,000 words, so the executive editor could finish reading it quickly. However, what surprised Xiong and Yuan was the executive editor, after reading the manuscript, stayed unusually silent. Upon closer inspection, both were stunned, because the always serious and authoritative executive editor now had red-rimmed eyes and even carefully wiped away a tear. Did the executive editor cry from anger? Both of them were startled. Yuan nervously said, "What's wrong, executive editor? It's the new year. We had a small disagreement. You don't have to be this upset." Exactly. Xiong no longer had the gall to argue. Since Chu Kuang agreed to it, I won't say anything else. Seeing as he dared to accept the task shows he's confident he can handle both. Both of them had never seen the executive editor like this before. Without acknowledging the two, the executive editor with red-rimmed eyes got up and made a phone call with a slightly hoarse voice. "Immediately book me a flight home. I want the earliest one." Executive editor. Now Xiong and Yuan were genuinely panicked. The executive editor was originally supposed to stay for the new year and not return home. But now, just because of their small argument, He ended up crying from anger. He's not even planning on doing his work, the executive editor said as he glanced at the two of them with his red-rimmed eyes. Do you know how hard it was for me when I first started my business? Huh. The executive editor ignored their confusion and continued. I remember during the hardest times, my wife and I could go a day with just plain water and bread. Later, my wife found a job, cleaning at the school cafeteria, so every day at noon, I would go to the school cafeteria under the pretext of seeing her and scrounge for food. The taste of soaking in free soup was truly fragrant. Xiong instinctively asked, what happened after? The executive editor subtly smiled. Later, my wife moved into a luxurious villa and tasted all kinds of delicacies. However, she has to take care of my parents in that villa. When she eats the delicacies, she usually eats alone. Would you say we were happier before or now? It's New Year. I miss my wife. I need to spend time with my family. As for those of you from here, 1 foot 11 inches have to trouble you to work a bit harder. I'm counting on you. After finishing, the executive editor gave a slight bow and then turned to leave. Yurong called out in shock. Executive editor. The executive editor suddenly stopped. By the way, get me an autograph from teacher Chu Kuang. Tell him that I am a fan of his books. This time, the executive editor really left. But Xiong and Yurong seemed to realize that the catalyst for this incident was not just their conflict. Because for the first time in all his years at Silver Blue Books, the executive editor publicly admitted that he was a fan of a certain author at his company. A novel. It was the novel. The two of them quickly came back to their senses, not arguing any longer, and each let Yang Feng send them a copy of The Gift of the Magi. This might be the source of the executive editor's change of heart. After Xiong left, Yurong couldn't wait to start reading The Gift of the Magi. He wanted to see what was written in the novel that made the executive editor even abandon his work. The novel was short. While reading the book, Yurong had no particular reaction. But when he reached the end of the novel, Yurong was stunned. He couldn't help but clutch at his temples and cry out in pain. Now he completely understood the executive editor's strange behavior. The power of the text was terrifying. People who have had similar experiences often read other people's stories and shed their own tears, especially when faced with such a stunning ending in the novel The Gift of the Magi. Boss, what's wrong? One of the employees couldn't help but ask. Yurong slumped in his chair. Chu Kuang told me to quote a price after I finished reading. How can I dare to quote a price for such a novel? Chapter 61:58. Chu Kuang's manuscript fee. Indeed, Yurong was scared to set a price. He had been the editor-in-chief of Fun Reads for 10 years and had come across countless excellent novellas. Among his decade-long career, the novella in front of him definitely ranks among the top. Of course, this is Yurong's personal opinion. After all, everyone's opinion of literary works varies. However, Yurong believed no one could possibly read The Gift of the Magi and give it a less than stellar review, because the story was so deeply moving. Especially the unexpected ending that also felt reasonable upon reflection. But one thing was certain. He had to get his hands on this novel. Yurong took a deep breath, made a phone call to Chu Kuang, and voiced his thoughts frankly. I'm honored to be one of the first to read this novel. I'm willing to represent the publishing company and offer $200,000 to purchase this novella. This isn't to say the novel is worth $200,000, but our magazine's payment generally has a cap. $200,000. After a thought, Lin Yuan agreed. After all, the other party only provided a channel to publish The Gift of the Magi. They weren't buying the copyright to his novel, so he didn't make a big fuss about it. What's $200,000 about? Lin Yuan was shopping with his sister and his younger sister. His sister perked up when she heard him on the phone, but Lin Yuan didn't plan to reveal his identity and brushed it off by saying things like salary. Let's go, Yao Yao. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian took her little sister and strode off. The clothes we just saw were indeed beautiful. Even though they cost over 3,000, who else has a wealthy brother like you? No need. Lin Yao couldn't bear the thought. Although Lin Yuan seemed to have become richer, being frugal was deeply ingrained in these children. Neither Lin Yuan, Lin Xian, nor Lin Yao would suddenly become spendthrift because of the sudden influx of wealth. Lin Yuan proposed. Let's go back then. Lin Xian huffed. What a tight-fisted brother. Lin Yuan gave a stingy grin in return. He certainly wouldn't admit that among the 2 down jackets he had previously bought for Lin Yao, none of them were cheaper than 3,000. Any less than that, and his little sister would feel burdened wearing it. Back at home, Lin Xian started to frequently answer calls, probably dealing with the work that had piled up during the holidays. After several consecutive calls, Lin Xian lay exhausted on the couch and started to complain. The senior at my company says that authors always drag their work around during Chinese New Year. I now have first-hand experience of that. I estimate that 50% of them will fail to submit their work in upcoming months. I bet the editor-in-chief is wishing he could fire me. What does not submitting work mean? Her younger sister Lin Yao seemed quite curious. Lin Xian explained, opening the skylight is originally a professional term in magazines or newspapers that means an empty slot due to the failure of an author to submit work on time. In our novel world, it means to delay submission. Lin Yao asked, so what happens if someone delays their submission? Lin Xian sighed. Generally, there's a deadline for authors. The former is the agreed-upon time for handing over the draft manuscript. If the manuscript is turned in on time, it can be edited smoothly. The latter is when the manuscript isn't finished and it becomes a risk affecting the publishing time. In other words, considering the time needed for printing, etc., the manuscript must be completed by a certain end time. You can say that the deadline is a terrible thing for authors. However, for some authors who have both talent and popularity, delaying and pushing the deadline has all but become their personal signature. Lin Yao wondered, would they get fined? Lin Xian shook her head. Less influential authors wouldn't dare to drag their work. We have contracts that stipulate fines if they fail to submit work on time. For high-profile authors, although we have contracts, we dare not withhold their manuscript fees due to their delays. For instance, East Wind. He is the most high-profile author cooperating with our publishing company. He always delays for several months before submitting a manuscript, but nobody dares to mention a word about it other than the habitual reminders. I see. Although it was a conversation between his sister and younger sister, Lin Yuan was listening attentively on the side. Even though he just started serializing novels under the pen name Chu Kuang, he knew nothing about the inner workings of the industry. So he found this talk quite interesting. For example, his sister mentioned that more than 70% of the authors had experiences of delaying work. It seems that physical publishing is just like the online novels in his previous life, where readers always fret about the author's slow updates. Also, there's some good news. All of a sudden, Lin Xian seemed excited. Before the Chinese New Year, I visited an author who had just ended her contract with another publishing company and invited her to write for us. To my surprise, she agreed. Now she is the most high-profile author that I'm in charge of, and the new book she wrote is really fantastic. It will probably get published after the Chinese New Year. Editors get a share? Lin Yuan asked a question he was interested in. His sister shook her head. Not exactly a share, but it's close enough. Mostly, it's about the performance appraisal of editors. If you don't manage any influential authors, your performance is bound to be unsatisfactory, which affects our final salary and bonuses. So, it's not much different from getting shares. Otherwise, why would I go to such lengths to seek authors? What about Chu Kuang? Lin Yao spontaneously blurted out. Sis, didn't you say that you knew Chu Kuang? When he finishes the book he is working on, won't you also be able to bring him under your wing for the next one? Lin Xian laughed. You sure are concerned about Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang has a deal with Silver Blue Books, one of the biggest publishing companies in Qin continent. My company is insignificant compared to Silver Blue Books, so Chu Kuang isn't someone you can easily poach. Silver Blue Books would go to any lengths to continue its contract with Chu Kuang. So he's hot right now. Lin Yao glanced at Lin Yuan. Lin Xian nodded. As a newly emerged novelist in the youth fantasy genre, Chu Kuang has already achieved success with just one book. The sales of King of the Net last month totaled 1.4 million copies, ranking 12th overall among youth fantasy books. Only 12th. What do you mean only 12th? Selling 1.4 million copies in such a large market means that Chu Kuang earned over $1 million in royalties last month. This is assuming he signed a typical newbie contract. However, by the looks of it, his share in the contract should increase after the new year. Lin Yuan was stunned. His sister actually knew about his royalties from last month. But then again, the final sales of King of the Net broke 1 million. which could be attributed to the professional tennis player who acknowledged the book's professionalism and value, bringing a lot of hype to it. Following that, Lin Yuan suddenly caught onto the key point in his sister's words, asking, "Why did you say that Chu Kuang's share in the contract will increase?" "It's inevitable," Lin Xian said with certainty. The new contract share for King of the Net was made assuming that the book wouldn't become a hit. But now that the book is such a success, the publishing company will certainly consider increasing Chu Kuang's share in the contract. Otherwise, they might not be able to keep Chu Kuang for his next book. Makes sense. Lin Yuan sincerely agreed. Lin Xian laughed. "You don't write books. Why are you interested in these? Since you're working at Starlight, why don't you tell me some insider gossip about your company's big-name celebrities?" Chapter 62, 59 New Life. The next day, 8 o'clock, Lin Yuan left the house before breakfast. His goal of this outing was to buy a house. In Lin Yuan's bank account was last month's novel manuscript fee from King of the Net, which after taxes netted a total of 1.25 million. Adding the revenue share from several songs' downloads, it had reached 2 million. The majority of the song revenue came from Easy to Ignite and Explode, launched last month. Furthermore, the short story The Gift of the Magi sold another 200,000. Originally, this money would have been transferred next month, but Lin Yuan wanted to have a more abundant wallet before buying the house, so he had Silver Blue Books advance his manuscript fees. Since Lin Yuan's collaboration with Silver Blue Books went well, they willingly agreed. Thus, the aforementioned 200,000 has already been transferred. Therefore, Lin Yuan now had approximately 2.2 million on hand, and he couldn't resist buying a house any longer. In fact, Lin Yuan had been thinking about buying a home ever since he moved out. Because their current living conditions are somewhat crude, life is very inconvenient. Just take living for instance. The space in a 2-bedroom apartment is very limited. Ordinarily, it's more than sufficient when only his mother resided there. However, during the festive season when everyone returned home, for people space would become exceedingly cramped. What to do? Lin Yuan could only have a room to himself since he was the only boy in the family. Then, the master bedroom that Mum resided in was forcibly partitioned into 2 rooms. Sisters Lin Xian and Lin Yao slept in the partition on the left, both squeezing onto one bed. Mum slept in the partition on the right. With poor sound insulation, small space, and everyone having to take turns using the restroom for morning routines and evening baths, by each individual's living habits, the living conditions were uncomfortable. Yet, everyone refrained from complaining. Now that they have money, why should they humor themselves in such a narrow space? Moreover, the living conditions of the old house were poor, from the house's decoration and furniture quality to community facilities and transportation. Everything was outdated. It was tough for Mum to live in such a place alone. Buying a house, it has to be done. Before going out to buy a house, Lin Yuan made a specific online search and found that 2 million was enough to buy a very nice house in Cloud City. After all, Cloud City is just an unimpressive small city in Qin continent. He had previously worried about not having enough money. He really did overthink things. Of course, Lin Yuan had also considered moving his mother to Sioux City, but when he suggested it to her secretly last night, she refused. She was not yet ready to leave her hometown where she had lived for so many years. Therefore, Lin Yuan decided to think long-term. After all, Lin Yuan currently couldn't afford a house in Sioux City. It's better to let Mum live in a better house in Cloud City for the time being. Thinking so, Lin Yuan finally arrived at the sales center by bus. He first had a breakfast nearby, filling his stomach, then entered. "Hello, sir." One of the young male salesmen came to meet him warmly. "I am a real estate salesman. You can call me Xiao Mu. May I ask your surname? And are you here with the idea of buying a house?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Yes, my surname is Lin." Xiao Mu nodded. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Can I ask what price range you're considering?" Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, 2 million, not too much more. Xiao Mu was stunned for a moment. Lin Yuan looked so young, almost like a student. Would he really ask for $2 million house right off the bat? But he still dutifully introduced Lin Yuan to several properties, all priced around 2 million. "Can I go see this one?" Lin Yuan was interested in one of them, a house for 2.1 million. Its price did not surpass his budget. Of course. The other party immediately nodded. "We have the keys to this property. I can take you to see it right now. Please wait here a moment as I go get the key. Xiaomu rushed into the room to get the key. His colleague whispered from behind, Xiaomu, don't take this client too seriously. He's likely just looking around and won't actually buy anything. Xiaomu was stunned. Why? His colleague had a made-it-through look and smiled while looking at Lin Yuan waiting outside the door. Our job is to watch and observe, and I observe every client that comes in. This client came by bus, and he isn't dressed very expensively. Most importantly, what? I ran into him at the breakfast shop when I was passing by. He was haggling over the price of breakfast, asking the boss if he could make it a bit cheaper. Have you ever seen someone haggle the price of breakfast? But breakfast next door is indeed expensive. Xiaomu seemed to sympathize with Lin Yuan. A bowl of ramen is 20, it's too exaggerated. At the breakfast shop next to our community, a bowl of ramen only costs 11 at most, and they even add a lot of beef. That's why I never eat breakfast near the office. Colleague, Xiaomu picked up the keys and left. Soon after, he took Lin Yuan to one of the best communities in Cloud City, Dragon River Garden. Dragon River Garden is quite famous in Cloud City. Xiaomu laughed. When I used to deliver food, each entry required registration at the gate. The property management is very responsible, and the environment inside the community is beautiful and very suitable for living. After some brief introductions, the two arrived at the 9th floor of Unit 1 in Building 28. Upon entering the room, Lin Yuan found that the decoration of this house was very stylish, presenting a new but not ostentatious Chinese style, and the furniture was new and complete. As you can see, Xiaomu said, although it is a second-hand house, I assure you that no one has actually lived in this house. The owner is a biology professor. He originally planned to buy this house for settling down, and all the decorations and furniture were prepared. However, due to an unexpected job transfer, he went to Chu Continent, and so he's selling this house, and will buy a new one in Chu Continent. Lin Yuan went to the balcony and took a look. The view was excellent, the landscape lush with greenery, and the air very fresh. He nodded approvingly. Very good, but Xiaomu said, say it. He has shown several clients around, so he knew that when clients say something like this, it means that the deal is unlikely to proceed. Lin Yuan asked, can I move in straight away? Xiaomu was taken aback. Are you planning to buy it? Lin Yuan nodded. Yes, I think it's great. I'll take this one. Xiaomu was somewhat surprised, then quickly looked troubled. Getting a bank loan involves a process, and the owner will probably wait for the bank to release the loan. Lin Yuan replied, I'm paying in full. Lin Yuan admitted to himself that he had no business acumen, didn't understand investment, let alone inflation. His natural uncommon sense told him bank loan interest rates were high and a loss. If he had the money, it made sense to pay in full. What? Xiaomu gaped. But the next moment, he managed to conceal his excitement and said, please wait a moment. I'll make a call to the owner to discuss it. He got through quickly. After Xiaomu ended the call, he grinned at Lin Yuan. The owner was initially reluctant, but after hearing that you were paying in full, they agreed immediately to your request to move in. Now, you need to come back to the office with me to sign a contract. The owner will also come over to meet us. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. With Lin Yuan, Xiaomu headed back to his office. A colleague asked with a bright smile, so how did it go? I told you, didn't I? Xiaomu gave his colleague a strange look. The client is signing now, and might move in tonight because he paid in full, making the seller agree readily. Huh. The colleague was stunned. Bought it. And paid in full. Could this be the legendary low-key rich? By the time the colleague came back to his senses, Xiaomu had already left, and Lin Yuan had already met with the owner, signed the property contract, and transferred the money on the same day. I recommend changing the door lock after buying the house. Xiaomu smiled and said, that's what everyone does after buying a house. Besides, there are a few minor procedures afterward that require you or your family members to run around a bit, but I will take care of everything. Lin Yuan nodded. Okay, thank you. In addition to buying the house, he also paid about 30,000 yuan of various taxes and agency fees. Now there was less than 100,000 yuan left in his card, but he still felt rather happy. He made a phone call to his sister. His sister asked, what's up? You disappeared early in the morning. Where did you go? Lin Yuan said, can you bring mom and my sister here? I'm at Dragon River Garden. Lin Yuan hadn't told his family that he'd gone out to buy a house. It wasn't because he wanted to surprise them with it. He was more afraid that his family would dissuade him from spending money and tell him to keep the money for treatments. What's happening? Did something happen to you? Just come. Lin Yuan left it up in the air. Half an hour later, his mother, sister, and younger sister all showed up at Dragon River Garden, with Lin Yuan waiting for them at the entrance. Why did you ask us to come here? Lin Xian looked at Lin Yuan suspiciously. I thought something happened to you. Right? You scared me. Their mother seemed quite worried. Lin Yao complained. I was studying. Lin Yuan smiled and said, You can study here. What do you mean? I bought a unit here. Without prolonging the suspense, Lin Yuan directly led his bewildered family into their new home. Then, he imitated the agent's way of introducing a house. It's 140 square meters with 4 bedrooms, 1 living room, 2 bathrooms, and a south-facing view. It's a great layout. Plus, there's a quiet study and a spacious balcony with a great view. Lin Yuan found out that no one was listening to him. He turned around, only to see his family standing still, gazing at him with conflicted eyes. The 3 family members were not as excited as he had imagined. Lin Yuan guessed the reason. So he smiled and said, I went to the hospital for another checkup a while ago. The doctor said there's nothing seriously wrong with my body. As long as I take my medication regularly, I will definitely recover in time. What? Really? After a moment's response, the eyes of his family members reddened. His mother, in particular, both cried and laughed as she went forward to grab hold of Lin Yuan. Are you lying to me? No. Lin Yuan smiled and said, If you don't believe me, I can accompany you all to the hospital for another checkup. Let's go right now. His mother took Lin Yuan's hand and walked out the door. Lin Yuan laughed and cried, and ended up going with his mother to the hospital for another checkup, confirming him that there was no problem. He had already asked the system, and the doctors wouldn't be able to detect any issues because his body was indeed recovering. As expected, after a round of checkups at the hospital, aside from being weaker than the average person, Lin Yuan's fatal illness had gradually started to recover. That's great. His mother clung to Lin Yuan and cried. His sister and younger sister also quietly wiped away their tears. Even though no one talked about it, Lin Yuan's health and illness had been their constant worry. Lin Yuan felt a bit sad. Let's go home. Which home? Of course, the new one. What about our old home? This time, it was his mother who asked him. If you like it, you can keep it as a remembrance. You can visit it from time to time. But from now on, we'll live in our new house, Lin Yuan said with a smile. All right. Everyone agreed in unison. Only then could everyone let go of their burdens and enjoy the delayed joy of buying a house wholeheartedly. This joy was built on the basis of Lin Yuan's recovery, not him arranging for his family in the limited life he had left. A new house, a new beginning, a new life. Chapter 63, 60 System Customization. Moving into the new house in Dragon River Garden, the 4 members of the family finally had their own bedrooms. The younger sister could go to the study during the day to study. Whether it was taking a bath at night or getting up in the morning to wash up, there was no longer a need to queue for the bathroom. Most importantly, Lin Yuan's health was improving. This cleared away any lingering clouds from the minds of the family. Only when there's no burden on the heart, one could truly enjoy happiness. However, the Spring Festival holiday was short, and Lin Xian had to return to work after only a couple of days in the new house. The same went for Lin Yuan. Even though his winter holiday wasn't over, his leave days requested from of Zhou had reached the limit, and he had to return to work as well. Just like his sister, under the family's farewell and constant reminders to take his medicine on time, he set off for Sioux City. At this point, major companies that had ended their year-end vacations were back in operation. Over at Starlight, even colleagues who had gained few extra pounds due to the indulgence of the Spring Festival were back at work as well. How was your Spring Festival? Having also gained some weight during the Spring Festival, Zhou, with a pleasing belly, asked Lin Yuan, who was here to resume work, looking very cheerful. Pretty good. Lin Yuan gave a standard response. Zhou nodded approvingly, looking satisfactorily at Lin Yuan. The song Balloon performed very well. It has now firmly secured the 5th spot for this season. You did a great job. Lin Yuan was as calm as usual. Zhou laughed, apparently having become accustomed to Lin Yuan's personality, and said, All right, you go to work. Lin Yuan walked out of the office. Upon reaching the music production department, his colleagues also congratulated Lin Yuan for Balloon successfully making it to the 5th position in the highly competitive February group, which was quite impressive. But the management is going to be pleased this year, Wu Yong remarked sourly. One of the trump cards from the 18th floor, Kong Jun, bagged this year's championship song. Rumor has it that he was specially mentioned in the high-level meeting today. Championship song? Lin Yuan just knew about this news. No wonder Zhou looked in a good mood today. It turns out that someone from the company had won the first place in this year's deathmatch group. For Starlight, this was uplifting news. Lin Yuan was certainly not going to feel any jealous emotions. In fact, he even listened out of curiosity to this month's champion song and came to a solid conclusion. The champion fully deserved the top spot. Lin Yuan had long become accustomed to the fact that there was no shortage of talent in Blue Star's music world. He even enjoyed seeing such a situation, as a prosperous market was a good thing for Lin Yuan. After work in the evening, Lin Yuan returned home and opened the windows first for ventilation, then changed the bedding. The house, not frequently lived in, still needed a bit of tidying up. After cleaning up the room, Lin Yuan received a phone call. It was a call from Yang Feng, who immediately congratulated him. The sales of King of the Net are going very well. To show that the company values Teacher Chu Kuang, we have decided to offer Teacher Chu Kuang a new contract. The contract has been sent to your email. Please have a look at it. Like his older sister had predicted, Silver Blue Books was really ready to give him a new contract. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan looked at the new contract. The royalty of the new contract had been increased from 5% to 7%. It didn't seem much of an increase at first glance. But considering the overall sales of King of the Net, the increase was quite significant, with a difference of about several 100,000. Not much else had changed. Lin Yuan even checked specially to make sure there wasn't any clause in the contract that required the next book of Chu Kuang to be exclusively published on Silver Blue Books. Okay, Lin Yuan was happy about the pay rise. He went straight out to print a copy of the new contract, signed it, and mailed it to Silver Blue Books. Next, he just had to wait for their signed and sealed contract in return. Silver Blue Books was also based in Sioux City, so the company's signed and sealed contract was received the very next day. This meant the new contract officially came into effect. Lin Yuan also sent the 3rd volume of King of the Net to Yang Feng. The book had a total of 5 volumes. With the 3rd volume out, it signifies the book would likely be concluded in a few months. Lin Yuan felt a little reluctant, given that he had no other full-length novels to fall back on for the moment. Ding dong. The system always managed to anticipate his thoughts and needs. Given that the host is now debt-free and has certain earning abilities, the system has decided to open up the customization feature. In the future, the host can purchase necessary items from the system with money. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Customization? The system replied. For example, if the host requires a novel or song of a certain genre, a certain amount of money can be used to exchange with the system. However, if the host specifically requests a certain work, the exchange price will be higher. Oh, Lin Yuan thought for a while and said, that means if I want a song of a particular style, the system can provide the needed song according to my requirements. But there is a cost? Yes. Lin Yuan contemplated. For example, if I now want a rock-style song from the system, or what is called customization. Of course, this is just an example. How much would you charge? The system replied, 500,000. Lin Yuan retorted, you're really bleeding me dry. The system responded, the exchange operates on a voluntary principle. The system will not force the host. And the system can guarantee the quality of the song. We won't just pass any random rock song off to the host. Lin Yuan did not respond directly, but asked another question. And what about precise customization? For example, if I specifically ask for a particular song or novel, how would you normally charge? Precise customization. The system answered, that's not uniform. It depends on which work the host specifically wants. If the host asks the system for learning to meow, it can be quite inexpensive, but if the host wants the system to provide those popular classics, it might range in millions or even more. Lin Yuan protested, robbery. But since the frequency at which the system issued tasks was very low, in order to ensure the consistency of his inventory, Lin Yuan might need to customize a few songs when necessary. Of course, not now. He wasn't planning on casually customizing any song with the system. It was best to wait till he became a senior composer in the company and received a higher profit-sharing contract. Despite Lin Yuan grumbling about the system being a ripoff, he also was aware in his heart that such customization was actually profitable, almost like an investment. The only difference was that the money-making cycle might be extended. Overall, the addition of this functionality by the system was a good thing. It could solve Lin Yuan's inventory problems, especially when, in the department, when encountering orders similar to big fish, the system's customization feature was perfect for these types of orders. However, such orders were quite rare. Just like boss battles randomly refreshed in games, not only were they rare, but also attracted a ton of competition every time one appeared. Indeed, life is hard, and the cat's size. Chapter 64, 61 Piano Lesson 1. After spending a few days at the company, the winter vacation officially ended. Schools and universities gradually started a new semester, naturally including the Qin Continent Art Academy. Temporarily stopping his work, Lin Yuan returned to campus life. In this new semester, there was an additional major course on Lin Yuan's schedule, which was quite friendly to him. Piano lessons. While students in the composition department do not need to master all instruments, a certain level of understanding is indispensable, and the piano just happens to be an important instrument that the composition department comes into contact with. In the school, Lin Yuan was undeniably a good student. Although the system said that Lin Yuan's piano skills were at a professional level, Lin Yuan still obediently attended the piano class, not only for the credits, but because last time someone said that Lin Yuan's piano skills were subpar, so he thought he might take this opportunity to improve. Ladies and gentlemen, the piano teacher was a man, not very tall, but very handsome. He had a long braid, presenting an artistic style, and set a bad example for the students. The school clearly did not encourage students to have long hair. You are ALE composition students from Qin Art. Most of you should have a basic understanding of the piano, and even a good grasp of it. So hearing that there's an additional piano course this semester, many of you might be unable to resist the urge to show off your skills in front of your classmates, right? Those were the opening remarks of the piano teacher's first class. Just one sentence touched the hearts of many people in the class. Then he introduced himself. My name is Huang Binyu. You can call me Mr. Huang, and I'll be your piano teacher. 50 students in the class applauded. Huang Binyu gave a slight smile. Every year, the students in the composing department think they are very good in the first piano lesson. Put away those thoughts. Just because you have some piano foundation doesn't mean you can take my class lightly. Aside from Gushi, whom I think I can't reach, all other students should learn earnestly, because you all still have a long way to go. This was a show of authority. Huang Binyu sat lazily on the chair. You studied the theory last semester. In this class, we will learn a piece. Let's start with something relatively simple and fulfill some people's desire to show off. You all know Qin Melody 1, right? The students nodded. Most people start learning piano with similar songs, and Qin Melody is a fairly classic piece for beginners. Excellent. Huang Binyu casually said, let's start by selecting someone to play the Qin Melody 1. You want to show 7 off, don't you? Here's your chance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A bunch of people raised their hands. Huang Binyu curled the corner of his mouth. He enjoyed this kind of eagerness from students wanting to be a bad example. This was an old routine he always played before teaching new students. Select a student who thinks he is good at piano. After the student finishes playing and prepares to enjoy the admiration of the classmates, he would critique every error from a professional angle, brutally hitting the student's confidence, letting these students understand that their skills are not as high as they think. TSK. Just look at how excited this bunch is. Their adrenaline and hormones must be over the top, right? They're just like how I was when I was young. They all probably have the idea to show 7 off in front of their classmates, especially those students in the first row, all raising their hands. Huang Binyu suddenly noticed that among the students in the first row, there was one who did not raise his hand. Huang Binyu looked at Lin Yuan, who stood out for his not raising hand, and the fact that he was more good-looking. Not raising your hand is the anti-routing. Such a smart but mistaken kid. I'll choose you to be the unlucky one. Huang Binyu looked at Lin Yuan, who did not raise his hand. Do you know how to play it? Lin Yuan said, a little. As expected, it's the anti-routine, clearly knowing how to play but not raising hands. When everyone else is raising their hands, you stand out for not doing so. You've successfully caught my attention. Huang Binyu said, then you come and try it? Okay. Lin Yuan reluctantly got up. He found this teacher very strange. About 80% of the class raised their hands, yet he insisted on letting him, who didn't raise his hand, go up. The other students, seeing that they were nor chosen, lowered their hands somewhat disappointed. Lin Yuan sat at the piano. He had learned Qin melody, so he actually knew how to play it. However, this song has many versions. Since the teacher did not specify a version, Lin Yuan simply chose a version he liked. The 5 fingers spread wide. The right hand struck the key. The first chord resounded heavily, strong and forceful, as Lin Yuan's left hand followed, his 10 fingers leaping over the piano keys. A rearranged version of Qin melody? Huang Binyu arched an eyebrow. Lin Yuan had chosen a version with high difficulty among the countless versions of this piece, a version which even he himself did not dare to guarantee he could play well. Lin Yuan was immersed in the performance. Flowing notes, like arrows dancing in the sky, were not at all abrupt amidst the clear contrasts of loud and soft tones, and the round, deep tones that were interspersed. Huang Binyu's expression gradually changed. As the piece reached the 10th measure, the music under Lin Yuan's fingers displayed amazing elasticity, with hardly any false notes. There were some sticky notes in the middle, but Huang Binyu knew that he could not avoid these occasional sticky notes either. Mature performance techniques. The small notes under Lin Yuan's treatment were incredibly delicate. The clear musical phrases and perfect outlining of the motif brilliantly interpreted the musical idea. Not just Huang Binyu. One students seated in the lecture hall also couldn't help but widen their eyes, with some of the girls looking at Lin Yuan, their eyes slightly hazy. The final passage. When a certain long note sounded, the students who were familiar with this piece felt it simultaneously. This was the ending of the song, also the most emotional part of the piece. Reluctance, regret. Through the keys, the emotions were conveyed. Lin Yuan's arms moved back and forth at an extremely fast pace. His fingers hit the keys almost in an impact mode, then ended the piece with a mournful tone. The body sat straight. Lin Yuan finished playing. Anyone with a little understanding of the piano would know how amazing Lin Yuan's performance just now was. Everyone applauded, and Huang Binyu couldn't help but stand up, his mind a little confused. What the hell is this? You call this a little skill? Is this what your little looks like? It's hard to be a teacher at Qin Art. There's already Gu Shi, who never attends his piano class, yet he still needs to award credits. He's a rare piano prodigy who has performed on the Golden Hall, which Huang has always wished for. Although it's not good to say this, Huang Binyu actually doesn't want Gu Shi to attend his class, because whenever Gu Shi is in the audience, he always fears that the former will suddenly stand up to teach him how to play the piano. How did another monster student pop up now? His skill is in no way inferior to mine. How 7 will I teach this piano class in the future? After the applause subsided, in the silent classroom, Huang Binyu swallowed hard, then coughed and laughed. If you all are at this level now, 7, then I will. Go to the principal's office in the neighboring teaching building and resign immediately. The crowd burst into laughter. Huang Binyu asked Lin Yuan, what's your name? Lin Yuan. Who did you learn piano from? My mom. Lin Yuan lied calmly. Huang Binyu's attitude changed significantly. Which master is your mother? At this moment, the names of numerous current piano masters who have performed at the Golden Hall appeared in his mind. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan replied, the music teacher of the 3rd class in the 4th grade of Yongning Village's Hope Elementary School. Chapter 65-62 The Gift of the Magi. Lin Yuan's answer momentarily shattered Huang Binyu's long-standing beliefs. But considering there was still an even more monstrous talent like Gu Shi at school, he suddenly felt somewhat relieved. This is a good thing. It shows how talented our school is. Actually, without Huang Binyu's professional ears, it was impossible to discern just how mature Lin Yuan's skills really were. The class could only make a general conclusion. Lin Yuan was very good at playing piano. But after Lin Yuan showed off with a tune, Huang Binyu no longer made comments like, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm saying all of you here are such and such, which were broad and indiscriminate attacks. In the following piano lessons, Huang Bunyu's comments took on a routine prefix. Except for Lin Yuan. Everyone remember this knowledge point. Except for Lin Yuan. I believe no one else would understand why we do this here. Except for Lin Yuan, all of you need to practice this piece after class, especially the last section. Except for Lin Yuan. In any case, by the end of a piano lesson, except for Lin Yuan became almost like a catchphrase for Huang Bunyu. Perhaps in Huang Bunyu's mind, he hoped that Lin Yuan would be like Gu Shi, to stop attending piano lessons. He was willing to give out grades. However, Lin Yuan's calm school life didn't change just because he showed off a bit in piano class. If there were any changes, it was that he became more popular in his class. True, a poor physical condition, good character, handsome looks, diligent study, and excellent piano skills. It's hard for anyone to dislike such an excellent and good-tempered student. Actually, when Lin Yuan first transferred to the composition department, his classmates initially thought he was very aloof, but after getting in touch with him, no one felt that Lin Yuan was aloof anymore. Being quiet and being aloof are two different concepts. This boy just didn't like to talk. In the following days, Lin Yuan continued to be as reticent as always, and just as diligent in his studies. His grades in his major kept up with the pace, no longer affected by his sudden change in major in his sophomore year. March came quietly in these calm days. In that still chilly warmth, the weather in March was still cold enough to make one not want to get out of bed so easily. The festive atmosphere was gradually fading away now. The latest issue of King of the Net still had a good run of sales. Also released on March 1st and published in Fun Reads magazine was Chu Kuang's new work, the short story The Gift of the Magi. On this day, Lin Yuan received a few sets of sample issues, sent free of charge by Silver Blue Books. When an author's works are published, it is an obligation for the publishing house to provide free copies of publications that contain the author's work, which are called samples. Receiving the sample issue of Fun Reads, Lin Yuan saw The Gift of the Magi was placed in the most eye-catching promotional position on the magazine cover. The four big words, Chu Kuang's new works, immediately caught his eye. This represented the editor's high expectations of this story. However, the promotional effect of Chu Kuang's new works was not that great, because there was not much overlap between the users who favorite buying Fun Reads magazine and those who like youth fantasy novels. Chu Kuang became famous largely through youth fantasy novels. If they are not interested in youth fantasy novels, some buyers of Fun Reads might not even know who Chu Kuang is. But seeing the cover, many people would expect an interesting story being promoted there. Han Jimei was the manager of the tribe literature section, and her future goal and work task was to build the tribe literature section into a regular base for fragmented reading in leisure time for users. As a woman who loves reading, she really liked her job, and she had the habit of subscribing to some magazines every month. All the best-selling magazines published in Qin continent are of very high quality. They always publish numerous excellent short stories. It is not that Han Jimei does not like long stories. It's just that for a working woman as busy as her, the time needed for reading long stories truly is indulgent, whereas short stories, due to their short length, do not take up too much time. Today was the beginning of March, the day when various books were updated. So this month Han Jimei bought a total of 6 magazines, but what first attracted her attention was the latest issue of the best-selling magazine, Fun Reads. Not that she particularly liked Fun Reads, but because the cover of this magazine was actually promoting Chu Kuang's new work. Please bear in mind that last month, Chu Kuang wrote a well-received short story on tribe literature. That story, called Artificial Beauty, had a very clever plot. It was a rare masterpiece. Han Jimei was originally hoping that Chu Kuang could write some new short stories for the literature section on tribe. But surprisingly, Chu Kuang has completely shifted his base and started serializing on Fun Reads. Let's see what you've written this time. Although she felt it was a pity that Chu Kuang no longer selected Tribe as his publishing platform, Han Jimei was still very curious about what Chu Kuang had written in his new work. She skipped the first few short stories. Han Jimei decided to read The Gift of the Magi first. Many people might not understand what The Gift of the Magi means. They might even think that the protagonist of the story is called Magi, but as a well-read reader, Han Jimei knew that most likely the protagonist is not called Magi. This is related to the Christmas legend in Wei continent. Qin continent also has Christmas, but Christmas is not a mainstream holiday in Qin continent, not even a vacation. The people of Qin continent see this festival as more of a jest. It's different in Wei continent. They have a custom for celebrating Christmas, and many people believe in Christ. The legend goes they started the tradition of exchanging gifts at Christmas because when Jesus was born, 3 wise men brought gifts. This should be the origin of the title. At this moment, Han Jimei started reading. Tomorrow is Christmas, and Madame A has only $3.80 to buy her husband a gift. Despite saving for several months, she could only save this small sum. Is she called Madame A? Chu Kuang really is lazy when it comes to naming characters. Despite this, Han Jimei understood the meaning expressed in the opening of the story. This is a woman who is financially strained. She is carefully counting the meager amount of change in her hand, worried about what to give her husband for Christmas. Tomorrow. The story's background must be many years ago. At that time, the value of currency was still very high. However, $3.80 were clearly not enough. She suddenly turned away from the window and stood in front of the mirror, looking at herself. Her eyes were bright and clear at this moment, but her face lost its color within 20 seconds. She quickly untied her hair and let it flow down. What is she going to do? Han Jimei was guessing at Madame A's intentions. As an experienced reader, she even made some exaggerated conjectures, such as Madame A selling her body for money, and the first customer she encountered was her husband. It's not that Han Jimei's thoughts are unhealthy. In some special ages, it is not uncommon for people to sell their bodies for survival. Chu Kuang may want to depict the cruel side of that era. But if it's just for a Christmas gift, isn't the reason a bit far-fetched? Chapter 66, 63 Abrupt End. Soon, Han Jimei realized how far her imagination had strayed from the truth. Chu Kuang would certainly not write a plot with sarcastic love as a theme just for the sake of sarcasm. In this impoverished family, there were 2 most treasured items. One was the gold watch, a family heirloom passed down 3 generations to Mr. A, and the other was Mrs. A's hair. If there were a wealthy and beautiful woman living in the apartment across the courtyard, Mrs. A would one day hang her hair out the window to dry, putting the lady's jewels and gifts to shame. If a rich man were to pile all his wealth in the basement, Mr. A would be sure to pull out his gold watch every time he passed by to provoke him into jealousy. This was an extraordinarily unique melodramatic form of expression. Because Blue Star didn't follow a Chinese way of English translation, reading this kind of narrative for the first time felt a bit awkward, but ironically, it was also interesting. Alright, Han Jimei already knew that Mrs. A was planning to sell her hair. This was a difficult decision because it was something Mrs. A adored and was proud of. Her beautiful hair falling around her, flowing brilliantly like a tiny black waterfall. Her hair reached just below the knees as if clothing her. She quickly brushed her hair nervously. She hesitated for a moment, standing silently, tears falling onto the worn red carpet. The more the text described how beautiful Mrs. A's hair was, the more Han Jimei could feel the woman's reluctance and pain. But the woman ended up selling the hair she once prided herself on and successfully exchanged it for $20. And the gift she purchased was a white watch band, worth $23, which was a huge yield after half an hour of bargaining with the shopkeeper. Returning home with the only 80 cents left on her, Mrs. A was exhilarated. Turns out, although the watch was magnificent, it was held together by an old leather strap. Sometimes he would sneak a glance at it. After getting home, she kept looking in the mirror. She, now with her hair short and a bandage tied around it, looked like a school kid who had skipped class. Only now did she start to worry. Mr. would be angry, right? Would he scold me fiercely? After all, he had complimented my hair countless times before. Without my long hair, would I still be as beautiful in his eyes? She hesitated, filled with nervousness. Seeing this, Han Jimei couldn't help but feel sorry for this woman. If there were a Tang dynasty in this world, Han Jimei would certainly think of the saying, a couple's worries are endless when in poverty, and worry about it. But what's meant to come will eventually come. The viewpoint of the story is still from Mrs. A. The door opened, and her husband walked in, closing the door behind him. He was very slender and serious. Poor man, he was only 22 years old, and he was already bearing the burden of supporting the family. He needed a new coat and didn't even have gloves. She really loved her own husband. Not because Chu Kuang continually used words to describe how sincere her love was, but because the details in between the lines revealed many emotions. Would Mr. be angry? Han Jimei hesitated to read on, but in the end, she did. Are you selling your hair? Her husband strained to ask, as if after racking his brains, he still hadn't comprehended the obvious fact. Does this count as him being angry? Han Jimei, just like Mrs. A, was curious about her husband's mindset at the moment. She didn't know whether the next moment would bring a slap across her face. Only a jerk would do that. If that were to happen, she wouldn't read Chu Kuang's novels easily again in the future. Not only did I cut it off, I sold it. Mrs. A asked, no matter what, do you still love me the same? Even though I don't have hair anymore, I'm still the same person, right? She was being extremely careful, to the point of being somewhat meek. By now the story was already drawing to a close. Han Jimei couldn't figure out how this story would end until she read the following section. The husband took out a package from his coat pocket and threw it onto the table. Don't get it wrong, my dear, he said. Regardless of haircut, facial or hair wash, my love for you is never going to decrease. But just open the package and you'll understand why I was taken aback just now. Her slender fingers swiftly tore apart the string and wrapping paper. Then there was an outburst of delight, followed by, alas. It suddenly turned into a woman's hysterical tears welling up in her eyes, needing her husband to go all out to comfort her for a while. The comb. What her husband brought out was the set of combs for sticking in her hair. A complete set of hair combs, for the temples and the back, with everything needed. It was something Mrs. A had longed for in a window at the far end of their apartment complex on a bustling street, but it was beyond her budget. She couldn't afford it, nor did she have the courage to buy it. They were made of genuine tortoiseshell. A beautiful set of hair combs inset with jewels, so perfectly matched with Mrs. A's lost beautiful hair color. Mrs. A knew this comb set was expensive, had been longing for it for a long time, but never had hope of possessing it. Now it was hers, but the hair that should have worn these long-awaited adornments was gone. Han Jimei gasped. She was at a loss how to express her feelings at this moment. But the text truthfully depicted Mrs. A's feelings through the details. She clung the comb set in her arms. After a long time, she managed to raise her teary eyes and said with a smile to her husband, my hair grows very fast. Then Mrs. A brought out the watch band. She turned to her husband expectantly and said, isn't it nice? I searched the entire city for it. Now you can look at your watch hundreds of times a day. Give me your watch. I want to see what it looks like on it. Slowly, Han Jimei began to understand, and she showed a knowing smile. Even though Mrs. A had sold her hair, her husband wasn't angry. He just sighed that the comb momentarily lost its use. How nice. Ending the story like this is full of beautiful imagery, making one almost unable to resist falling in love, despite Han Jimei being a married woman. She sipped on her tea. Han Jimei looked at the last paragraph, thinking it would be a concluding paragraph. Short stories often like to wrap up everything at the end. Something like, this is a beautiful love story, perhaps? But after reading the following words, the tea in her mouth almost sprayed onto the magazine. Instead, her husband didn't do as she said. He just lay back on the couch, hands under his head, starting to laugh. Let's put our Christmas gifts aside for now. They're so good that it would be a pity to use them now. I actually sold my gold watch to buy your combs. The story abruptly ended here. At this moment, Han Jimei was dumbfounded. Chapter 67, 64 Classic Essays. After a few seconds of stupor, Han Jimei regains her senses. She never imagined the ending to be like this. The lady sold her beautiful long hair to buy a watch band for her husband. The husband, on the other hand, sold his beloved watch to buy a hair comb that his wife had long coveted. They sacrificed their most valuable possessions for each other, but the gifts they gave each other simultaneously lost their original value. Such an ending could be cruel, but ultimately it leaves one with mixed feelings of laughter and tears. Yet, amidst such a humorous contradiction, the love between the man and the woman unfurls across the page in all its vigorous intensity. What a desirable love story. Han Jimei closes the magazine thoughtfully. She suddenly wonders. A good story like this should appear in the literature section of the tribe, just like Chu Kuang's. Artificial beauty. Why did we end up missing out on Chu Kuang? He clearly chose our platform at the start. A gleam flashes in Han Jimei's eyes as she presses the green button on the top left corner of her desk. All editors meeting in 5 minutes. Why has the literature section of the tribe constantly been lukewarm? Because the quality of the stories in the literature section couldn't compete with that of the magazines in the market. Upon deep introspection, the reason is that the literature section of the tribe does not have enough appeal for excellent writers. How can she change this situation? Easily, by stealing stories, stealing authors. Outstanding authors like Chu Kuang are worth fighting for, and Han Jimei believes that she can eventually persuade writers of such caliber. With this in mind, Han Jimei commences the editors' meeting. The first question she raises in the meeting is, why is the tribe's literature not the writer's first-choice platform for creativity? This really is the most important question. The editor on her right laughs. Beyond the unique nature of the literary section as an online publishing platform, the most significant reason is that we don't offer the authors enough remuneration. After all, writers also need to make a living. The tips from the online platform alone are not sufficient. Han Jimei gets up, lays her hands on the table, leaning slightly forward. I'll apply for funding from above. Do you guys know what you need to do? Poach talent. The editors nodded in understanding. Han Jimei smiles faintly. Tonight, I want to see your target list for headhunting. The first batch of authors should not be less than 30. Let's play a big game. It seems we're going to be competing for talent with all the major magazine publishers. The editors smile. They have no lack of writer contacts. If they have sufficient funding, it won't be hard to attract excellent writers. Very good. Han Jimei straightens up. It seems you all have your targets. I 11 recommend one person for your headhunting list. Who? Chu Kuang. The editors are stunned. They thought Han Jimei had made some mistake. This short story writer is hardly famous. He writes youth fantasy novels. Last time's Artificial Beauty was just a random short creation, although it was not bad. Then you read this. Han Jimei puts the Fun Reads magazine on the meeting table, sweeping her gaze across everyone. You guys can decide on who you want to approach, but Chu Kuang is my first target. As the story recommended on the cover of the magazine, The Gift of the Magi was not only noticed by Han Jimei. Many readers of the magazine gradually read this story as well. Almost a week later, discussions burst open on the internet. The first platform to focus the heated discussions was the official message board of the magazine section of the Silver Blue bookstore. This message board functions like a fiction forum. The quality of this issue of the magazine is very high, especially The Gift of the Magi. I really liked it. It is so moving. It's worthy of being the cover story. It does not disappoint. I haven't read such a good story in a long time. The Gift of the Magi is excellent. I was fortunate to read Artificial Beauty on the tribe during the new year, and I remembered a writer named Chu Kuang. I didn't expect to read another piece by him so soon. It's even more splendid than his last story. I have even become a fan. Such a good short story is written by Chu Kuang. Only after looking up Chu Kuang's profile did I find out he's a writer specializing in youthful fantasy themes. It's rare. As a reader who loves both youthful fantasy and short stories, seeing Chu Kuang's works in both fields is truly a delightful experience. I have become his fan. H2. The wave of discussions quickly spread, and The Gift of the Magi was widely welcomed, as expected. The direct result of this was that the first week sales of the latest issue of Fun Reads were 50% higher than the previous issue. Perhaps the subsequent sales of Fun Reads for this month are also something to look forward to. And the pen name Chu Kuang, for the first time, entered the vision of short story enthusiasts. Even some authors in the short story field, because of The Gift of the Magi, secretly remembered the name Chu Kuang. At this point, Chu Kuang can be said to have become somewhat known in short story circles. Isn't it true that Chu Kuang had written Artificial Beauty before? Indeed, that's true, but at that time, Chu Kuang was labeled as a young adult fantasy writer. The fame of King of the Net, to some extent, overshadowed the excellence of that short story. A specific identity with apparent brilliance can cause this kind of situation. So it was only when Chu Kuang ventured into short story writing for the second time that everyone truly realized Chu Kuang is actually this talented. But one undeniable point is that whether in the field of short stories or youthful fantasy, Chu Kuang is still a newcomer. He has a long way to go. and the crowd that maintains expectations for him is gradually growing. Some people may say, isn't The Gift of the Magi a very famous short story on Earth? And readers are just casually amazed? This kind of simplistic view is also understandable. However, those who make such a statement should first think about how difficult it is to write a novel that amazes readers. Moreover, they should realize that in reality, it is very difficult for artistic creation to reach its pinnacle all at once. In fact, countless classics that were later worshipped only caused a brief discussion when they were initially published. When people hear that a certain work is a world-renowned masterpiece, they should first consider how long it has been since it was first released. There are too few contemporary canonizers, unless they already have a high influence. Most of the time, it is time that gives rise to classic masterpieces. And when these classic masterpieces were first born, the creators only had the potential to be canonized. To truly become canonized, they might lack recognition from Nobel or more classics of the same quality, or perhaps their death. Chapter 68-65, The Ruthless Performance Machine. Of course, Lin Yuan did not have to wait for a death to achieve divinity. The earth behind him was an inexhaustible art treasure house, and he firmly believed that the system would eventually conquer the illness. It's worth mentioning here that novels like The Gift of the Magi often bear deeper meanings, such as reflections on social class contradictions and injustices, etc. However, Lin Yuan lives on Blue Star. So this story is just a story, with the text focusing more on the story itself. It does not carry such profound implications. A lot of discussion about those years is only skimming the surface. At this moment, he was eating in the dining hall. Xia Fan and Jian Yi were sitting across from him. Xia Fan seemed a bit absent-minded today, her gaze unfocused. Jian Yi, who noticed this, waved his hand in front of Xia Fan. What are you thinking, zoning out like that? Lin Yuan also looked at this friend with concern. Xia Fan raised her head and said awkwardly, "Don't laugh at me. I signed up again for this year's Bloom last night." Jian Yi heard her, exchanged a glance with Lin Yuan, and then burst out laughing. As the most popular talent show in Qin continent, Bloom is held annually. Many young women dreaming of music have a deep yearning for the show. Xia Fan is one of them. But for the past 2 years, Xia Fan has participated in Bloom twice, and both times she didn't make it to the top 100, which hit her hard. Last year, when she failed, she cried and said, "I will never participate in this show again." Words from last year are still fresh in people's ears. It turned out that as soon as the registration for Bloom started this year, Xia Fan couldn't wait to sign up again. She seemed to have forgotten her words, and also the setbacks experienced in the previous 2 times. "Do you two want to die?" Xia Fan glared at the 2 laughing people. Lin Yuan instantly reined in his laughter. "I support you." Jian Yi also put on a stern face. "Chase your dreams." Xia Fan's expression softened a bit. But then the 2 of them snorted and laughed again. Furious, Xia Fan shouted, "Do you think it's very funny?" Their survival instinct made Jian Yi and Lin Yuan choke back their laughter. "Humph," Xia Fan said. "This is the 3rd time. I guarantee you, this will be the last time I participate." Quietly, Jian Yi said, "That's what you said last year." Then he screamed in pain because Xia Fan stepped on his foot. Lin Yuan said, "When the competition comes, we will go under the stage to cheer you on, just like the previous 2 years. That's more like it." Xia Fan stood up. "So, you 2 also need to help me. I think the main reason I didn't make the top 100 in the last 2 years was due to the wrong choice of songs. This year, I am going to choose a song that suits me best, leaving the judges with nothing to say." "Okay." Lin Yuan and Jian Yi did not refuse. Actually, Lin Yuan is the one whose opinion really matters here. Jian Yi, who doesn't have a good ear for music, had no understanding of it, and simply classified music as good and bad. Thinking about it, Lin Yuan said, "The song you sang last year was actually pretty good. The main reason that the judges didn't choose you was because the song style you chose was too niche." As a friend, Lin Yuan is aware of Xia Fan's strength. Given Xia Fan's condition, she totally has a chance to stand out in Bloom. The problem with Xia Fan lies in her competition strategy. This girl really likes niche music. Competitions are all about creating an atmosphere. Songs that can energize the audience are more likely to stand out. Niche songs, on the other hand, won't resonate with many people. After finishing their meal, the three of them started planning about the song selection for Xiaofan's participation in Bloom. Xiaofan took out her prepared song list. Lin Yuan, circle the songs you recommend, and I will practice more. Okay. Lin Yuan looked at Xiaofan's song list. The girl's love for niche music hasn't changed, but in addition to the niche music, Lin Yuan also saw two familiar songs on the list. One was Big Fish. One was Easy to Ignite and Explode. Lin Yuan glanced at Xiaofan and immediately crossed out Big Fish. Xiaofan's voice could not bring out the advantages of this song. He pointed to the other song. You can try Easy to Ignite and Explode. Okay. This was a song Xiaofan particularly liked. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, I'm not telling you to audition with this song. You can use it in the top 100 competition. Xiaofan nodded. Those who could reach the top 100 were all contestants of a very high professional level. Her previously overconfident approach, believing that singing well would automatically put her in the top 100, failed to recognize that all those who made it to the top 100 were strong competitors. He offered some other suggestions. Lin Yuan had deleted almost half of the songs on Xiaofan's list. He looked at the remaining songs and said, You can practice these thoroughly. They can all be used as competition pieces. Okay. Xiaofan still had quite a bit of trust in Lin Yuan, even though he deleted many songs that she had really wanted to sing. With the discussion over, an hour had already passed. Both Lin Yuan and Jian Yi had to leave for other commitments. Lin Yuan, who had no classes that afternoon, hesitated before summoning the system. Can I improve my piano skill by practicing? Yes, the system answered. The system has endowed you with a professional-level piano skill, but you can make progress on your own if you practice diligently based on this. Understood. Lin Yuan headed to the piano room. Everyone likes success without effort, including Lin Yuan. Who doesn't like the feeling of getting something for nothing? But apart from waiting for the system to upgrade, Lin Yuan did not resist improving on his own. Otherwise, why would he listen attentively to each university course just because the system would give him songs? If that were his mindset, Lin Yuan could easily breeze through his campus life, and even his life. But such a life would be too boring. The efficiency of his self-improvement compared to the system was indeed insignificant. But Lin Yuan quite liked the feeling of making insignificant progress through effort. Humans, as creatures, need a sense of accomplishment. Upon reaching the piano room, Lin Yuan first played a few familiar pieces. After warming up his hands, he began to play Marriage d'Amour, a tune he got from the silver treasure chest and was still stored in his warehouse. Notes flowed through his fingers. Lin Yuan gently closed his eyes. Gradually, he began to speed up, trying to rearrange Marriage d'Amour. This is a form of improvisation attempted by many pianists, sometimes changing the original song beyond recognition. However, his attempt was unsuccessful. Lin Yuan felt he still lacked certain piano qualities, unable to enrich the soul of the song. This was the downside of the system's enhancement. Lin Yuan's piano skill level was achieved in one fell swoop, though at a professional level, he lacked the accumulation of certain elements. Just like singing without emotion, Lin Yuan's piano playing, in fact, lacked much emotion. His professional-level skills made him like an emotionless playing machine. Maybe this is the direction I should work on in the future. Lin Yuan seemed to have some insight in his heart, so he slowed down and let the music return to its original key, playing and pondering more deeply at the same time. What Lin Yuan did not know was, as his piano music wafted, at this moment, in the piano room next to his, a girl who was dozing off in front of the piano suddenly opened her eyes and stood up abruptly from the piano. Chapter 69, 66 Maestro is never wrong. He's here. The girl in the adjoining piano room was Gu Shi. Hearing this unpublished song again, Gu Shi felt both elation and desolation. She was elated because, for months after she first heard this piano sound, the mysterious maestro visited the piano room again. But she was desolate because, in order to find the mysterious maestro, Gu Shi spent almost all her free time almost every day in the piano room, even during lunch breaks. She was the last one to leave the piano room after the evening course, fearing she would miss him again. But the time had been too long. Gu Shi thought he would never show up again. But today, she waited for his appearance again. At this moment, Gushi was very relieved that she hadn't given up after persevering for so long. Her heart pounded. Gushi quickly entered the hallway, then quickly looked towards the neighboring piano room. She was sure the piano sound was coming from this piano room. Extending her hand to open the door, she suddenly stopped. Would an abrupt interruption make the maestro angry? Gushi was a bit nervous. Many maestros had bad tempers. If she made a bad first impression, it would be finished. A first impression is very important. Wait for the piano sound to stop. She vowed to stay at the door today, never leaving half a step. Maestro couldn't sprout wings and fly. 5 minutes later, the piano sound inside stopped temporarily. It's appropriate to go in now. Gushi knew the opportunity has arrived. She took a deep breath, adjusted her clothes and hair to make sure she wasn't being rude, then gently knocked on the door. She didn't dare to knock too eagerly. She knocked 3 times with manners. Lin Yuan was surprised. He had no idea who would come to the piano room to look for him, and even subconsciously worried. Could it be that this piano also has an owner? He said, "Come in." The door was opened. Lin Yuan saw the one knocking at the door. A frown spread across his face. Gushi? Lin Yuan remembered this girl's name. It was said that she was the best piano player in the school, and the piano teacher also mentioned her in the class. However, Lin Yuan didn't have a good impression of this girl. Every time he met her, something unpleasant was bound to happen. Compared to Lin Yuan's frown, Gushi's heart was like a tumultuous sea, causing her eyes to widen in shock and her brain to go blank. "Can I help you?" Lin Yuan waited for a few seconds. The other party still had not said anything, so he had to take the initiative to ask. Just now, only when Gushi began to speak did she realize that her throat was slightly dry. She held the last hope in her heart. "Is the song you wrote?" "Yes." Lin Yuan didn't feel any pressure admitting to this. He was confident there was no song like it in the world. "All done." Lin Yuan's words shattered all of Gushi's hopes. Looking at Lin Yuan's undisguised frown, she wished she could slap herself. He was the mysterious maestro. Gushi had fantasized about the identity of maestro countless times, such as a low-key teacher or professor in the school, or a passing maestro. She never thought he would be a student like herself. That's to say, she had badly offended Maestro the first time they met, and she was still considering how to make a perfect first impression. What on earth have I been doing before? Is this called a suicidal trick a day? Gushi did not doubt the authenticity of Lin Yuan's words. She wouldn't underestimate Lin Yuan's talent just because they're of the same age. There are geniuses in this world. If she were called a genius in performance, then the maestro in front of her, whom she had offended crazily, was an even more terrifyingly talented genius in composition. Moreover, thinking back, every time she was looking for maestro, she seemed to pass him by. She didn't notice it at that time, and even thought he intentionally appeared in front of her to attract her attention. Now, recalling it and pondering over it carefully, she realized that every encounter in the piano room was solid evidence for his identity as the maestro. Is it too late to apologize now? No matter whether it's too late or not, Gushi had the instinctive desire to survive. It would be foolish to remain stubborn at this point. She must remedy this. She bowed her head without hesitation and said, "I'm sorry, it was my fault before. Please forgive my ignorance and rudeness." The moment she bowed her head, Gushi's face turned crimson with shame. In the past, she was so arrogant. She thought the maestro was interested in her like the others who were infatuated with her. This kind of self-delusion was so embarrassing. Lin Yuan was stunned. Did Gushi's conscience finally kick in? Although he didn't like her, he didn't detest her either. Since she was apologizing sincerely, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't hold a grudge. So he got up to leave. Passing by her, he said, "It's okay. Thank you." Gushi lifted her guilt-filled eyes, only to find that Lin Yuan had already started heading towards the door, seeming to have no intention of staying any longer. She watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, opened her mouth to say something, but ended up swallowing her words. Although she wasn't sure whether his forgiveness was out of politeness or genuine indifference towards her past offenses, at least his attitude hadn't worsened. This means she still had a chance. Moreover, now she didn't have to worry about Maestro disappearing. She knew who he was. Wait a minute. Gushi suddenly rubbed her head in annoyance. She had forgotten to ask his name. This oversight almost made her run after him. But on second thought, she stopped. Since he was a student of this school, Wanting to know his name wasn't a difficult task for Gushi. If she chased after him, the maestro might think she was being clingy. Although in some ways, she admittedly did want to cling. I must win over the maestro. Given his age and the ability to compose such an excellent piece, Gushi could almost envision his future achievements. Any pianist with this opportunity wouldn't stay indifferent. What to do? Gushi was a bit puzzled. I need to come up with a battle plan. The maestro's demand for pianists was very high. With the level of talent that his song has shown, he could freely pick any pianist more talented than her to collaborate with. My advantage is that he and I are the same age, and we're schoolmates. The water nearby is the first to get the moon. With this in mind, Gushi was, again, annoyed by her previous behavior. If I hadn't offended the maestro so badly before, things might be relatively easier. I'm really dumbfounded by my own stupidity. Every action has a consequence. This is all karma. So who's right and who's wrong? Sorry, the maestro can't be wrong. Chapter 67 Vulgarity. Lin Yuan had little knowledge of Gushi's emotional struggles. Not long after Lin's departure, his phone rang from an unfamiliar number. As per his usual behavior, he rejected the call. The caller tried again. Seems like it's not a prank call, thought Lin Yuan. He decided not to reject the call again and answered. Who is this? Hello, the person on the other side asked. May I speak with Teacher Chu Kuang? This is he. Hello, Teacher Chu Kuang. I'm Wei Long, the editor-in-chief of Tribe Literature. The caller introduced himself with considerable pride. Lin Yuan swallowed. Wei Long was, of course, unaware of how special his name sounded. Our Tribe Literature is planning a short story event, in which we will be inviting 30 short story writers to compete. You are one of our invitees. Not interested. Lin Yuan planned to continue working with Fun Reads. He thought the 200,000 per article payment from Silver Blue Books was quite decent. Tribe Literature's platform was indeed convenient, but unfortunately, they did not offer payment for manuscripts. Don't rush to refuse. The caller hurriedly added with a laugh. All of the writers participating in our event will receive 100,000 yuan, and on top of that, if your work ranks in the top 3, we will provide additional prize money. 300,000 for the winner, 200,000 for second place, and 100,000 for third. Prize money. Lin Yuan was intrigued. The fee for third place was 100,000. Coupled with the initial sum for manuscript submission, it seemed to be just as good as Silver Blue Books, and there was potential for even higher rewards if he got second place or won. Although the money was not guaranteed. But Lin Yuan felt that given the quality of his stories, making it to the top 3 shouldn't be a problem, as all his short stories were masterpieces after all. This was worth considering. As Lin Yuan fell silent, the caller guessed that Chu Kuang must be interested and raised his voice. Please rest assured, our Tribe Literature will not interfere with the rankings of the 30 writers in the competition. The final order will be completely determined by our Tribe Literature readers. What are the rules? Lin Yuan was considering participating. The editor named Wei Long explained, the rules are simple. We don't limit the subject matter, but we do limit the word count. A competition entry should not exceed 10,000 words. After all, this is a short story competition and online readers don't have the patience for overly long pieces. In my personal opinion, it's even better if it does not exceed 5,000 words. He paused. Wei Long continued. After we receive the manuscripts from all the authors, our Tribe Literature will promote it under our official name. The reach of such a promotion will definitely surpass that of a traditional print magazine. Lin Yuan was deep in thought. Tribally literature certainly had a broad target audience. The platform itself had a massive user base which absolutely crushed any magazine. So the main thing to consider is how many users can be converted into readers. Just so you know, Wei Long chuckled. We originally planned to directly pay the authors to participate, but considering that this event might end up long-term like the music sector's seasonal charts, we finally adopted this form. May I know your opinion? I'll think about it. While Lin Yuan responded this way out loud, he had already made up his mind internally. The other party seemed to have guessed his thoughts and said, Fine, this is your contact number, isn't it? Let me you as a friend, and later, I will send you an email. If you are interested, please be sure to submit your work by the end of this month, as the judging will officially begin early next month. Okay. Lin Yuan hung up the call. Fun Reads had also invited Lin Yuan for a submission. Because The Gift of the Magi was a hit, the magazine sales had increased quite significantly, and they were hoping for a long-term collaboration with Lin Yuan. However, now, it seemed like tribe literature's event might be a better option. Lin Yuan didn't feel particularly attached to Silver Blue Books. After all, what he signed with Silver Blue Books were his works, not himself. He had the right to choose his own publishing platform, which was the reason that he chose tribe literature when he first posted Artificial Beauty. During the new year, with the luck of his little sister, Lin Yuan acquired 5 short stories in one go. He had used up 2 of them and still had 3 stories to choose from. Let's go with this one. There was no need to agonize over the choice. After all, Lin Yuan felt that the remaining 3 stories were all equally good. The results ultimately depended on the reader's tastes. But Lin Yuan's task was not just about choosing one of the stories. He also had to alter the background of the novel to better fit with Blue Star's specific era. After all, the system provided him with 5 original stories. So The Gift of the Magi was adapted by Lin Yuan himself, such as the conversion of money and the transformation of the background, etc. In comparison, Lin Yuan's first published piece, Artificial Beauty, didn't have a distinct time setting and didn't require much modification. It was the most effortless to write. The system's explanation was, for overly complex adaptations, the system can help perfect them. Still, for stories of only several thousand words like The Gift of the Magi, it required Lin Yuan to get his hands dirty. Lin Yuan was not resistant to this. Humans have around 100 billion brain cells. A few thousand might die from adapting a few thousand words in content, but it doesn't hurt, and it adds a bit of participation in it. That was indeed the case. Lin Yuan didn't know exactly how many brain cells he had killed, but when he returned to his place that evening and finished changing the story's background on his computer, it only took him less than 2 hours, of which 1 hour was spent looking up information. This kind of thing required a bit of caution for it to be done right. As for creating the original piece, it was a matter of 20 minutes. Having adapted the story, Lin Yuan didn't immediately send it to Wei Long's email, but decided to send it in a few days. Sending it to him immediately, wasn't it revealing the fact that he had draft stories in store? He turned off his computer, and Lin Yuan prepared to sleep. While Lin Yuan was preparing to rest, in an apartment somewhere, Gushi anxiously waited for a friend's call at her desk. Suddenly, her phone rang. She quickly answered. "What's up? Miss Gu, it took me quite some time to get this sorted for you. You owe me a big meal. I'll treat you. At least you've got a conscience. This person you're asking about, Lin Yuan, he's indeed a music student and a sophomore. Is there anything else?" Lin Yuan is relatively reticent. I heard his health isn't very good, but his classmates' comments on him are not bad. They say he has a good personality and never has conflicts with anyone. That's all. I don't know anything else. Gushi. Someone who never has conflicts with classmates had a conflict with me. How annoying must I be? Oh, one more thing. The friend asked, why do you want to know about Lin Yuan? Are you attracted to him? Miss Gu, aren't you the one who usually looks down from the clouds? What attracts me isn't his body. Gushi sighed. You won't understand. Can you give me some advice on how to please someone? Of course. Appeal to their interests. But I don't know what he likes. From my experience, 99% of people, like me, love money. He's not at all mercenary. Gushi sighed again. If only he loved money. There's no way he would love money. How could a figure as godly as he care about money? Chapter 71, 68 Professional Level Painting. There was only one lesson the next morning. After finishing the morning class, Lin Yuan headed straight to the piano room. He had realized his deficiencies the day before and wanted to improve his piano playing skills. However, to his surprise, when he reached the piano room, all the rooms were occupied. That was unusual. It was the first time Lin Yuan had encountered full occupancy in the piano room. He had been there a few times before and had never come across this situation. There was nothing he could do, not knowing how long he would have to wait for a room to become available. Lin Yuan decided to leave. But the moment he turned to leave, he suddenly heard a voice next to him. Do you need to use the piano? Lin Yuan turned his head to look, and it was Gu Shi, the one who had apologized to him yesterday. He couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder. The piano room wouldn't normally get full. But based on the fact that something bad always happened every time Lin Yuan ran into Gu Shi, Such a situation had practically become a rule. So the piano room was probably full this time because he ran into her. No need. Since his luck would worsen whenever he encountered her, Lin Yuan naturally wanted to avoid her as much as possible. It's okay, you can use my piano room. Gu Shi looked at Lin Yuan with anticipation on her face. This was the plan she had come up with after a lot of thought last night. She would fill up the available piano rooms with people, so she could naturally invite Lin Yuan to practice in her private piano room. I'm busy. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yuan quickened his pace to leave. Gu Shi looked on, dumbfounded, as Lin Yuan left. She wanted to stop him, but didn't dare to. She was utterly frustrated. Did I offend him too much before? How can I mend this rift? Gu Shi, what's wrong with you? The door to a piano room was opened. A girl in a white down jacket looked worried and asked her this question, glancing at Lin Yuan's retreating figure. Nothing. Gu Shi managed to smile and said, Thank you for calling so many classmates to the piano room. It must have been hard to organize everybody. I should be thanking you. The class representative spoke seriously. These guys don't usually practice seriously, even though this piano room is provided by the school for us music majors to practice. The moment they heard that you were doing a guidance session, they immediately agreed to come and practice. It was no trouble at all. All right, since they've come, I should fulfill my promise. Gu Shi said, let's start with the first piano room on the left. She had intended to let Lin Yuan use her private piano room to make up for the regret of driving him out of the piano room when they first met, while she would teach the other students to play the piano in the other rooms. But Lin Yuan had outright refused her. Although her plan had failed, the students had been called over and she had made a promise to the class representative. She had to follow through. She couldn't let them come for nothing. 2 hours later, Gu Shi had given guidance to the students in each piano room, and by the time she finished with the last room, her voice was hoarse. Being a teacher was really tiring. She called a friend to meet her in the cafeteria for a meal, where she could also vent her feelings. You said you had a plan yesterday. Her friend asked as soon as they met. Did it succeed? Gu Shi made a wretched face. It was a complete failure. Her friend was about to say something when a male student ran over in a panic. Gu Shi, are you thirsty? I bought drinks for you and your friend. With that, the boy put 2 bottles of orange juice on the table. Thank you. Gu Shi smiled. The boy was taken aback, seemed momentarily stunned, and then blushed and ran off as he mumbled, You're welcome. What's that about? Her friend looked at Gu Shi as though she had met her for the first time. Don't you hate it when these boys try to ingratiate themselves with you? Not to mention you. Even I find these sycophants tiresome. Why should they be considered sycophants? Gu Shi seemed offended and retorted. Isn't it normal to have harmony and camaraderie among classmates? Her friend said, Didn't you say before that only the hypocritical would constantly give others hope, and that you have to firmly reject these kinds of people to get them to give up their unrealistic thoughts? You don't understand. Gu Shi said, Unless someone really likes someone, they wouldn't choose to be a sycophant, would they? To give someone your all, to rack your brains trying to please them, only to be rejected in the end, it's very heart-wrenching. As Lin Yuan left the piano room, he found his good luck was back. He had unexpectedly sent a message saying he was treating everyone to dinner. Number 2 cafeteria. Lin Yuan headed to the agreed place. Xia Fan had also arrived and immediately asked, You don't seem to have much for your monthly allowance this month. Why all of a sudden you want to treat us to dinner? He gave a mysterious smile. I didn't have much money left on me last night, so I bought a scratch-off lottery ticket, and I won $800. Damn, Xia Fan was astonished. You can actually win money from scratch-off lottery tickets? I've always thought that it's a scam. Lin Yuan, meanwhile, asked with envy, Where did you buy it? It seemed he was tempted to try his luck. He gave Lin Yuan a smug look. You might as well save it. Not just anyone has such good luck. Not necessarily. Lin Yuan stretched out his hand and patted Jianyi. Jianyi looked somewhat apprehensive. What are you doing? Without saying a word, Lin Yuan patted Jianyi up and down, then stood up and said, I need to go to the restroom. You guys start eating. With that, Lin Yuan ran off. Jianyi and Xia Fan looked at each other, completely bewildered. By this time, Lin Yuan had reached the restroom and spoke to the system. Don't I still have a treasure box? Open it up quickly. The system was very efficient and immediately opened the last treasure box. Congratulations, you've gained professional-level painting skill. Painting. Lin Yuan's expression froze. Why painting this time? No novel, not even a song, as long as I could sell it for money. But why did they give me this strange painting skill this time? Painting is also an art. The system seemed a bit fed up. Moreover, the value of professional-level painting skill is much higher than that of a novel or a song. I hope the host can properly prioritize. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Lin Yuan returned to the cafeteria. Unlike when he had left, a plethora of painting skills, from sketching to gouache, now filled his mind. Jian Yi and Xiafan looked at him. What happened? Lin Yuan shook his head and began to eat, as he consoled himself. Even though he wouldn't be able to use his professional painting skill in the short term, it was a good skill to have in the long run. He couldn't blame Jian Yi for not being powerful enough. He had indeed absorbed a bit of Jian Yi's good luck. After all, he had gained a new skill, and skills could actually be converted into money. Perhaps he could set up a stall in a busy location after dinner and offer to sketch for students? Even though the pay might be small amounts add up. He could also apply to be a teacher at a painting class, but he already had a job at the composition department and might not be free on weekends. Besides, the composition job certainly paid more than painting. Lin Yuan was caught in a dilemma. Chapter 69, Self-Portrait. On his way home from school in the evening, Lin Yuan was trying to sum up the new knowledge he had just acquired in his head. What he had gained this time was professional-level painting skills. However, those who really understand painting know that describing such a level as professional is much too broad. Just by distinguishing based on genre, painting already becomes very complex. This includes ink wash painting, oil painting, prints, watercolor painting, as well as gouache painting, sketching, and many more directions. If we were to categorize them based on materials, it would be even more exaggerated. So, let's just distinguish the few major genres that wield the most influence on Blue Star. These major genres, ranked in order, are traditional Chinese painting, oil painting, watercolor, gouache, and sketching. On Earth, oil painting is internationally recognized as superior to traditional Chinese painting, but on Blue Star, where the main appreciation model is Eastern-oriented, traditional Chinese painting is at the top, followed by oil painting. Watercolor, gouache, and sketching, being essential for art students' entrance exams, have a relatively lower barrier to entry, and the mass audience can also follow along. In comparison, traditional Chinese painting and oil painting have a relatively higher barrier to entry. As for Lin Yuan's professional-level painting skills, it's not that the system's description of Lin Yuan's professional-level painting skills is too generalized, but because Lin Yuan's professional-level painting skills cover all these popular genres. Traditional Chinese painting, oil painting, gouache, watercolor, sketching, he now knows them all. Let's test the effects tonight. When Lin Yuan passed a stationery store, an idea struck him and he stepped inside. Paints, canvas, paintbrushes, art paper. Professional painting is undoubtedly a big money drain. Lin Yuan only bought art tools and materials for watercolor, gouache, and sketching, and it already cost him over 1,000 yuan. I'll buy the materials for oil painting and ink wash painting later. Lin Yuan decided to practice the simpler styles first, as sketching, as well as gouache and watercolor paintings, are more common in daily life. Stepping out of the store, Lin Yuan hailed a cab. He bought too much stuff. It was impossible for him to carry everything home by himself. Back at home, Lin Yuan chose the balcony as his painting base, setting up his canvas stand there. Then, he began to sharpen his pencils. He wanted to try sketching first. Ordinary art students need to imitate certain sketches, but Lin Yuan, a painter at the professional level, doesn't need to. He can complete several sketching works based on just his memory. The first sketching work of Lin Yuan's life was a self-portrait. Many sketching masters have drawn self-portraits. However, sketching requires more than just one pencil, as different pencil types create different lines. Therefore, Lin Yuan sharpened more than 10 pencils. First was the common 2B pencil. This type of pencil is commonly used in sketching. Lin Yuan used it to sketch out the main structure, based on the traditional rule of proportions, 3 parts for the forehead and eyes, 5 parts for the eyes, nose, and mouth. But that's not always the case. Depending on the different habits of sketching artists, Some people might also use other types of pencils for the structure. After sketching the structure, Lin Yuan began to draw. Sketching is about filling in the details within this big structure. Lin Yuan was clearly familiar with his own appearance, so he could easily draw the shapes of his eyes, nose, etc. quite expressively. Smooth line feel. Line is one of the most important elements in sketching. Many people's sketches turn out not so good because they don't have a good grasp of lines. Lin Yuan could easily create over 10 lines that appear to be completely parallel and uniform in thickness and length, a feat an absolute beginner couldn't achieve. And then there's light and shadow. The direction of light determines light and shadow. Whether it's gouache or sketching, both emphasize the expression of light and shadow. The visual effect of three-dimensionality often mentioned by people is determined by light and shadow. However, the basis of light and shadow is still the lines. Dense lines arranged together form the dark side of sketching. Painting is an activity that tests your patience. Lin Yuan toiled for 2 hours and finally completed this self-portrait. He was able to finish at this pace because his skill level was high. If you want to do your best to complete a sketch, even if you're copying another image, it would take at least several hours. The quick pencil sketches that can be completed within 15 minutes to a half an hour are called speed sketches. Although speed sketches are also a type of sketching, they differ greatly in detail compared to Lin Yuan's work. Stepping back to look at his self-portrait, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, professional painting skills. This self-portrait by Lin Yuan is a perfect combination of form and spirit. If he were to show it to others, he would definitely receive countless praises. Since sketches are mostly realistic, even those who don't understand sketching can appreciate it. It looks really like me. These 4 words are probably the most common remarks by ordinary people when they comment on a sketch. Although it's quite one-sided, they're enough, since getting a drawing to feel like the subject already contains the factors of light and shadow and lines. Time to wash up and sleep. Once he confirmed his capabilities, Lin Yuan headed to the bathroom to wash up. His hands had gotten quite dirty. For artists, dirty hands are just the norm, and this is just with sketching. When Lin Yuan was sketching, he occasionally used his thumb to rub on the relatively dense lines, making the line effects softer. Similar effects can be achieved with a piece of tissue. If it were gouache or even oil painting, since you need to dip into the paint, some would inevitably drip onto your clothes or pants. People with cleanliness issues might not stand it. Those who have written with calligraphy brushes should understand. After washing up, Lin Yuan lay in bed ready to close his eyes and sleep, when suddenly the system appeared again. Congratulations, host, on completing your first painting in life. Now, announcing a task. Achieve a painting prestige value of over 1,000 within 3 months. Accept. Lin Yuan responded without hesitation. Obviously, the system also knew that it isn't easy to gain painting prestige, hence it set a relatively low target for Lin Yuan. It will be sufficient for the early stages if he can achieve a prestige value of 1,000. Task name, Path of a Painter. Task content. Within 3 months, have the painting prestige value break 1,000. Method is unlimited. Task reward, a silver treasure chest, a bronze treasure chest. Lin Yuan paused for a moment. Despite the task not being exceptionally difficult, the reward was quite generous, even including a silver treasure chest. It appeared that he couldn't afford to not complete this task. The system seems to hope that I will develop comprehensively. Faintly grasping the system's task rules, Lin Yuan finally understood why the system was named Art System. Painting, music, literature, they're all important carriers of art. Tomorrow I'll see what channels there are to gain prestige. And it seems like I need to learn some digital painting. Professional level. Painting skills combined with technology shouldn't be too difficult, right? The system had given Lin Yuan professional painting skills. However, some of the painting is done through digital tools, which is outside of the skills awarded to Lin Yuan by the system, and something he has to learn on his own. Chapter 73-70, Painting Club. In the days that followed, aside from attending classes, Lin Yuan had been continuously seeking ways to acquire painting prestige value. The first one, holding an art exhibition, was off the table. Holding an art exhibition required sponsorship, and there would be no fool willing to sponsor a small, unknown artist like Lin Yuan whose work and fame were non-existent. As for self-funding, Lin Yuan would never host his own exhibition in this lifetime. Next is finding someone as a mentor. Being guided by a successful industry painter can save many detours, but Lin Yuan isn't acquainted with any such painting artists. After ruling out these two channels, Lin Yuan's available option was to earn prestige values from students like those in Qin art first. With a school as big as Qin art, there might be a foundation offering 1,000 prestige values, so he should first look for places within the school where he can get painting prestige value. After investigation, Lin Yuan found that the school did have an art club. Joining the art club might offer some chances of earning prestige. After all, if there's one thing that Qin art is never short of, it's a variety of clubs. There are sports clubs like basketball, soccer, and even street dance clubs, and so on. There are also arts clubs like piano, painting, calligraphy, poetry, and so forth. All these clubs are large in scope, as Qin art itself is an art college, offering related majors. However, Lin Yuan, a music student, has no connection with other majors. The only person he knows outside of the music department is Jian Yi, who is a student in the acting department, which is not related to painting either. Left with no other choice, he could only take the straightforward route. Went to the office of the painting club and submitted his application. Do you have a background in painting? The school-backed large clubs have designated office spaces, and there are club members present all the time, much like a student council. After Lin Yuan clarified his intention, as expected, he was grilled with questions. Yes. Lin Yuan replied affirmatively. The other party glanced at Lin Yuan's information. You're a music student, huh? The majority of our club members are fine arts students. Is there a restriction? Well, there's no real restriction, but without a major advantage, you might find it hard to get by in the club. After all, we have many goats in the painting department in our club. We also often have external student exhibitions and such, all of which have quota restrictions. Are you sure you want to join? Exhibitions? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. I want to join. The other party smirked smugly. Then fill out this form, and it would be best if you could fill in your class schedule as well. We will consider your availability for activities based on that. Their goal is not to dissuade Lin Yuan. The school clubs highly anticipate more students joining, as having more members implies a large club. Every club hopes to be the largest in the school. Therefore, the painting club would only be delighted when someone applies to join, and the newcomers surely wouldn't be frightened off by their words, because the majority of them are tempted by the club's exhibitions, even though these newcomers may not have a chance to display their work at all. After filling out the application form, without even looking at it, the other party quickly stamped their approval, and they seemed anxious as if Lin Yuan would change his mind. There's something I forgot to tell you. After joining the club, you'll have to participate in club activities in your spare time. If you are absent multiple times, our club will have to dismiss you. To avoid instances where some students join our club on whim and then find our club activities tedious, we usually provide this information up front. This is obviously not something they forgot to mention. Clearly, they were afraid Lin Yuan would back out after hearing this, so they had him first fill out the application, then disclose this fact. No problem. The composing course wasn't too hectic, so Lin Yuan had quite a lot of free time. He quickly agreed, but joining a club seemed to be much simpler than he had imagined. After filling out the application form, the student who had stamped Lin Yuan's form stood up. Do you have time? I can take you to our activity area for a tour. Sure. Lin Yuan followed him, and soon they reached a large building. There are many clubs in this building. Our painting club is on the first floor. Entering the building, Lin Yuan discovered that the painting club's activity area was actually a large classroom of several hundred square meters. In the classroom, many club members were currently drawing on their canvases. Some were sketching, some were painting with watercolors, some were oil painting, and some were creating traditional Chinese paintings. The air was filled with the smell of various paints. A newbie, one of the person in charge in the club, got Lin Yuan's information, took a look at him. You're a second-year composition student, huh? Why didn't you come in your first year? Most students start joining clubs in their first year. Lin Yuan said, one didn't know how to draw when I was in my first year. The person on the other side raised his eyebrows, confirming Lin Yuan as a complete newbie. Since you didn't bring your drawing tools, you can start by cleaning the drawing studio. Just clean the whole eastern part. The cleaning supplies are in the washroom next door. Lin Yuan complied. The person who brought Lin Yuan showed a smile. Newcomers are typically assigned tasks like cleaning. This is not only in the case of the painting club, but in other clubs too. Lin Yuan started cleaning diligently. Although it was just the eastern part, the area was quite large. There were a lot of eraser shavings on the floor, and easels were scattered everywhere, making it quite troublesome for Lin Yuan to clean. Zhong Yu was involved in mimicking a character sketch and encountered a tricky part when he suddenly heard a voice near his ear. "Can you please lift your feet? Clean somewhere else first," Zhong Yu said without lifting his head. Just for a moment. Lin Yuan was looking at the eraser shavings under Zhong Yu's feet. If he left this part uncleaned, his severe OCD wouldn't be able to tolerate it. "Hey." Zhong Yu got a bit impatient, looked at Lin Yuan, and said in a somewhat unfriendly tone, "New face, huh? Newcomer in the club?" "Yes." "Which year are you in?" "Second year." "Well, let me teach you a rule as a third-year senior today. When cleaning in our painting club, you must keep quiet and not easily disturb the process of creation of seniors." "Aren't you just copying?" Lin Yuan was puzzled. "Copying is not creating." Zhong Yu got upset, stopped painting, glared at Lin Yuan, and said angrily, "Hey, why not just give you the pencil, and you do the drawing?" "Sure," Lin Yuan said. "Once you've finished drawing, please lift your feet." "Zhong Yu, is this junior serious? Can't he tell that I'm being sarcastic?" Lin Yuan didn't think too much about it, and picked up a pencil from the side as he was eager to clean the rest of the area. He started drawing swiftly. This senior had already completed the framework, although the framework wasn't done particularly well. Then came the detail processing. The eyes are not symmetrical, the hairlines are too rigid, the shading on the nostrils is too heavy. Lin Yuan glanced at the senior's half-finished work. His mind was filled with defects of this painting. Even though they were not visible to the ordinary eye, these flaws would naturally be magnified many times in Lin Yuan's eyes. He picked up the eraser and briskly erased 2/3 of the drawing. Still feeling that it wasn't good enough, he ended up erasing all the parts that could be erased. Zhong Yu couldn't react in time to stop him. He watched as Lin Yuan erased an hour's worth of work. Lin Yuan paid him no mind, bent over, and his wrist shook rapidly. He directly corrected many of the flaws in the senior's work, replacing them with cleaner, crisper lines. Compared to creating from scratch, Lin Yuan's speed at copying a painting was horrifying. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan straightened his back, looked at the painting which was almost identical to the original one, and said, "Can you lift your feet now?" "Huh." Zhong Yu watched as Lin Yuan freely modified his work, his expression changing from fury to confusion and finally into admiration, all within 10 minutes. And within this short span of 10 minutes, watching Lin Yuan alter his painting until it was unrecognizable, Zhong Yu's robust spirit was sent into an unprecedented shock. Chapter 74, 71 Live Imitation. Zhong Yu was shock-stricken. Sketching is a fundamental course that all art students must learn. Any painting master must first be a master of sketching. Without the basics of sketching, there can be no master. Some painting masters even believe, if there is no color, sketching is everything. Regardless of whether this view stands or not, the importance of sketching to painting goes without saying, which is why Zhong Yu, who is already a third-year art student, is still diligently practicing sketching. For Zhong Yu, who has been studying sketching for many years, he thinks his level is not bad. But today, this perception was completely shattered by a sophomore student in just 10 minutes. Lin Yuan looked steadily at Zhong Yu's feet. Zhong Yu came to his senses, his face quickly filled with a smile. Catching the cleaning tools Lin Yuan handed him. "Goat, how can you do such heavy work? Let me clean up." Before Lin Yuan could speak, Zhong Yu had already cleaned up the eraser shavings under his seat. Then he helped Lin Yuan sit in his own seat, overflowing with enthusiasm. "My name is Zhong Yu, a third-year student majoring in arts." "My name is Lin Yuan." "Very well, Mr. Goat. Lin, you sit first. We'll talk after I finish cleaning." Saying this, Zhong Yu quickly moved towards the next student. The smile on his face disappeared. "You, stand up." "Zhong, bro." The other party immediately stood up, his expression somewhat bewildered, but still hastily said, "How could we let you clean up? Let me do it." "No need." Zhong Yu cleaned up the other party's seat, then moved to the next one, His indifferent tone made it impossible to refuse. You, stand up. Okay. Zhong Yu cleaned up much faster than Lin Yuan. Wherever he cleaned up, sometimes he didn't even have to speak. The club members sitting there would voluntarily stand up. Cleaning completed, Zhong Yu replaced the broomstick, brought a small chair from somewhere, and his smile reappeared. He gladly sat next to Lin Yuan. Goat, can you teach me how to sketch? Lin Yuan shook his head. Too much trouble. Zhong Yu smiled as usual. You just have to correct my sketch as you did just now. Lin Yuan frowns. There are too many areas to correct. It was too much work. Zhong Yu's smile stiffened, feeling a bit hurt. Is my sketching that bad? Lin Yuan nodded. Yes. Zhong Yu with a look of sorrow. That's why you have to teach me, goat. Of course, I won't let you work for free. Whatever you need, just tell me. An expert is recognized at the first attempt. With just 10 minutes, Zhong Yu could tell how terrifying Lin Yuan was. Even if the art teacher himself were to do it, he might not be able to change Zhong Yu's painting in 10 minutes to the level Lin Yuan did. Therefore, Zhong Yu was sure that he had met the real goat today. If he could get guidance from such a goat, it would be a huge winning. A thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind. Actually, I can teach. Zhong Yu was overjoyed. Whatever the requirement, goat, just say it. Lin Yuan earnestly said. You'll have to pay tuition. Zhong Yu instantly got nervous. How much does the goat charge? Lin Yuan considered for a moment. 200 an hour. Zhong Yu was taken aback. Assuming he'd demanded too high, Lin Yuan was preparing to lower his price when Zhong Yu quickly spoke, as if he feared Lin Yuan would back out. Deal. At first, he was frightened, thinking that the fee of such a goat would be astronomical. But he didn't expect it to be only 200 per hour. That's got to be the best deal ever. In the painting sector in Qin continent, you don't say 200 per hour for such goat-level artists. Even if they charged 1,000 per hour, people would still be willing to learn. Deal. Lin Yuan was also very pleased because this price was definitely higher than what he would have earned by setting up a little chair and sketching passers-by. Having considered setting up a stall to make money, he was aware of the market rates. He had unjustly blamed the system before. After all, teaching a man to fish is better than giving him a fish, even though painting skills wouldn't bring Lin Yuan's song or novel income in the short term. He could constantly collect tuition fees by teaching others these skills. Profitable indeed. Lin Yuan checked the time on his phone. Let's start. It's nearly 1 o'clock. How many hours of learning do you want? Business should be conducted with integrity. Since Lin Yuan charges, he'll certainly make every effort in teaching. Like this, goat. You first make a copy of this painting, and we'll count the time afterward. Zhong Yu flipped through the drawing book and finally found the sketch with the highest difficulty. The image was of a man covered in curly hair and a full beard. Just handling this amount of vigorous hair would defeat 80% of art students. Okay, Lin Yuan didn't feel great difficulty. At most, he'd have to spend a little more time to make the vigorous hair look natural. The pencils are here. All 21 types of pencils were available, including those with dull points, which Zhong Yu quickly sharpened. Lin Yuan began to paint. To be in the sketchbooks of the art students meant these sketch materials were from the hands of sketch masters. Although Lin Yuan dared not surpass them, the difficulty of perfectly replicating wasn't high as he was copying. At first, Zhong Yu asked a few questions, but as the outline under Lin's brush became clearer, Zhong Yu hardly spoke, just watched intently, sometimes gasping in astonishment. Swish, swish, swish. Since he was paid, Lin painted meticulously, his wrist moving swiftly. He didn't miss any details and dealt with them perfectly. Meanwhile, his painting speed far exceeded the average person's. At this time, one of the members passed by behind Lin Yuan. He casually glanced at Lin's painting and couldn't take his eyes off it. With his mouth slightly open, he started watching. Then another new member passed by. The same thing happened after seeing Lin Yuan's painting. The man dropped what he was doing, pulled a surprised face, and silently stopped to watch. 1, 2, 3, 4. More and more members gathered around Lin Yuan within a 180-degree radius, each person with eyes wide open watching Lin draw and almost holding their breath. Done. Painting engrossed Lin Yuan so much that he didn't notice the hustle and bustle around him until he finished. By then, a crowd had formed around him, with more than 20 people by rough estimation, some even pushed to the periphery. Holy shit, That's amazing. Who is this goat? Isn't this the legendary Death Tracer? It's my first time seeing someone replicate this uncle's image. It's incredibly alike. Is this goat a new member of our art club, and a student at that? This level is terrifying. Feels like he's on par with our class teacher. Shouts of admiration finally emerged after Lin Yuan finished his painting. Zhongyu, sitting next to Lin, felt something was off and quickly tried to disperse the crowd. Don't you guys have anything to do? Why are you standing around here? Nobody wanted to leave. Although Zhongyu was a veteran of the art club, there were those with deeper roots in the club. He simply couldn't move them. They still fixed their eyes on Lin Yuan's painting, and some even tried to squeeze in to greet Lin Yuan. What are you all doing? It was at this moment when a voice came from behind. Everyone finally stopped pushing and looked at the newcomer, either awestruck or nervous. Vice President. Chapter 75-72. Complaint. The Vice President of the Art Society was Shun Liang, who usually painted in a private room next door and would come out for a stroll when he felt tired. This time when he came out, he found a crowd gathering. This was a common occurrence in the Art Society. Whenever a goat was painting in the hall, many society members would gather around, hoping to pick up some skills. But the problem was, no goats from the society were present today, so what in the world was this crowd doing? So he walked over. The crowd made way for him. As soon as Shun Liang cast his eyes, they fell on Lin Yuan's painting. He widened his eyes, and it took him a moment to recognize Lin Yuan. Wasn't he the newbie who he had just asked to clean the bathrooms? This level, is he a newbie? And said that he started painting this year? Shun Liang was greatly shocked by this and couldn't believe Lin Yuan had just started painting, because the level of sketching displayed by this painting was top-notch by the Art Society's standards. But this wasn't the important part. What's important was that the Art Society now had a sketching goat. He strode forward and extended his right hand to Lin Yuan, Vice Chairman Shun Liang. On behalf of the Art Society, I welcome your joining. Hello, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shook his hand. Shun Liang turned to the crowd. You guys go ahead with your work. The crowd took another look at Lin Yuan's painting, then reluctantly left. Only Zhongyu stayed. What are you doing here? Zhongyu weakly responded. This is my spot. Shun Liang didn't pay him any more attention and instead turned to Lin Yuan with a smile. You're quite good at sketching. If you ever wish to paint in peace, you can use the next door room. The next room was reserved for the society's goats. The room wasn't big, but considering the limited number of goats in the society, it was spacious enough, and most importantly, it saved them from being gawked at. No need. Lin Yuan refused, then turned to Zhongyu. So that's 1 hour for you. Zhongyu immediately replied, Goat, add me on the messaging app, 1 foot 11 inches transfer the money to you. Okay. Lin Yuan added him on the messaging app, and then received a transfer of 300 yuan. 300. Goat, don't be modest. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. Shun Liang, who was standing next to them, was shocked. What is this about? Zhongyu explained. I'm paying the goat to teach me sketching too. 100 yuan an hour. Shun Liang. Never had such a phenomenon occurred in the Art Society. Logically speaking, he should reprimand them, but to avoid upsetting Lin Yuan, he let it slide. It wasn't easy for the society to gain another goat. 200 per hour? Quite a few society members had their attention on this side. When they heard Zhongyu's statement, they were instantly excited. Goat, teach me too. I'll pay the tuition. Next time. Though Lin Yuan was keen to keep earning, he had class in the afternoon and didn't have much time. Can we move for a chat? Asked Shun Liang. Lin Yuan agreed. Both of them went to the next room. The studio was empty. Only a few easels were set up. Some easels displayed unfinished works, including sketches, gouache, watercolor, and there were even oil and traditional Chinese paintings. Shun Liang asked, Can we hang your work on the display wall? Yes. After agreeing, Lin Yuan got straight to the point. One heard the Art Society participates in some exhibitions. May I join? With your level of skill, you can definitely participate. Shun Liang had a rough idea of why Lin Yuan joined the Art Society. The next time the Art Society has an exhibition collaboration, I will notify you in advance. After adding Shun Liang as a friend on his messaging app, Lin Yuan prepared to go to class, and at the same time, summoned the system to check the data. Name, Lin Yuan. Music, 52,345. Literature, 19,658. Painting, 98. His reputation from painting was already 98. It seemed that his visit to the art society did earn him some reputation points today. Despite the low number, he believed they would accumulate gradually, which meant his strategy was not wrong. Gaining reputation from the students could also reach 1,000. It would just take a longer time. But that was okay. As long as he was earning, it didn't matter if it took a bit longer. After all, he still had plenty of time for this task. With that in mind, Lin Yuan visited the art society again that night. Unlike the afternoon when he was asked to clean as soon as he entered, the members gave him a respectful gaze when Lin Yuan entered the art society that night. Apparently, some members who had seen Lin Yuan in the afternoon were familiar with his level of sketching. Upon entering the art society, Lin Yuan noticed a large display board on the wall. He hadn't paid it much attention in the afternoon. The board displayed works from the goats of the society. Watercolor, gouache, oil, traditional Chinese paintings, etc., all were there. The high-difficulty human sketch Lin Yuan had copied at noon was now displayed on the board as well, with his name and the date of painting written in the blank space of the paper. After admiring the works for a while, Lin Yuan nodded. The level of the society's goats was indeed high. There were several paintings on the display board that Lin Yuan found very impressive. One of the traditional Chinese paintings and an oil painting had reached a professional level. In other words, the level of the artists was not inferior to Lin Yuan's. As he was thinking this, a voice from beside him broke his train of thought. "Goat, I've been waiting for a long time." Lin Yuan turned to find the voice belonged to Zhong Yu. "Teach me." Zhong Yu looked up at Lin Yuan with anticipation. Lin Yuan nodded. "Same rules." "Deal." Zhong Yu quickly agreed. Then Lin Yuan sat down to teach Zhong Yu some sketching. It was Zhong Yu who did the painting this time, and Lin Yuan provided guidance. Zhong Yu was pretty good at sketching. He just lacked direction for improvement. Lin Yuan, with his professional sketching master's perspective, could easily spot his shortcomings. So Lin Yuan started giving him direct instruction. "Thank you, goat." 2 hours later, the teaching session stopped, and Lin Yuan was ready to go home and rest. Zhong Yu smiled. "I've transferred 400 yuan." Lin Yuan nodded. He appreciated this guy's attitude. For the next couple of days, he would visit the art society to increase his reputation whenever he had free time, and each visit involved paid teaching sessions. Zhong Yu seemed to be relatively rich, so the number of times he asked Lin Yuan for lessons was the most. Occasionally, when Zhong Yu was not there, Lin Yuan would teach other society members. There were more than one person in the society who was willing to pay to learn sketching from Lin Yuan. Of course, the fee standard for all society members was the same. Lin Yuan treated everyone equally, charging 200 per hour of teaching. Just like that. Within a week, Lin Yuan's name was known throughout the art society. The entire society came to know that a frighteningly skilled sketching goat had emerged among them. But, as Lin Yuan's reputation spread throughout the society, his actions also sparked some controversy. Some people thought Lin Yuan was too mercenary. The other goats in the society occasionally guided the society members in painting as well, but they never asked for remuneration. In comparison, Lin Yuan's practice of getting paid was really unbecoming. Finally, some people couldn't stand it anymore. A group of them banded together and went directly to the president to report. Chapter 76, 73, New Manuscript. The office of the painting club was situated upstairs. Luo Wei, the president of the painting club, hadn't been to the club for a while due to serious issues with failing courses. Little did she expect that upon her rare appearance today, several students would confront her at the entrance. Tuition-based teaching? Luo Wei found this a novelty. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "Who's involved?" The complaining students presented themselves in indignation. Zhong Yu, Li Jia, and Zhao Yin among others. They often participate in Lin Yuan's paid sketching lessons. They're ruining the atmosphere of our painting club. For how long? More than 10 days, I guess. Luo Wei seemed thoughtful, saying, "No wonder." The complaining students were taken aback. They hadn't expected the president to take this so calmly. One of them unwillingly asked, "No wonder what?" Lightly tapping her finger on the desk, Luo Wei shot a glance at the questioning student. "No wonder Zhong Yu and Li Jia's sketching grades have improved so quickly. Huh. All of you are aware that they are in the same class as me, right? In yesterday's sketching test, Zhong Yu came fourth in the class, and Li Jia fifth. They had never been so illustrious before. I was curious as to their sudden improvement. So it turns out they found a private tutor in the painting club. Our private tutor's skill level is surprisingly high, Luo Wei explained. What? The complainers were stunned. At that moment, Vice President Shen Liang happened to enter the office. Luo Wei greeted him with a smile. Perfect timing. You heard about our painting club's new sketching champion providing fee-based teaching. Yes. Shen Liang gave a glance at the complaining students. This does not violate the rules of our painting club. Besides, I have conducted investigations. Those who have participated in Lin Yuan's sketching training have seen rapid improvement. It was their voluntary act to pay to improve themselves, and the results prove they were not deceived. I've got it, you guys can go back. Luo Wei glanced indifferently at the group of complainers. Put your focus on painting instead. It may be helpful for your skill level. A high-level sketch artist like this wouldn't be teaching for money. Or do you think Zhong Yu and others aren't as intelligent as you? These guys are savvy. Would they pay willingly for things that aren't beneficial? Looking at each other, the group of complainers left in awkward silence. Watching their retreating figures, Luo Wei expressed her interest. Seems like we have a real expert here. He significantly improved their skill level in such a short span of time. I have to meet him after my re-exams. Indeed, he's very impressive. I reckon no one in our club has better sketching skills than him. Zhang Liang admitted with a respectful face. Initially, I too thought his means of charging for teaching wasn't right. But after seeing the rapid improvement in sketching grades of those who studied with him, I realized that perhaps what he cares about may not actually be the money. He might just be trying to get the learners to cherish the opportunity more. But President, your habit of failing courses every year is severe. Are you going to get retained? Are you going to be my junior? Shoo. Luo Wei rolled her eyes. And just like that, the complaints evaporated into thin air. But word got around the entire painting club that those studying with Lin Yuan had significantly improved their sketching grades. Zhong Yu in particular was proud enough to flaunt his sketching result, boasting about his improvement within the painting club. He also unabashedly declared, "I'm the #1 disciple of the GOAT." All controversies were toast. Lin Yuan suddenly became the darling of the painting club, with many trying to take lessons from him. No one is a fool. Zhong Yu and the others improved way too quickly. And even if someone was a fool, after witnessing the progress made by Zhong Yu and the others, it should be clear how valuable Lin Yuan's teaching is. Lin Yuan's teaching skill may not necessarily be better than that of the experienced teachers at school. The school teachers have too many students to look after. They cannot possibly pay undivided attention to each. But Lin Yuan was different. He had a professional level of painting skill, and his one-on-one teaching concept was completely unique. Lin Yuan understood this. So, despite more and more people wanting to take lessons from him, so much so that many almost fought for the opportunity, he still stuck to his one-on-one teaching strategy. The strategy to only teach one person a day ensured targeted improvements in the learner's skill level. However, Lin Yuan did make some adjustments to avoid his office doorway getting trampled by club members. He raised his fee. From originally 200 an hour, his one-on-one teaching fee soared to 500 per hour. The majority of the students weren't wealthy. The doubling of Lin Yuan's teaching fee indeed held back quite a number of them. But Lin Yuan didn't run out of students to teach in the coming days. Even at 500 an hour, many students were willing to foot the bill. In addition to the one-on-one sessions, Lin Yuan conducted a public painting lesson every day, which was much appreciated by the club members. This is like a free class for us. The GOAT indeed takes care of us poor students. Yeah, just watching him paint alone, we can learn so much. I heard someone tried to blacken his name before, so heartless. Fortunately, the president didn't make a fuss about it. Even though Lin Yuan hadn't been with the painting club for long, he quickly accumulated positive feedback. Whenever he was painting in public, club members would voluntarily bring him milk tea, coffee, or snacks. Lin Yuan was delighted. Beyond his one-on-one teachings, he noticed that his reputation points increased every time he painted in public. The progress of the task was very promising. All he needed to do was continue painting publicly, letting the audience acknowledge his work time and again, and he could successfully complete the mission of gathering 1,000 reputation points. All set. After finishing the public painting for the day, Lin Yuan left under the admiring gazes of the club members. It was time to go home and rest. The end of the month was fast approaching. Lin Yuan remembered he had to participate in the short story submission for the literature section of the tribe. Therefore, he planned to submit his short story that he'd already finished tonight. Whether he would get the first prize was not certain, but he was confident he'd be in the top 3. With those thoughts in mind, he returned home. He sent the chosen novel to the email address provided by the tribe's literature manager. Meanwhile, Wei Long, one of the chief editors of tribe's literature section, received a ping in his email. Chu Kuang's submission? Wei Long got up to check, curiosity flashing across his face. The story before his eyes was titled Death of a Small Civil Servant. Chapter 77, 74, Death of a Small Civil Servant. Death of a Small Civil Servant. Upon seeing the title, Wei Long subconsciously assumed it was a detective short story. Given the open genre, it was no surprise to find content in that vein among the works submitted by the 30 short story authors. He clicked on it. Wei Long glanced at the word count and then froze. 1,800 words? He suspected he might be seeing things wrong. Although short stories aren't necessarily lengthy, and he even advised Chu Kuang that shorter was generally better and to avoid excessive word counts. But isn't this a bit too short? The whole piece is not even 2,000 words. One told him to keep it short, meaning around 3,000 to 5,000 words. Did Chu Kuang misunderstand my suggestion and intentionally minimize the word count, believing that the shorter, the better? If it affects the quality of the work due to this misunderstanding, then it's all my fault. Wei Long couldn't help but hold his forehead. Still, better start reading it. It was an ordinary night. The small civil servant sat in the second row of the main hall, watching a play through opera glasses. He was experiencing a moment of tranquility. Tranquility? This kind of description was new to Wei Long, but he seemed to understand the implicit meaning of the phrase without having to ponder it. Interesting description. The following description was even more intriguing. Suddenly, his face contorted, his eyes disappeared, his breath stopped. He removed the opera glasses from his eyes and bent over. Was he having a heart attack? Is this the death of the civil servant? A small civil servant without a name? Wei Long was baffled until he continued reading and found out the civil servant had simply sneezed. PFF. Looking back, the previous description was actually depicting the state of a person sneezing. Chu Kuang's description, although seemingly convoluted, gave a peculiar sense of precision that formed an image of a person sneezing in Wei Long's mind. Just a sneeze. The civil servant was naturally not worried. Everybody sneezes. The worst consequence of this action was probably catching a cold. That's what Wei Long thought, too. However, the plot twist occurred here. The small civil servant panicked because he saw the little old man sitting in front of him in the first row of the main hall, intensely scrubbing his bald head and neck with his glove and mumbling something. Clearly, the civil servant's sneeze had landed on the little old man, and the civil servant's panic was because the civil servant recognized the old man as a retired general who had served in a government department. Is he going to get killed by the general? Wei Long inevitably made another association with the story's title. Readers will always tend to imagine the next part of the story. However, it's hard to picture exactly where a short story is heading. As expected, the civil servant started apologizing. But the general, contrary to Wei Long's imagination, did not explode in anger. He simply expressed understanding generously. Was this general a smiling tiger? Seeming magnanimous in public, but likely to take revenge on the civil servant privately. That was a new idea in Wei Long's thoughts. And this nameless civil servant was naturally harboring similar worries. So he apologized again, going so far as to make all kinds of solemn promises, insisting it was unintentional. The general seemed annoyed and said, please do sit down. Let me watch the play. Had the general become angry? The civil servant grew even more frantic. He could no longer concentrate on the drama unfolding on stage. It was only when the intermission started and the general went to the restroom that he followed suit, taking the opportunity to apologize for the third time. Enough. I've already forgotten it, but you just won't let it go. The general shook out his trousers, buckled his belt, and, sounding helpless and rather impatient, pursed his lips. Wei Long had a sudden realization. It seems the general really wasn't angry. Influenced by the title, he always thought the general would kill the civil servant for this. But according to the descriptions in the novel, this general expressed forgiveness many times over. which clearly indicates he's not such a petty person. For the civil servant, this sneeze was just a false alarm. Wei Long found relief. But the civil servant did not find relief. He was still full of mental gymnastics. He said he's already forgotten, but there's a fierce light in his eyes. Moreover, he doesn't want to talk more. I should explain to him, clarify my unintentional action, clarify that sneezing is a law of nature, otherwise, he might assume that I meant to spit on him. Even if he doesn't think this way at the moment, he will definitely think so eventually. Isn't this a bit too timid? Wei Long suddenly found the civil servant somewhat amusing. When he got home, the civil servant confessed his blunder to his wife. She too was frightened and urged her husband to apologize. The civil servant complained. I know, right? I already apologized, but for some reason, his reaction felt strange, as if he doesn't want to hear my explanation. He has already forgiven you. Do you have some sort of persecution complex? The civil servant's overthinking made Wei Long's laughter grow louder. But this civil servant just couldn't get the hint. The second day, he seriously dressed in his uniform, brought a gift, and once again formally apologized at the general's residence. Not only the general, but Wei Long thought if it was himself being pursued by someone apologizing endlessly, even he would be utterly confused. The general was receiving guests at the moment, apparently important ones. The civil servant could only wait for the general to finish receiving his guests before apologizing once again. Just like before, the general expressed his understanding. Only when talking, he couldn't help but reveal a troubled and distressed look. A troubled look. These 4 words almost brought Wei Long to a laughter outburst. Apologizing is supposed to be a courtesy, but if it's someone who keeps pressing on with their apologies, no matter how much you forgive them, like this civil servant, wouldn't you naturally look vexed? Amid the ludicrousness, Wei Long actually started to feel some sympathy for the general. Being an overthinker, the civil servant naturally noticed the general's troubled look. He was uneasy, feeling that the general obviously had no intent of forgiving him. For the sake of his future. Although he thought the general was too petty, holding on to his minor error, he still wanted to make up for it. So he decided to write a letter to the general, explaining the situation sincerely. Unfortunately, his mind was blank, and he couldn't even write a letter. He could only visit the general again the next day, expressing his apology once again. The story basically ends here. The past few passages follow the civil servant's constant apologies, simply and concisely forming an ending, an anticipated ending. Get out, the general shouted, his face turning green, his body trembling. What? The civil servant asked, his body numbing with fear. Get out, the general said again, stamping his foot. It felt as if something was churning in the civil servant's stomach. He saw nothing, heard nothing, retreated to the door, onto the streets, walking slowly all the way home. He walked into his house without removing his uniform, collapsed on the couch, and died. Yes, the civil servant died. This is the origin of the title, Death of a Small Civil Servant. He constantly badgered with apologies, until he completely enraged the general. As a result, when the general lost his temper, he was scared to death by his own overthinking. So this is a 1,000-word novel. Not the detective story one might imagine, nor a story where the general kills, but a story about a man frightened to death by his own imagination. Although just over 1,000 words, the content is rich and exaggerated, yet it seems to fit some kind of logic, allowing readers to naturally accept the novel's premise to the extent that the whole story is full of interest. At this moment, Wei Long was amused to the point of slapping his thigh. He didn't expect Chu Kuang to have a sense of humor too. But halfway through his laughter, Wei Long's smile suddenly froze, as if the scene was paused. As if a charge surged through his entire body, Wei Long's eyes widened suddenly in shock. Wait, this story. Chapter 78, 75 Teacher Buff. Taking a deep breath, Wei Long read Death of a Small Civil Servant, from beginning to end again. For the second time, Wei Long's expression was complex as he muttered 2 words. Brilliant. He had underestimated Chu Kuang. This was not some simple short story that anyone would laugh at after reading. There was a sense of lightness and humor between the lines of Chu Kuang's work, which was indeed soaked with sarcasm. The small fry inadvertently offends the bigwigs, and even if they have expressed forgiveness, the small-time players can't help but live in fear, alarmed, because the bigwigs have such power to easily manipulate their fate. This is the plight of the lower rungs. Chu Kuang did not clearly define the background of the story. However, it is clearly a time when a general can decide the fate of the civil servant. The story he crafted seemed to critique the oppression of the feudal autocratic system on the lower classes. However, such an interpretation is rudimentary. After finishing the story and thinking about it, would such a phenomenon only occur in the past? Isn't the reality we live in the same? The underdogs often infer the thoughts of the superior and then interpret it in what they think is the right way. Employees in the workplace are just stared at by their leaders and become anxious, reflecting on what they did wrong. If someone inadvertently offends the leader, the fear of being marginalized must be on their minds. Just like a piece of news Wei Long has seen recently. It was just a sales company leader who could make their employees crawl on the ground, punishing them by insulting their dignity. Wei Long was puzzled at the time. What baffled him even more was that those employees didn't resist and obediently followed their orders. Isn't this the same as a general deciding the life and death of a civil servant? Some phenomena in this world will never be eradicated. That's why there are so many small civil servants that die. If one understands what's on the bigwig's mind, they could be well-liked. But if they misunderstand, they might find things tough going forward. Most of the time, it's the small civil servants who put the shackles of servitude on themselves first. Why do I find it funny? Why don't I find the story exaggerated? It's because such situations are commonplace in modern society. Chu Kuang's intention is too high. This novel is clearly satirizing the present by borrowing from the past, criticizing some social phenomena, and expressing his own thoughts through a little over 1,000 words. This is an incredibly sophisticated creative style. This is the art of irony. It's hard to imagine that when the vast majority of the competing short stories were still chasing after narrative and fun, Chu Kuang has already started seeking to express his own thoughts through words. This is what shocked Wei Long. But would readers buy this? Wei Long was unsure. After all, everyone's taste is different. Death of a Civil Servant might be the one with the highest intentions among all works, but intentions are not all a novel is about. Why bother thinking about this? Wei Long offered a gentle smile. Whether the readers buy this or not, in this round of work selection, Death of a Small Civil Servant was indispensable. Wei Long believed the existence of this story raises the bar and the stakes of this competition to some extent. For the following days, Lin Yuan would go to the art club every day. He drew sketches and taught others how to sketch. He made money doing both and earned some reputation. This allowed Lin Yuan to have at least $1,000 of income every day, which, combined, was higher than the base salary of Starlight's Department of Composition, a new and exciting way to make money. In the meanwhile, there were more and more students whose sketching level greatly improved under Lin Yuan's one-on-one guidance. The course of events developed to an extent that even the art major professors at Qin Art learned about the goat, who was teaching sketching at the art club. They couldn't pass it up. Every so often, there would be a sudden surge in the sketching level of a student. It was like a supernatural event. It was only after some professors inquired from the students that they found out recently there was a sketching tutor who was gaining fame within the art department. The surge in the students' sketch abilities was due to this great tutor. After hearing this news, many professors were flabbergasted, especially after knowing that this goat was merely a sophomore from the Department of Composition. However, naturally, they wouldn't stop this from happening. Improvement in the students' sketching level was a good thing. It wasn't scary to spend money on learning. What was scary was to see no improvement despite spending money. At the teaching level, the art department's sketching goat showed the students who paid for the course made an absolute killing. Some professors even recommended students who weren't good at sketching to go to the art club and learn from that goat. As a consequence, recently, there was an influx of art major students who would apply for the art club, and when asked about their purpose, they were there to learn from the goat. With this, Vice President Zheng Liang was beside himself with delight. He had never dreamed that Lin Yuan's presence in the art club would have such an effect. He was a living billboard. Having Lin Yuan in the club was a treasure. For his part, Lin Yuan was indifferent as ever. Today, once again, he went to the art club after class. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the door, an easel, a small chair, a sharpened pencil, and his favorite beverages were already prepared for him. Yes, that was how Lin Yuan was treated in the art club now. And as Lin Yuan settled down, a crowd gathered, among whom a girl raised her hand excitedly. Goat, it's my turn today. Goat, confirmed. Zhong Yu looked at the schedule on his phone and nodded to Lin Yuan. As there were too many people learning sketching from Lin Yuan, he couldn't keep up with all of them. So, Zhong Yu, who called himself Lin Yuan's first disciple, took the initiative to establish an appointment system. Anyone who wanted to learn sketching from Lin Yuan had to book a slot in advance. Lin Yuan agreed. This arrangement had been in place for a week by now. However, the number of people who wanted to learn from Lin Yuan didn't decrease. Instead, more and more people were queuing up and waiting their turn. That's why the girl got so excited when it was her turn. Lin Yuan's tutoring was highly sought after. After 2 hours, Lin Yuan had finished tutoring this girl. Zhong Yu had already brought back coffee early, smiling. The previous one went cold. Here's a new one. Goat, please have some. Thank you. Lin Yuan took a sip of the coffee at just the right temperature, served by the other party. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. Master, teaching conveys knowledge and solves doubts. As the host has been continuously instructing students lately, you have permanently gained the master achievement. Lin Yuan was taken aback. What does that mean? The system explained, Master is a special achievement. It is generally obtained after the host meets a certain hidden standard set by the system. From now on, all students taught by the host can increase their comprehension by twice the amount during the learning period. As the host teaches more and more people, the enhancement of comprehension for the learners by the master will get higher and higher. Lin Yuan, the system can operate like this? Are they wanting me to become an art teacher? Chapter 79, 76 Big Boss Level Treatment. Lin Yuan didn't expect that the system would also grant title buffs. It wasn't a mission or anything. It just bestowed a blessing on him out of the blue, much like those farming games. Does this mean I'll be even better at teaching than teachers? Lin Yuan thought to himself. His previous success in teaching his students was purely due to his elevated skills and the one-on-one teaching style. But now it was different. With the master effect, the comprehension of his students would improve, making it easier for them to learn. What exactly does doubling the comprehension mean? Lin Yuan decided to give it a try. He looked at Zhong Yu and said, I can teach one more. Today. Zhong Yu paused. Aren't you going to rest? All right then. The next one is named Chen Rue. Chen Rue, are you here today? I'm here. Chen Rue quickly raised his hand, utterly delighted. He had booked a lesson with Lin Yuan last week. He thought it would be his turn only tomorrow, but Lin Yuan, the goat, was willing to teach an extra class today. Let's begin. Lin Yuan said, You first copy this painting. If there's anything wrong in the process, I'll help you correct it. By now, Lin Yuan had figured out some teaching experiences. He liked to let his students draw in front of him. During this process, the students would reveal their weaknesses. At this point, Lin Yuan could stop them and provide targeted correction and guidance. Today was no exception. Chen Rue quickly revealed his first weakness. He had poor control over his straight lines. Lin Yuan demonstrated. To draw a straight line, you have to control the steadiness of your wrist. Using the side, flat, or middle edge of the pencil, you can draw evenly spaced lines. Chen Rue. As a student who struggled with sketching, Chen Rue felt that the principles Lin Yuan talked about were also in the books, and the correct sketching methods had been emphasized 1,000 times by the teachers. But he just couldn't master it. What could he do? Helplessly, he could only do it as Lin Yuan instructed. The first attempt, the second, the third. Initially, he didn't have much hope. He just wanted Lin Yuan to understand that he was one of those art students who were worst at sketching. However, as he continued drawing, Chen Rue suddenly had a miraculous feeling. I think I've got it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With his wrist shaking, he drew several straight lines in a row, with just the right strength. The results even exceeded Chen Rue's own expectations. For a moment, he even thought he was a sketching genius. What's happened? Have I understood it? I couldn't get it when my teacher explained it many times. So how could I understand it just by Lin Yuan explaining it once? Their contents are quite similar after all. Feeling astonished, Chen Rue began to concentrate and continued to learn from Lin Yuan. After studying for half an hour, Chun Rui's perception of Lin Yuan had completely changed. My goodness, what a great teacher. So far, Lin Yuan had been teaching him for half an hour. In this half hour, Chun Rui felt his mind becoming clearer. A lot of things he didn't understand before, he could now comprehend as soon as Lin Yuan explained them. Have I become smarter? Or am I really a genius? Impossible. I have no innate talent for sketching. Chun Rui gradually recognized the truth. It seemed as though I've become smarter, but it was all thanks to Lin Yuan's excellent teaching. His graduated approach and instruction cleared my thought process, making me truly understand what sketching is. At this moment, Chun Rui finally understood why his teacher advised him to join the art club and pay money to have this goat as a tutor. Awesome. So awesome. Initially, he thought that the hourly charge of 500 was a bit much. Lin Yuan looked even younger than him, so why should his charge be so high? But now, Chun Rui was completely convinced. He even felt that paying 500 per hour was a bargain. Not only was Lin Yuan exceptionally talented in sketching, his ability to teach others sketching was also formidable. Lin Yuan was not aware of Chun Rui's thoughts. His current feeling was only one. The effect of teacher buff is so powerful. Chun Rui, this student, didn't seem too bright when he started sketching. Lin Yuan had already prepared for a hard battle because these kinds of students are the hardest to teach. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan found out that Chun Rui made rapid progress in a short time. He understood most of the theories Lin Yuan thought he wouldn't understand. This must be the effect of the teacher buff. These days, Lin Yuan has been teaching a lot of students. So, he knows how hard it is to teach students who are poor in sketching. Just like that. After an hour and 10 minutes of teaching, Lin Yuan stopped. He said to Chun Rui, "That's all for today." Chun Rui reluctantly stood up. "Goat, can I continue to learn from you?" Lin Yuan replied, "Join the waiting list. Zhong Yu is responsible for scheduling appointments. Whoever is next in the scheduling list, Lin Yuan will teach. This is fair, otherwise there would always be a group of people vying for teaching slots." Okay. Chun Rui immediately scheduled an appointment with Zhong Yu. This scheduled lesson is at least 1 hour long. How many hours it will last depends on Lin Yuan's available time. Let's call it a day. Lin Yuan roughly understood the effect of the teacher buff by now. According to the system, the more students he teaches in the future, the stronger the protective effect of the teacher buff will become. Sooner or later, even the dumbest student could become a genius under his guidance. It seems like I'll have to increase my rates. The effect of teacher buff is truly powerful. However, Lin Yuan hesitated, as raising the price might make his lessons unaffordable for many students. A college student's monthly living expense is only around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Lin Yuan doesn't have the talent of a greedy merchant, so he's slightly reluctant to keep raising the price. Forget it. Let's keep it this way for now. Lin Yuan repressed his urge to increase the price and continued to charge 500 an hour for his lessons in the following days. But the effect of teacher buff is really handy. Students who continued to learn painting from Lin Yuan had no idea how they were influenced by his blessings. After Lin Yuan's class, they had two feelings. The first feeling was, did I really understand sketching this much? The second feeling was, Mr. Goat Lin is such a great teacher. The second feeling often overtakes the first because they still have classes with their other professional teachers. Many students with poor sketching foundations underwent a complete transformation after being taught by Lin Yuan. It stunned even Mr. Lin. Some of these students were considered hopeless by their other teachers, but Lin Yuan turned them into gold. This made Lin Yuan's reputation thrive enormously. After all, these miraculous improvements were tangible, making Lin Yuan's name as the goat of sketching increasingly renowned. As a result, the number of applications to join the art club also increased. Ever since Zheng Liang became the vice president of the art club, he considered implementing some application restrictions for the first time. In the past, he could never have imagined that the art club would become so popular one day. The art club now boasts over 300 members, all thanks to Lin Yuan. If things keep going on like this, all art majors wanting to improve their sketching level would join the art club. This is so unreal. As the number of students tutored by Lin Yuan increased, Lin Yuan received VIP treatment in the art club, with food, drinks, and supplies. All Lin Yuan needed to do was lift his eyelids a bit, and people would bring everything right to him. Most of these people were members he had taught, and the number was constantly increasing. Looking at the way Lin Yuan was treated, he seemed much more prestigious than Zheng Liang, the vice president. Meanwhile, it was already the end of the month. Lin Yuan's submission under the name Chu Kuang, Death of a Small Civil Servant, was finally about to be published in the tribe literature section. Chapter 80, 77 Guess Who I Am. At the same time, they invited 30 renowned short story authors to compete on the same stage. Such a big event. Naturally, tribe literature had done a worldwide promotion for it. Many short story enthusiasts started anticipating it from the moment the news was released. For them, this would be a gluttonous feast. A large number of insiders in the field of short stories were also paying attention to this event. However, when the event started, everyone found out that tribe literature played a shrewd move. The event announcement contained the following statement. Each user has 3 heart ratings. You can give a heart rating to the work at the end of each article. You can only give 1 heart rating per story, expressing your support for the work in this way. The ranking of the work is determined by the number of heart ratings. But for the fairness of the final ranking, we have intentionally hidden the author's name. Please make the most impartial selection based on the content. When the final ranking is determined, we will announce the authors of these works. Why is this move considered cunning? Because every writer invited to participate in the tribe literature competition has fans. There exists something known as a fan filter. Many fans will only vote for their favorite authors, not their favorite works. So, to prevent this situation from happening, tribe literature simply hid the author's name. Quite interesting. Some authors have peculiar writing styles. Hence, readers could still guess who they are, but no one is certain, as many authors have similar writing styles. This must be why tribe literature has not revealed in advance who are the 30 authors who are participating. I initially had no interest in this event. Now I'm starting to become intrigued. After discussions, everyone began reading. The length of a short story is generally about 3,000 to 5,000 words, so readers can finish them quickly. Tribe literature gave full authority to the readers to decide the ranking. Everyone enjoyed being jurors, so they didn't feel impatient when reading the stories. Instead, they had a strange sense of mission. My heart rating will decide the future of a work. Many people participated in the vote with this belief. Gradually, someone noticed the short story, Death of a Small Civil Servant. This was to be expected. It would have been strange if this story hadn't caught the reader's attention. As Blue Star's artistic appreciation standard is higher than Earth, they wouldn't have missed out noticing the strength of this story. It's important to know that. This is a representative work from the early creation period of Chekhov, one of the 3 great masters of short stories on Earth. Lev Tolstoy once described Chekhov like this. I can say without any false modesty that, in terms of technique, Chekhov is far more skilled than I am. There's no first place in literature, nor is there second place in martial arts. Westerners don't like modesty too much. Being able to get such commendation from Lev Tolstoy, Chekhov must have been really skilled. Chekhov is famous for his critical realism, and Death of a Small Civil Servant is such a representative work. With more and more people reading Death of a Small Civil Servant, the comments section of this novel gradually became lively. Although the author's name was hidden, people could still comment on the story. This novel is quite powerful. Although it's only over 1,000 words, I read it 3 times. The first time I found it funny, the second time I found it tragic, and the third time, I surprisingly felt empathetic because I felt that if I were in the small civil servant's shoes, even though I might not keep apologizing, I probably would lose sleep for 1 week at least. Seemingly criticizing the old feudal autocratic system, it's actually satirizing the present. Yes, satirizing the present. It took me a while to think of this term, and all I could think of was WTF. In our modern society, there are many people like the small civil servant. The story just uses an exaggerated method to portray it. I don't even think it's exaggerated. Those with personal experiences might feel even more empathetic. Fear is a scary emotion. It can indeed destroy a person. This is why we emphasize on mental toughness. Amid the discussions, everyone started to get curious about the author of the novel. Tribe literature hiding the author's name was truly a cunning move. I can't determine which author this story came from solely based on the writing style. It should be a well-established author. The author's skill is unequivocally undeniable. To be able to captivate readers with just over 1,000 words is not something easy, but I'm captivated. Heart rating offered. The scary part lies here. This novel is only a little over 1,000 words. I almost wanted to give all of my 3 heart ratings to this novel, but unfortunately, the rules of tribe literature do not allow me to do so. Each novel can only receive 1 heart rating. I've started to get curious about who the author is. There's a feeling of anticipation in me, The next day, Death of a Small Civil Servant was conspicuously ranking first, but the second and third place were not far behind in terms of heart rating quantity, so the competition remained intense. Confronting such results, not to mention the readers getting curious, even within the circle of authors in the field of short stories, they all started to get curious. Numerous small groups began discussing whose work is the one at the top. Just based on the writing style, I can't tell who it is. Could it be Zhou's? Tribe literature must have invited him, right? Zhou indeed participated in the competition. He refused to tell me which one of the works was his, but he just asked me if I know who wrote Death of a Small Civil Servant. No one admitted. These guys are cunning as hell. Anyway, Death of a Small Civil Servant was definitely written by one of the authors we are familiar with. Tribe literature has guaranteed that the participating authors are all relatively experienced in the industry. Did anyone inquire about it from tribe literature? I tried asking. Even on the tribe literature side, at least someone of editor level had to be in the know about who the authors are. But they kept their lips sealed, refusing to reveal any information about the authors. We can only wait until the final reveal. Speaking of which, the writing level of Death of a Small Civil Servant is really high. The text is humorous, but its satire is sharp. Despite having a short length, its content is profound. It's likely to take first place. Hard to say. The second place is a detective novel. It has a strong story, and the final twist was unexpected. There is a chance of a comeback. The third place isn't bad either. It's about 2 middle school students who start dating. One is a top student, and the other is failing to stay together. The high achiever studies hard and performs remarkably in the exam to get into the best high school in the county, while the other deliberately does poorly to enter a relatively bad high school. But I feel that this story has a familiar echo of The Gift of the Magi, which was popular not long ago. The discussions were heated, and the tribe literature event was filled with the fun of a guessing game. Guess Who I Am. Chapter 81, 78 Big News. What have you been busy with lately? We hardly see you these days. Jian-yi asks Lin Yuan in the school's cafeteria on the second day of April. Xiaofan also looks at Lin Yuan. It's true that Lin Yuan has been largely absent lately, always rather mysterious. I've been painting at the Art Society, Lin Yuan replies. Jian-yi is taken aback for a moment before he chuckles and nods. I never thought you'd be interested in joining a club, but it's good to engage in club activities occasionally. They've enriched half of my college life. Jian-yi is a mainstay of the Qin Continent Art Academy Basketball Club. He has loved playing basketball since he was a child and joined the club soon after starting university. Oh yeah, our school is having a basketball game next month, says Xiaofan. As an active member of the basketball club, will you be representing your department? Definitely. Jian-yi grins smugly. I am the mainstay of the performance department, after all. The game wouldn't be complete without me. Our goal this year is to be the champions. That remains to be seen. Xiaofan chuckles. Your performance department was only third in last year's basketball game. We were cheated out of the opportunity by the dance department. Jian-yi fumes at the memory. We could have reached the finals, but then a guy named Su Chong from their department violated the rules and caused me an injury. Xiaofan clicks his tongue. Wow, the grudge runs deep. You even remember his name. Jian-yi grunts. Just wait and see how I get my revenge this year. He is an okay shooter. I plan to block his shots every single time. You two must cheer for me. I'll be cheering for the composition department, says Xiaofan. Jian-yi smirks. Don't worry about that. The composition department will be out after the first round. IIJ2. Xiaofan interrupts. The composition department can at most reach the second round. Jian-yi laughs out loud before asking. Speaking of which, when will the auditions for Bloom start, Xiaofan? It starts this May. If I get selected in the top 100, Xiaofan continues, I probably won't be able to go home this summer. Lin Yuan contemplates for a while before saying, I won't be going home either. I have to work. He could take leave during the holidays, but the summer holiday is too long. Lin Yuan can't afford to take off work for such an extended period. Jianyi sighs. We're only in our second year, and yet, it seems like everyone is getting busy. Lin Yuan has his own job. You are trying to make a name for yourself. Our opportunities to hang out together are dwindling. It's still early, Xiaofan replies. We have 5 years of college in total. We may be busy with our thesis and job hunting in our 5th year, but at least in our 3rd and 4th year, we'll still be stuck in school. Of course, I'll be busy if I become famous because of Bloomed. And not just you. Jianyi sighs. I might be leaving in my 3rd year. Lin Yuan and Xiaofan turn to him simultaneously. Why? Jianyi shrugs. For the same reason as you guys, for my own life. Haven't you heard? In our 3rd year, there's a chance to be an exchange student. I'm probably going to the Qi continent. As you know, there are more opportunities for acting professionals there. Jianyi is a performing arts student. The film and television industry is the most developed on the Blue Star in the Qi continent. Just as many musicians love to develop their careers in the Qi continent, those studying performance, like Jianyi, prefer to find opportunities in the Qi continent. Exchange student, huh? Lin Yuan and Xiaofan fall into silence. Jianyi chuckles. Don't be so melancholic. What if I don't get the chance to be an exchange student? You guys know that the grades required for that opportunity are quite high. But we know you can do it, Xiaofan replies, looking a bit lost. Despite his laid-back demeanor, Jianyi has the best grades among the 3. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Jianyi grins. But think about it. Even if I stay here after you become famous through Bloom, we would still hardly have time to hang out. Celebrities have a very busy schedule. Our school is no stranger to stars. How many classes do you think they've attended? They are always taking month-long leaves. True. Xiaofan lowers his head. Lin Yuan, Jianyi, and Xiaofan have been inseparable since elementary school. They even managed to get into Qin art together to avoid being separated. But college is the last ivory tower of life. Once you leave this ivory tower, most people find it hard to avoid pursuing their individual paths. That's why so many college couples break up after graduation. Exchange student? Participating in a competition? Starting work early? These life decisions simply hasten the inevitable parting. Now that I think about it, we don't have much time left together, Jianyi comments, his voice tinged with melancholy. After dinner, Lin Yuan is at the art society. Zhongyu, who had been waiting for him, grins at his arrival. Goat, how many are you teaching today? 2. Now that Lin Yuan's master effect has improved, he can teach an additional student each day. All right, don't call anyone yet, Lin Yuan says. Do you know about the exchange student thing? Exchange student? Zhongyu looks blank for a moment before nodding. Exchange students are from the 3rd year onwards. Each department has a few places. It's intended to foster inter-university exchange among top-ranking universities. Normally, it's the top students who go on exchange. The benefits are many: school-sponsored living expenses, tuition reduction, and it also helps in job hunting after graduation. I even tried last semester, but my grades let me down. Lin Yuan muses over this. Curious, Zhongyu asks, Goat, why are you suddenly interested in the exchange program? Do you or any of your friends plan on becoming exchange students? Never mind. Let's start the class now, Lin Yuan responds. Zhongyu nods without further questioning and starts calling students over for the class. In truth, he doesn't even need to call anyone. As soon as Lin Yuan arrives at the art society, a crowd naturally gathers around him. Students who have been selected to be taught by Lin Yuan today have even brought their stools early in anticipation of the class. The rest of the students just stand by and watch. Although they can't receive personal instruction from Lin Yuan, they can learn a lot by simply watching, just like auditing a class. However, they can't enjoy the blessings of the master. Lin Yuan has never chased these observers away. After all, these people standing around don't disrupt his teaching, and they do contribute towards his reputation. In fact, Lin Yuan has considered teaching several students at a time. But the system explained that the master's blessing is one-on-one. If Lin Yuan teaches a group of students, the effects of the master's blessing would be diluted. Considering this, Lin Yuan abandoned the idea of tutoring more students and continued his one-on-one teaching model. After he finishes teaching the first student of the day, Zhongyu mysteriously says, "Goat, we're planning a big news release soon." "What news?" "You'll know soon enough," teases Zhongyu. Oh, Lin Yuan had only asked in passing. He wasn't particularly curious about what big news Zhongyu was planning. Chapter 82, 79, There's Nothing Wrong. The following days proceeded as they usually did. Lin Yuan went back and forth between his classroom and the art society, maintaining his rhythm of teaching sketching to 2 people each day. What he didn't notice was, recently, Zhongyu was constantly whispering to other society members, seemingly conspiring about his so-called major news. Of course, even if Lin Yuan had noticed, he wouldn't have cared anyway. After teaching sketching for so many days, Lin Yuan began to consider whether he should also teach the more common gouache and watercolors to expand his customer base. However, knowing that he was already overwhelmed with teaching sketching every day, he temporarily gave up on the idea. He'd take it slow. After all, he had plenty of time in the future. He planned to teach all kinds of painting in the future, including the hardest, traditional Chinese painting. The master's blessings were his teaching confidence. Furthermore, the system also mentioned that the more people he taught, the better the effect of the master's blessing would be. Once the effect of the master's blessing reached a certain level, Lin Yuan would have no choice but to raise his prices. Raising prices rightfully and confidently. That was Lin Yuan's biggest motivation for teaching. If it comes to money, Lin Yuan's favorite day of the month has to be the 5th. Every 5th day of the month was a good day. The 5th of April was such a great day, because on this day, he would receive a huge transfer of funds on his salary card. However, this time, Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised when he received the transfer message from the bank, because he realized that his song royalties, after deducting a certain amount of tax, surprisingly exceeded 600,000 yuan this month. In fact, Lin Yuan's song royalties had been increasing almost every month, because he now had 4 songs working together to make him money. The more songs, the more money he made. With the addition of last month's King of the Net sales share, the extra income Lin Yuan made from teaching in the art society, and the franchise invitation fees from tribe literature short stories. When all projects were added up, his total income for the past month exceeded 3 million yuan. This was the first time that Lin Yuan had earned this much money. At one moment, he even wanted to properly customize some works with the system to help him make more money. But after careful consideration, he decided there was no need to rush. He would seek the system's help when he urgently needed certain works. It's too bad the company never assigned him any orders. Top up. Lin Yuan did not like this word. If someone had told him before that one day he would top up to achieve a goal, Lin Yuan would surely have thought they were joking. As the saying goes, you can't change your fate without topping up. But Lin Yuan found out that if he wanted to change his fate, he really had to top up. Otherwise, what would he use to gain prestige value? Starlight Entertainment. 10th floor composition department. The composers were engrossed in their work. At this moment, a man in a black coat appeared at the entrance. One of the composer department members saw this man at the door, suddenly stood up and stammered. Predecessor. What's wrong with you? Wu Yong, who was beside him, followed the direction of his colleague's gaze. His eyes suddenly widened and blurted out, Father Yang is at the company. This sentence exploded throughout the entire composition department on the 10th floor. Everyone stood up, either admiring or looking shocked at the expressionless man in the black coat. Predecessor. Hello, predecessor. Long time no see, predecessor. Greetings sounded one after another. The man in the black coat nodded and asked, Where's Zhou? Even the gold medal composers wouldn't dare to directly refer to the manager as Zhou, but this man in a black coat called him so naturally, and no one in the entire composition department thought it was inappropriate. Because this man was the only maestro of the composition department on the 10th floor, Yang Zhoming. Wu Yong hurriedly said, Please wait a moment, predecessor. I'll call and inform the manager now. No need. Yang Zhoming spoke, then walked toward the window. However, when he reached the table by the window, Yang Zhoming's brow creased slightly. His expression seemed full of confusion. This was his desk. He was one of those people who rarely came to the office. But even so, this table should have been dust-free and cleaned daily. Because this was his, Yang Zhoming's, spot. But at this moment, The desk was surprisingly piled up with quite a few books, such as Complete Theoretical Collection of Composition and Simple Explanation of Chords, and only 3 steps needed to get started with composition. Just having these books in the composition department of Starlight was strangely incongruous. Hence, Yang Zhongming stood in front of the desk for a long time. This is bad. Seeing Yang Zhongming standing in front of Lin Yuan's desk, Wu Yong felt his heart flutter. Other people in the composition department also came to their senses. Their faces showed worry and nervous sweat formed on their palms. This position originally belonged to Father Yang. But due to the fact that Father Yang rarely came to the company, Zhou assigned this position to Lin Yuan. Back then, many people felt that was inappropriate, thinking what would happen if Father Yang found out. And now, many people's concerns have finally become a reality. It seems like Father Yang is already getting mad. Here, Yang Zhongming pointed his chin at his own position, his tone devoid of emotion. Who sits here? Father Yang was really mad. Even if Father Yang didn't show it, everyone could feel it, and the surroundings became suddenly silent with no one daring to respond. Shall I ask for the second time? Yang Zhongming swept his gaze over everyone. Wu Yong, who was closest to Lin Yuan in the department, swallowed hard, bracing himself, and said, Lin Yuan. Who's Lin Yuan? Yang Zhongming's eyes narrowed slightly. Wu Yong explained bitterly, Father Yang, it's not his fault. He's a newcomer who doesn't realize that this is your spot. This was arranged by our manager, right? The other colleagues couldn't help but side with Wu Yong, not wanting Lin Yuan to suffer unjustly. It was arranged by our manager. Xian Yu didn't know the situation. Xian Yu thought this spot was unoccupied. There was no other way. Only the manager could handle Maestro. Yang Zhongming looked out of the window, musing, Xian Yu? Wu Yong's face became even more bitter. Xian Yu is Lin Yuan. Please don't blame him, Father Yang. He's just a college student and has just started working for our company. He's not aware of a lot of things. Yang Zhongming didn't say anything. Nobody else dared to say anything. Although they wanted to defend Lin Yuan, not everyone could withstand the fury of the maestro. Lin Yuan has to take care of himself at this point. However, just when everyone thought that Yang Zhongming was about to explode in fury, the maestro nodded and casually laughed, saying, Then there's no problem. Finished speaking, Maestro Yang Zhongming turned around and left, leaving behind the bewildered composers. It was as if a storm disappeared before it had even started. Chapter 83, 80 Senior Composer. The next day was Saturday. Lin Yuan arrived at the company's songwriting department at 9 o'clock. As he walked in, he found that the glances from his colleagues were somewhat strange. Wu Yong came over mysteriously and asked Lin Yuan in a low voice, Do you know Father Yang? Who? The senior, Yang Zhongming. I know him. Lin Yuan was familiar with Yang Zhongming's work. Wu Yong exhaled in relief. No wonder he wasn't angry. It makes sense if you know him. Lin Yuan did not delve into Wu Yong's words. Wu Yong would definitely not know that Lin Yuan's understanding of the word no was completely different from his. At this moment, Zhou Weiming arrived. His face seemed to be a little joyful today, and as soon as he entered the door, he said, Lin Yuan, come to my office. Lin Yuan followed him into the office. Zhou smiled and said, You sit down first. Lin Yuan nodded and sat down. On the office couch, old Zhou took out a form. Have a look at this. Lin Yuan accepted the form. The form listed 4 songs under Lin Yuan's name, followed by a long list of download numbers. Life Like a Summer Flower, with 3.33 million downloads. Big Fish, with 5.01 million downloads. Easy to Ignite and Explode, with 4.21 million downloads. Balloon, with 3.57 million downloads. Lin Yuan was stunned. No wonder when he received his salary yesterday, the share of the song's revenue had broken an unusual 600,000. It turned out that the download volume of his previous songs had been steadily increasing, even surpassing the month when the song was released. I believe you already knew, Zhou said excitedly. These few months, the songs you wrote all have great potential. Their download numbers have been steadily increasing. Most of them have the potential to break through 10 million. When I saw this data sheet sent from the department below this morning, I was almost scared by you. Lin Yuan. He didn't know because he didn't pay attention. But from the change in the trend of song downloads, he understood a principle. The season's results are not everything. It's just that some songs are suitable for charting and some are not. What really determines the value of a song is not the results of a single season, but the potential of a song afterwards. This is determined by the environment of Qin continent. Every month, a large number of excellent new songs emerge. Except for industry professionals and some music enthusiasts, no one can keep track of the changes in the charts all the time. Many people may have heard songs from several seasons ago after a few months and added them to their playlists. Some songs may have over 5 million or even 10 million downloads in a month, making them invincible on the charts. But in the following few months, the download volume of these songs stagnates. While some songs may only have a few 100,000 downloads in a month, they can easily break the million or even 10 million mark over time. Take Lin Yuan's Balloon as an example. This song was released in February. Its monthly download volume was the highest among Lin Yuan's songs. But in March, the download volume of this song did not seem to grow at all. This indicates that some songs are liked by listeners in the short term, but after listening for a long time, they may find them boring. These songs are relatively suitable for charting due to their strong short-term freshness. Balloon's chart performance was not even impressive, and it relied more on the Balloon Challenge launched on the Weibo hot search at the time. The listeners on Qin continent, in the face of the massive new songs every month, had their heads spinning. One short month is not enough. They probably need a longer time to know which song they like the most. Moreover, Qin continent music also has a rule. Every song has 5 free trial listens every month. Under such rules, there will inevitably be some people who only listen for free. Because for some people, even if they like a song, they don't need to pay money to download it. The 5 free trial listens each month are enough. How many times do you listen to your favorite song each month? Those willing to download are either very fond of the song, or they simply do not care about the small amount of money. So, in the 12 seasons of Qin continent music charts, it is rare to see a song breaking through a certain level of download volume in its first month of release, unless the song is really outrageously good, which is different from Earth. For songs, Zhou stared at Lin Yuan. As long as there is one more song with a download volume of over 1 million, you can become a senior songwriter, which means the new ace of the 10th floor's songwriting department. There was another sentence that Zhou didn't say. That is, if Lin Yuan becomes a senior songwriter this year, then he will be the youngest ace in the whole Starlight. Lin Yuan nodded. Zhou said with a smile, "All right, you go and get busy for now. I'll just let you in on a piece of news on my way out. The company leaders have also been paying attention to you recently. This is good for your future." "All right." Lin Yuan got up. As he got to the door, he heard Zhou making a phone call. "Yang Zhoming has returned from Qi continent. I plan to send another man over." Sending someone to Qi.